Chapter 101, Ziming, you are waiting? Being so disturbed by the Toyota guy, Ziming and the others naturally lost the interest in continuing to sing, and left the hotel after only a while. Ziming and Du Peng sent their female companions back. Because Toyota guy knew Tang Ran's unit, Ziming told Tang Ran not to go out if nothing happened. It's best to go with each other after get off work. Seeing what's wrong, try to fight as soon as possible. Call the police. In the next few days, Ziming visited Kong Xilin several times and talked about managing the KTV nightclub. After a while, Kong Xilin said that she could take away a few key foremen from the Nanu Hotel. They were all very capable and responsible. Loyalty is okay, and other service industries can take advantage of it. Kong Xilin also gave her the employee incentive plan based on the brainwashing theory she heard from Ziming last time. Ziming took a look at it. It was roughly the same as what he knew and watched on the video. Ziming told her after watching it, generally there is no problem, but in addition to allowing employees to work hard for their wages, they can also be integrated with the company. After all, only when the company's income goes up will their wages follow. This is a complementary process. Especially ours salaries are already much higher than in other places. If you don't work hard, you will lose this high salary. After Ziming said this, Kong Xilin suddenly realized, yeah, look at me, why can't I think of this? I will change it as soon as I go back. Ziming waved his hand. Don't be so nervous, it doesn't matter if this thing comes slowly. After all, no one has done it before. We also slowly explored ourselves. We will wait until we really do it to know if it's right or wrong. In addition to contacting Kong Xilin, Ziming was also waiting for possible retaliation there. However, Toyota and the Shenzhou company came over to warn Ziming that there was no next move after this time, and it was safe for several days. Nothing. Du Peng said to Ziming, you see what I said is right? They just said that. They won't treat us like that. Ziming shook his head and said, always be careful to sail the 10,000 a year ship. It's okay to keep one more mind. While talking, Du Peng parked his car on the side of the road. This is Dongmen Commercial Street, the most prosperous area in Nanjing City. It is the same as the concept of later generations of KTV and bars in the downtown area. Ziming believes that this kind of night scene is for the place for urbanites to provide. Nightlife is naturally the place with the most traffic, so Ziming and Du Peng chose a place here. This facade is across from the East Gate Commercial Plaza, the largest in Nanjing. Ziming plans to cover 2 floors. The first floor will be a bar and dance hall, and the second floor will be dedicated to KTV. Of course, this club can also be called karaoke. Today Ziming and Du Peng came to see the place. Several people were waiting at the door, and seeing Ziming and Du Peng getting off the car and hurriedly greeted them, a young official headed by said, Zoo Advisor Du Xiao, you can count. Sorry to keep Director Xiao waiting for a long time. Ziming said politely. Du Peng introduced to him earlier that the Nanjing State-Owned Assets Office is responsible for the management of these 2 floors. It is a newly established government agency to adapt to the reform and opening up and is specifically responsible for the management of all state-owned assets in Nanjing City. At work, Ziming, who has memories of later generations, knew that this was actually the future SASAC, and today they are going to meet with Deputy Director Xiao of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Office. After greeting each other for a while, Director Xiao took Ziming and Du Peng into the floor and introduced them to them while visiting. Consultant Zhu, according to your request, our State-Owned Assets Office has cleared about 1,300 square meters around the place. The last merchant also moved out yesterday, and you are ready to carry out the overall renovation at any time. Ziming knew what he was worried about. Don't worry, Director Xiao. Although Xiaodu and I engaged in land speculation, now that I am already Nanjing's development consultant, we will not engage in this matter anymore. You are really planning to start a nightclub, or else the money will not be spent in vain. When pointed out on the spot, Director Xiao's face was a little embarrassed. Where? How dare I doubt Advisor Zhu and Xiaodu? Ziming was just a joke. and of course he would not be too entangled in this issue. Then Ziming said, Dr. Xiao, I have something I want to tell you. Since Xiaodu and I are planning to set up a nightclub here, then I want to tear down these walls, leaving only some load-bearing columns. Since this place has been contracted to consultant Zhu and Xiaodu, these are all in the scope of rearrangement and decoration. They can do whatever they want. Director Xiao said. Thank you, Director Xiao. If you have anything to do, Director Xiao, go ahead. Me and Du Xiao will just have a look here, Ziming said. Director Xiao nodded with a smile and said that he was embarrassed and left. Ziming and Du Peng left here. Ziming asked Du Peng if he had any thoughts. Du Peng said, will this be a bit too big? We are here. It takes so long to walk. Ziming's view is the opposite. If it weren't for the troubles of some other factors, I would like to pack the entire building and build a 2,000 to 3,000 square meter nightclub. Du Peng was taken aback by this bold statement. 2,000 to 3,000 square meters. Shouldn't it be that big? Ziming patted Du Peng on the shoulder. That's what you think now. When the nightclub opens, you will feel the 2,000 to 3,000 square meters are just like that. Now that we have finished the venue, the rest is decoration and equipment. Du Peng nodded and said, I have already contacted this. They are all the best units in Lingnan, and the equipment is specially customized from Hong Kong City according to your requirements. Ziming said that's good. This is Ziming's philosophy. Although they are currently the first nightclub in Nanjing, it can be foreseen that in the future they will be able to make a lot of money no matter what they do. However, Ziming still wants to take advantage of the word of mouth now, set it up, so that even if you get into fire when the time comes, and you open another nightclub, you will have absolute competitiveness. After walking around in the building, Ziming and Du Peng walked out of the gate, but they saw a few people squatting in the doorway. Ziming fixed his eyes to see that these were the few people who went to Nanu Hotel to disturb him singing before, and the leader was still the Toyota male Zuhu. Seeing Ziming and Du Peng coming out, Zuhu threw off the cigarette from his mouth and said, Counselor Zhu, I can wait for you here for a long time. Seeing Zuhu coming, Du Peng immediately put on a guard. Ziming frowned and asked, what's the matter with you? While talking, Ziming was also observing Zuhu. Although Ziming has been engaged in business since his rebirth, he and Du Peng still have cars beside him. This is still a downtown area, and he is always engaged in business. I'm sure I can run away. Don't be so nervous. I just heard that advisor Zhu and Xiaodu are here to look at the front, and they came here to say hello. Zhu looked at Ziming and Du Peng mockingly. Then the greeting is over now. Can you leave? Ziming asked. Zhu didn't seem to hear it, and then asked Ziming, I heard that consultant Zhu has contracted a tostry building of more than 1,000 square meters here. I don't know what consultant Zhu is planning to do. Du Peng's violent temper immediately broke out. What are we going to do to care about you? You fucking asked me if you are the aunt of the neighborhood committee? Zuhu glanced at Du Peng and said, don't be so excited, Xiaodu. I just came here today just to tell you that after the last time, you have successfully angered our boss, and he let you do it yourself. We are also considered old acquaintances. If you are willing to kneel down and call me dad, I might consider helping you to speak. What is it called? Ziming asked suddenly. Dad. Zuhu said. Good. Ziming said, and Du Peng suddenly laughed. Zuhu also knew that he was played by Ziming. He pointed at Ziming and said angrily, Ziming, you fucking want to die, don't you? Want to do it? The police station is behind you? Or do you think you want to squat inside for a while? Ziming reminded him. Zuhu turned around and took a look. Seeing that the people in the police station might know that Ziming and Du Peng's identities are important. Now someone has noticed here. This is the only way to suppress the anger in his heart. Gritted his teeth and hated to eat Ziming said in his tone, okay, you are Ziming, you can wait for me. I see how you can't even cry when the time comes. After saying that, Zuhu left his whole life with a cold snort. He turned around and took people away. Looking at Zuhu's back, Ziming jokingly said to Du Peng, it seems that you guessed wrong. Maybe the person you are talking about is not just I intend to warn us, but I really intend to do it. Du Peng spit out and said, bar. It must be this bastard named Zhu who is making trouble in it. Ziming shook his head. There may be his reason, but if it is like what you said, I am afraid they don't care about me at all, and they intend to teach me a lesson. Du Peng sighed. His judgment was actually the same as Ziming's. After all, there was a lot of energy over there. That person was always an arrogant master, and if he had a grudge, he would avenge him. This time Ziming cut his money. 2 plots of land were directly smashed into his hands, causing him to lose millions of dollars. He must be troubled by Ziming. In addition, Zhu might also fan the flames in front of that person through his leadership. It's harder to clean up. Thinking of this, Du Peng said to Ziming, anyway, let's talk to him first. Let's see if we lose some money and apologize. Ziming raised his eyebrows, because in Ziming's acquaintance, Du Peng was a very angry lord. This can be seen from the first time I saw him in a shopping mall while he was pressed under his body and his mouth was still stiff. It was such a person, but now he said that he took the initiative to find someone to apologize, still on the premise that he had done nothing wrong on his side. This appearance made Ziming's judgment on the energy over there a little deeper. Since it's really so good over there, we can talk about it. It doesn't matter if we lose some money. You should be responsible for contacting Du Peng, Ziming said. Du Peng nodded and said, okay. This matter is covered by me. My grandfather is also Du Zongyuan anyway. He has to give me 3 points. I hope so, Ziming said. Chapter 102. The light is dark here. Dongmen Commercial Street is now the most prosperous place in Nanjiang City. It was originally a department store opposite Dongmen Shopping Mall, but just a week ago, all the merchants on the first and second floors here moved out, leaving only one empty. The floor of the building, like a haunted house, is in sharp contrast with the entire noisy commercial street, so that all pedestrians who come and go can't stop watching and guessing. His dad, why did you say that the department store on the opposite side had to move? Didn't it do a good job? And compared to Dongmen Shopping Center, the things over there are cheaper. You should make a lot of money every day, right? Who knows? Maybe this Dongmen shopping mall has made a mess. Just because the things are cheap over there, he let others move out, so that he can be the only one here. A couple guessed like this, and of course some people are pointing here. You don't know, right? I heard that it was contracted by a big boss from Hong Kong City. The first and second floors are all inclusive. I'm down. And I'm going to do some things for Hong Kong City. The first and second floors are all covered. How much does it cost? I heard that any store in it would cost thousands. Back then, a company as big as McDonald's was very powerful in the world. When I came in, I only dared to pack a small storefront and tried to open the business first. This big boss would just pack 2 floors, which would cost hundreds of thousands. Right? Really deserved to be the big boss of Hong Kong City. He is really rich. Just as these people were talking, an Audi galloped over and parked in front of the empty building, making them envious of the jealous Hong Kong City boss. Ziming stepping out of the car and getting off with Ziming. There is a professional woman who wears a professional formal dress, stockings and high heels, so that all ols can't help but see the impulse of blood flowing down. She is Kong Xilin. Kong Xilin raised her head and looked at the 2 empty floors. Her long neck looked like white ivory in the sun, which made people dazzling. The towering chest tightened her shirt, making people drool to imagine her shirt buttons will collapse at any time. Boss Zhu, is this the place you took it down? You are too good to be able to take such a big place here, Kong Xilin said with emotion. Actually, I still feel small. Compared to your original Nanu hotel, I just hope you don't feel wronged, Ziming said. Kong Xilin shook her head and said, why? The Nanu hotel is a bit of a government unit, but Mr. Zhu, you are not the same. You are completely responsible for the development of a nightclub. You are responsible for your own profits and losses. Your hand is amazing. Well, I dug you from the Nanu hotel to listen to your flattery. If you don't manage well, I won't care about your feelings, Ziming said. Boss Zu, your nightclub itself is open in the most prosperous downtown area with the most traffic. It is also a novelty like KTV and song and dance hall that has never been seen in Nanjiang City, and the incentive methods you taught me. If I can't run the nightclub, I don't need you to rush. I myself will have no face to stay with you. Kong Xilin said. If you know it, I won't say much, Ziming said and glanced at his watch. Now Du Peng and the others will come over for a while. Would you like the general manager to go in and take a look? Fortunately, I have some ideas about the decoration. Kong Xilin nodded and said yes. Then Ziming led her into the floor, pointed to the main island, the facades on both sides, and said, from now on, this floor will be the dance hall and bar. By then, all these facades and walls will be removed, leaving some load-bearing zoo, bounded by the road in the middle, with a dance floor on one side and a bar on the other. There will be a bar on the other side, and there will be a band to play there, and special dancers will be invited to lead the dance. There will also be lounges and boxes around these. Everyone can sit down and rest when they are tired. There are waiters who shuttle back and forth, and guests can order and drink directly. Listening to Ziming's introduction of ideas pointing to the corresponding areas, Kong Xilin was amazed. Boss Zu, what do you think is so thoughtful? I really can't think of anything else that can be added. Kong Xilin is definitely not flattering, but it was also expected by Ziming. After all, she has memories of more than 20 years of later generations. If she can't even set up a song and dance hall, it would be a failure. That's probably the case for the first floor. Let's go up and take a look at the second floor, Ziming said as he led Kong Xilin to the stairs. Kong Xilin followed Ziming upstairs and said to Ziming on a whim, Boss Zu, I think this staircase upstairs is a bit bad here. You should not pass between the bar and the dance hall, but restart from the side. It would be better to make a staircase, and then to make more decorations. It is best to have the kind of magnificent and brilliant, the feeling of walking in the palace, so that people can involuntarily pay for consumption. You have a good idea. You can talk to the decoration company at that time, Ziming said, but you walk and watch. The light here is not very good. Don't fall. Ziming's voice only fell. When I turned back, I saw Kong Xilin stomping away. Ziming hurriedly reached out to support her. Fortunately, Ziming was right in front of Kong Xilin. Kong Xilin also fell forward. Ziming turned around and caught her. Ziming sighed and was about to ask her if there was anything wrong, but suddenly felt a soft lump in her hand. Ziming lowered his head and took a look. As expected, his hand was so immortal that it was placed on her towering chest, and a button on his chest still collapsed. From Ziming's perspective, he could just see a piece of milky white skin under deep gully. Although Ziming has lived for 50 years in his previous life and this life combined, this visual impact still made him swallow subconsciously, especially if it was Kong Xilin's thin underwear or something. Ziming's palms were even worse. I felt a bump. That. Boss Zu, I am fine. Kong Xilin's shy voice sounded like a kitten, which made Ziming react. He quickly released the hand holding her breast. But Kong Xilin was not ready at this time. When Ziming let go, she subconsciously grabbed the small tent that Ziming had just raised. What? Kong Xilin yelled softly, and her little hand loosened like a red soldering iron. Of course, Kong Xilin knew what she had just caught, so when she stood up, her pretty face turned red, as if she could drip water at any time. Ziming and Kong Xilin were standing in the corridor in such an embarrassment. Ziming was just a gangster in his previous life and had no experience with the situation in front of him. They scratched their heads and said embarrassedly, The light here is so dark. Would you like to see it next time on the second floor above? Kong Xilin nodded. Her voice was as subtle as a mosquito. And then Ziming took Kong Xilin downstairs. No light here, or should I lead you downstairs? Ziming suddenly turned around and said, but behind him, Kong Xilin walked with her head down, and directly collided with Ziming. Kong Xilin hugged Ziming subconsciously. Before Ziming's eyes, she saw a white crisp chest with a button unbuttoned printed on her face. Ziming stabilized his body for the first time, but when Ziming opened his eyes, he saw a pair of huge snow-white babes with their noses surrounding the breasts on the woman's chest, which made Ziming feel that something suddenly lifted up. There was a seductive groan in Kong Xiulin's throat, and it was obvious that Ziming had touched her just now. Ziming hurriedly released the hand holding Kong Xiulin. "I'm sorry, I'm just afraid that the light here is dim, and I'm afraid you will fall again. So I want to lead you downstairs." "I definitely didn't mean it." Kong Xiulin blushed and shook her head and said that it was okay. Ziming really didn't know what to do at this time, so he had to gritted his teeth and directly took Kong Xiulin's little hand and walked out of the floor quickly. Walking out of the gate, Ziming immediately released the hand holding Kong Xiulin, but Ziming didn't know what to say when he looked down at her. In this way, two people stood at the door for a while embarrassed. And then another Audi drove over not far away. Now Audi has not officially entered the country. There are only a handful of people who can drive this car. Ziming knew it was Du Peng. Ziming looked back at Kong Xiulin and saw that although she was still blushing, she was much better than before. Ziming also breathed a sigh of relief, patted his face, and waved to Du Peng. Du Peng parked the car securely. He got out of the car and brought a middle-aged man over to introduce to Ziming. "This is Manager Rao of Lingnan Decoration Company." Manager Rao is the Ziming I told you about. Listening to Du Peng's introduction, Manager Rao took the initiative to greet Ziming. "Oh, hello Consultant Zhu. I have heard of your name in Baiyun City. You are the development consultant of Nanjiyan. The sky-high price of 500,000 yuan can be described as a legend in our entire Lingnan." This Manager Rao and Lingnan Decoration Company Du Peng introduced to Ziming before that this is the best decoration company in Lingnan City. The company address is in Baiyun City, the capital of Lingnan Province. Ziming and Manager Rao shook hands and said, "Manager Rao is polite." Manager Rao responded to the call for reform and opening up and resigned from the government to go to the sea for business. From the very beginning to the largest decoration company in Lingnan, how many famous buildings were handled by Manager Rao alone? Yes, Manager Rao is our legend in Lingnan. I am not worth mentioning in front of Manager Rao. After some greetings, Ziming pointed to the floor behind him and said to Manager Rao, "This is the nightclub of the future, with more than 1,300 square meters and 2 floors above and below. Du Peng has already told you the specific decoration ideas." Manager Rao nodded and said yes. He looked up at the empty floors of these 2 floors, and then looked at the other prosperous streets next to him. He couldn't help but said with emotion, "Councillor Zhu is really a big deal. I will pack 2 small buildings here at once. If I definitely don't have this courage, please don't worry, Consultant Zhu, for your courage. I will definitely put out 300% of my efforts to help you get it right." "Then thank Manager Rao first." Ziming smiled. Just as Ziming was talking to Manager Rao, a strange voice next to him suddenly sounded, "Oh, isn't this Consultant Zhu? Why are you planning to renovate the house today?" Chapter 103 Sealed by the Municipal Party Committee? Following the voice, a boring face came into view. Who could this person be if he is not a Toyota male? Zuhu walked staggeringly with the few people from Shenzhou Company, looked at the Tostri building next to him, and then looked at Ziming with a mocking expression. "Boss Zhu is so amazing. He can actually do business in Dongmen. The Tostri building in a prosperous street like this is really worthy of being the big boss from Hong Kong City, and really worthy of being our Nanjiang development consultant. This is courageous in doing things." The lingering spirits, good people shouldn't be a dog. Is it fun to follow other people's buttocks all day long? Ziming frowned. "Do you dare to scold me?" Zuhu grinned and said, "Well, you Ziming, you can go crazy in front of me now, and I will see how you cry later." Ziming asked, "Listen to what you mean. Is your boss already doing it?" "What do you think?" Zuhu said. "Didn't you always like to use the police to scare me?" "I'm sorry, this time I called the police first." "Whether you want to set up a dance hall or a cabaret, you will close the door for me!" Our boss asked me to tell you. Don't you like to break on other people's heads? Then he also asks you to break on heads, as if to prove Zuhu's words. When Zuhu's words were finished, two vans with municipal party committee license plates stopped on the side of the road. A few people got out of the car and walked straight towards Ziming, leading the way. One of the people opened his mouth and said, "I am the director of the Comprehensive Public Security Office of the Municipal Party Committee. And my name is Yao. We have received reports that someone here is carrying out illegal renovations with the intention of operating a capitalist vulgar place. Who is in charge here?" Ziming knew that the Politics and Law Committee had not yet recovered in this era, and the Spiritual Civilization Office would not be established until 10 years later. Therefore, all public security and ideological matters are now under the management of the Municipal Party Committee. The Nanjing Municipal Party Committee has set up a comprehensive public security office for this purpose. "Hello, Director Yao, I am the person in charge." Ziming stood up and said. Director Yao looked up and down Ziming a few times and said, "Hello. Here is suspected of propagating the corrupt and degenerate culture of capitalism. We must seal this place according to law." Director Yao waved his hand after speaking. The people behind him had already prepared the seal and walked up. Seeing this situation, Du Peng, who has always been hot-tempered, came over to block these people and shouted, "Stop! We are operating legally and have already been filed at the industrial and commercial side. This floor is also contracted by the State-Owned Assets Office." "What sealed our place?" Conk Sealin next to him stopped doing it. "That is to say, why do we run a song and dance hall to promote a decadent culture? You have to make it clear to us that you can't just enforce the law, right?" Indeed, the accusation of propagating capitalist culture is simply nonsense in later generations, but in this era, even Nanjing, a pioneer city of reform and opening up, is still a very useful tool before everything is truly standardized. Statement: Legal business? Director Yao smiled and looked at Du Peng and said, "Then you have the approval of our municipal party committee? Do we have such things as dance halls in our country? Without you, it would not be legal business, that is, to promote the decadence and corruption of capitalism. Degenerate culture. You should let me go right away. Don't obstruct law enforcement. If you mess around here, we will arrest you." Du Peng and Conk Sealin still wanted to argue about something, but Ziming pulled them away and said to them, "Forget it. Director Yao is also acting on orders. It's useless if you talk to him too much." Hearing this, Director Yao looked at Ziming twice. "You understand?" "Yes, I just acted on orders. If you have the ability to make our leader nod, then I will come back immediately to remove the seal for you. Don't worry, I won't let you wait for a long time," Ziming said. Director Yao looked at Ziming and didn't know why. The person in front of him clearly didn't hinder him. He looked timid and harmless, but his calm and confident performance made him scared. "Make yourself annoyed," as if he came to seize his place today as nothing more than a kid's farce in his eyes. Director Yao was a little embarrassed and waved his hand. "Immediately seal him up for me, all seals." At the order of Director Yao, the subordinates behind him swarmed up with the seal, and posted them toward the doors on the floor, quickly sealing all the doors. After all this, Director Yao turned around and wanted to say something to Ziming. But then he saw Ziming saying to Du Peng, "Du Xiao, it seems that your face doesn't work well. What should others do?" Done. Director Yao came into contact with Ziming's eyes and felt that his words were mocking himself, and left without saying a word. When the people from the Municipal Public Security Office were gone, Zhu came up and said to Ziming with a big laugh, "My boss Zhu, Consultant Zhu, how do you feel? I heard that you have spent money for these two small buildings." "Less money, including inviting the leaders of the city government to eat, as well as rent. There are hundreds of thousands or millions, right? Are you happy? This is my revenge against you. But I am more kind, no as inhuman as you are. You can try to kneel down and beg me. Maybe I can help you and talk to you with my boss. What do you think?" Ziming looked at the clown and said, "Did your mind be caught by the door? Do you really think that I am going to be banned by the Public Security Office of the Municipal Party Committee? What if I am really not going to go? But it is hundreds of thousands. For all things, I have a lot of money. Unlike you, I go bankrupt with just one meal. You. Okay, Ziming, just continue to be stiff. I see how long you can be stiff. By the way, I forgot to tell you, our boss thinks you have a very good idea of creating a song and dance hall, and he asked me to do it for you. You are grateful. Zihu left these words to Ziming and left. Seeing Zihu's departure, Dupeng came up to Ziming and said, "This guy is too arrogant, or I will find someone to teach him a meal." Ziming shook his head and pointed to the door with the seal in front of him and said, "It's not necessary. It's easy for this guy to teach him. The top priority now is to solve this matter." After finishing talking, Ziming turned to Manager Ao and said, "Sorry, let Manager Ao read the joke, or go back to Manager Ao first, and I will find you when my affairs are settled. I will definitely invite you to dinner next day." "You apologize." "Counselor Zhu is too polite." "Then I will wait for your call from Counselor Zhu." Manager Ao left after finishing talking. Ziming then said to Kong Xialin, "You also go back first, and your salary will still be calculated during the period." Kong Xialin was no longer as shy as she had just come out at this time. She gently shook her head and said, "My salary is nothing. What I am worried about is that if someone preempts us, it will be difficult to do it." "Don't worry, it's useless to let him know. He won't be able to compete with me with you," Ziming said. Kong Xialin nodded, strongly moved, and then took a taxi back. Du Peng saw that everyone had left, and then asked Ziming, "What should I do now?" "Contact Mayor Chen first to see what's going on," Ziming said. Du Peng said yes, and then called Chen Yunfei on the phone. After a while, Chen Yunfei called back. Ziming asked what was going on. Chen Yunfei said that the Municipal Party Committee Public Security Office was in charge of the work of Lu Zhengrong, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. He is not clear about the specific circumstances. After hanging up the phone, Ziming thought for a while. He had heard of Lu Zhengrong, one of the 3 deputy secretaries of the Municipal Party Committee. In this era, the party and government were not as clear as later generations. Lu Zhengrong was mainly in charge of ideology and social security management. He is also an important figure in Nanjing's hand, and the city's standing committee ranks 3rd. Even the mayor Chen Yunfei must give him a lot of face. He is a representative of Nanjing's local faction. Even if I am now the development consultant of the Nanjing city government, I have nothing to do with the Municipal Party Committee. Could it be said that in order to deal with myself, even such an important person has been invited out? Ziming cast a puzzled look at Du Peng, thinking this way. And Du Peng was also puzzled about this. This Lu Zhengrong should be regarded as a local faction. Is it also standing in the team over there? Du Peng's words made Ziming feel confident. It seems that Lu Zhengrong was most likely to help the Shenzhou company. Ziming thought about it and said to Du Peng, "If we don't understand politics, we don't think about it. It's good if we are businessmen making money, don't have too much to do with politics." As for Lu Zhengrong, can you figure out a way to get in touch? It's best to talk to him. Du Peng nodded and said, "Okay, I do know someone on the Municipal Party Committee, so I can lead a line." "It shouldn't be too late. You can contact me immediately," Ziming said. Du Peng immediately took the phone to contact him. I thought it would be difficult. After all, since the Shenzhou company wanted to rectify itself, it would definitely take measures. However, he didn't expect the Municipal Party Committee to contact him soon, saying that Lu Zhengrong was free. They can go directly to the Municipal Party Committee to find him. Ziming and Du Peng looked at each other. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they contacted someone and he promised to see himself, and he couldn't let go of this opportunity. So Ziming and Du Peng immediately set off to drive to the Municipal Party Committee. When they arrived at the Municipal Party Committee, Lu Zhengrong's secretary told him that there was a meeting to be held and asked them to go to the reception room for a while. Ziming and Du Peng had to wait in the reception room. What they didn't expect was that they were waiting all afternoon. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Du Peng looked up at the wall clock on the wall, and once again said impatiently, Ziming, do you think Secretary Lu is playing tricks on us? We have all been here waiting for him for 3 hours. I've never seen a meeting held for so long in the afternoon. If it was the beginning, Ziming would advise Du Peng not to worry, but now Ziming also feels something wrong. Ziming thought for a while and said, why don't we go to him directly? Du Peng's temper was already fierce. Hearing what Ziming said, he of course agreed. Then Ziming and Du Peng walked out of the reception room and went directly to Lu Zhengrong's office, only to see Lu Zhengrong just walking out of the office. Hello, Secretary Lu, have you finished the meeting? Ziming asked. Lu Zhengrong didn't know Ziming and Du Peng. He only knew who they were after being introduced by the secretary next to him. Lu Zhengrong glanced at them lightly and said something that made Du Peng want to go violently. So it's you? Why haven't you left yet? Chapter 104. What if I open a business? Lu Zhengrong's words are very annoying, because his words can be understood as deliberately leaving them waiting in the reception room, and deliberately leaving them there. If this is another person, Du Peng is afraid that he will turn his face soon, but considering Lu Zhengrong's status as the deputy secretary of the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee, even Du Peng would not dare to make a mistake. Ziming and Du Peng could only endure it, and then Ziming said to Lu Zhengrong, hello, Secretary Lu, this is the case. I packaged a Tostry building on Dongman Commercial Street through the State-Owned Assets Office, but just now, the Municipal Party Committee Director Yao from the Comprehensive Public Security Office took people to seal up the Tostry facades that I had wrapped up. It was my order, Lu Zhengrong admitted generously, and he said to Ziming, I know you have been to Hong Kong City, but ours here is different from Hong Kong City. You should not hide the dirt in Hong Kong City, brought to us by the decadent place. You must also remember that you are a red child growing up under the banner of the party. You should be proud of your motherland and put away your thoughts of admiring foreigners and foreigners. These reprimands of Lu Zhengrong sounded unreasonable to Ziming. Ziming said, Secretary Lu, ours is just a legitimate entertainment place, not a place to hide dirt, let alone promote depraved capitalism. We have gone through the Public Security Bureau and Industry and Commerce have filed for the record. But you haven't reviewed it at the Municipal Party Committee. Lu Zhengrong reminded, this is the case. You put this project away, I will still have it, and I will talk about this later. After speaking, Lu Zhengrong lifted his leg and left. Ziming hurried to follow up and said, Secretary Lu, can you tell me what is wrong in our place? We can correct it, or I can put us in the city. The filing materials from the government are here for you. All right, then you go back and prepare the materials. I will look at them when I have time. Lu Zhengrong said. Can Secretary Lu give me an accurate time? Ziming asked. I said, I will watch it when I have time. Lu Zhengrong still said this. Then Secretary Lu can give me a rough time, so he'll be prepared. Ziming continued to ask. Ziming's words made Lu Zhengrong a little impatient. I said, why you are not finished, little comrade? This is the Municipal Party Committee building, not the vegetable market. Please also understand your own identity and don't mess around here. Secretary Lu, please forgive me if there is any improper language in my words, but I didn't mess around, I just want the premises I run to open as soon as possible. Ziming tried to make the final salvation, but Lu Zhengrong obviously didn't appreciate it. Enough, you little comrade really doesn't know good or bad. I have already told you that there is a problem with your song and dance hall, which is the kind of corruption in foreign countries. His ideology is wrong. If you mess around here again, I will call the police and arrest you immediately. Looking at Lu Zhengrong's expression, Ziming understood that his last efforts were in vain, so he sighed and asked, Secretary Lu, what benefits have you given you over there? Are you going to help them like this? Ziming's question stunned Du Peng and Lu Zhengrong's secretaries at the time. No one thought that Ziming would dare to talk to a deputy secretary of the Municipal Party Committee like this. Is he fainted? Lu Zhengrong's eyes widened when he heard this. What are you talking about? Do you know what you are talking about? Do you know the consequences of what you say? Of course I know what I'm talking about, but Secretary Lu, you may not know what you are doing. There are some things I shouldn't say, but I can't say it now. Secretary Lu, you'd better not intervene in some things. It's nothing to you. Good, Ziming said. If Ziming's words just surprised Du Peng and Lu Zhengrong's secretaries before, then Ziming's words directly short-circuited their heads. Du Peng is better. Lu Zhengrong's secretary is completely stupid. He has worked for the municipal party committee for 4 years and has been with Lu Zhengrong for 2 years. With the development of Nanjing, he has also seen many people inside and outside the agency. However, he has never seen a person like Ziming. He clearly doesn't have any status, but he dared to talk to Lu Zhengrong in such a tone. What is he thinking? You must know that for the leader, these words are no different from slapping him in the face, especially now that you are still asking for him. Are your brains broken? Of course Ziming's mind is very clear, but he has his own plan. Lu Zhengrong was trembling with Ziming's remarks. He pointed at Ziming and said, "It's too arrogant and lawless. I tell you, as long as I am here for 1 day, your dance hall will not open." Really? What if I open a business? Ziming asked Lu Zhengrong deliberately. This question made Lu Zhengrong so angry that he no longer knew how to answer. As the deputy secretary of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee, he held political and legal powers in his hand. The Municipal Party Committee Standing Committee ranked 3rd. He should have been high in Nanjing City. Even the Municipal Party Committee Secretary saw himself. It's the one who wants to give face, but now what he has in front of him is nothing but a background. A broken businessman who has no vision, dare to talk to himself like this, and ask if he starts a business. Your place is closed by the Comprehensive Public Security Office, which is under my control. Isn't it an idiot if you ask this question? Originally, if you could beg yourself for a while in a low voice, maybe it would be good if you were happy to seal you up for a month. Anyway, I was meant to give others a favor, so there is no need to offend a person to death. But now you have such a tone of voice. There is no discussion. If your venue can still open in this way, should I, the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee, do it? Lu Zhengrong was so angry that he couldn't get angry anymore, and finally laughed out. Okay, I'm waiting to see how you start business. I'm not afraid to tell you, without my approval, even the secretary of the municipal party committee would not dare to nod his head. Ziming also happily patted Du Peng on the shoulder regardless of Lu Zhengrong, and turned to leave with Du Peng. Du Peng followed Ziming out of the municipal party committee building in a daze, before asking Ziming, "That's how we left Ziming? Don't talk to Secretary Lu anymore." Just now you saw the appearance of Secretary Lu. It is impossible to make sense at all, Ziming said. But I don't think he is particularly resolute. How to say he is also the 3rd in command of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee at any rate. It is impossible to smash with us for this matter. As long as we talk more, there is still a chance. Du Peng analyzed. Ziming nodded and said, "There is indeed an opportunity. But how long is this opportunity? I think it will be at least half a month or more. If the relationship between him and there is better, it is possible to block us for more than a month. Do you think we begging him for nothing? Is it interesting in exchange for this result? But if that's the case, we won't have any leeway with him anymore." Du Peng said. "Don't worry, since I dared to talk to him like this today, I have a way to ask him to unblock it. Although I didn't intend to use that way," Ziming said. In the afternoon, Ziming went to pick Tang Ran from get off work and had dinner together in the evening. This is already Ziming's living habit on the Nanjing side. Today, Ziming chose Tang Ran's favorite Western restaurant. After dinner, Ziming accompanied Tang Ran for a walk in the park. Tang Ran asked Ziming, "Ziming, you seem to be a little absent-minded from the beginning of the meal. Are you okay?" Ziming smiled at Tang Ran and said, "It's nothing, just a little distracted." Tang Ran pursed his mouth in dissatisfaction and said, "Brother Ming, don't lie to me. I have heard from the people of the unit. Today, the Tostri facade opposite the Dongman shopping mall was sealed by the public security. I remember that, Brother Ming, you and me, as I said, you are going to open a KTV and dance hall. Isn't the address chosen here? Now it's been blocked by the public security. Isn't your brother Ming's efforts in vain? And you opened the shop through proper procedures. and there's no violation of the law. Why do they want to seal it up? Ziming rubbed Tang Ran's little head and said, don't guess. It's not for illegal reasons. It's not a police officer who came to the seizure. It's a member of the municipal party committee. It's okay. Municipal party committee? Tang Ran asked with a pair of beautiful big eyes unclearly. Why did the municipal party committee seal up your store, Brother Ming? How can they have this power? Whether they have power or what power, you and I can't count it. Ziming saw what Tang Ran wanted to say, and then said, okay, don't think about it. Du Peng and I went there in the afternoon. The municipal party committee found the leader in charge of this matter. Tang Ran nodded, and Ziming laughed at her like this. Why are you doing this? It's not that your store has been closed. I'm not sorry. What are you worried about? I'm just worrying about Brother Ming. Tang Ran said and lowered his head. To blame. I have no abilities. I was a rural girl before coming to Nanjing and I didn't read any books. Now I can't help Brother Ming. You are busy. What's the silly girl talking about? You helped me apply for the visa and passport to Hong Kong City. It would be my greatest help. If I did the procedure without your help, a political review alone might require me. I'm old. If it delays my time to make money, then I have nowhere to regret it. So if you say that the one who helped me the most, of course you are definitely the first one, Ziming said. Tang Ran looked up at Ziming hopefully. Really? But Sister Mu King can help you manage a big company. Everyone has a different division of labor. You are you and she is her. You are mine. And you will never become Mu King. Will you? Ziming enlightened Tang Ran. After listening to Ziming's words, Tang Ran nodded happily. Ziming looked at Tang Ran with a smile, and was about to praise Tang Ran for being good. But at this moment, a sudden yell came into his ears, causing both Ziming and Tang Ran to be stunned. Ziming and Tang Ran, you looked at me and I looked at you. They all seemed to suspect that they had heard the wrong thing. But immediately after that, another same voice came. Tang Ran nervously said to Ziming, Brother Ming, isn't it? Someone is in danger. Let's go and see. Compared to Tang Ran, Ziming seemed to hear the meaning behind the shout. He had no time to think about why there are such open people in this era. He hurriedly said to Tang Ran first, no, of course, we don't have to go. That's it. But Tang Ran didn't care at all. So he took Ziming's hand. Brother Ming, go and see. If it is really dangerous, we will run right away. Chapter 105. The men and women behind the rockery. Ziming was dragged by Tang Ran towards a small forest. As the distance got closer, the voice could be heard more and more clearly. With so many years of experience in watching movies in Ziming's previous life, he could immediately judge coming out. This is a pair of men and women doing some shy things. In fact, Tang Ran couldn't move with Ziming's strength, but Ziming himself wanted to see who dared to be so unrestrained in this conservative age. So Ziming was pulled by Tang Ran because of his lack of willpower. Coming. Brother Ming, that woman seems to be very painful. Isn't something really going on? Should we call the police? Tang Ran asked Ziming back. Ziming really didn't know how to answer Tang Ran's question. If it's a woman like Lin Muking or Kong Xialin, Ziming should be able to guess it without explaining it, and if it's Su Han, Ziming can also explain it to her. But that's right. Tang Ran, this girl is so cute and innocent, making Ziming feel that he and her explain this is a crime. After thinking for a while, Ziming still said to Tang Ran, Ran, let's not go there anymore. Why? Tang Ran asked with a pair of innocent eyes open. Ziming had a headache and didn't know how to explain it to her, so he heard another sentence coming from there. Ziming, you. This sentence made both Ziming and Tang Ran stunned. Although neither of them were paying attention there, and the words were intermittently unintelligible, they still heard clearly when they mentioned Ziming. Brother Ming, why are you still talking about you over there? Tang Ran asked. Ziming shook his head and said, I don't know. Why don't we go over and take a look? But you hold me tight and don't make any noise, you know. Tang Ran nodded heavily, and then Ziming took her little hand and walked slowly over there. Ziming was a little nervous and looking forward to it. It was like getting a seed from the internet in his previous life, and finally downloading it to prepare. It feels the same when opened. They came to a small rockery, judging from the sound. The man and woman were behind the rockery. Ziming and Tang Ran stretched their heads and looked at them. Although the light in the small woods of the park is very dim, they can still vaguely see some red-faced things through the moonlight that shines through the dense forest, and they give out some bloody spirits. Zhang's yelling is the voice that Ziming and Tang Ran heard just now. Tang Ran is simple but not an idiot. Of course she understood what she was doing, and immediately flushed with shame. She wanted to shout, but Ziming had already prepared to cover her mouth. Tang Ran also understood that he could not speak loudly. It was really bad for someone to see them here. Tang Ran said shyly and anxiously, "Brother Ming, what are they doing like this? Do it here. Do this. Things are too shameless. I didn't expect someone to do this in the park." Ziming said helplessly. He really didn't expect it. After all, even after more than 20 years of incomparable openness, there are still a few who dare to do so, let alone being so conservative now. I should really listen to Brother Ming. Don't come over. You should leave earlier. Now. Oh, I'm so ashamed, Tang Ran said. Ziming smiled slightly at this, and was about to say something, when he heard a voice coming from there again. Ziming, I am stubborn. Your uncle. You bastard. You are arrogant. You show me arrogant. I'll do it. Damn you. This made Ziming stunned. Why can he lie down with a gun? But this voice seems familiar. Brother Ming, isn't this Zhu's voice? Tang Ran whispered. Ziming nodded, and he heard this voice too. Unexpectedly, this guy actually has this habit of fighting in the field, and he is still cursing himself on a woman's belly. He is also a strange flower. If you slow down, you will ruin it. Suddenly the woman also spoke, sounding a bit painful, but at this time it was more able to arouse the man's sex. Sure enough, the woman's voice only fell, and I heard Zhu say, "Slow, you mother. You are a bitch, just like Tang Ran's bitch. You are a bitch. I can fuck you whatever I want. Sooner or later, I will too. I want that bitch Tang Ran to kneel in front of Lao Tzu and obediently poke up her ass for Lao Tzu. Damn it. If you scold Lao Tzu, why don't you even dare to take it with you, and watch Lao Tzu not rush out to scare you down?" Ziming was angry at the time, but the next woman said a word, but Ziming's pace of rushing out came to a halt. Okay, how did the boss explain to you? I'm doing it. Don't ask if this is good or not when I'm doing you, Zhu said dissatisfied. Which of the things the boss told me did not do well? The goods have already arrived, and they are all pure. I have released them. It's on the Sanyu inside. As long as the song and dance hall is opened, it can be sold. Then be careful. Don't be discovered by the police. This is going to be shot, and the boss won't protect you. The woman said again. Fuck. Zhu yelled, can you fucking stop shooting me? What should I do if I frighten me? No one makes you cool. The woman didn't care. If you are frustrated, you will be frustrated. It's my ass. Damn, women are really vicious. Come and let Lao Tzu kiss one. Zhu leaned down and kissed the lips of the woman below. The woman below him responded enthusiastically, and suddenly remembered a peculiar sigh. But at this time Ziming didn't have the mind to feel the fragrant scenes over there, because from their conversation just now, Ziming could guess that this woman should be a gift from the boss to Zhu, in order to let Zhu help him. He works. Of course, if it's just ordinary things, of course it wouldn't be the case, but listening to them seems to be caught offending the law and want to be shot. Since it is a life-threatening job, it makes sense to give such a benefit. But what exactly is that product? Ziming didn't have a clue at all. He wanted to continue listening, but later Zhu didn't seem to want to talk about it at this time. After a fierce kiss to the woman under him, he straightened up, pressing the woman's leg with one hand. He squeezed the woman's chest hard, and stood up recklessly, yelling at the same time, "Mother, bitch, you are all bitches, bastards, I will kill you." The woman below was obviously painful by Zhu, and she cursed, "Your uncle, be gentle, I'm going to be ruined by you." Unexpectedly, the two men reached the peak amidst this rising yelling, and then everything fell silent, leaving only a heavy gasp by, "Are these two men perverted? I won't say more about useful things." Ziming cursed secretly in his heart. Ziming calmed down, but suddenly realized that there was heat in his chest. Ziming looked down and saw that Tang Ran was burying his head in front of his chest. What he felt was her red-hot little girl face. Ziming then secretly scolded himself for being careless. He had listened too seriously and forgot that Tang Ran was also here. He read it all over Tokyo and countless cold. Of course, eavesdropping on this is not a big problem, but Tang Ran is in this age, a very conservative and shy girl. How can she compare with herself? I'm afraid she also heard the words over there, so she resisted the shyness and didn't dare to disturb herself. What a fool! Ziming touched her little head lovingly, and said to her, "Okay, let's go. Ignore the two perverts over there." Tang Ran nodded, not daring to look up at Ziming, but at this moment, Zihu suddenly heard a voice. "Get up. I put on clothes." This was the woman's voice. "Going to leave? Hold on for a while. I want to do it again." Zihu obviously didn't want to end like this. But the woman didn't have the interest to come again. "The boss has something to do with me. You will call me again in the future. Also, don't come here anymore." This is ad. What if someone else sees it? Zihu couldn't do anything about it. "Are you still afraid of letting others see it?" Then Ziming heard the sound of dressing on the clothes, and then they walked towards the rockery. Tang Ran raised his head and asked Ziming anxiously, "Brother Ming and the others are here. What shall we do?" Ziming was also very anxious at this time. Although it was a small forest and the light was very dark, it was so quiet, and the two of them would definitely be found if they left. Although there was nothing wrong with him, the key point was that Tang Ran was still unmarried. Huang Wei girl, her reputation is completely ruined. As the footsteps over there got closer, Ziming was really helpless, so he held up Tang Ran's pretty face and kissed Tang Ran's pink lips. The four lips touched. Tang Ran's eyes widened for the first time, but then she also thought that Ziming used this method to block her. "The light here is so dark that Zihu and the others can't find out who it is. It will be fine when they leave." With this thought, Tang Ran also cooperated to kiss Ziming. At this time, Zihu and the woman walked around the rockery and saw Ziming and Tang Ran who were close together. Zihu called out, "Oh, I didn't expect there to be a pair here." Seeing that, "I just said that." "That's cool." The woman did not speak Langing soon. Ziming minded the urgent, pressing his voice angrily. "Get out of here." Zihu laughed and said, "Okay brother, you can enjoy it slowly, I'll leave first." Talking about Zihu and the woman, they left this small forest. After they left, Ziming was relieved. At this time, Tang Ran's cowardly voice sounded, "Brother Ming, you're so sad." Ziming discovered the problem awkwardly. Ziming hurriedly stepped back and explained to her. Natural reaction. The two were embarrassed for a while, and Tang Ran suddenly burst into tears without knowing what he thought of. "I'm sorry, Brother Ming, but I saw them doing that thing here today, and I was seen here with Brother Ming." "Of course, bad woman." Ziming was surprised by Tang Ran's words. He hurriedly comforted Tang Ran. "There is no such thing. Of course, she is the purest girl in the world." "Really?" Tang Ran asked, looking at Ziming hopefully. Ziming nodded affirmatively. "Of course it is true." Chapter 106 Speaking by Name? In the morning, an Audi car drove into the municipal party committee compound. Ziming parked the car in the parking lot and walked towards the municipal party committee building with Du Peng. Looking up at the magnificent municipal party committee building, Du Peng looked a little nervous. He asked Ziming, "Are you sure you want to do this, Ziming? Wouldn't it be bad?" "I don't think it is too good, but we have no other choice," Ziming said. "I said Du Shai, you are not afraid, right?" Du Peng became unhappy when he heard these words, and suddenly he was very strong. "How is it possible?" "That's it. Since we want to play let's play with them," Ziming said. "Well, don't think about it. The conference call will start soon. I can't be late." Ziming raised his leg and walked towards the building. Today is the day when the central leader Yang Lao held a conference call. As the person who named Yang Lao to attend the meeting, Ziming must come. At the main entrance of the Municipal Party Committee building, Mayor Chen Yunfei's secretary was here to pick up Ziming. He was a little surprised to see Du Peng, who came with him. Ziming explained to him, "This guy can't sit still. He has to come to the Municipal Party Committee and wait for first hand." The news came with me and asked Secretary Peng to help arrange it. Secretary Peng smiled and nodded and said, "Okay, Du Xiao will go to the reception room and watch TV for a while. Advisor Zhu, Mayor Chen wants you to go directly to him." Then Ziming and Du Peng followed Secretary Peng into the building, first sent Du Peng to the reception room of the Municipal Party Committee, and then took Ziming to the lounge next to the meeting room, where Chen Yunfei was waiting. Pushing open the door, Ziming walked into the lounge and saw a circle of old cadres waiting here. All Nanjing Municipal Party Committee officials focused on Ziming, including the Municipal Party Committee Secretary Luke Sun. To them, although we all know that there is a young man named by Mr. Yang who is going to attend the meeting, when he really sees Ziming, he will inevitably be surprised. Ziming had a good relationship with Mayor Chen Yunfei here. Ziming walked directly towards him, but when he passed by the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee Lu Zhengrong, Ziming greeted him specially. This made Lu Zhengrong stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect Ziming to greet him on his own initiative, and he just snorted and ignored Ziming. Ziming didn't care about it himself. He hadn't planned to talk more with this person. Ziming came to sit down on the empty sofa next to Chen Yunfei. Chen Yunfei looked at Ziming and then at Lu Zhengrong. He said to Ziming, "I know that a lot of things have happened on your side recently, but today's meeting is Mr. Yang hosting the convening. You should also understand what Lao Yang's identity is. What level of conference is this conference call today? You must speak with a sense of measure. And you must not speak nonsense, you know." Ziming understood that the reason why Chen Yunfei told him this way was because he was afraid that he would bring the emotions with Lu Zhengrong to the meeting. If Mr. Yang was upset, everyone would be guilty today. "Mayor Chen, don't worry, I have a sense of measure," Ziming said. Hearing what Ziming said, Chen Yunfei could only nod his head, and then Chen Yunfei told Ziming some precautions. After a while, the Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee came to inform the conference room that it was ready and that he had been with Yanjing. When the phone is connected, the meeting can start at any time. Municipal Party Committee Secretary Luke Sun nodded and said, "Comrades, as a national leader, Mr. Yang is still so concerned about the construction of our Nanjing, so today we must show the best mental outlook to give back to the country." After Luke Sun finished speaking, he got up and walked out of the lounge. The Mayor Chen Yunfei followed him. Although Ziming had never been in officialdom, he also understood that some ranks in officialdom are very particular, even if he is Yang Login. The person who clicked to their meeting was no match for the officialdom system. With so many city party committee officials here, he could only be the last one to go out. Lu Zhengrong glanced at Ziming before going out, his eyes full of disdain. Ziming followed all the Municipal Party Committee officials into the conference room and sat in the rearmost position. The phone was already connected, and the Municipal Party Committee Secretary Luke Sun signaled everyone not to speak. It was the first time for Ziming to participate in a conference call of this level. After sitting down, he looked around curiously and found that it was no different from the conference call he saw later. A phone was placed in the chair of the conference, connected to the broadcast in the conference room. In front of the Municipal Party Secretary Luke Sun and the Mayor Chen Yunfei, a small microphone was placed respectively, and the microphone was also connected to the phone. This was a symbol of status. Obviously, in this conference room, they were both out of the room. Dialogue. The strict hierarchy of officialdom can be seen from this. After a while, there was a little noise on the phone, and then a voice with a local accent came out. "Hello, comrades in Nanjing, I have kept you waiting for a long time." Hearing this voice, Ziming felt a little upsurge. After all, this is the true leadership core of the central government. In his previous life, he could only hear his voice on TV and various materials, but this time he was on the phone. I can hear his voice in real time. Even with Ziming 2's 50 years of experience, I am still very excited. I just don't know if Yang Lao appointed himself to the meeting, and whether he would have the opportunity to talk to the country's leaders. What? When Ziming was thinking about it, Luxan, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, said, Yang is always a national leader with busy affairs, so we should wait. That can't be said. Nanjian, as the bridgehead of our reform and opening up, has a lot of things. It's not good to delay the time of comrades. Mr. Yang said over there, okay, don't do this nonsense. Let's talk more about it. Let's get straight to the topic. You all know the topic of today's meeting. So, Comrade Luke-san, you can talk about the development of Nanjiang some time ago. Okay, Mr. Yang. Luke-san took out a notebook and opened the script. Old Yang, Nanjiang held a land auction some time ago. However, due to insufficient pre-preparation work and some malicious people with ulterior motives hoarding the land, this led to the auctioned land was artificially increased in price and no development was carried out. This practice violated the original intention of the housing reform. Later, the Nanjiang Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government followed the general policy of solving economic problems set by Yang Lao by using economic means from the bank. Starting with the system and using the method of card owner market funds, this land speculation boom was successfully ended. In this matter, the Nanjiang Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government have worked together. I think this matter is a wake-up call for us. We must deeply understand the risks of speculation that always exist in the market economy, and resolutely fight against those speculators who are ill-intentioned. In the end, Luxan briefly described the previous land speculation in Nanjiang. Yang Dingo on the phone said after listening, yes, the planned economy in the past locked the market, but it also locked the wealth of the people. That was the time. It is determined by the national conditions. Now that we want to carry out reform and opening up and make the people rich, we really have to face many problems of this kind. Yang Dingo paused for a while and then said, this land speculation is in principle an unexpected economic problem, but in fact it is also an administrative problem. After all, this is due to our comrades not thinking too much, not comprehensive enough. Yang Dingo said, if our comrades can think more often, if our comrades can do a few more preparations in advance, we will. If the laws and regulations can be formulated more perfect, then these speculators with ulterior motives will have no loopholes to exploit. Yes, Mr. Yang, on behalf of all the comrades of the Nanjiang Municipal Party Committee and Government, I will review with you. Luxan said. Yang Dingo said, reviews are not just lip service. Nanjiang is also the window of our reform and opening up. The people of the whole country are watching you. You should review it with the people of the whole country. What you need to do in the future is certain. We must prevent the continued occurrence of such things and set a banner for reform and opening up across the country. Yes, Mr. Yang, I must learn from it and resolutely prevent other such incidents from happening. Luxan said. Yang Dingo gave an utterance, and he asked Chen Yunfei again. Comrade Yunfei is the mayor of Nanjiang and a good economic player. I don't know what Comrade Yunfei has on this matter. Chen Yunfei replied, Lao Yang, I think the biggest gain of our municipal party committee and government in this land speculation is that we have learned to use financial means to realize the method of regulating the market without administrative means through the banking system. Yang Dingo sighed with emotion. Yes, banks. Originally, banks were supposed to be an important unit for managing people's wealth to achieve an even distribution of people's wealth. However, he did not expect that in this land speculation, they would become some speculators for profit means. Chen Yunfei said to Yang Dingo, Lao Yang, I have already passed the ditch with the provincial guild. The provincial guild will investigate this incident and will impose corresponding penalties on some responsible persons. Yang Dingyuan was non-committal, and he asked again, I heard that this time the land speculation can be resolved smoothly. A young comrade named Zhu Ming has contributed a lot. Is he here now? When this question was raised, all eyes in the conference room immediately focused on Zhu Ming. They were surprised and unbelievable. For these municipal party committee officials, they only thought that Yang Lao naming Zhu Ming to attend the meeting was just a matter of coming and going. Unexpectedly, Mr. Yang called him to speak, and he was still ranked behind the secretary of the municipal party committee and the mayor. What's the situation? How many people are jealous of Ziming? You must know that Nanjing is a special economic zone appointed by Liao. This is not the first time such a conference call has been held. However, the only people who were qualified to talk to Liao were the secretary of the municipal party committee, just 2 people with the mayor. The others are here as listeners. Why did Ziming come here for the first time today? And he was just a temporary appointed development consultant, so he was called by Yang Lao to speak. This unscientific. Chapter 107. This guy is crazy. Bow. Thank you Wang brother for the monthly ticket support. Facing the gazes from all the municipal party committee officials from all directions, Ziming was also a little stunned. Because let alone these officials, even Ziming himself did not expect that Yang Laohui would call him so early to speak. After all, there are still so many municipal party committee officials here. I am just a development consultant without any official status. How can I not be ranked at this time? If you change someone to their meeting, you will be queued to make a supplementary speech at the end. But Lao Yang is Lao Yang. As the chief director who opened the curtain of reform and opening up the country's actual core leadership, his character it is not restricted by the general rules of officialdom. In this conference call, he can let whoever speaks by name. Ziming is not a person who will suffer from gains and losses, and now that Mr. Yang is calling himself to speak, it can be seen that he values himself very much. So he has a better chance for his previous plans. I just want to return, but this is the first time I have to have a direct dialogue with the national leader. Especially this national leader is not someone else. He is the second-generation leadership core Yang Dingo and Yang Lao who brought the whole country from poverty to prosperity. For those who grew up in the years, his influence in people's hearts even surpassed that of the original founding leader, which made Ziming feel nervous and excited. At this time, the Secretary General of Nanjing Municipal Party Committee brought a small microphone for Ziming. Ziming thanked him, and then slowly exhaled, calmed down, and said in a calm tone as possible, "Hello, Mr. Yang, this is Ziming." A voice soon came from the phone, "Little comrade Ziming, hello. I heard that you are responsible for solving the land speculation in Nanjing City this time. You have credit for it. Old Yang, you passed the award. This is the bounden duty of every Chinese son and daughter who grew up under the red flag, and I am just a blind cat and a dead mouse. Because I am a businessman, I think if I am also speculating in terms of local area, what would I fear most? So I can come up with a way to resolve the turmoil on the Cardona's bank's capital chain," Ziming said. After listening to Ziming's words, Yang Dingo said with emotion, "Yes, our comrades lack the ability to think in this way. So what do you think of the land speculation in Nanjing City?" "I think this land speculation storm is definitely a good thing if you look at the overall situation," Ziming said. Yang Dingo asked curiously, "What do you say?" "Because I think land speculation is an inevitable experience of the country after the country has liberalized land trading," Ziming said. "I have been in Hong Kong City for a period of time. There have been many land speculation incidents during the development stage, and even not long ago before the Hong Kong City stock market crash broke out. The major consortia in Hong Kong City were buying land and hoarding land for speculation. It can be said that the reason why the housing prices in Hong Kong City remain high is to a certain extent, and it is difficult to restrain the behavior of land speculation. It's very relevant." Speaking of this, Ziming paused, and then continued, "Hong Kong City is already a highly developed city. Since land speculation is unavoidable even over there, it is naturally unavoidable in our country. I think it is an economic necessity. Then it will definitely happen, and it will happen in the current experimental stage, so that we can prepare early and have countermeasures. It is better than such incidents after the land is released nationwide in the future," Ziming said. "Yes, early detection, early treatment, and early preparation. This is the meaning of the pilot. Otherwise, if nothing happens and everything goes smoothly, then the true meaning of the pilot will be lost. Yang Dingo then changed the conversation and asked Ziming, I heard that you were also responsible for communicating with the bank this time. I'm curious how you convinced that side. In fact, there is no special way. I just tell them the facts and reason, tell them the harm of speculating land, and tell them that even according to the current laws and regulations, they will be punished by the law, and they will listen to me. Ziming's answer was a bit embarrassing. After all, the country leader was on the phone, so he couldn't really use the MLM brainwashing practice, right? Yang Dingo naturally heard Ziming's overtones. He laughed and skipped the topic directly. I heard that you made a lot of money from the stock market in Hong Kong, right? Yes, Mr. Yang, I made a lot of money by forecasting Hong Kong stock index futures through a futures company, but that is strictly a speculation. Ziming's words are definitely from the sincerity, because if he is not reborn, then no matter how genius he is, under the premise that the global economic situation is very good, he must use all his belongings to bet on this inexplicable stock market disaster. It is also impossible, so there is nothing wrong with saying that this is a speculation, but this speculation is an opportunity that cannot be imitated. Yang Dingo said, this is the charm of the market economy. If the economy is not viable, how can some people get rich first? Comrade Ziming, I think it's time for you to invest well. Listening to Yang Dingo's praise, not only did not make Ziming happy, but it made his heart tense, because Ziming smelled something. Then Yang Dingo said, you can make so much money on the Hong Kong stock market, so it seems that Comrade Ziming, you are also very researched on the stock market. Comrade Ziming, you should also know that you are in Nanjing. Nanjing is also preparing to establish our country's own stock market, and many companies are also beginning to reform their shareholding system. I wonder if you have any opinion on this? It is as expected. When Ziming heard Yang Dingo mention his deeds on the Hong Kong stock market, Ziming felt that he would ask himself relevant questions. It's just that this question is very difficult to answer. Yang Dingo also understood Ziming's concerns, and then added, little Comrade Ziming, don't have any ideological baggage. We are crossing the river by feeling the stones. Everything is starting from scratch. It must be brainstorming. Ziming let out a long sigh, and then said, La Yang, I think that our country is now engaged in the securities market and we are a little hasty. Ziming finished speaking, and immediately caused everyone on the scene to breathe in air conditioning unconsciously. Arrogant. This is the same thought of everyone at the scene. They all stared at Ziming with widened eyes. In their opinion, Ziming's words were no different from looking for death. You know, whether it is the shareholding system reform or the preparations for the establishment of the securities market, Mr. Yang promoted the establishment behind his back. Mr. Yang also talked to them privately, thinking that the securities market will be an important pillar of the domestic economy in the future. But now you Ziming, it is too hasty to question the preparations of the securities market in person. Are you not slap Yang Lao in the face, questioning La Yang's decision? What status is Mr. Yang? The central leader, the pillar of the entire country. And what is your status, Ziming? Did you think that Ziming really thought that Mr. Yang had been polite with you before and asked you some questions, and you would really be invincible? I don't know how high the sky is. On the other side of the phone, Mr. Yang was silent. This made everyone's heart suddenly lifted. They were afraid that the old man would be offended. If he dropped the phone and left by then, Yu Ziming patted his butt and left. These people are about to endure anger from the central leadership. La Yang didn't know how long he was silent. After a long time, La Yang asked Ziming, where do you think it was too hasty? Hearing Mr. Yang speak again, it made people breathe, but they still didn't dare to be completely relieved. Everyone, including the mayor Chen Yanfei, was desperately winking at Ziming to make him better. Answer, don't anger Mr. Yang anymore. But Ziming seems to have not seen it, as if he replied with a stick, whether it is the reform of the shareholding system or the preparation of the securities market, they are all taking the capitalist path back. Ziming's words are like a blockbuster, making everyone feel their brains exploded. This guy, How dare he say that? Doesn't he understand that this statement is still a taboo in the current environment, even in front of Mr. Yang? This can no longer be described as young and ignorant or young and frivolous. He is completely a madman without any ideas. Ziming looked around and saw everyone looking at him anxiously. It is not difficult for Ziming to imagine that these people would definitely want to come over and take their microphones and cover their mouths, so that they would stop talking nonsense. Ziming didn't care about this. He went on to say, Lao Yang, the financial market is a Pandora's box, which contains all the evils of capitalism. I have seen how many people sold because of the stock market during the Hong Kong stock market crash. There are countless children and girls who committed suicide by jumping off the building. But there are more people who hope to get rich overnight like me, rushing to enter the financial market. But the results are very bad. Lao Yang, I have no other meaning when I say this. And I am not even questioning that we cannot engage in privatization. It's just that without any capitalist series of laws and regulations, how do we engage in the stock market? Let's take the most basic. Say, do we have a company law, securities law, accounting law, contract law, trading law? Is there a corresponding supervisory authority? How can we ensure that our securities market conduct fair, just and open transactions? If someone is like this land speculation, what should we do if we manipulate the market maliciously? Ziming said, this is something we can't help but consider. I felt a lot in Hong Kong City, compared with ours. The securities market has matured over there, and there are still these things. If we do not have these preparations, if we rush into the securities market, we can only take advantage of the loopholes for the speculators and let the hard-earned money of the common people make wedding dresses for these speculators. Ziming's tone was low and deep, but listening to the ears of other people nearby made them frightened, and their hearts were picked up bit by bit along with Ziming's words. Crazy. This guy is absolutely crazy. Everyone thought this in their hearts, but at the same time, they were all waiting for what Old Yang said. Old Yang. What would he say? Chapter 108 I want to sue First Order? The first chapter is on the shelves. Please First Order bow and thank Unrequited Love Interpretation for your support and monthly ticket support. Mr. Yang fell into silence once again, and I am afraid Mr. Yang did not have any preparation for these questions raised by Ziming. Here, Ziming, who is the focus of attention in the conference room, has a calm complexion and looks indifferent, but in fact he is also very nervous at this time. After all, the person on the other end of the phone is Yang Lao, the most famous since the founding of the country. One of the leaders of the country. Ziming is not really heartless. How could he still feel nothing after saying this? The entire conference room was deadly silent, and the air seemed to freeze. Everyone felt as if the sweat on their body was blowing out, as if they were uncontrollable. There were also sweat beads on the tip of Ziming's nose, but he did not wipe it. Still waiting for Old Yang's answer over the phone. A few minutes seemed to be as long as centuries. Just as these people in the conference room were about to collapse, Mr. Yang finally spoke out. He sighed and said, "You raised these questions quite well." "We did." It was a bit hastily. Elder Yang finally spoke. It made everyone breathe out, but as they breathed out, their eyes widened. They all looked at Ziming incredibly, just because Old Yang actually agreed with him. Thoughts? What's going on? The central government's most authoritative revolutionist in the reform and opening up of the market economy has actually accepted the lesson of an unknown junior in this way. It is indeed a bit aggressive to build a market without the support of corresponding laws and regulations. But Comrade Ziming, you must know that our country is too poor and lags far behind the world. We must catch up. If wait until everything is figured out, or the rules and regulations have been worked out before doing it, the opportunity has long been missed. Old Yang said. Like everyone else, Ziming was relieved when he heard Yang Lao speak, but he couldn't really relax. Ziming listened to Yang Lao's persuasive temptation, and he also understood that this is Yang Lao's consistent style of doing things. No matter what, as long as it feels feasible, do it first. and consider other things while doing it. This is also what Ziming admires most. Ziming remembers that he once read about such a thing. Once a rich Hong Kong businessman wanted to donate $10 million to the country. At that time, the Domestic Reform and Opening Up proposed $10 million to the entire country. It is an astronomical figure. Everyone in various departments of the central government was surprised that no one dared to accept this check, because the rich Hong Kong businessman wanted to keep a restaurant named after his father in the capital. At that time, the reform and opening up had just begun, and most people's thinking and concepts were still in the era of class struggle, thinking that it was shameful to accept a donation from a foreign capitalist. In the end, it was Mr. Yang who spoke. He said, "It doesn't matter if you use his name. Why not? People can also commemorate their contributions. If others disagree, I will write the inscription for him." In this way, this tens of millions of dollars finally flowed into the country, injecting a strong fresh force into the domestic reform and opening up construction. And Yang Lao also broke the old tradition because of his dare-to-act style, bringing this country into a new era. But with admiration, Ziming still had to say some things. "Lao Yang, I very much agree with your style of doing things first. Many times the opportunity is waiting for no one, but if you know the problem now, you still have to. If you don't think about correcting it, there will be a problem." This sentence caused the heartbeats of the others in the conference room that had just calmed down and jumped wildly. Yang Lao just gave him some face. This Ziming is about to slap his nose on the face. Ziming completely ignored the eyes of the people next to him wishing to choke him to shut up, and continued to say to himself, "So Mr. Yang, I think now that I know the problem, I should start plugging the loopholes. I also understand that the formulation of relevant laws and regulations is not a matter of overnight, but at least some temporary policies and regulations or management measures should be introduced first, at least after encountering a crime similar to land speculation. There is a law to follow." "Well, there is a law to follow," Mr. Yang exclaimed happily on the phone. "They all say that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. You little comrades, courage. I think you are bigger than tigers." Listening to Yang Lao's compliment, Ziming laughed embarrassedly. At this time, the other people in the meeting room were relieved again, and laughed at Ziming, as if Ziming was their leader. Mr. Yang went on to say, "You are right. Since we have discovered the problem, we must start to solve the problem. Otherwise, if the problem continues to exist, then this reform will not be a trifle." Comrades Luke Sung and Comrades Chen Yunfei, I think since you want to engage in the securities market in Nanjing, you must first catch these problems, go to Hong Kong City to get foreign experience. First issue some temporary measures and regulations on the securities market, and then set up a related supervisory agency. It is necessary to prevent the recurrence of such evil as land speculation. Both Luke Sung and Chen Yunfei, who were named by Mr. Yang, responded, "Okay, Mr. Yang, we must try to catch this problem." Later Yang Lao said to Ziming, "Comrade Ziming, since you raised this question, and you are now the development consultant of Nanjing City, you must also participate in these regulations." "Okay, Mr. Yang, I am obliged." Ziming immediately changed the conversation, and then said, "But Mr. Yang, these measures are to treat the symptoms rather than the root cause. I think the most prominent problem now should be a problem of concepts. I know that some leading cadres still cling to the old ideas and do not let go." Mr. Yang is such a clever man, he heard it at that time. "Little comrade Ziming, you seem to have something in your words." In the face of Lao Yang, Ziming didn't have any need to go around the corners. He said directly, "Lao Yang is like this. I'm here to sue Lao Yang." "Complaint? What are your complaints?" Old Yang asked curiously. "Lao Yang is like this. I saw that the entertainment life of the people in Nanjing is too scarce, so I packed a Tostry building in Dongban Commercial Street to build a song and dance hall and a KTV where the people can order songs and sing themselves. But I was just preparing for the renovation, and the Comprehensive Public Security Office of the Municipal Party Committee closed my shop on the grounds that I promoted the degenerate culture of capitalism." Ziming paused and then said, I don't understand. Since we are reforming and opening up, we can introduce advanced capitalist development methods. Why should we hold on to this old concept? I just want to enrich the people. How can the entertainment life of the masses become propaganda and decadent culture? I can't figure it out. So today I want to ask you an answer from Mr. Yang. As Ziming's last word fell, there was dead silence in the conference room, and everyone looked at Ziming completely expressionless. The powerful officials of the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee who were able to enter this conference room thought that their chi cultivation skills were already very good, but found that they could not bear it when they opened their small heart with Ziming once. Just in this short span of more than 10 years, within minutes, their mentality was ups and downs like riding a roller coaster. Now that they heard Ziming's words, they suddenly felt that their minds were suddenly out of gear, and they had no idea at all. In addition to shock, they were shocked. However, among all of them, one person had a different expression. This person was Lu Zhengrong, the deputy secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, because even a fool could tell that Ziming's words were accusing him, and they were still in front of old Yang. Listening to Ziming's words, Lu Zhengrong gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, wishing to kill this guy who was talking nonsense in front of old Yang. But now he is in the conference room, and there is old Yang on the other side of the phone. How dare he make trouble? Can glaring at Ziming and pray that this guy will not continue to go crazy. Mr. Yang immediately asked, "There is such a thing?" Comrade Luke-san. Hearing Yang Lao's roll call, Luke-san hurriedly said, "Yang Lao, I am sorry that no one has reported this issue to me, so I am not sure." Mr. Yang thought for a while and asked, "If I remember correctly, Comrade Lu Zhengrong should be in charge of your Nanjian political and legal work." Lu Zhengrong hurriedly asked the Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee to bring the microphone. But before the microphone was delivered to Lu Zhengrong, Ziming said again, "Old Yang, I have another situation here. I don't know whether to say it or not." "There is nothing to say or not to say. You can rest assured that if you have anything to say, I will support you. Don't have any thought baggage." Old Yang cheered Ziming. "Yes, Mr. Yang," Ziming said, "that's it. We businessmen have always attached great importance to information channels. So I found out that just after my store was closed by the Comprehensive Security Office, it was in another place in Dongmen. Another song and dance hall is being renovated and is preparing to open, and it seems that some illegal activities are still being done in it. I suspect there is something tricky in it. Maybe someone bought some party and government officials." Before Ziming could finish, Lu Zhengrong interrupted as soon as he got the microphone. "Fart. Old Yang, don't believe him. He is talking nonsense and maliciously slandering party and government cadres." "Is this Comrade Lu Zhengrong? How is this attitude? As a leading comrade of the party? There is one more basic organizational discipline gone." On the other end of the call, Mr. Yang's tone was quite dissatisfied. Lu Zhengrong also knew that he was too anxious just now, and immediately changed his tone to try to remedy. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, I was too impulsive just now, but Ziming, he was just talking nonsense." He was, because his store was integrated. The Office of Public Security has been sealed off, so he has resentment towards the party and government departments. He came to the meeting today. When you see Mr. Yang, you will deliberately sue him. But Mr. Yang said, "Rights and wrongs are right and wrong, right and wrong. After all things are found out, the truth will be revealed." Comrade Lu Zhengrong, don't think about it. Finally, Mr. Yang said, "Comrade Luke-san, you are the secretary of the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee, so this matter is left to you to implement. If there is no violation of the law in Comrade Ziming's song and dance hall, he must be unblocked as soon as possible. And we also have to work with comrades in the whole party and the city. Our country's economic upgrade is imminent, and we must not let go of the same old concept. In addition, you should also investigate as soon as possible the cases reported by Comrade Ziming. If it is true, then all persons involved in the case will be dealt with seriously and never be merciless." Chapter 109. Bow, thank you Falling Funzi for your support and monthly ticket support. Ziming, I said that your boss actually complained to old Yang on the conference call? Du Peng asked Ziming in a daze. Faced with Du Peng's question, Ziming nodded naturally. He was invited out of the meeting room after Yang Lao's conference call. Ziming had nowhere to go, so he had to come to Du Peng's reception room. Anyway, I guess this guy is impatient to wait here, but Ziming just opened the door and walked in. Du Peng immediately rushed to ask about the conference call. Ziming made a total of what had happened just now, he said, and then Du Peng felt that he was going crazy. In fact, as early as yesterday, Ziming had already told Du Peng that he would find Mr. Yang to file a complaint on the conference call. It was for this reason that Du Peng would follow anyway today, but even so, Du Peng also thought that Ziming only had this idea at most, and it should be a very vague side attack. But after hearing Ziming's statement just now, he was obviously very straightforward and told Yang Lao that he was going to sue. Although Du Peng had long understood that Ziming couldn't handle things with common sense, he felt crazy once again after getting Ziming's answer. What about Mr. Yang? Mr. Yang was not angry, but instead instructed Secretary Lu to investigate this matter. Du Peng asked again. Yes, haven't I already told you just now? Whether it's the seizure of our song and dance hall KTV or the possible crimes on Zihu's side, Mr. Yang wants Secretary Luke's son to implement the investigation, Ziming said. Du Peng was stunned for a long time before he gave Ziming a thumbs up and said, "Bull, Ziming, your boss is really bull. Besides that, I can't think of any words that can describe you at all." Ziming laughed. "Then I would like to thank you for your compliment." Although Ziming is easy to say, it is actually not as simple as what he said. First of all, as Du Peng could not believe, Mr. Yang is a national leader and not a school teacher. How could he believe whatever you sue? What? In this regard, in order to make Mr. Yang really value himself, Ziming raised a lot of doubts about Mr. Yang's securities market construction before. The purpose is to make Mr. Yang listen to himself. It is not difficult to imagine that without these previous questions, I am afraid that even if I had filed a complaint with Mr. Yang would only have said he. How could he have such a clear instruction as he did now? In addition to this, Ziming also deliberately took out what he had heard about possible criminal behavior on Zihu's side, because Ziming read the newspaper before and knew that Yang Lao pointed out reform and opening up and anti-corruption at a national meeting. Struggle is related, and now I'm throwing out reforms and opening up and democracy. Naturally it will be easy to get Yang Lao's attention. In addition to these 2 points, there may be a little luck. For example, Mr. Yang is in a good mood today. In any case, Mr. Yang finally followed Ziming's complaint with actual actions. After a while, the door of the reception room was pushed open, and the Mayor Chen Yunfei hurriedly walked in and sat in front of Ziming and Du Peng. Looking at the dignified and serious expression on Chen Yunfei's face, Du Peng felt that everything from his face to the chrysanthemum it was suddenly tight. "Comrade Ziming, give me a good talk about what is going on with you today." Before the meeting, I had already told you a lot and told you to be a little measured. Don't talk nonsense in front of Mr. Yang. But how did you do it? Chen Yunfei said to Ziming, very annoyed. Not only did Mr. Yang ask you at first, you slapped your nose and scorned Mr. Yang's imperative policy. In the end, he told Mr. Yang, "Secretary Lu's black appearance is coming. Do you think you are very powerful? So powerful that you can be lawless?" Ziming listened patiently to Chen Yunfei's words, and then said, "Mayor Chen, in fact, to tell you that, I am here today to sue Deputy Secretary Lu Zhengrong. I can't let my shop be sealed up." Chen Yunfei thought that Ziming would accept his mistakes, but he didn't expect that Ziming would talk back to himself so stiffly. Chen Yunfei's heart burst into flames at the time, but immediately after Ziming's words, he blocked everything he was about to reprimand. "Mayor Chen, in fact, when I filed this case today, I am also helping you," Ziming said. Chen Yunfei felt that Ziming's words were the same as the Arabian Nights. "Help me?" You guy is really bragging and not drafting. "You can tell me, how did you help me? Where can you help me?" Ziming did not rush to answer this question, but first asked Chen Yunfei, Mayor Chen, I don't know what you think of the Public Security Prosecutor's Office and the courts. Are these institutions important? Public Procuratorate and law are important organs for maintaining social stability. No matter from which point of view, they are very important. Chen Yunfei replied. Mayor Chen was in a meeting just now. I don't know how Secretary Lu set the tone for this matter, Ziming asked again. Chen Yunfei didn't answer Ziming's question either, because he already understood Ziming's meaning and didn't need to answer at all. Obviously, Ziming meant that after this incident, Lu Zhengrong could no longer be in charge of the political and legal leading group. This leading group had to be separated. The public security organs were originally an important part of the municipal government. Once the political and legal powers are in Lu Zhengrong's hands after being taken out, as the mayor, he can justly fight for it on the grounds of supporting economic construction. Chen Yunfei glanced at Ziming thinking of this, and asked in a deep voice, Ziming, do you really think that Secretary Lu must be able to find out the problem? Ziming shook his head and said, I don't know if Secretary Lu will find out the problem, but there is a Shenzhou company that can definitely find out the problem. Now this company is in Sanyi Yuan. I don't know whether it is a warehouse or a dance hall. There must be a problem. As far as I know, there is a manager named Zihu in this company. He will at least be shot for the problem. Hearing the word shooting, Chen Yunfei's eyelids jumped sharply, and he hurriedly said, Ziming, you can talk nonsense about this. Of course Ziming understands Chen Yunfei's thoughts. Mayor Chen, if I talk nonsense, you will know when the survey results come out. Chen Yunfei took a breath. Chen Yunfei knew very well that with the progress of reform and opening up, the death penalty has become very strict. Anyone who is eligible to be sentenced to death must be a serious crime. If Ziming's statement is true, then anyway, Lu Zhengrong must have committed a very serious mistake. This matter is normal. Lu Zhengrong or many activities are fine, but now even Yang Lao is here. If you pay attention to this matter, then no one can protect him. The political and legal work he is in charge of will definitely be taken away. And once the political and legal responsibility is removed, then return to the idea just now, and I have the opportunity to put part of the power in my hands. Thinking of this, Chen Yunfei was very happy, but of course a person of his status would not show it in front of Ziming. Instead, he asked Ziming, you little guy, it seems that this is what you have thought of long ago? Ziming smiled embarrassedly and said, this is no way. After all, Mayor Chen, you are so good to me. I must do something beneficial to Mayor Chen. Chen Yunfei waved his hand unhappily and said, once you are good, don't shoot it. You are not clever at all. Then Ziming, I will ask you, since you think about this matter so well, why don't you discuss it with me in advance? Do you know how passive you are to throw this thing in front of Mr. Yang in a conference call today, making all of our municipal party committee leaders passive? Ziming clearly knows what he should say at this time. I'm sorry Mayor Chen, I didn't think about this matter well, and it caused you trouble to Mayor Chen. It's good if you know it. Young people like you just lack beats. It's good for newborn calves to be not afraid of tigers, but if you pass by, you will be young and frivolous, knowing the heights of the sky, and will suffer. When Chen Yunfei said this, he now feels that he can't understand Ziming. This guy can really say everything and every word when he is sensible, but he will dare to be like today when he is crazy. In the conference call, Mr. Yang openly pointed out the loopholes in the policy of Mr. Yang's imperative decision. He even dared to report to Mr. Yang Lu Zhengrong, Deputy Secretary of the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee, in front of so many city party leaders. Chen Yunfei finally had to conclude to Ziming in his heart, this person is really a monster. Chen Yunfei habitually rubbed his temples, and when he was about to get up and leave, Ziming said to him again, Mayor Chen, please take care of this matter. Chen Yunfei snorted coldly and said, don't worry, Secretary Lu has set a tone for this matter, and he will find out as soon as possible. Your store will be unblocked tomorrow at the latest. As for what you said is called Zuhu, if he does commit a crime, he will definitely be arrested and he will never be merciless. With the mayor's assurance, Ziming let go. Thank you Mayor Chen. This is the case, but Ziming, Don't forget what you said in front of Mr. Yang. Secretary Lu has already set the tone at the meeting just now. Our city government will soon set up a related group. Do the preparations for the stock market. You can't get away with this. After leaving these words, Chen Yunfei got up and left the reception room, while Du Peng remained motionless during this period, like a wax figure of a human body. Ziming couldn't help being a little amused when he saw this, so he asked him, Du Peng, what's the situation with you guy? Did you cast a hold spell on Monkey King? Du Peng didn't answer him, but instead asked Ziming as if he hadn't recovered yet. Uncle Chen just left. Is this solved? Then what else do you want? Is it possible that you really want me to scold Mayor Chen, and then we can no longer stay here in Nanjiang and we can only leave Nanjiang and go to other places to develop? You are happy? Then this person is a bit crazy, Ziming said. In the end, Du Peng could only say, well, anyway, you guy has never been able to analyze it with common sense. Chapter 110. Give him some fun for subscription. Today is the first one. Friends who like this book, please subscribe and support. You can't spend a pack of cigarettes a month, but it is the biggest encouragement and support for the small square film. Thank you. On Dongmen Commercial Street, Ziming drove an Audi and parked in front of the Tostree building where she was sealed. Ziming and Konxilin got out of the car. The seal on the door made Konxilin uncomfortable. She turned and asked Ziming, will the Municipal Comprehensive Public Security Office really come to help us unblock it today? Of course. Don't you believe it? Today I brought you here to witness the miracle moment, Ziming joked. Even with Ziming's guarantee, Konxilin herself admired Ziming very much, but she still inevitably played some drums in her heart at this time. It's not that Konxilin didn't believe in Ziming, but that the Comprehensive Public Security Office came to unblock it within a few days after it was sealed up. Isn't this just slap her in the face? More importantly, Konxilin knew that Ziming and Du Peng went to the Municipal Party Committee to find relevant leaders last time, and that was useless. Why would they unblock them today? This makes no sense. Just when Konxilin was thinking about it, another car drove up and stopped at the door. It was Du Peng and the manager Rao last time. Manager Rao came up and asked, hello Consultant Zhu. Listen to Du Xiao saying that your store will be here today. Are you going to unblock it? Ziming nodded and said, that's right. So I asked Manager Rao to come over because I hope to carry out the renovation as soon as possible. I'm a person who works in a hurry and doesn't like procrastination. After speaking, Ziming looked at the time. The time is almost up. The people from the Municipal Party Committee should be coming soon. Ziming's words seemed like prophecies, and the words came to an end. A van with a Municipal Party Committee license plate drove over and parked on the side of the road. A few people got out of the car, and the leader was the last, Director Yao. Seeing this Director Yao, Du Peng was so angry that he went up and deliberately greeted him. Dr. Yao, don't come here without problems. How about it? Just say you will come and unblock us soon. Right? Hearing what Du Peng said in Director Yao's ears was like a loud slap on his face, which made him feel a hot pain. At this moment, he wished to find a place to sew it down, if possible. He really didn't want to do this. He only sealed the store for a few days, but he unexpectedly came to unblock it again. What is it doing? Director Yao felt that he and the entire Comprehensive Public Security Office had lost their faces. But the situation is better than others. Even though he is 10,000 unwilling in his heart, he can only come over obediently to unblock the shop and apologize. Du Xiao joked. This was originally a misunderstanding. It was just a misunderstanding. I am here to apologize to Consultant Zhu and Du Xiao on behalf of our Comprehensive Public Security Office. I am really sorry. Director Yao slapped himself while going up to greet the people he had brought up to unblock him. With their quick actions, all the seals were removed soon. Director Yao apologized to Ziming and Du Peng and was about to take people away. Ziming said to him at this time, Dr. Yao is slow. Go. I will invite you to have tea later. Ziming's words were originally just a very ordinary polite, but at this time, Director Yao's ears were very harsh. But he couldn't say anything at this time. After all, since the person in front of him has the ability to let them come back and unblock them, the energy behind him surely not small. How can a small carder like him be able to contend? So he could only smile and leave this place. Watching Director Yao and the car of the Comprehensive Security Office leave, Du Peng proudly said to Manager Rao, "How? I didn't lie to you. I'll tell you how to seal it that day, and how to unblock it for me today." Manager Rao has been dumbfounded by the scene just now, because he never thought that things could be done like this. They could actually force party and government officials to bow their heads. Even if you have a back view, Du Peng, but you dare to seal it up over there. Your store proved to be not simple, and for such a small matter, Du Peng might not move out of the house. That would be too cheap. But that's it. Still, in such a short period of time, you can force the soft over there to admit your mistakes and unblock them. How did these two guys do it? At this time, Ziming pulled Kong Xiaolin, who had also never recovered from the incident, and said to him, "Manager Rao, since this place has been unsealed now, this renovation work will trouble you. This is the head of our nightclub, Manager Kong Xiaolin. She will supervise your renovation progress here on behalf of us in the future. Just tell her if you have anything to do." Manager Rao looked at this very beautiful professional woman and nodded blankly and said, "Good consultant Zhu, I will help you decorate this place as soon as possible." Ziming nodded in satisfaction. At this time, the beeper on Du Peng's body rang. Du Peng took it out and immediately said to Ziming happily, "Ha, that's good news." Just now Zhu was caught by the Public Security Bureau in Sanyuan. Caught? Shall we go to the city council now? Is caught? What's the reason? Ziming asked. "I didn't say this, but I was arrested anyway." "Well, know when we get there," Du Peng said. Ziming nodded and confessed to Kong Xiaolin, "Then you can help stay here. Don't be afraid to spend money. All materials should be the best, and the effect after the decoration must be the best you can imagine." Direction. Boss Zhu, don't worry, I have a sense of measure. Just keep busy with your affairs. Kong Xiaolin smiled. After receiving Kong Xiaolin's answer, Ziming was relieved to go to the Municipal Public Security Bureau with Du Peng. The case was personally caught by the director of the Public Security Bureau Zhao Anmin, so they directly approached Director Zhao. From him, Ziming and Du Peng learned that Zhu was arrested for drug trafficking, and found 20 kilograms of finished heroin in the residence of Zhu's Sanyuan. Hearing this news, I suddenly understood what the goods I heard that day was. It turned out to be white powder. No wonder if it was pure and impure, it was still going to be shot. Drugs do have purity, and there is also such a thing as drug trafficking. It is indeed to be shot, still so much. Du Peng was also taken aback when he heard, "So many." "Then he is dead." Then Du Peng asked Ziming again, "Ziming, you are a real god. How do you know that he is selling drugs?" Ziming spread his hands together. "I don't know, I also guessed." In fact, Ziming really didn't know. After all, the information Ziming heard behind the rockery that day was limited. Even if Conan was there, he might not be able to infer that it was a drug, let alone Ziming. Of course, it is impossible for Ziming to tell Du Peng how he knew the news. After all, he took his girlfriend behind the rockery and eavesdropped on another couple of men and women doing shameful things. This is a bit awkward anyway. Zhao Anmin brought Ziming and Du Peng to the interrogation room, where Zhu is now undergoing interrogation. Zhu immediately stood up with excitement when he saw Ziming, and pointed at Ziming and said, "Ziming, you bastard. Am arrogant to your uncle. You bastard framed Lozi, right? What do you want to do? Sit down." One interrogator pushed Zhu back on his chair, and another interrogator got up and reported to Zhao Anmin. The prisoner currently confessed to the fact that he was trafficking in drugs. Zhao Anmin nodded and said, "What about his accomplices?" "It is still being interrogated," the interrogator replied. "Isn't this guy some manager of the Shenzhen company? Go up and check it out," Du Peng said at this time. The interrogator glanced at Du Peng and Ziming. He obviously didn't know each other. In fact, Ziming and Du Peng's presence here is indeed not in compliance with the rules, but sometimes the rules are just one sentence. Zhao Anmin said, just follow this direction and check it carefully. Yes, although the interrogator didn't know Ziming and Du Peng, since the director had spoken, he only needed to execute the order. Ziming and Du Peng did not have the interest to accompany the interrogation here. After confirming Zihu's identity, they left the interrogation room. Du Peng asked, "Director Zhou, this guy sells so many drugs, and he still gets stolen goods. Are you dead?" Zhao Anmin nodded and said, "Yes. He trafficked too many drugs, and his crime is unforgivable." At this time, Ziming suddenly interjected, "Director Zhou, can you please help me, before sending him to the Procuratorate for Public Prosecution? Give him some fun while he is in custody." Ziming's sudden sentence made Du Peng and Zhao Anmin stunned. Zhao Anmin asked in confusion, "Have fun?" Ziming said, "This is Director Zhao. Didn't this suspect have to be detained before the Procuratorate filed a public prosecution? I don't know the situation in the prison, but I heard that it seems to be chaotic, and many newcomers are being sent in. You will be bullied in the future, especially when the prisoners are all men. Do you think there will be such sexual assaults by criminals?" At first it sounds like Ziming's remarks are all problems, but Zhao Anmin is also an old fritters in the officialdom, and he understands what Ziming means. Zhao Anmin immediately showed a knowing smile. "Counselor Zhu, there is no way to do this. After all, the prisoners are all criminals. These people are already extremely vicious. In addition, we have limited manpower to manage. Things are always unavoidable. There are too many sexual assaults like the kind of Counsel Zhu you said. There are too many in prison, and I know there are many here." Ziming and Zhao Anmin shook hands and said, "Zhu is an important criminal, so please trouble Director Zhao to arrange it for me." Zhao Anmin promised, "Consultant Zhu, rest assured, I will help you deal with this matter." "Thank you Director Zhao, I will invite you to drink tea when I have time." Ziming and Zhao Anmin were polite, and they left the Public Security Bureau with Du Peng. On the way, Du Peng looked at Ziming and said, "Ziming didn't expect you to be very poisonous. Originally, Zihu would be good at dealing in drugs. He's going to be sentenced to death, so you still have to fuck him in jail, or you have to be stabbed in the butt by those in jail." "You did it too, absolutely, right?" Ziming said, "1 yard goes to 1 yard. He was sentenced to death for drug trafficking. I asked Director Zhao to help him in prison. It was my personal grudge for revenge. Besides, this guy doesn't always like to fuck. Then I will let him fuck in prison this time." In fact, the reason why Ziming did this is that the two characters are unhappy. Damn it, Zihu, this little bee is not only blinded in front of him every day, but also does not forget to scold himself when he is a woman. Even Tang Ran scolds him. Ziming felt that if he didn't give him something he will never forget, he would be sorry for himself. Chapter 111 Securities Preparation Leading Group. Brother Ming, Zihu has really been arrested. Is he still sentenced? Tang Ran asked Ziming with a pair of beautiful big eyes. Of course. He trafficked 20 kilograms of drugs and was caught at home by the Public Security Bureau. No one can protect him. Now the Public Security Bureau has closed the case. It is estimated that he will be transferred to the Procuratorate for prosecution in a few days. Waiting for his affirmation is the severe punishment of the law, Ziming said formulaically. After getting the answer, Tang Ran said happily, "That's great. That bad guy deserves it." Ziming rubbed her little head pettingly. Ziming didn't tell Tang Ran that Zihu would be sentenced to death. No matter what Zihu was, it would be a life. Tang Ran was so innocent and told her this. Fearing that she would have a psychological shadow, Ziming simply told her that Zihu had been arrested for drug trafficking and would be sentenced in the future, but he did not tell her what sentence he would be sentenced. Now it has been a week since Zihu was arrested. How the police chief Zhao Anmin arranged Zuhus Ziming has no way of knowing or deliberately inquiring. However, on the third day after Zuhu entered, Director Zhao sent Ziming a copy of Zuhu's medical record, which stated that Zuhu had severe anal fissure symptoms, and Ziming was not interested in checking his chrysanthemum department. But from the word severe anal fissure, it is not difficult to infer how he was treated inside. But this was what he asked for himself. Even if he was killed by someone exploding inside, Ziming would not feel any guilt. This was not Ziming's cold-bloodedness, but Ziming had to do it, because if it was him who entered today, then his fate would not be any better than Zhu Hu. Therefore, Ziming will never treat the enemy like a woman. If he does not take action against the enemy, he must be killed. Especially for people like Zhu Hu, if you don't give him some cruel tricks, he will think you are easy to bully. I still remember the last time I had let him go, but he just didn't know good or bad. He thought that he could be arrogant in front of him after joining the Shenzi company. He also wanted to fight Tang Ran's idea. It's not a good idea to rectify him. After that, Ziming felt sorry for himself. Zhu has been arrested. Then Brother Ming, your nightclub can be opened smoothly, right? Tang Ran asked again. Of course. My nightclub did not violate any laws and regulations. Ziming said that he parked the car at the entrance of the exit entry administration office. Tang Ran and Ziming said goodbye to get out of the car and go to work. Then Ziming drove the car to the commercial street. Like the day Zhu was arrested, his nightclub has been renovated since a week ago. Although it doesn't seem to have changed on the surface, it has changed a lot inside. Ziming parked on the side of the road, got out of the car and came to the gate, just when he met Kong Xilin walking out of it. Seeing Ziming, Kong Xilin was a little surprised. Boss Zhu, why are you here? But then Kong Xilin remembered that she hadn't changed her clothes, and she had to turn sideways to hide from Ziming. Since she was supervising the decoration work here every day this week, she didn't want to get her beautiful clothes dirty, so she just wore them with the decoration workers. The same coarse cloth and a safety helmet. Mr. Kong, don't hide. I think you look pretty like this, Ziming said. Boss Zhu, don't make fun of me. My clothes are made of coarse cloth, with paint stained, and wearing a helmet. How can I look good? Kong Xilin said. I'm really not making fun of you. Whether the clothes are good or not is mainly to see the people who wear the clothes. We manager Kong is so beautiful. Even if this one is beautiful, he is beautiful, Ziming said. Kong Xilin was suspicious. Really? Of course, Ziming said, but Ziming didn't mean to say something nice to her. It is true that Kong Xilin has a good figure and a beautiful face. She usually wears a professional suit. Today she suddenly changed her outfit. Other clothes are really different. How is the decoration inside? Ziming asked. Most of the walls have been demolished in accordance with the design drawings, and the stairs have been changed from the middle to both sides, and the rest is just decoration and beautification. Kong Xilin said. Ziming nodded. This speed is not bad. Kong Xilin said. This speed is already very fast. Manager Rao has already transferred his best and most professional construction team. If it is not the case, this is the first process, and the time will at least be delayed. Delay for 3 to 4 days. That's because you, the beautiful manager, are here to supervise, so they don't dare to be lazy. Ziming said, thanks for your hard work. When the project acceptance is completed, I will accompany you to the opposite Dongmen shopping mall. You can pick 3 clothes at random. Can I compensate you? Boss Zhu, you have to say something, but I remember it. Kong Xilin said deliberately. Ziming said, of course, a gentleman can't chase after a word. At this time, Ziming's pager rang. Ziming saw that the city government asked him to pass. Kong Xilin didn't look at the content on the pager, but she was smart enough to guess what was going on, so she said to Ziming, Ziming boss, if you have something to do, go ahead. I don't think there will be a problem here. If there is something important, I will call you again. Ziming nodded and said yes, then got back in the car and started the car and went straight to the city government. Ziming came directly to the mayor's office and opened the door of the office. Ziming saw Chen Yunfei sitting on the reception sofa. 2 people were sitting in front of him. Both Ziming knew each other. One was from the last conference call. The executive vice mayor Qiao Weijiang was also present, and the other was Liu Han, who had eaten with Ziming, the first vice president of Nanjian Development Bank. Seeing Ziming Jin, Chen Yunfei said, Councillor Zhu is here, come here to sit down, I want to tell you something. Ziming sat on the sofa in accordance with Chen Yunfei's instructions and nodded to Qiao Weijiang and Liu Han. Qiao Weijiang nodded to Ziming very reservedly, And Liu Han smiled. After all, Ziming is now the largest shareholder of South Development. Okay, now everyone is here, Chen Yunfei said. The three of you are the most important economic talents in Nanjiang City. I believe you all know that the country is now preparing to build a securities market. This is the trend of advancing reform and opening up. It is necessary, but at the same time, we also realize our lack of preparation. Therefore, the Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government are preparing to set up a securities preparatory leading group, which will be personally led by Secretary Lu and me, and the three of you will be the most important of this leading group. The members of the Nanjiang securities market will also be completed by the three of you in the future. These words made Ziming stunned for a moment. According to the memory of his previous life, Ziming knew that Nanjiang securities market had three founders, but he did not expect that the two people were still the two people, but he replaced the other person. Has become history. Unexpectedly, I was so confused that it would become history, which is really unexpected. Councillor Zhu, this is a serious political task, and you put it forward in front of Mr. Yang. I hope you can take it seriously. Chen Yunfei reminded Ziming. Ziming knew that Chen Yunfei would say that because he had a criminal record during the conference call. In addition to the reason that he was a little distracted just now, Ziming hurriedly said, Mayor Chen, rest assured, I promise to complete the task. Chen Yunfei nodded in relief. He then said, the issues raised by the consultant the previous week, that we don't have company law, securities law, accounting law, contract law, and transaction law, and there is no corresponding supervisory authority, are all very important. It has already attracted the great attention of Mr. Yang from the central government. He instructed us to improve the corresponding mechanism so that our securities market can have laws to follow in case of any situation. However, the securities market is still a new business here after all. No one has done anything before. Everything we do starts from scratch, without any experience. So in order to allow us to build the securities market as much as possible to improve the Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government decided to let the three of you go to the Hong Kong City to investigate and learn more about the advanced experience of the securities market there, Chen Yunfei said. After hearing this, Ziming finally understood the content of today's meeting. To put it bluntly, it was an opportunity to travel to Hong Kong City on public funds. But when it comes to the securities market in Hong Kong City, perhaps Wang Yanlong and the others can have something to say. Mayor Chen, actually, when Ziming was about to speak, Executive Deputy Mayor Kiao Weijiang interrupted him and said, Councillor Zhu, I am the Executive Deputy Mayor, shall I speak first? Kiao Weijiang's tone was calm, but the eyes that looked at Ziming were very dissatisfied. Obviously he felt that Ziming's pretending to speak in front of him was very naive. Ziming also remembered that this was in the agency and had to follow a level. In desperation, Ziming had to gesture to Kiao Weijiang, Mayor Kiao, please speak first. Kiao Weijiang nodded in satisfaction, and then Kiao Weijiang said to Chen Yunfei, Mayor Chen, in fact, I have already planned on going to the Hong Kong City to get the securities market construction experience, and I have been making plans this week. In contact with some financial companies in Hong Kong City, several good financial companies have been targeted, and they are also willing to exchange experience with us. Comrade Weijiang has done a very good job on this. Now that you have a goal, I hope you can leave for Hong Kong City as soon as possible. Find out the rules of the securities market there, and then give me a detailed report as soon as possible. Okay? Chen Yunfei asked. I'm fine, I'm already prepared, Kiao Weijiang said. But what did advisors want to say just now? Ziming shrugged and said, it's nothing. I just want to ask if I need my help to contact the securities guy in Hong Kong City, but since Mayor Kiao is ready, I don't think I will do anything more. Since I am the government's development consultant, I accept all the organization and arrangements. Finally, Liu Han, the first Deputy General Manager of South Development, said, I completely obey all organizational arrangements. Chen Yunfei immediately set his tone, very good. but time is waiting for no one. I hope you can set off in a few days. Chapter 112 Leadership Kiao Jiang? It is said that the work efficiency of the domestic party and government agencies is slow, but it also depends on the situation. In dealing with some matters, the domestic party and government agencies work very efficiently. For example, the arrest of the business manager of the Shenzhou company Zuhu, from it took less than a week before and after the arrest and transfer to the procuratorate. Another example is the securities preparatory leading group established by Nanjing City. It was just that Chen Yunfei approached Ziming, Kiao Jiang and Liu Han for a meeting. The next day it was listed and established. The inauguration ceremony was held in the banquet hall of Nanu Hotel. Municipal Party Secretary Lu Xun and Mayor Chen Yunfei attended. At the ceremony, Lu Xun praised Ziming, Kiao Jiang and Liu Han for being the troika of Nanjing City, representing the three different systems of politics, business and finance. He hoped that the three could work together to build a securities market with Chinese characteristics and work hard. This statement makes Ziming feel a little bit magical. It is no problem to say that Kiao Jiang, the executive vice mayor of Nanjing, and Liuan, the first vice president of the South Development Bank, can represent the political and financial circles respectively. After all, there is no problem in the history of the past life. That's how it was in the above, but a few months ago, I was just a worker's child who just lost his job, and now he has become a figure representing Nanjing's business community. This can't help but feel a lot of emotion. To let Ziming say what he said, Ziming only thinks he is a successful adventurer with speculation, but in the eyes of others, he has a net worth of tens of millions. And he sold 8.5 million yuan for the Nanjing city government. Suggestions to solve the land speculation storm, and finally won the favor of Yang Lao. Now from the central to the local, everyone thinks that Ziming is a business tycoon. Then this hat Ziming cannot take off because he wants to take it off. On the third day after the ceremony, the trio of Ziming, Kiao Jiang and Liu Han embarked on a journey to Hong Kong for study and inspection. The same goes to Hong Kong City at Nanu Port, where the city government has already contacted and has a car to pick you up. A bus came to pick them up. Ziming, Kiao Jiang and Liu Han and other entourage boarded the bus together. After everyone was seated, Kiao Jiang stood up and said, "Comrades, we have now reached the boundary of Hong Kong City. This will be the colorful world of capitalism, but we must have a firm conviction in our hearts to build the motherland. This time we are here to learn the operation methods and some rules and regulations of the Hong Kong City securities market. Everything we have in Hong Kong City activities will also revolve around this purpose." Listening to Kiao Jiang's completely dogmatic opening, Ziming had the urge to vomit. And Kiao Jiang somehow noticed Ziming's distractions, and directly called by name, "Comrade Ziming, I know you used to stay in Hong Kong City for a while, you also have a certain understanding of the Hong Kong City securities market, but this time we are a collective action. You are not here to represent Ziming, but our entire collective, and even the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee and municipal government, the whole country. So here, I hope you can follow the command in all your actions and don't have too many personal thoughts, understand?" These words made Ziming very disgusted. After all, he hadn't done anything yet, so you just buckled so many hats for no reason. It would be uncomfortable for everyone. But when I arrived at Hong Kong City, I didn't have to worry about anything with this bureaucrat, so I put up with him and nodded. Clearly understand. In the face of Ziming's obedience, Kiao Jiang felt very satisfied. In his opinion, as the executive vice mayor, the top leader who led the team this time should be in control of the overall situation. After that, Kiao Jiang played a lot of official language, emphasizing the historical significance of their visit to Hong Kong City this time, asking everyone to do their job well, not to make propositions, etc., before allowing the driver to drive. About an hour later, when the car drove to a mid-range hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui, Kiao Jiang stood up again and said, We will live here tonight. Everyone must keep the keys to their rooms. In the afternoon, everyone will go back to their rooms to rest. The comrades in Hong Kong City and the financial companies on the Hong Kong City side will take care of the dust for us. Everyone must show the best spirit to treat them, and they must not be ashamed in front of the Hong Kong City compatriots. You know, everyone said in unison that they knew that at this time. Kiao Weijiang said Ziming's name, especially Ziming. You should pay more attention. What should I pay attention to? Ziming asked, feeling that he was shot inexplicably. We have the worst organization and discipline here, so I hope you must always remember that you are a part of our team. Don't do anything messy. You must report to me if you have anything. Follow the instructions. Do you understand? Kiao Weijiang said. Ziming couldn't understand that in this team, the others were not members of the agency, or were closely related to the agency. As the executive deputy mayor, Kiao Weijiang was able to command, only he was an outsider. If you can command yourself, you have to remind yourself once when you find an opportunity, and show yourself the same majesty as his parents. Doing so can not only kill one's own power, but also indirectly warn others, especially those in the banking system, that he is the highest leader here, and everyone has to listen to him. Ziming knew that most officials would do this, but it was annoying. Mayor Kiao, don't worry, I will obey the organization's leadership and arrangements, Ziming said. Kiao Weijiang said, but did not let Ziming go, and then said, Comrade Ziming, I am not talking about you alone. Just to better manage this team. We came to Hong Kong City, in a strange city. As your leader, I have an obligation to take care of you, so I hope you don't have any emotions in your heart and take this matter seriously. Do you know? Ziming nodded and said, Mayor Kiao, I know. Kiao Weijiang then seized the opportunity to educate Ziming for a long time. He didn't let Ziming go and walked into the hotel with people when they sent people out to see the situation. Taking the key to his room, Ziming first took a shower, then went to Yuan to sit for a while, and asked about the recent situation of the South Development Bank. It was the same as the situation in the previous life. Before the stock market started, the sales of development stocks have always been poor. Except for the 6 million shares that they bought together with Dupeng, most of the remaining shares were allocated by the government for sale. They bought a little with nearby farmers who had only heard of stocks. Luo Han wanted Ziming, the major shareholder, to fulcrum, but Ziming just patted him on the shoulder and said, it's okay. Don't worry. The securities market in Anjian has not yet started. If the stock is not in circulation, it will be a piece of waste paper. How could anyone ask for paper? But as long as our stock market is up and running, as the first real stock, the stock of South Development will definitely rise sharply. You, the first vice president, must have confidence. After listening to Ziming's words, Luo Han let go of his heart. Then Ziming and Luo Han chatted for a while about the securities market. Ziming got up and went back to the room, but what Ziming didn't expect was that he was only when I went out. I ran into Kiao Weijiang. Seeing Ziming coming out of Luo Han's room, Kiao Weijiang immediately became stern and criticized. What's the matter with you, Ziming? Didn't I say that everyone should go back to the room to rest and prepare for the evening banquet? Why are you? No rest. Do you still have a sense of organization? I'll go back to my room and rest now, can I? Ziming said that he was about to turn around and go back to the room, but Kiao Weijiang was reluctant. What kind of attitude do you have? Is this your attitude toward leaders? In the face of Kiao Weijiang, Ziming was really helpless. He had to watch and wait for him to finish. When he didn't want to talk, Ziming could return to the room to rest. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Kiao Weijiang's secretary came over and told Ziming and the others to go downstairs. After everyone had arrived in the lobby downstairs, Kiao Weijiang came down. He asked the secretary to call his name and confirm that there were no less people. He got into the car and went to the Peninsula Hotel. In the car, Kiao Weijiang once again warned everyone, the Peninsula Hotel we went to this time is a hotel with a very long history here in Hong Kong City, and it is also the best hotel in Hong Kong City. This is enough to show that the specifications this time are very high, so you have to cheer up and show our best mental outlook. Mayor Kiao, which unit is here at Port City to greet us this time? Luo Han asked tentatively. It's a Golden Fund Company, Kiao Jiang said. Hearing this name, Ziming was stunned, because the fund company Ziming was so familiar with it. Isn't this the fund company he started? How come Kiao Jiang actually contacted his own company? This is a coincidence. This fund company is a very well-known fund company in Hong Kong City. It is a company that has been listed on the Hong Kong Island financial column of the most authoritative financial media in Hong Kong City. It is very powerful. Tonight, the leaders of the Jinming Fund Company will attend the reception banquet. Follow me well. As the leader of this team, I will tell you how to get in touch with the people in Hong Kong, Kiao Jiang said. At this time, the car had reached the entrance of the Peninsula Hotel. Ziming and others got off the car, and then followed Kiao Jiang into the Peninsula Hotel. Ziming just walked into the door and saw the familiar figure, Lin Muking. She was definitely here today. She was in a purple evening dress with her long hair wrapped around her head, which looked noble, elegant and imposing. Under the hem of the evening dress, there is another beautiful leg wearing black stockings and red high heels, which makes her not only noble, but also adds a touch of feminine sexiness to her. Following Lin Muking is her female secretary, Minutes, and her company acquaintances, Wang Yunlong, Cao Haiyang and Sun Wai. When Ziming saw Lin Muking, he had a bright feeling in his eyes, which made him sigh in his heart. This woman is really a terrible fairy when she is dressed up. Even Ziming is like this, and the others are even worse. Ziming heard a sound of inhalation behind him. Ziming turned his head and looked at it. Everyone's eyes looked straight. The telescope can be attached to Lin Muking to see it. At this time, Kiao Jiang's voice came. Everyone is cheering up. Haven't you seen a woman? Tell you, she is the boss of this golden company, the big boss in Hong Kong City. You all accept each one. Get your mind up. As your leader, I will teach you how to deal with it. Kiao Jiang said to Ziming again. Ziming, I know that you have been to Hong Kong City, but this is probably the first time you have seen such a character. Learn from me. However, although Kiao Jiang said so, Ziming still saw him swallowing subconsciously after speaking, and he was obviously shocked by Lin Muking's beauty. Then Kiao Jiang asked the secretary to greet him, and Lin Muking also saw Ziming and his group. Lin Muking smiled and walked over immediately. Kiao Jiang stood up straight and stood there and waited for the beauty to come up, but what he could not expect was that Lin Muking came over and ignored his leader, directly holding Ziming's hand next to him, smiling. Hello, Mr. Zhu. Chapter 113, I'm the leader. Kiao Jiang was stunned there. Not only him, but everyone behind Luo Han, including Luo Han, was stunned. In this team, it was obvious that Kiao Jiang was the leader. So why did this Port City beauty boss fight that week first? Ming shook hands to say hello. Oh, yes. It must be because Ziming had been to Hong Kong City before and they met each other there. Kiao Jiang said this to himself in his heart. Although this explanation sounds a bit far-fetched, it is always an explanation, isn't it? Kiao Jiang and the others were surprised. Ziming did not think of it. It seems that Lin Muking did not say that she was the real boss of Jinming Fund. Otherwise, if Kiao Jiang knew it, it would not be the case. But Gugu, feeling the sudden stagnation of the surrounding atmosphere, still made Ziming feel a little headache. He could feel from Lin Muking's eyes that she was deliberate, and she was holding Lin Muking's soft hands. It was very comfortable, but it was obviously not the time to think about this, so Ziming could only say hello to Lin Muking politely, and then let go. Then Nanjiang's advance personnel from the port city came to Lin Muking to explain Kiao Jiang's identity, and Lin Muking greeted Kiao Jiang again. What everyone didn't expect was that Lin Muking was just the beginning. After Lin Muking, the three deputy managers of Jinming Fund Company Wang Yunlong, Cao Haiyang and Sun Wei also came to say hello. They were the same as Lin Muking. Say hello to Ziming, and then it's Kiao Weijiang and the others' turn. This situation made the advance personnel of the municipal government in Gangqing almost crying, because they all saw Kiao Weijiang's increasingly ugly face. Obviously to Kiao Weijiang, he is still here, the executive vice mayor. You actually greet other people first. This is obviously not to put yourself in the eyes, especially after he kept emphasizing that he is the core of the team's leadership. Aren't you blatantly hitting him in the face? If this is placed in Nanjian, Kiao Weijiang has at least 100 ways to tell them who is the leader, but unfortunately this is in Hong Kong. His status as the executive deputy mayor is not very useful, so he can only bear it. Just Kiao Weijiang thought, these Hong Kong guys really have no rules at all. Comrades from the mainland, I have booked a big box for you. Please come with me. Lin Muking didn't seem to see Kiao Weijiang's face, and she took Ziming and Kiao Weijiang to the box as usual. This is a big box with 3 tables for people. Kiao Weijiang took Ziming to sit down first. Kiao Weijiang said to Ziming, Ziming, you didn't do this thing right today. It's not my business. Ziming looked at Kiao Weijiang with an unidentified expression. Kiao Weijiang explained, Ziming, you don't have this consciousness and I don't blame you, but you must remember in the future that you are only a member of the team and I am the leader of the team. No matter what you do, you must be leadership comes first. Do you understand? Before, Kiao Weijiang always emphasized his leadership status in front of Ziming, which bore Ziming, but now he is here again, and he don't blame you. He also said how generous he was. It was Ziming. No matter how good his temper was, Ziming looked at Kiao Weijiang with a smile and said, Mayor Kiao, what is the way of the people in Hong Kong? I can't change it. Ziming's tone made Kiao Weijiang frown and said, Ziming, what is your attitude? Is this your attitude toward leaders? Kiao Weijiang's words made Ziming irritable. Why is Nanjian's executive deputy mayor such a stern person? Ziming was too lazy to argue with him. Then Mayor Kiao, what do you want to do? You should highlight the leadership first. For example, in the matter just now, the people in Gangqing don't know me. You have to introduce me to them and tell them that I am the leader. Understand? Kiao Weijiang said, you guys, these little comrades lack this kind of leadership consciousness and always feel that they are number one in the world, and they will definitely have to suffer in the future. When Ziming heard that the executive vice mayor was about to talk about it again, Ziming hurriedly raised his hands. Yes, Mayor Zhou, I know. After everyone was seated, Lin Muking and Wang Yanlong first stood up and toasted Ziming and the others, saying that they welcomed the friends of Nanjian to visit Yunyan in Hong Kong City. Then Kiao Weijiang also said a lot of thanks to the compatriots in Hong Kong. Toasted and drank a glass of wine. The next meal was very boring. It was nothing but nonsense that everyone was chatting with each other. Kiao Weijiang was very leadership conscious and took on the role of spokesperson, talking with Lin Muking on behalf of everyone. But he was talking. But the eyes are always unavoidable chaotic glances. But it's no wonder that Lin Muking's figure is so good. Coupled with the evening dress, the exquisite curve is even more attractive. Although the evening dress she chose is not exposed, but the white and delicate skin on her chest, as if it had a strong magnetic force, it constantly attracted the eyes of Kiao Weijiang and everyone else. In this chat, Ziming did not interrupt, but kept paying attention to the dialogue between Lin Muking and Kiao Weijiang. I have to say that in the 2 months since she left Hong Kong City, Lin Muking has become more and more mature. Not only is she dressed, she has already looked like a lady in the upper class, and she is even more elegant and steady in her speech and behavior. Can't fault it. Ziming still remembers that when she first handed over the Jinming Fund to her, she was still very scared. But now she can naturally chat with Kiao Weijiang, a bureaucrat from the mainland, which is not marginal. She really didn't have any. She was really talented in this area when she misread the wrong person. Halfway through the dinner, Lin Muking suddenly said to Ziming, Mr. Zhu, I forgot to tell you. Tonight, The reporter from Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics Shanxin heard that you are in Hong Kong. She wants to come here to give you an exclusive interview. No, do you know you are free? Before Ziming had time to speak, Kiao Jiang asked, Shanxin, Mr. Lin, are you talking about the chief reporter from Hong Kong Island Finance? She is coming here today for an interview? Lin Muking nodded and said, it seems that Mei Kiao has also heard of her. That's right. She is the one who wants to do an interview for Mr. Zhu. Lin Muking deliberately highlighted the two words of Mr. Zhu and the interview, but Kiao Jiang did not seem to have heard it. Well, Mr. Lin, you are from Hong Kong. Maybe you don't know the situation in our mainland. Ziming did make a lot of achievements, but all of his achievements were made under the leadership of the Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government. I think that as the executive deputy mayor of Nanjing City, I have no more say in these. Lin Muking ignored Kiao Jiang, but first glanced at Ziming. Ziming gave her an indifferent expression, and Lin Muking said, okay, I will communicate with reporter Shen. After a while, a beautiful woman with a ponytail and professional suit, who looked vigorous and capable, walked into the box. She was the chief reporter of Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics, Shanxin. After listening to the secretary's introduction, Kiao Jiang quickly stood up and shook hands with Shanxin. Reporter Shen, it is nice to meet you. Shanxin was a little surprised at first, but after Lin Muking whispered to her for a while, she smiled and greeted Kiao Jiang. I know that reporter Shen is here for an exclusive interview. I am the executive vice mayor of Nanjing. This time I will be solely responsible for everything. Reporter Shen can ask me anything he wants. Kiao Jiang said. It turned out to be so, Shanxin said. I heard that Mayor Kiao, you came to Hong Kong City this time mainly to investigate the situation of the Hong Kong City securities market, so as to prepare for the construction of the securities market in the mainland, right? Kiao Jiang nodded and said yes. Shanxin then asked, then I would like to ask Mayor Kiao, what do you know about the securities market? What do the company law, securities law, accounting law, contract law, and transaction law mean to the securities market? In addition, hasn't the mainland been resisting capitalism all the time? Why is it thinking of starting a capitalist securities market again? How can the fairness and openness of the securities market be ensured without the support of the capitalist system? If this cannot be guaranteed, then once it is after the emergence of the security market, how will the mainland respond? The question after question by Shanxin directly confuses Kiao Jiang. Although Kiao Jiang, as the executive deputy mayor in charge of economic construction, has a certain understanding of the securities market, he only stays at the first stage, just like other Nanjing officials. He is more of a political task. As for whether it's good or not, it's up to him, as long as you can talk to your superiors. Therefore, facing the series of nuanced questions raised by Shanxin, especially some of the questions also involve sensitive topics of the system, it makes Kiao Jiang unable to speak. In the end, Kiao Jiang held back for a long time, and had to say, Reporter Shen, I am getting older. I can't remember these questions a bit. Can you change some simple questions and ask them one by one? Shanxin laughed, it doesn't matter Mayor Kiao, I know you have an expert who understands the securities market. That is, Mr. Ziming Zhu. It will be fine for me to interview him. Mayor Kiao can think about these questions slowly. Hearing Shanxin's words, Kiao Jiang's face suddenly froze. Damn it, Ziming is Ziming again. Doesn't everyone here only know Ziming? I am the leader of this team. Kiao Jiang was very angry, but still said, okay, no problem. I will help you to talk to him, let him accept your interview. Kiao Jiang said this, and then walked over to Ziming and said, Ziming, now reporter Shen is going to interview you, you have to accept his interview, and take a good breath for our Nanjing. Speaking, Kiao Jiang patted Ziming on the shoulder. At this moment, Ziming held up a cup of tea and was about to drink. Kiao Jiang's hand fell directly. Ziming had no time to react, and the tea in the cup splashed onto his pants. Ziming looked up at Qiao Weijiang. "Did you fucking deliberately?" Qiao Weijiang said. "Oh, Ziming, why are you so careless? Why did you spill tea on your pants? What do you look like? Go to the bathroom to wipe it off, and I will interview you first." While talking, Qiao Weijiang pulled Ziming up and told him to go to the bathroom, but at this moment, something that subverted his thinking happened. Lin Muqing and Shengxin saw tea splashing on Ziming's trousers. These two infinitely admiring ladies ran over, kneeling in front of Ziming, and took out tissues to help Ziming wipe his trousers. Chapter 114 Mejo, haha. This scene stunned everyone. At this moment, no one wants to believe their eyes. But even if they rub their eyes, no matter how much they rubbed their eyes, the facts are still in front of them. Why would a beauty president of a fund company holding tens of millions of assets and a proud chief reporter of Hong Kong Island finance and economics, these two women would be willing to kneel in front of Ziming and take a tissue to help Ziming wipe it on the pants? Especially the position of the tea sprinkler is just in the crotch. Are the women in Hong Kong so open, regardless of the difference between men and women? Qiao Weijiang was also dumbfounded, because this was completely different from his original idea. Originally, when Qiao Weijiang saw Ziming holding a cup of tea, he deliberately slapped him so that the tea splashed on him, so that he could go to the bathroom to stay. Will be able to accept the interview smoothly. Qiao Weijiang also knew that this was awkward, and it was totally inconsistent with his noble status as the executive vice mayor. But he couldn't bear Ziming's robbing of himself here all the time. The idea is good, but how could it turn out to be like this? Qiao Weijiang stared blankly at the two pairs of slender hands moving in Ziming's crotch. The skin was delicate, like agar, but the more beautiful Lin Muqing and Shengxin's hands are, the more they make Qiao Weijiang jealous. If possible, he now wants to rush to push Ziming away, and then sit there and let these two the beauty help herself wipe the tea from her pants. Perhaps at the position of Ziming, you can see the deeper spring light on Lin Muqing's chest by lowering your head. It's a pity that Qiao Weijiang didn't change his shape, so he could only stand aside like everyone else, staring blankly at the two beautiful women kneeling in front of Ziming to serve Ziming. At this time, Qiao Weijiang really hated that he could slap himself 2 slaps, regretting why he had to slap him so and finally gave him such a charming opportunity. Qiao Weijiang and others at the scene did not expect that. Ziming himself had never expected it. If Lin Muqing did so, it is understandable. How could it be said that he brought her to Hong Kong and asked her to be the boss of the Jinming Fund Company? She had the opportunity to enter the upper-class society in Hong Kong. She was grateful to herself, or she still had such a little love, so she could understand her tea splashing on her pants, and come to help herself wipe it. But Shengxin is what happened? Shengxin is the chief reporter of Hong Kong Island finance and economics. In this capacity, she should be very proud, just like when she interviewed herself at the Jinming Fund Company on the first day. How could such a woman be willing to be with another? How about women kneeling in front of them and helping themselves to wipe the tea from their pants? But having said that, from the position of Ziming, it is indeed very fragrant. After all, the crescent heads of the two women under him are directly facing there. Everyone sees it. As long as they untie their belts, they can enjoy it. To the illusion of making them bite for themselves. Ziming really didn't dare to think about it anymore. After all, if there was a reaction from below himself, it would be troublesome under all the eyes. So he hurriedly held the small hands of the two women moving in his crotch and said, "Thank you. I can handle this by myself. Don't bother you." Lin Muqing, with a heart of Lan Ziyue, saw Ziming's worry, and gave Ziming an angry glance, and then handed the tissue to Ziming. As for Shengxin, she didn't understand, but she saw that Lin Muqing had already done so. She had no choice but to give Ziming the tissue. Ziming took the paper towels of the two beauties and wiped the trousers randomly, then stood up and said to Lin Muqing and Shengxin, "I'm really sorry, I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. I was so careless, but thank you." You guys. Lin Muking looked at Kiao Weijiang and said, Mr. Zhu, you are not careful, but I think Mayor Kiao is too careless. How can you watch others drinking tea and take pictures? This is too unacceptable. I think so. And the executive deputy mayor. I think this vision is about the same as the general mayor and village chief. Shanksin also echoed. As far as Lin Muking and Shanksin are concerned, as long as they have normal IQs, they can tell that they are targeting Kiao Weijiang, and Kiao Weijiang can naturally also hear them. It's his identity. How can anyone in China dare to question him like that? So he had no experience in handling this matter. So he had to sullen his face and said, you can't say that when you speak. It's obviously because he hasn't held it firmly. How can he blame others? Lin Muking looked at Kiao Weijiang contemptuously and said, Mayor Kiao also said that he can't blame others. What about Mayor Kiao's carelessness before? Shanksin's words are more straightforward. If there is a mistake or something is not done well, just admit it. It's not a big deal. What do you have to do with an old face? Do you think everyone is blind? And the executive vice mayor? I think it's not as good as a beggar. At least one beggar knows to say sorry if he accidentally touched someone else. All the members of the Nanjian delegation were shocked and speechless at this time. That is Nanjian's executive deputy mayor, the fourth-ranked person in power in the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee. It is too bold to be scolded by two women here. How dare they? As for the advance personnel sent by the city government to work in Hong Kong City, their bodies were a little weaker at this time. They could no longer imagine that they would endure the anger of Mayor Zhou when they returned. Lin Muking and Shanksin's words were like slap after slap, hitting Kiao Weijiang's face, making him feel very embarrassed. Kiao Weijiang pointed at Lin Muking, Shanksin and Ziming, and suffocated for a long time. Okay, very good, you are all doing well. After Kiao Weijiang finished speaking, he turned to leave the door and walked out. He closed the door heavily, as if he was trying to vent all his anger on this door. Seeing Kiao Weijiang's actions, Shanksin became even more dissatisfied. What kind of person is this? He clearly made a mistake, and the whole world owes him. Lin Muking explained to her, Reporter Shin, you don't know, the domestic officials are basically like this. They will never admit that it is their own problem, and they will always shift the responsibility to others for them. Shirk responsibility is the best. Reporter Lin. President Shin, you can't say a few words. Ziming said, when Kiao Weijiang was here, Ziming would not say that Lin Muking and Shanksin were not the one. After all, they were all helping themselves. Even if they would offend it, Kiao Weijiang would not cool their hearts in this way. But now that Kiao Weijiang is gone, it is a bit unreasonable to chase and scold others. With Ziming's words, Lin Muking and Shanksin both closed their mouths obediently. This shocked the others again. They couldn't figure out what magic power Ziming had in his body that would make these two beauties listen like this. What about his words? If it's me, then I'm willing to die. Then Shanksin asked Ziming, Mr. Zhu, can you accept my interview now? Ziming glanced around and said, Reporter Shin, are you right here? This is still at the dinner that Mr. Lin gave us for the Nanjian delegation. Does this mean that you are a little disrespectful of your identity? Reporter Shin. Shanksin smiled and said, it doesn't matter. As long as Mr. Zhu is free, you can be anywhere anytime. Shanksin's words sounded no problem in the ears of the Nanjian people like Liu Han, but they were shocked when they heard it in Wang Yanlong's ears. As practitioners in the financial industry in Hong Kong, they all know Shanksin's status in this circle. Usually, her interviews are very particular. Even the billionaires of any consortium have to accept her interviews. You have to choose a time and a place, and you have to coordinate with Shanksin's time arrangement. Why did everything turn around in Ziming's place? Wang Yanlong, Cao Haiyang and Sun Wai looked at each other, and in the end they can only conclude that Boss Zhu is very charismatic. Ziming sat down, and Shanksin opened his notebook and sat in front of Ziming to start the interview. He smiled and asked Ziming, I heard that Mr. Zhu, you are here to investigate the securities market in Hong Kong City on behalf of the mainland, right? What prompted that reason? Mr. Zhu, Do you want to promote the construction of the mainland stock market? Actually, I can't say that I promoted it. Because the construction of the mainland securities market is the general trend of reform and opening up. If reporter Shin you know the mainland, you should know that there is also a securities market under construction on the Bnhai side, Ziming said. Shanksin nodded and wrote Ziming's words in his notebook. At the same time, he asked Ziming, but with all due respect, the stock market is a capitalist thing. How can the mainland engage in it? Isn't this going back? Actually, there is not so much emphasis on economics. No economy has a certain surname as a society or capital. Isn't there an old saying that is good? No matter white cats or black cats, those who can catch mice are good cats. The same goes for the above. No matter what the market economy is, as long as it can bring benefits to the people and develop the economy faster, it is good. Ziming said. Mr. Zhu, what you said is great. Shanksin applauded Ziming happily. But one thing is that there is no series of capitalist laws and regulations in the mainland. How can this be solved? Ziming spread both hands. This is the reason why Mayor Kiao and I came to Hong Kong City. Isn't our Nanjian delegation here to learn from it? When Shanksin and Ziming asked and answered, the people next to them raised their eyebrows and stared, because they remembered that it was just now. Shanksin used these questions to ask Kiao Weijiang, asking him so much that he didn't know how to answer. But in Ziming's case, it is as simple as 1 + 1 = a few. Is this Kiao Weijiang too stupid or Ziming too smart? No one knew the answer, but Shanksin's interview with Ziming did not last long. Luo Han's pager rang. He picked up the pager and looked at it. His expression changed immediately. Then Luo Han hurried over to Ziming. Ming said, "It's not good. Mayor Zhou has an accident below." Chapter 115. Problem occurs. Ziming, who heard this sentence, is a bit inexplicable. After all, this is the Peninsula Hotel. It is the most famous and luxurious hotel in Hong Kong City and even in the world. It is also the oldest hotel in Hong Kong City. It is not in West Asia where terrorists live. How could something happen? What else could happen here? Facing the doubt in Ziming's eyes, Luo Han hurriedly explained, "Councillor Zhu, I didn't say exactly what happened on the pager, but it was indeed Mayor Kiao that something happened. I was thinking about Gangqing. Here you are more familiar than us, and today it was President Lin who invited us to eat here. It is always better for you and President Lin to come forward." Ziming understands that the information that the pager can convey in this era is indeed not as good as that of later generations of mobile phones. And no matter how much he annoys Mayor Kiao, he is also the executive deputy mayor of Nanjing. He also came to Gangqing on behalf of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee and government. If something happened to him here, there would be no way to explain it back. Finally, Ziming nodded and said yes. He got up and took Lin Muking and Shanksin together, followed Luo Han out of the box and went downstairs to look for Kiao Weijiang. But in fact, there is no need to look for it. Ziming and the others just walked downstairs and saw Kiao Weijiang in the hotel lobby, but he was being pressed against the wall by 2 hotel security guards at this time, and his secretary jumped anxiously beside him and wanted to go up, pulling, but taking 2 strong security guards has nothing to do. Seeing Ziming and the others coming downstairs, Kiao Weijiang's secretary finally saw the savior like someone who had been struggling for a long time. Finally there was hope. Regardless of what happened between these people and Kiao Weijiang, he hurried over to find Ziming, and Lin Muking asked for help. "Councillor Lin, please talk to the hotel soon. Let Mayor Zhou go first." "Okay, I'll talk to the hotel. But you have to tell me what happened first," Ziming said. Kiao Weijiang's secretary felt a little hard to tell, but he gritted his teeth and told Ziming that there was nothing weird about this matter. On the contrary, it was very common, which just made people laugh a little bit. To put it simply, Kiao Weijiang became more and more angry after walking out of the box, and finally dropped the cup in his hand. But I don't know if he is unlucky or he is used to smashing things in the municipal government. In short, he just smashed a sculpture in the lobby when he dropped it so easily today. knocking the sculpture off and breaking it. If something is broken for you, he will naturally lose money at the hotel. If it is more than 20 years later, a Nanjing executive deputy mayor will give out hundreds of thousands of trivia, but now it is 1987, Qiao Weijiang did not bring it out. So much money, so the two sides had a dispute, and the hotel immediately called for security. After listening to the secretary's account, Ziming really didn't know what to say to the mayor Qiao. Consultant Lin, the hotel said that the sculpture cost more than 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. Don't you say that this is an insult? The secretary was still complaining. Facing his complaints, Lin Muking said faintly, "This is the Peninsula Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Hong Kong and the world. The sculptures in the lobby are all famous treasures, and they are indeed very valuable." The secretary was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Mr. Lin, but Mayor Qiao doesn't know it. He didn't mean it. It's not so unreasonable. Moreover, Mayor Qiao is from Nanjing anyway. The executive vice mayor, it's impossible to justify the treatment he has received." Lin Muking didn't care so much. Her eyes looked at Ziming, which obviously meant to wait for Ziming to make a decision. For her, it doesn't matter what Qiao Weijiang is, whether he is the executive vice mayor or the executive vice governor. Anyway, they didn't know each other, only Ziming could do what she said. Ziming sighed, "If you have it, don't cry here, let me take a look." Speaking of Ziming, she walked over to Qiao Weijiang. Seeing Ziming had made a decision, Lin Muking winked at the secretary A minutes beside him. A minutes nodded immediately and immediately contacted the hotel manager. "What are you doing?" "I am the executive deputy mayor of Nanjing City in the mainland, and I am a party and government cadre. I came to your Hong Kong city for inspection. Do you know what your behavior is? Do you know what you will do if you do this? Consequences?" Before getting closer, Ziming could hear Qiao Weijiang's roar, but what made people feel funny was that the mayor Qiao was pushed on the wall but still swearing by an adjutant, which is also strange. There was also a lobby manager who was holding Qiao Weijiang with the security. He frowned when he saw Ziming and these people passing by. Then he recognized Lin Muking and Shanxin and immediately came up and asked, "Mr. Lin, Reporter Shen, may I ask you? Do you know this gentleman?" Lin Muking nodded and said, "He is a visitor from Nanjing, please let him go first." Hearing what Lin Muking said, the lobby manager immediately signaled to the two security guards to release Qiao Weijiang, but what people did not expect was that Qiao Weijiang was released, so he immediately scolded the lobby manager and said, "Are you a bandit den or a hotel? How can you treat guests like this? Do you know who I am? I am the executive deputy mayor of Nanjing." Ziming couldn't listen anymore, and stepped forward and said to Qiao Weijiang, "Okay, Mayor Qiao, don't you say a few words." Hearing Ziming's voice, Qiao Weijiang seemed to be more angry. He turned his head and pointed at Ziming and said, "Ziming, this must be caused by your collusion, right? I have long seen that you are wrong. And you Hong Kong fellows, none of them are good things." This made Shanxin very dissatisfied. She frowned and said to Qiao Weijiang, "Is there something wrong with your brain? You smash other people's things yourself, and others grab you and want you to lose money. You have no money. You kindly come over to help you out. You not only thank you, but also say that to us. Do you still have a conscience? Do I have a conscience? This sentence is what I want to ask you." Qiao Weijiang said, "I was invited by you to inspect here in Hong Kong City, but what did you do? Leave me here, set up such a trap to frame me. I still want to ask if you have a conscience. What you said is really interesting. Did we let you break the sculpture? Your own problem still rests on us." Lin Muking dissatisfied. "Mayor Qiao, you think of a way to compensate for the 20 million? Qiao Weijiang was choked by Lin Muking's words, and then he insisted on saying, "If I pay, I will pay." "Xiao Jiang, you immediately contact the Finance Bureau and ask them to remit 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, right away." "Okay, Mayor Qiao, the city government's money is the hard-earned money of the common people. It's not for you to squander it. I'll leave it to you. If you still have a snack, use the money where you need it more. Go, Ziming said to Qiao Weijiang politely. But Qiao Weijiang obviously doesn't appreciate it. I am the executive vice mayor. I still need you to educate. I think this is where it is most needed. Who is this? It's like a dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know good people, Shanksin muttered. Hearing this, Qiao Weijiang immediately jumped up like a dog with its tail stomped on. Who are you scolding? You lesbian is still a reporter from Hong Kong City. I think it is no different from the shrew on the street. Enough. No matter how good Zimingrao is, no matter how he doesn't want to have a conflict with him, the executive deputy mayor, now he can't bear it anymore. He said to Qiao Weijiang, Mayor Zhou, I beg you to give it to me. How about going out? Ziming said this, immediately making Luo Han's eyes widen behind him. Although he also felt that Qiao Weijiang was not a thing, he was still the executive deputy mayor of Nanjing after all. Lin Muqing and Shanksin scolded him because these two women are from Hong Kong City, and Qiao Weijiang has nothing to do with them. But Ziming still developed in Nanjing. How could you offend him so much? Qiao Weijiang did not expect that Ziming, who had been educated all the way by himself, would dare to speak to himself like this. He also pointed to Ziming and asked, what did you say? If you have the ability, you can say it again. You can do it as many times as you want. Ziming pointed at Qiao Weijiang's nose and said, you get out of here. Get out of here. Well, Consultant Zhu, I think you are very good. Qiao Weijiang gritted his teeth. Ziming lost his interest in continuing to talk with Qiao Weijiang, and turned to ask the lobby manager of the Peninsula Hotel, what should you do if your hotel usually encounters the kind of madman who makes a lot of noise in the lobby? Of course the security was asked to throw it out. The lobby manager replied. Ziming made a please gesture to the lobby manager. The lobby manager was stunned for a moment. Ziming added, unless you plan to keep him here to compensate you. The lobby manager made a decision and waved his hands to let the two security guards set up Qiao Weijiang and walked directly outside. What are you doing, Ziming? What are you asking them to do? You wait for me. I won't let you go. Qiao Weijiang was yelling and cursing while being thrown out by the hotel security. After Qiao Weijiang was thrown out, the lobby finally became quiet. Shanksin said to Ziming, Mr. Zhu, you mainland officials are too weird. There was nothing wrong with this originally. He has to be noisy, and so are we. He came to help him, but he still wants to say that ours is not ours. Who are these people? Ziming spread his hands together. Just don't treat him as a human being. Compared with Shanksin, Lin Muqing has a better understanding of the situation in the mainland, and she asked Ziming worriedly, Ziming, although Qiao Weijiang is not very good, he will eventually be the executive vice mayor of Nanjing. You treat him this way today. There will be no problem, right? Hearing what Lin Muqing said, Shanksin also reacted at once. Sister Muqing, do you mean this Qiao Weijiang will retaliate against Mr. Zhu? Looking at his virtue, I think it's for sure. Lin Muqing replied, Mr. Zhu, don't go back to the mainland, just stay in Hong Kong. I heard that mainland officials have more power. They shoot whoever wants to be shot, and Qiao Weijiang said before he was thrown out. He will not let you go, Mr. Zhu. Shanksin said worriedly. Ziming smiled slightly at Shanksin and said, don't worry, he is just an executive deputy mayor. He is not up to that point. He won't let me go. I won't let him go. Chapter 116, Lin Muqing's Mind. The waiter at the Peninsula Hotel pushed the luggage cart and followed Ziming and Lin Muqing to the luxurious ocean view room. The waiter left after helping Ziming put the luggage away. Lin Muqing walked into the bedroom and opened the floor-to-ceiling windows. A cool breeze blew in. Lin Muqing said to Ziming, how about it? Last time you asked me to stay in a Victorian sea view room. This time I asked you to stay in a Peninsula Hotel's sea view room. Thank you for the hospitality, Mr. Lin. Ziming pretended to give Lin Muqing a little bit. It's just as if it was all my money. The first sentence made Lin Muqing very happy, but the latter sentence made Lin Muqing very dissatisfied. She curled her lips and murmured no mood, and then did not have any interest in watching the night seascape. She came back and sat on Ziming's bed to meet. Ziming said, "But I really didn't expect that, Mayor Joe. He really did it, and actually fired you out of your inspection team when he went back." Ziming took this for granted. As a bureaucrat who values officialdom more than anything else, he was thrown out by security guards in front of so many people in the hotel. It would be strange if he didn't do this. Talking about Ziming stretched again, and then said, "But that's okay. I'm happy to leave the team early. Otherwise I will be suffocated by being with those people all day." That's true. Look at the officials in the country. They are all the same as the uncle. They have the ability to pick things but don't have the shoulders of responsibility, and they will be repaid. Lin Muking said with a disgusted expression, "And that Kiao Weijiang is also an executive vice mayor anyway, so he only booked you a hotel like that? And I really don't know what he thinks. This is no way. Who makes the country poor now?" Ziming said. Lin Muking thought for a while, and then suggested, "Otherwise, Ziming, you can just stay here in Hong Kong City. Don't go back to China. Jinming Fund Company is now a well-known company in Hong Kong City. You, as the boss, it is relatively simple to obtain the status of Hong Kong City." Sister Muking, don't you think I'm afraid of him just by the executive deputy mayor, right? Ziming asked. "I'm not saying you are afraid of him, but we don't have to compete with his neurosis. Can't we still be able to hide if we can't provoke?" Lin Muking said. Ziming shook his head and said, "This is not a rivalry, but a mentality, because Sister Muking, you think, if we run into a Kiao Weijiang today, we will retreat and walk around him instead of fighting against him. In the future, when we meet Li Weijiang and Wang Weijiang, what should we do? Should we keep giving in? Then when do you think we are going to give up? So no matter what others think, but with me, we must never set this precedent." "Well, you are the boss. You have the final say," Lin Muking said. "I have asked Armin to contact the hotel manager today, and I will talk to the hotel executives tomorrow, so that they will protest to the mainland on this matter and try to get this matter is turned into a diplomatic incident. I think that as long as that Kiao Weijiang has a competitor, I will give them such a good opportunity. If they can't catch it, it will be too unjustifiable." Indeed, with the identity of the Peninsula Hotel, a world-renowned hotel, and the current intimate period between Hong Kong City and the mainland, it is qualified to protest. Once Kiao Weijiang's evil deeds in the Peninsula Hotel are announced today, it will definitely be it was a huge shock. His behavior was completely discrediting the domestic party members and cadres, and he was embarrassed and thrown out. At this time, as long as Kiao Weijiang's opponent makes any effort, basically Kiao Weijiang will be finished. Maybe Kiao Weijiang is usually cautious and didn't offend anyone, but Piff is not guilty of his crime. The position of Nanjing's executive deputy mayor under his ass is the best reason for others to trouble him. It's just. Ziming thought of this and looked at Lin Muking and said, "Sister Muking, you want me to eat your soft rice?" Lin Muking chuckled. "Then would you like to eat it?" "Of course I would like to eat Sister Muking's soft rice, but I don't know if Sister Muking is really that soft at your place," Ziming said, eyes deliberately looking at Lin Muking's towering crisp breasts. "Rogue!" Lin Muking scolded Ziming, raising her hand to cover the place where her chest might be gone. But in Ziming's view, Lin Muking's expression was charming and did not seem to be angry, but rather charming and charming. Ziming swallowed subconsciously, and involuntarily remembered the fragrant scene of Lin Muking before kneeling in front of him to help herself wipe the pants, the deep gully of ivory white skin, and the delicate jade on her hands. Feeling, although Lin Muking did not deliberately tease through the pants, Ziming could still feel the gentleness of a woman. Ziming coughed, and hurriedly drove these charming thoughts out of his mind. It wouldn't be good to make a fool of yourself in front of Lin Muking. Even if you have thoughts about her, you can't really become a pervert. At this time, Ziming suddenly thought of a question. "By the way, Sister Muking, what's the matter with you and reporter Shank Xinshan?" This is a question that Ziming puzzled a long time ago. After all, What Lin Muking said was that she had a good relationship with herself, and she had kissed her. But what happened to Xin? Then I have to ask you. Lin Muking replied. Me? Ziming felt confused about Lin Muking's answer. It's you, said Lin Muking. Don't you know that reporter Shen has become a fan of yours since interviewing you and hearing about your deeds? After you returned to the mainland, she often came to our Jinming Fund during the interview. If you are away, I will have to help you receive her. If you come and go, the relationship between me and her will be better. Our Jinming Fund company can become popular in Hong Kong, and it is inseparable from her so diligent reporting. This answer made Ziming a little dumbfounded. It was not that Ziming had never thought of this, but it was also a bit too bizarre. You must know that as a professional journalist, generally speaking, you cannot have personal feelings. Xin is a Hong Kong, the chief reporter of Island Finance. Shouldn't you even know this? Lin Muking saw Ziming's thoughts and explained to him, Xin is a girl in her 20s. It is when she worships heroes. Your experiences are simply legendary. Can she not worship you? Ziming felt dumb. He kept thinking about Xin's identity as the chief financial reporter of Hong Kong Island, but forgot that she was just a girl in her 20s. Well, it seems that it is really my responsibility, Ziming said helplessly. Lin Muking glanced at the grandfather clock in the room, and then said, it's not too early when it's ready. Leave first, and I will come to you tomorrow. Sister Muking, won't you sit for a while? Ziming asked tentatively. Faced with Ziming's question, Lin Muking stood up and held Ziming's chest with her bare hand. She looked at Ziming charmingly and asked, do you want me to sit here for a while? Or do you have other ideas? Lin Muking's voice was as sweet as honey. Her little hands were still on her chest, and Lin Muking was originally tall, but today she wore high heels again. Ziming's eyes were a little lower and she could just see Lin Muking. The large white skin on his chest made Ziming feel a little dry. It's impossible to say that Ziming doesn't have any thoughts. After all, Lin Muking is the most beautiful and tasteful woman Ziming has ever seen. What Ziming wants to say most at this time is actually, Sister Muking, or you just stay here. Let's stay overnight. However, Ziming did not dare to really say this. On the one hand, he was afraid that if everything was not ready now, he would rush through this layer of window paper and embarrass both of them. On the other hand, the most important thing was Ziming's rebirth. However, in just a few months, even if he has tens of millions of assets, he can still talk in front of the leaders of the country, but deep down, he is still the spouse of the previous life, so when facing a stunner woman like Lin Muking, more or less will be a little unclear, so timid. Lin Muking saw Ziming's expression over there, and didn't know what she thought. She suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Ziming's cheek, and before Ziming could react, she ran out like a fly. Ziming stared at the closed door in a daze. I didn't expect Lin Muking, who has always been a mature imperial sister, to behave like such a little girl, but her practice also showed her care for herself. Early the next morning, Lin Muking came to find Ziming. Today's Lin Muking is wearing a formal dress. If yesterday's Lin Muking is more like a lady, then today's Lin Muking is more like a strong woman in the workplace. Compared with Lin Muking, who was dressed, Ziming had just gotten up. Lin Muking helped Ziming choose clothes while saying to Ziming, I will accompany you, the boss, to visit your company today, right? Just like the morning on the day when Ziming went to sign the contract 2 months ago. When Ziming got dressed, Lin Muking knelt in front of Ziming and helped him organize his trouser legs. Ziming helped her up and said gently to her, Mu Sister King, now this golden company belongs to you, and you are the boss. Lin Muking stubbornly shook her head and said, no, this company will always be yours. Ziming didn't have any meaningless arguments with Lin Muking. It doesn't matter who owns the company anyway. Sometimes it's better to make a muddled account. After all, if you really count every penny with Lin Muking, those two human feelings are also going to end. In the morning, Ziming accompanied Lin Muking to the company for a round. Ziming took a look at the company's report. After more than a month of development, The company's performance has doubled compared to before he left. Now our sign has been played out. Even if there is no margin on the stock exchange, everyone still believes in our capital preservation fund. Lin Muking explained to Ziming. Leaving the company, Ziming rented a yacht with Lin Muking to cruise around the Victoria Bay, and then had dinner at a sea restaurant in the evening. In this way, Ziming and Lin Muking were like honeymoon lovers, spending 2 days in Hong Kong carefree, but they almost forgot about the Nanjing delegation, only when they were really on vacation. On the morning of the third day, Ziming suddenly received a call from Luo Han. The message above was simple: Consultant Zhu, please help us. Chapter 117 I lead your family. Xiao Fang Pian has a bad stomach after eating today, so today's update is a bit late. Xiao Fang Pian is here to say sorry to everyone. Hong Kong City University is the oldest university in Hong Kong City and the most well-known university in Hong Kong City. There have been many brilliant figures who have left their names in domestic history. Lin Muking drove Zuming to here, parked the car, and they came to the lecture hall of the University of Hong Kong together. According to the paging call from Luo Han, the group of them seemed to be in trouble here. Although Zuming and Lin Muking couldn't figure out what trouble they would encounter here at Hong Kong University, they thought that Kiao Jiang could do something like that at the Peninsula Hotel a few days ago, so now it's not impossible to switch to university. Of course, Zuming can also ignore their nosy, but it is Kiao Jiang who offends himself. Luo Han and others are innocent. If this incident is really just a fame made by Kiao Jiang alone, then no matter he died, he was only responsible for bringing other people out. Coming to the door of the Hong Kong University lecture hall, Ziming could see Luo Han pacing anxiously there. Seeing Ziming and Lin Muking coming, Luo Han hurried up and said, Counselor Zilin, I hope that the stars and the moon will bring you to you. It's fine if you come, and I have a lot of feelings in my heart. Don't worry, tell us what happened first, Ziming said. Luo Han nodded and said yes, and then briefly recounted what had happened before to Ziming. After hearing this, Ziming felt that this was a common ugly attitude of a system official on such occasions. Speaking of which is not complicated. Kiao Jiang wanted to promote the construction of the Nanjing securities market, and he contacted him to give a speech at Gangqing University. What Kiao Jiang used in his speech was his report in the agency. Originally, there was nothing wrong with it, but the key was that he didn't get it right. Hong Kong City is no better than the mainland. Students in Hong Kong City were originally much more open-minded than those in the mainland, especially when liberalism prevailed in the world in this era. More than half of those who like to come to lecture halls to listen to speeches are angry young people, so how can they listen? Your official language of nonsense? If you don't listen, they will jump up and oppose you. In fact, in university lectures, it's normal for someone to intervene in opposition below your speech above. At this time, you will either stop to explain, or just humorously, or simply ignore them, but the problem lies in this one. Mayor Kiao is a bureaucrat who regards the bureaucracy more importantly than anything else, and he can't accept it anymore. As the executive deputy mayor of Nanjing, when did he ever see himself interrupting like this in his speech? This is simply challenging his official power. Is there any distinction between leadership and the masses? So Kiao Jiang put on official airs to the students who interrupted below, and severely criticized these students. At this time, he just touched the back scales of the students, because for the students with free thinking at this time, they hated bureaucrats like Kiao Jiang the most. So Kiao Jiang's approach is undoubtedly igniting the students' powder kegs. Enthusiastic students immediately turned this speech into a condemnation and criticism of mainland bureaucrats by Hong Kong University students. Luo Han's words came to an end here, and the lecture hall over there seemed to be proving that it was noisy. Our Mayor Joe is really good. Does he feel uncomfortable if he doesn't put on his official airs for a day? Ziming said helplessly, and then asked Luo Han, then why are you calling me over? When asked by Ziming, Luo Han was a little embarrassed and said, Council Zhu is like this. Today's speech is a good publicity for the construction of the Nanjing securities market. I discussed it with others and felt that Councillor Zhu have worked in Hong Kong City, and Mr. Lin is the boss of the Hong Kong City big company. Compared with us, we will communicate better with these Hong Kong University students. To put it bluntly, let me come to the rescue, Ziming said. Luo Han lowered his head in embarrassment. After all, 3 days ago, Kiao Weijiang said in front of everyone that Ziming was expelled. Now they have lost face here and asked Ziming to come back to save the field. They are really embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed, it's not what you caused, Ziming said, but it's not that I said you. Just like Kiao Weijiang's strange work, what are you doing with him? Just leave, it's him who made the students messy. Yes. Just let him find a way to settle it. How can this be done? Luo Han said to Ziming, Councillor Zhu, I know that Mayor Kiao was wrong, but after all, we all came out on behalf of Nanjing City, and we all came out to build Nanjing's securities market. Advisor Zhu, I beg you not to negotiate with Mayor Kiao. Ziming looked at Luo Han up and down. He thought that if Kiao Weijiang had done the same in his previous life, then only people like Luo Han who wanted to be complacent could cooperate with him in order to build up Nanjing's securities market. This Luan is also an unfortunate person. Thinking this way, Ziming waved his hand to Luo Han and said, well, I'll go in and have a look. When Ziming finished speaking, he took Lin Muqing and Luo Han into the Hong Kong University lecture hall. When they opened the door and walked in, they heard a huge boo, which made Ziming amused. Our Joe, what kind of public outrage did the mayor arouse? Luo Han lowered his head, not knowing how to answer Ziming, but fortunately Ziming did not ask him to answer. After they came to the lecture hall, they saw that the Nanjing delegation was here. When they saw Ziming and Lin Muqing coming in, they all bowed their heads like Luo Han, because they also felt that Kiao Weijiang was in the Hong Kong University lecture hall this time. It's really shameful. Ziming patted them on the shoulders and said, you didn't do anything wrong, don't look like this, just cheer up. Then Ziming came to the stage. On the stage, Kiao Weijiang was still there to criticize the students. He said, you are students, not gangsters on the street. You should support the policies of the party and the government and contribute your youth to the construction of the motherland, not like this. Keep playing the opposite. Don't you think your thinking is very degenerate? And I'm sorry for the knowledge you learned in school, let alone your parents who worked so hard to nurture yours. Kiao Weijiang's remarks made Ziming feel ridiculous. He turned his head and asked Luo Han, is Mayor Kiao giving a speech like this? Luo Han nodded, and Ziming directly commented, it's just a brain dead. Let him down quickly, he will only become more and more embarrassing, and disgust the students of Hong Kong University. As if to prove Ziming's words came to an end, and the students over there immediately yelled, I think you officials are the biggest gangsters. You are just lying down. The malignant tumor that sucks blood on the people. You are the worms of society, and sooner or later this country will fall into the hands of you bureaucrats. Want others to support others to give their youth. What about you? What did you bureaucrats do? Do you just know how to fart here? I think the one above you is not a mouth, it is a butt. You bureaucrats, hurry up. Don't stand here and tarnish our sacred Hong Kong University lecture hall. I think the reason why the mainland is poor is that there are you bureaucrats who are not doing anything. What the student said made Kiao Weijiang tremble with anger. He pointed to the student below and said, it's so shameless, you guys are so. Kiao Weijiang's words were not finished yet. A shoe flew over from nowhere and hit Kiao Weijiang's face. Kiao Weijiang was taken aback for the first time, then he slapped the table fiercely and shouted, you people are simply unworthy. Known as students, you are simply hooligans and scumbags in society. You should all be tried and shot. Kiao Weijiang's words caused the following louder boos. Go away. You ugly bureaucrat. Hong Kong is a free country, not a place where worms like you can run wild. Would you like us to throw a few more shoes on to greet you? Huh? Luan, what are you waiting for? If you don't go up and pull him down? Later, Tai Ziming roared, and Liu Han reacted. He hurriedly went on stage with Qiao Weijiang's secretary to drag Qiao Weijiang off. Seeing this scene, the following students were happy. Ha ha. Look, the posture of the bureaucrat stepping down is really embarrassing, like a bereaved dog. Or he is a dog that can bite his master. Qiao Weijiang stepped off the stage amid the boos, laughter and verbal abuse from the students below, but Qiao Weijiang, who was pulled off the stage, was obviously not satisfied. Liu and Xia's hang. What are you pulling me down for? These students are too shameful. We must educate them well. Mayor Qiao, what else do you want to educate? Do you still think you are not embarrassed enough? Ziming said. Qiao Weijiang was taken aback when he heard Ziming's voice, and then he said, Ziming, haven't you been expelled from the inspection group? Why are you here? Who approved you to come? It doesn't matter how I am here and who approved me to come, Ziming said to Qiao Weijiang, pointing his finger to the audience. But Mayor Qiao, I ask you to listen to the voice of the students below. Didn't you listen? How unwelcome you are here. As a bureaucrat who values the bureaucracy more than anything else, of course, Qiao Weijiang will not admit his own problems. He said, these Hong Kong University students have problems with their ideological concepts, and they don't know what education in Hong Kong City is. What's going on? I just want to educate them here to correct their thinking and concepts. You pulled me down. Don't you have the same sense of leadership as these students from Hong Kong City? It's all about today. The responsibility of you people. Liu Han Xia's hang. You go back today and write an inspection to me alone. Listening to Qiao Weijiang's completely unreasonable words, Ziming couldn't help but utter a foul language. I will lead your family. What are you talking about? You say it again. Is that comrade you have no sense of leadership? It seems that you also have a great responsibility for this matter today. After I go back, I'll go back to your mother B. Before Qiao Weijiang's words were finished, Ziming slapped him in the face with a slap in the face. Chapter 118. What kind of miracle is this? Snapped. A crisp sound echoed in the backstage. Ziming's slap not only slapped Qiao Weijiang, but also slapped everyone else on the scene. Everyone looked at them dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Ziming actually slapped Mayor Zhou. How dare he beat Mayor Zhou? Didn't he know that it was the executive deputy mayor of Nanjing? Didn't he know what the consequences would be if he beat Mayor Zhou? Ziming didn't dare to think about anything else in other people's minds at this time. He pointed at Qiao Weijiang and said, I told you that I have tolerated you on this journey for a long time. You fucking don't look at what you are, all day long. Are you tired with a ruined bureaucracy? Do others respect you? It's not that you emphasize that you are the leader all the time. You don't understand the truth. Have you fucking lived as a dog for so many years? Qiao Weijiang covered his face and looked at Ziming in a daze. It took him a long time to react. You dare to hit me? Do you dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Do you dare to hit me? Ziming felt helpless. It seems that Mayor Qiao did not listen to what he said just now. What are you? What qualifications do you have to beat me? Qiao Weijiang also raised his hands to fight Ziming, but he, a middle-aged bureaucrat, would be Ziming's opponent. Ziming pushed him away. If his secretary Xiao Jiang was not in front of Qiao Weijiang, Ziming would have to reward him again. He slapped Secretary Jiang. Be optimistic about this neurosis, Ziming said to Qiao Weijiang's secretary, then turned around and said to Liu Han, there is nothing for us here, let's go first. Liu Han said, Counsel Zhu, but the speech here and the publicity of Nanjing securities market, this. Ziming was a little impatient and explained to him, Vice President Liu, things are done, not by speaking out. Whether our securities market is good or not is not just what we can talk about, but it depends on our future. How did we do it? Can we give a speech here today that can conceal the fact that our stock market is very imperfect? If our stock market is reduced to a tool for a few people to make money, then even if we talk more today, okay, what's the use then? Ziming said, pointing to the angry students in the audience. Besides, look at the angry students below. What else do you think we can say? Liu moved his mouth, but found that he couldn't make any rebuttals at all, and finally he sighed and said, "That's all." Ziming nodded, but when Ziming was about to take Liu Han and the others out of the lecture hall, something suddenly happened in the audience over there. Classmates, the stupid and selfish bureaucrat ran away, but he left his dirty thoughts here. He fooled everyone as pigs and dogs and defiled our sacred lecture hall. We can let it go. Is he? Should we make him pay for his despicableness? Now they are at the side door. Should we go and surround him? The audience did not know which student was yelling loudly, and immediately received the echo of all the other students. Can't let him go. We are going to kill him, the dirty and despicable bureaucrat and his accomplices. We can't let them go. Hearing the voice over there, Liu Han's face changed at once. Why these students still refuse to let us go? And if they want to come out to surround us and beat us? Another person also said, that means, shouldn't these students be cultural people? How could they be so barbaric? There are so many students here, and there are hundreds of people, right? This person can even spit on us. Drowned. If we do this, where will we find a way to survive? Why are we so unlucky that we met such a group of students? Compared with people like Liu Han, Ziming can understand the mentality of these students. After all, he has also come from a young age, and he is aggrieved by many phenomena, especially when college students are full of passion. They meet Qiao Jiang again. A weird thing, as long as it is popular but can't raise one's arms, it will definitely respond to everything. If this were not the case, there would not have been so many student movements before liberation. Counselor Zhu, what should we do now? Liu Han asked Ziming. After Liu Han said this, other people also thought of Ziming. They all cast their hopes on Ziming. In their opinion, Ziming once stayed in Hong Kong City, and there is also a fund here. The beautiful bosses of the company, they must know these Hong Kong students better, and only they can have a solution in this situation. Counselor Zhu begs you to think of a solution. I know you must have a solution. Now we can only count on you. Hearing what these people said to me, and seeing these people almost desperate, Ziming slowly exhaled. It seems that I can only try to give a speech to see if these students can change their minds. Up. Ziming's low voice at this time is undoubtedly like a beacon in the darkness to these people, like the last straw that drowning people grabbed. Everyone looked at Ziming hopefully and said, Advisor Zhu, you can do it. Advisor Zhu, you must have no problem. Advisor Zhu, your speech will definitely convince these Hong Kong University students. Lin Muking was also affected by this atmosphere. She took Ziming's hand with some worry. Ziming smiled at Lin Muking and patted her hand with confidence before she stepped onto the stage. When Ziming stepped onto the stage, the students in the audience were already organizing to go out, and they were going to contain Qiao Jiang and the others. Seeing this situation, Ziming hurriedly walked 2 steps to the podium and said loudly into the microphone, "Classmates." Ziming's voice suddenly came out, causing all the students in the audience to immediately turn their heads. Ziming Kai then said, "Hello, students from Hong Kong University, I am Ziming from the Nanjing delegation." When the voice fell, the student below suddenly yelled, "It's another bureaucrat, let's go up and kill him first." With this shout, the students below came back from the door to the podium again. Ziming hurriedly said, "Classmates, I am not a bureaucrat, I am just an ordinary person, otherwise why would I still be on stage now?" The students of the University of Hong Kong still did not stop. Even if you are not a bureaucrat, you are a running dog that calls for the soul of the bureaucracy. You are worse than the bureaucracy. Students, if I am really a minion for the bureaucracy, then I should turn around and run to hide and dare not come out, just like the dog officials back then, instead of standing here, so please be sober. In Ziming's remarks, the students in the audience gradually stopped. Seeing this scene, Ziming was relieved in his heart, and then said, "Classmates, I am actually from an ordinary person like you all." My child, even half a year ago, I lost my job because of a bureaucrat, so I can understand you very well. Then what are you doing here now? Someone asked below. This classmate's question is very good. Why am I standing here? It's because I have something in my heart to tell everyone, Ziming said. In the audience just now, I also heard the previous Mayor Kieo's speech. I am as upset as everyone else. I even want to hack him to death with a knife to vent my anger, Ziming said here. After a turn of the conversation, he continued, but I can't do this, and you can't do this. Why? Because you are students and the pride of Hong Kong University, not the bandits, nor the thugs. Ziming then slowed down his tone and said, no matter what, violence will never solve the problem. There are laws in Hong Kong City. If you really do it, you will be breaking the law. Maybe you think that as long as you can bring down the bureaucracy and it is worth breaking the law, then you are very wrong. Ziming said, please think about your parents and think about why they sent you to school. Isn't it that I hope you can use the knowledge you have learned to change the world and your current living conditions? But if they hear that you are in jail, how disappointed they will be, and how much will they worry about you? Listening to Ziming's words, the students below all bowed their heads in unison. They were all ashamed of their behavior just now. Some even really thought of their parents and shed tears of regret. This scene shocked Luo Han and those in the backstage. They didn't even have time to relax for Ziming's persuasion of these students. They never thought that they were angry and ferocious just now and wanted to chop them all up to the dog feeding port. The college students, just because of Ziming's few words, not only did they dispel the anger in their hearts, but they also regretted what they had just done. What magic did the consultant do this week? Compared with the other members of the Nanjiang delegation, Lin Muking was even more ups and downs. Lin Muking had Ziming in her heart, so just now when she saw the students below all flocking to the podium, Lin Muking felt that her heart was about to jump out, and she almost rushed to the stage to block Ziming with her body. In front of him, even though she knew that this would not protect Ziming, she couldn't even imagine what she would do if Ziming had an accident. But at that moment she remembered Ziming's confident A's, and she held it back for a long time before pressing her feet on the spot. Fortunately, Ziming did a miracle in the end. He didn't let anyone down, so he used his mouth and a few words to let hundreds of angry students stop confessing in front of him. What a miracle! Lin Muking's heart was surging. At this time, she hurriedly asked Luo Han to call Shanxin, telling Shanxin that she must come as quickly as possible, and even if she couldn't make it, she must notify other media to come. After doing all this, Lin Muking came back to stand on the edge of the stage, her hands folded on her lips. A pair of wonderful eyes looked at Ziming on the stage. Her eyes were full of excitement and admiration. She must inform the reporter, because she understands that this man, his next speech will surely shock the world. Chapter 119. I Have a Dream. Lin Muking and Luo Han breathed a sigh of relief. On the podium, Ziming himself took a psychological roller coaster. After all, there are hundreds of Hong Kong University students who were irritated by Kiao Jiang. Yes, but fortunately, in the end, I managed to smooth the grievances of these students through some words of putting myself on the ground. Ziming subconsciously turned her head and looked at the stage. She saw Lin Muking was standing by the stage, looking at herself with admiration. Seeing that she turned her head to look at her, she also clenched her pink fist to show her greatest support and encouragement. Ziming smiled slightly and nodded to Lin Muking, then turned his head back and looked at the crowded Hong Kong University students in the audience and started his own speech. I have a dream. This is a famous speech given by a black leader in the United States 24 years ago. The reason why I will mention this here today is because I also have a dream, or that everyone has a dream. As Ziming's speech began, the Hong Kong University students in the audience raised their heads. Although some people below were still immersed in the sad atmosphere just now, it did not prevent them from watching Ziming and listening to Ziming's speech. At this moment, for these Hong Kong University students, they have only one thought in their minds: see what else you can say. Dreams are the beginning of everyone's childhood. For everyone, I believe you must have heard such a question when you were young. Your parents, relatives and friends will ask you, what are you going to do when you grow up? Some people may say that I want to be a scientist when I grow up and want to invent technology that will benefit all mankind. Some people may say that I want to be a doctor when I grow up, and I want to cure every patient. Others may say that I grow up now that I want to be a teacher. I will continue to impart knowledge and so on. In fact, these are our dreams. Ziming's words provoked the following memories. But at this moment someone suddenly asked Ziming, "Then what is your dream?" "My dream?" Ziming smiled embarrassedly. "I'm not afraid of everyone's jokes when I say it. My family was relatively poor when I was young, so my thinking at that time was just thinking about how to make money, how to make a lot of money, and how to make money until I have money for fish and meat every day." Hearing Ziming's answer, the following laughed in kindness. All of these Hong Kong University students said, "Your dream is so simple, but your dream is the most real dream, right?" "I see. What are the dreams of being a scientist, a doctor and a teacher are too illusory. Only your dream is the most practical, right?" "Is it practical?" "Maybe," Ziming said with a shrug, "but I think dreams should be illusory." On the contrary, like me, there is another term called the goal of striving. Then your goal has been achieved. Someone asked below. Regarding this question, Ziming split his hands. "I am sorry for your question. It is very difficult to answer, because I don't know how this goal is to be achieved. Maybe it is achieved by earning tens of millions, maybe a golden name, even if the fund company is realized, or maybe it is realized by marrying the beautiful boss of Jinming Fund Company as a wife." Ziming's series of rhetorical questions made the audience burst into good faith laughter. Apparently, the Jinming Fund Company, which launched the concept of Capital Preservation Fund, has already gained considerable popularity with the help of Shengxin and the operation of Lin Muqing. At least present of students have heard of this name. So the following classmates said, "Then your goal is very ambitious. If you really think so, then at least half of us here are your rivals." On the backstage, Lin Muqing blushed when she heard Ziming's rhetorical questions, and she secretly complained that Ziming's speech would be a good speech. Why did she even make a joke on herself? Really? But go complain. But when Lin Muqing Ziming heard that he wanted to marry his own home when his wife, then later, "My heart is still very happy, like eating, like honey." On the podium, Ziming said, "So the reason why the dream is called a dream is because it is a beautiful wish in our hearts. Just like the securities market that we will build in Nanjing. Hong Kong City and Nanjing are not far apart, and you, as students of the University of Hong Kong, are the most enlightened group in Hong Kong, so you should know that the mainland is undergoing reform and opening up to revitalize the economy." After Ziming's words were finished, some students immediately jumped out and questioned, "But do we have to build a securities market for reform and opening up?" Another student also questioned, "That is to say, as far as I know, there are no laws in the mainland. How can the securities market be opened without any legal guarantee? Isn't this a trifle?" Seeing the situation of the students below are getting more and more excited, Ziming raised his hand to signal them to be quiet, and at the same time said, "Students, don't worry, listen to me tell you one by one. First is the securities market. What is the securities market? It is nothing more than a market created to solve the contradiction between capital supply and demand and liquidity. In the final analysis, it is a product of the development of market economy." Ziming said, "I know that you will question the reform of the mainland. How long has it been opening up? Isn't it a joke to say that the development of the market economy? But I want to tell you that it is precisely because the market economy in the mainland has just started to build a securities market." Why? This time Ziming didn't wait for the Hong Kong University students below to question, so he asked it first, and then explained, "It's because of the long-term planned economy that the wealth of the mainland cannot be used effectively, and now it is suddenly about to engage in a market economy. Now, everyone wants to start a company, but they find that they don't have money. What can we do? Is it a way to borrow from relatives and friends or from a bank? These are all methods, but they are not a panacea. The best way is to go to the securities market and take advantage of the convenience of fundraising and investment in the securities market. All Hong Kong City's listings isn't that all companies like this. Ziming said, they put up their shares for sale to raise funds needed for corporate development from the market. When the company becomes profitable, dividends will be paid at a fixed time. Of course, all shareholders, they can also transfer the shares they hold to others. This road, Hong Kong City is already going, and the mainland naturally has to go. Ziming said, perhaps you think it is too early and the market is not mature enough. But I just want to say that if everything waits for the market to mature, it's too late to do it again. Wall Street, I believe you should be familiar with this place name. It is the financial center of the entire United States and the world. But that is the current situation. But do you know what Wall Street was like in the beginning? Facing Ziming's question, the students at the University of Hong Kong were silent this time. On the one hand, they did not react, and on the other hand, they did not know. Ziming continued, speculation is rampant. Government agencies, almost all officials are bought by money. This is what Wall Street looks like in the beginning. Don't ask me why this is the case, because the reason is obvious. This market is an informal one. There is no legal system and no one to supervise the market in China. Everyone only cares about how to manipulate the market and obtain profiteering opportunities next time. How the market is mature and what is the condition to build a securities market. No one can say this clearly, but one thing is certain, that is, it will not work if the securities market is not built. After all, now the mainland joint stock companies have already appeared, and securities capital has begun its initial germination. If you don't want to build the securities market at this time, then the original Wall Street will be what the future of the mainland will look like. Then the next question is laws, regulations and supervision. The mainland has only begun to reform and open up. Without a series of relevant laws, how can we ensure that the securities market is conducted in a fair, just and open manner? Ziming asked and replied, the answer is very simple. It is to formulate corresponding rules and regulations based on the already mature laws and regulations of foreign countries, and set up corresponding supervision agencies. Is it easy to say? But in fact it is like this. Ziming said, now let me introduce myself to everyone again. I am Ziming, the deputy head of the Nanjian delegation. This time the main task of the delegation is to inspect the securities system in Hong Kong City, study the laws and regulations here, and study the market construction methods here. Ziming's words were like a blockbuster, which caused an uproar at the scene. Although Ziming introduced himself at the very beginning, no one cared at that time. Now they suddenly realized that they were all true. Are you coming to Hong Kong City for the construction of the stock market? Isn't it too immoral for us to ridicule them here? Ziming listened to the murmurs of the Hong Kong University students in the audience. He said, going back to our original topic, I have a dream. My dream is to make a lot of money. I believe this is not my dream alone, but the common dream of 1 billion people in the mainland. So how can we make money? How can we improve the living standards of the mainland? It is to develop the economy, develop the market economy, and develop the securities market economy as an important part of the market economy. Then, driven by capital, drive the economic development of the whole society. Foreigners always say that we are poor and backward when they comment on our China. Should we be poor or backward? Ziming firmly waved his fist and said, never. I have a dream. I dream that one day, we no longer have to worry about eating. I dream that one day, car TV is no longer a symbol of luxury in China, but can also enter every family. I dream that one day, I can also drink red wine and talk about stock funds with foreigners, instead of knowing nothing about them. I dream that one day, my motherland's economy can become stronger and I can look down upon the world. Ziming said loudly. Chapter 120 Losers? As Ziming's voice fell, the applause on the scene rang like tides. All the students of Hong Kong University stood up from their seats involuntarily. They clapped desperately for Ziming. Even if they slapped their palms red, they didn't care, because if so, failure to do so will simply not be able to express their excitement at this time. Ziming's last shout seemed to be directly at their souls. At that moment, they were trembling with excitement, and their blood seemed to be boiling with Ziming's voice. Long live Ziming! In the crowd, I don't know who yelled this first, and then the sound was like a spark suddenly popping out of the oil, and it took a short while to quickly form a prairie fire from a few people. Dozens of people. 100 people. In the end, all the students in the entire lecture hall were chanting for Ziming, shouting long live Ziming. This situation was unexpected by Ziming himself. Standing on the podium, he could still feel the enthusiasm of these students. This enthusiasm was huge and intangible, but it seemed to overturn the roof of the entire lecture hall. General. Through this enthusiasm, Ziming can even see the enthusiasm on the faces of every student. At this moment, all rationality, knowledge and culture are all nonsense to them. At this moment, they have completely transformed into the most enthusiastic in the world. Believers of, in their hearts, nothing is important anymore at this time, only Ziming's faith is left in the sky and the earth. In the backstage, Liu and the like can only stare at everything in front of them, as if they had been fixed by Monkey King, and they couldn't do other actions anymore. Shocked. Shocked like seeing a miracle. This is the only word they can think of at this time in their hearts. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe what they were in front of. In their eyes, Ziming was like a god who could manipulate the inner heart of human beings. It was just a speech that made them want to crush them before. Wanduan's Hong Kong University students shouted long live to him, which is beyond the limit of what a person can do. In front of them, Lin Muking was standing on the edge of the stage. As a woman whose heart was completely attached to Ziming, she was so excited that she was crying and she couldn't cry. Ziming, this is the real man. Ziming, after he was expelled from the inspection group, he still cared about this side. After asking him for help, he would still put down grievances to help them. This is generosity. It was he who saw these hundreds of Hong Kong University students to come to contain them, to stand up when everyone is desperate. This is courage and responsibility. It is also he standing on the podium, facing hundreds of angry students under the stage, a passionate speech to make them change their minds back to heart. This is ability and charm. This man, he is destined to become a dragon soaring in the sky. Lin Muking put a pink fist on her chest. She was convinced of her own thoughts. There was a crackling sound in the audience. Ziming looked over and saw a few people coming in from the door. They were constantly taking pictures of themselves with cameras. They seemed to be reporters. Ziming turned her head subconsciously, and Lin Muking nodded to him. Ziming knew that Lin Muking had just invited it. Although it's great to stand on the podium and accept the worship of the students below, it's silly to always stand here. Ziming is not silly, so he finally said, today, let us make an agreement together. From now on, let's all work hard for our respective dreams. Goodbye. Ziming walked off the rostrum after he finished speaking, and at this time, as Ziming stepped down, the students from the University of Hong Kong all flocked to the side of the stage, waving their arms, shouting hoarsely to their idols. Walking to the backstage, Lin Muking couldn't restrain the excitement in her heart anymore, and took 2 steps forward to hug Ziming. Maybe a few days ago, everyone would still think that Ziming's favor from Lin Muking was the blessing he had cultivated in several lifetimes, but at this time, Lin Muking only felt that she could hold this man and kiss this man, and that was her greatest blessing. Ziming put his arms around Lin Muking's slender waist and whispered in her ear, okay, Sister Muking, many people here are watching. In normal times, Lin Muking would definitely let go of her hand shyly, but at this time, she was unwilling to let go, as if a man would be abducted by other women as soon as she let go. In this way, Ziming hugged Lin Muking for a long time. Lin Muking reluctantly let go of her hand, and then Ziming took Lin Muking's small hand and came to Luo Han in the admiration of everyone in the inspection group, saying, now everything is resolved, let's go. Listening to Ziming's casual words, Luo Han's admiration for him suddenly increased a bit. Luo Han respectfully said to Ziming, "Counselor Zhu, you can go, but Mayor Kiao. Mayor Zhou." Ziming followed Luo Han's gaze and saw Kiao Weijiang sitting on the ground in a desperate appearance. Ziming thought that Kiao Weijiang would leave first, but he didn't expect that he was still here, still looking so slumped. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong with him?" Mayor Kiao called back to Nanjian just now. It seems that Nanjian has suspended his position as executive deputy mayor, and he will be punished when he returns, Luo Han said. Hearing what Luo Han said, Ziming immediately understood. He must have slapped him just now. He was very unconvinced. So he called the University of Hong Kong and called Nanjian back. He thought it was to himself, "Do something," but I didn't expect to hear that he was suspended and still accepting punishment. For a bureaucrat who puts more emphasis on the bureaucracy than anything else, his position is undoubtedly more important than his life. It is easy to understand that this news made him like this. Thinking of this, Ziming glanced at Lin Muking, who was holding his arm. I didn't expect Lin Muking to do it so quickly, and there was news from Nanjian in just a few days. Ziming shook his head and said to Luo Han, "Leave someone here to take care of him. Let's go first." Luo Han nodded and said okay. Ziming was obviously not interested in enlightening him, but Ziming was too lazy to look for him. But he did not necessarily let Ziming go. Just when Ziming was about to leave, Kiao Weijiang suddenly jumped up as if he had cheated on his corpse, and ran to Ziming in a hurry. He asked Ziming incoherently, "Counselor Ziming Zhu, it's you. You made the move, right? You must do it." Seeing what Kiao Weijiang looked like, Ziming patted him on the shoulder and said, "Mayor Kiao, calm down." "I don't want to be calm. It's like this. How can you tell me to calm down?" Kiao Weijiang shook off Ziming's hand and said, "My seat is gone. This is what you did, right?" "Mayor Kiao, what do you want me to tell you?" Ziming said, "Actually, I didn't do anything. Your thing is that the Peninsula Hotel reported everything you did that to China through official channels. I don't know. Was it the Central Committee or Lingnan Province who felt that you were insulting the image of a party member and cadre, so they suspended you?" At this time, Kiao Weijiang couldn't listen to Ziming's words. He still said to Ziming, "Consultant Ziming Zhu, I was wrong. I really knew it was wrong. I really don't know Chan. I really don't know you. My energy is so great. I really shouldn't have treated you that way before. I beg you, my lord, don't remember the villain. You don't think about it with me. I beg you. Why don't you make sense with you?" Ziming said, "Okay, just think what you want. I don't bother to care about you." After saying that, Ziming was about to bypass Kiao Weijiang and leave, but Kiao Weijiang once again stopped in front of Ziming. "Counselor Zhu, are you so reluctant to let me go? I didn't expect you to be so eloquent on stage, and in the end you will also be a villain who must report to you." Kiao Weijiang yelled, I just said a few words about you. You are actually going to kill me? Do you want to be so cruel? Will you still arrest me when I return to Nanjian?" If Ziming had to worry about his face before, but since he was shameless himself, then Ziming would have nothing to worry about. "What the hell are you making?" Ziming also yelled at Kiao Weijiang, "Don't say anything about you. I didn't move my hands or feet at all." "What if I did? Do you think you are wronged? I'm the villain who must report to Jacques." "What about you? If you still have a brain, please use your brain to think about it. From Nanjian to Hong Kong, have I provoked you on the way? Can you? What did you do? Damn, you always use Lao Tzu to attack me as a typical example, and you feel uncomfortable if you don't show up on me for a day. I said, did your brain get the door caught in your mind or something?" Ziming paused for a while and then said, "But this is how I care about you." "But what did you do later?" "You deliberately spilled tea on me at the Peninsula Hotel. It was also the hotel thing you broke. I am here now. It is also the students of the University of Hong Kong that you irritated, but if you put all the blame on others, you feel that you are wronged? What if you still wronged us who are doing your job? Will you feel wronged now? You said I want to kill you all because you are a loser today. a complete loser. Ziming said, before you scold me, you can ask yourself if we change positions. If I were planted in your hands, what would you do to me? Would you feel wronged for me? Qiao Weijiang was scolded by Ziming and bowed his head, because it was exactly what Ziming said. It was Ziming who failed today. He would definitely treat him 100 times more cruelly. Not only would he not be wronged for him, but he would also want to laugh at him. He trampled him. Sorry, Consultant Zhu, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. I don't feel wronged anymore. I just ask you to let me go. I will repay you in the future. Qiao Weijiang choked. Ziming shook his head helplessly. It seems that what I said to you is all in vain. Forget it, whatever you think, I will leave first. Ziming stretched out his hand to push Qiao Weijiang aside, and pulled Lin Muqing out of the lecture hall from the side door, ignoring the desperate Qiao Weijiang behind him. Chapter 121 Whose stockings whose legs? Bao Thank you Riding the Bull and Chase the Plane for your support and monthly ticket support. Thank you Little Flying Brother Ace of Spades for your support. In the morning, Ziming and Lin Muqing had breakfast in the Victoria Hotel's room. Due to the limited stay of the luxurious sea view room at the Peninsula Hotel, Ziming stayed there for only one day and then moved here to live with Lin Muqing. Of course, we live together, that is, we live in the next room. In the morning, Lin Muqing usually wakes up earlier than Ziming, so she will help Ziming order breakfast and bring it to Ziming. Ziming drank soy milk while Lin Muqing was helping him peel the tea eggs. Looking at the tea eggs in Lin Muqing's hands, Ziming suddenly remembered a program on Badao that said that the poor in China could not even eat tea eggs. As a result, it was online. Collective complaints about tea eggs are the stalk of local tyrants showing off their wealth, and they can't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Lin Muqing asked curiously. Ziming shook his head. It's nothing, but I think Sister Muqing looks beautiful when you peel the tea eggs. Death. Lin Muqing gave Ziming angrily. Although Lin Muqing actively hugged Ziming at the University of Hong Kong that day, she still didn't want to let it go for a long time, but that was also Lin Muqing's unconscious action when she was emotionally infected. It showed that when the enthusiasm passed, Lin Muqing returned to the cold and elegant appearance of the imperial sister. Of course, that day was not without gain, at least compared to the past. Ziming could clearly feel that Lin Muqing's heart was closer to him. Lin Muqing handed the peeled tea egg to Ziming. Ziming picked up the tea egg and asked Lin Muqing seriously, Sister Muqing, do you think this little tea egg will become a noble and rich nation in the future? A status symbol? Lin Muqing couldn't help but laugh at this question. A tea egg costs only $1. How can one tell the noble and rich? But then Lin Muqing seemed to think of something. She asked Ziming again. Did you think of any good ideas? No, tea eggs are so common and uncomplicated to make. What good ideas can there be? But I suddenly thought that even if the nature of tea eggs is like this, it might pass through something in the future, and everyone will be called a rich man. It might be dedicated, even if it's just a joke, Ziming said. Lin Muqing was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand what Ziming was talking about. Ziming didn't explain too much, and threw the tea egg into her mouth and ate it. Mr. Zhu. Suddenly a familiar voice came from outside the door. Lin Muqing immediately got up to open the door, and then walked in with a white-collar and sunny woman in a ponytail and formal dress. She was the chief reporter of Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics, Xin. Xin, you are here. Is there any good news? Lin Muqing said happily, pulling Xin over and sitting down. Xin said, Sister Muqing, I brought you the latest issue of the Financial Weekly and other financial newspapers today. There are also reports I wrote for Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu, please take a look. Xin took out newspapers and magazines from her bag and handed them to Ziming and Lin Muqing respectively. Seeing Xin brought out a bunch of things, Ziming felt a little surprised. No way, so many. Of course, Mr. Zhu. Your speech yesterday was wonderful. All media must report it. If you don't report it, It means there is a problem with his information. Shanksin said. This is true. Ziming also remembered the scene when he left the Hong Kong University lecture hall yesterday. Although he had tried to avoid the side door of the media at that time, he still ran into a bunch of reporters when he went out. These reporters, holding Hong Kong dollars and notebooks, kept asking Ziming and other questions, and even the relationship between Ziming and Lin Muking. If it was the first time facing these reporters, Ziming might still be a little excited and overwhelmed, but now he doesn't care. Anyway, he has been in newspapers and magazines, and he is not so new. However, Ziming's lack of freshness does not mean that others do not. After all, being able to appear on the newspaper or even on TV is still very proud of most people. Therefore, under Luo Han's organization, the other members of the Nanjian delegation took the initiative to protect Ziming from leaving. But having said that, if it weren't for the help of these people, Ziming would really have to spend some setbacks in getting rid of these reporters. Lin Muking took a magazine with Shanksin's report and glanced in surprise and said, Xingxin, you actually wrote the full text of Ziming's speech? Of course, I have listened to the recording more than 10 times at home. Shanksin said proudly, but then was a little depressed. But it's a pity that I was not there when Mr. Zhu was speaking, and I didn't see Zhu with my own eyes. It's a shame that Mr. conquered hundreds of Hong Kong college students. Lin Muking used to hug Shanksin's shoulders intimately and said, it doesn't matter. Or should I let this guy face to face and give you a speech again? But first you have to give time to recite the words. Reciting words? Shanksin stared, looking a little surprised, but Lin Muking's words were not entirely ridicule. Yesterday's speech was indeed a good one by Ziming, but it was completely improvised, and there was no preparation at all. Yes, it can be said that even Ziming himself didn't know what he said, let alone repeat it without losing a word. If Ziming was to repeat it, he really had to recite the words first. The dream speech of the University of Hong Kong. The cry of the pioneers of the economic revolution in the mainland. You Hong Kong media also value me too much? Ziming said. Ziming was really embarrassed about these evaluations. After all, he didn't think about it at that time. There are so many, just thinking about how to persuade these angry students. But I didn't expect the media to become a dream speech and link with the economic revolution. This is really dumbfounding. Compared with Ziming's own wonder, Shanksin took it for granted. Mr. Zhu, don't be arrogant. Your speech is definitely full of epoch-making significance. It is touching and can be called a cry for breaking the ice of the mainland economy. Well, you are the media guys anyway. I'm just an inland bun. You can just say what you want. Ziming said indifferently, then stretched his waist and raised his leg subconsciously, but Ziming's leg was lifted, but he bumped into a high-heel shoe. Because Ziming was in his room, dressed casually, with big shorts and slippers, he didn't know what happened when he lifted his leg. He actually stuck his foot into the high heels. Ziming was stunned for the first time. He originally thought it was an accident, so he gently lowered his leg and put the high-heeled shoe on the ground. What Ziming didn't expect was that he put the high-heeled shoe on the ground. Only the small feet of silk stockings actually touched. The soft silk stockings are delicate and smooth, and the soft fleshy feeling and the smoothness of the silk stockings are intertwined like an electric current, spreading all over the body along the back of Ziming's instep. Ziming's whole body suddenly stiffened, and his mind didn't react at once. What's the situation? However, Ziming did not react here. But the movement of the little foot in the silk stockings continued. First, the little foot gently stroked Ziming's instep with the sole of the foot, and then bent the toe and lightly touched the back of Ziming's instep. Full of teasing, Ziming swallowed hard and turned to look at Lin Muking next to him, because Ziming knew very well that Lin Muking was wearing skirts and stockings and high heels today. And she also liked them very much. She also liked them when she was sitting normally. She cocked her legs and picked up the shoes with her toes. She sat next to her again and stretched her legs. If she didn't pay attention, she would easily come across her cocked little feet. Of course, The most important thing is that Lin Muking has the most ambiguous relationship with herself here. Who else is there besides her? It seems that Sister Muking has big ideas about herself too. After getting up today, I still pretended to be reserved in front of me, and now I was completely exposed. I just accidentally touched her while stretching, and she actually teased herself with her small feet in silk stockings. Since women want to play this kind of game with themselves, how can they lose the chain at this time as a man? It must be accompanied to the end. Ziming made a decision in his heart, and immediately moved under his feet. He also cocked his toes and scratched the sole of the little foot in the silk stockings. Obviously, she did not expect Ziming to make this action suddenly, or that she was sensitive. There was nothing defensive about this action. Anyway, after being scratched by Ziming, he immediately retracted back. But it was just shrinking. She seemed to feel Ziming's heart, and immediately put it back on the back of Ziming's instep. This time Ziming won't let this attractive little foot in stockings casually let go. Ziming gently shook his foot, groping on the soles of her feet, enjoying the smoothness of the stockings and the softness of the skin under the stockings, and obviously, he was not to be outdone. Not only did she touch her little foot on the back of her instep, she even stretched it all the way up to her calf and thigh. Ziming took a sigh of relief in his heart. Ziming is not about leg control, nor does he have any abnormal needs for women's legs. But it is really refreshing to be teased by a woman's stockings feet on her legs. Especially when there is another person here, in front of outsiders. Men and women are doing such ambiguous things under the table. The kind of psychological stimulation is even more exciting. But it is a pity that I can't really reach down and hold the naughty stocking foot in my hand and play with it. Once when Lin Muking was drunk, Ziming once carefully appreciated her long legs in silk stockings. They were absolutely perfect in shape. They were very thin and long but round and fascinating. In this way, Ziming was doing something with this silk stocking little foot while chatting with Shenxin casually on the top. I don't know how long it took. That silk stocking foot suddenly retracted, and then Shenxin looked at the time and said, "Sorry, Mr. Zhu, Sister Muking, I have a meeting at the newspaper, so I'll go back first." Ziming and Lin Muking both nodded and said yes. Shenxin smiled slightly at Ziming and said, "Come on, Mr. Zhu, I will always support you." Hearing Shenxin's words, Ziming was taken aback for a moment and said, "Okay, thank you." Shenxin left after finishing talking over there, and after Shenxin left, Ziming looked at Lin Muking's perfect profile, laughed and leaned forward and said, "Couldn't you think that Sister Muking is so enthusiastic?" "Huh? What kind of enthusiasm?" Lin Muking asked with an unidentified expression, turning her head. "Sister Muking, here are the two of us, so don't pretend to be reserved." Ziming wanted to say that, but when he saw Lin Muking's legs under the table, he was stunned. Because Lin Muking was reading a book and newspaper, her legs were bent backwards, and she didn't get up at all. If it wasn't for Lin Muking, who was the leg that was so provocative just now? Chapter 122 The Stock Exchange. Whose stockings and whose legs? This question is actually not a problem. After all, there were only 3 people in this room just now. If it weren't for Lin Muking, it would only be Shenxin's. Ziming recalled it, and it seemed that what Shenxin was wearing today was indeed the same as Lin Muking's. They were all formal dresses, stockings and high heels. He recalled Shenxin's sitting posture just now, as if he was sitting with his legs crossed. The most important point is that Lin Muking is sitting next to her. If she wants to tease herself with her stockings feet, especially when she stretches her thighs later, then she must be sitting with her body twisted. It is very uncomfortable and can be seen at a glance. I can see it. Instead, the position Shenxin sits in is just right. You only need to straighten her long legs to touch her own thighs. Ziming didn't think about this just now. It's just that under such circumstances, who still has the heart to think about this matter? Looking back now, it is really unscientific. Although this question was not a problem, it made Ziming feel that his mind was clouded. He didn't understand if it was Shenxin. Why didn't she say it? Didn't kick herself away? but teased herself like that. Is she interesting to herself? Ziming never thought that he had any charm aura that attracted women, but Ziming still remembered that Lin Muking did say to herself that Shangxin admired herself very much. The power of worship is very powerful, especially the worship of women. Once a woman worships everything, she is desperate. The reason why many women are easily holden by the wealthy and handsome, or coaxed by some powerful men. When you go to bed, in fact, whether it is money or other deeds, you first let a woman admire yourself. For men, as long as women can admire themselves, then many things will be natural. Otherwise, the craziest star chasers will always be women. If this were not the case, there would not be so many fanatics in future generations. They are all idols who use the psychology of female fans to admire herself to trick her into going to bed. So is Shangxin the same way? Ziming didn't know, and he couldn't know now, but there seemed to be no other explanation besides this. At first, I just didn't pay attention to touching her, and then she thought that she was teasing her on purpose, and she didn't know what she thought. So she actually played a game with herself, especially in front of Lin Muking. This kind of excitement made her even more exciting. If she couldn't help herself, she would take the initiative to tease herself. It was not until this time that Ziming understood what Shangxin's last words and her charming smile were about. Feelings were a hint to himself. That charming smile is the aftertaste of teasing with himself. How could such a thing happen? Ziming sighed in his heart. But when Ziming came back to his senses, he happened to meet Lin Muking's scrutiny eyes. Lin Muking asked Ziming, "What's the matter?" Facing Lin Muking's interrogation, Ziming felt an indescribable guilty conscience even though nothing really happened to her. Ziming thought about it for a while and smirked and said, "It's nothing. Just remembered something suddenly." "Why, Sister Muking, you care so much? Do you want to know?" Ziming asked this deliberately. "Can't you really tell what happened just now?" "That's not honesty, that's too." It doesn't matter if there is anything between him and Lin Muking, but if you talk about being so close and ambiguous with another woman, then something big will happen. And if you ask a rhetorical question, you can give yourself more cushion and let yourself use your brain to find a way. Anyway, I mentioned the nonsense thing like tea eggs just now. I don't care about one more thing, right? Of course, the best situation is that Lin Muking is too lazy to ask. I don't know if it's Ziming's acting skills today or Lin Muking really didn't react. After hearing Ziming's words, Lin Muking scorned and said, "Your brain doesn't know what you're thinking all day, so I'm not interested." "I know." Call. Ziming let out a sigh of relief in his heart. But when the play was about to perform a full set, he still said bitterly, "My Sister Muking, you are too uncooperative." "Come on, I'm not interested in knowing your messy thoughts." Lin Muking said, "Okay, stop making trouble here. Hurry up and finish breakfast first. I will help you organize these newspapers and magazines. Later we have to go to the stock exchange." Ziming nodded. He quickly cleaned up the breakfast on the table, then changed his pants and shoes, and went out with Lin Muking. They got in Lin Muking's car, and they went to the hotel next to Luohan to pick them up. After yesterday, because Qiao Weijiang was suspended, Ziming naturally took over the seat of the delegation leader. Lin Muking thought they were before. The hotel in Tsimshatsui was broken before, so they were arranged to live here in Central. Today they are going to the stock exchange. This was arranged by Ziming, and it was very difficult for Ziming to understand, because this was the first time the delegation went to the stock exchange after it arrived in Hong Kong. As the only stock exchange in Hong Kong City, it should logically be the first destination of the delegation after arriving in Hong Kong City. However, Qiao Weijiang led the delegation to meet many financial figures and politicians in Hong Kong City, and also went to a lot of them. I even thought of going to the University of Hong Kong to give a speech, but only did not come to the stock exchange. Ziming still remembered that after hearing the arrangement of the inspection team yesterday, he shouted at that time, "Damn! Did Qiao Weijiang come to Hong Kong City for tourism or to investigate? Investigating the construction of the securities market. I don't go there. I don't know the operating rules of the stock exchange. and I don't understand the situation of listed companies. What the hell is that to investigate? So Ziming directly changed all the formation behind the inspection team, and took them to the stock exchange today. The study group was still on the bus. Originally, Ziming didn't want Lin Muking to ride with Ziming, but Lin Muking insisted on going with Ziming. Ziming had nothing to do with her, and he didn't want to be special in the group. Take the bus together. Ziming took the Nanjian delegation to the stock exchange. An old acquaintance greeted them at the door. It was Deng Dong, the original marketing manager. However, after the last time he pledged Ziming's capital preservation fund, he helped revitalize Hong Kong. After making great contributions to the city's economy, he has now been promoted to vice chairman of the stock exchange. Today, Lin Muking contacted the stock exchange and he immediately volunteered to welcome Ziming and the others. At the door of the stock exchange, Deng Dong took the initiative to shake hands with Ziming. Welcome. On behalf of our stock exchange, I warmly welcome Consultant Zhu and the delegation of Nanjian City to visit the stock exchange. If you have any questions, you can always ask. I bring it up. Ziming nodded and said thank you, and then led the delegation to follow Deng Dong into the stock exchange and came to the trading floor. Luo Han and others looked at various beating digital displays and the dense crowd of people walking around. For these, Luo and the others are actually mentally prepared for a long time, but no matter how prepared they are, in the final analysis they are still mainlanders who have never been out. Where have they seen such a scene in the mainland? Therefore, the moment they came in, they were immediately shocked, as if Grandma Liu entered the Grand View Garden, feeling all novelty. Counselor Zhu, is this the Hong Kong stock market? Luo Han asked Ziming in a low voice. It can be said that at least all listed companies in Hong Kong City and most stocks and securities can be traded here, Ziming said. Deng Dong also heard Luo Han's question. He explained to Luo Han, in fact, the stock exchange is only a securities trading company recognized by the city. You can sell your stocks and other securities here. In the same way, you can also choose the stocks and other securities you want to buy here. Everything is voluntary. As a financial pioneer in Nanjian, Luo Han naturally understands this, but in front of Deng Dong and Ziming, he can only nod his head like a pupil. Our stock exchange is the only trading company in Hong Kong City. Although the economy is in a downturn after the stock market crash, our daily trading volume is still billions of Hong Kong dollars. Deng Dong said. This number made Luo Han take a breath. Billions? Is it just one day? Deng Dong nodded naturally. It is one day, but to be precise, it is only 4 hours from 10 a.m. to 12 noon and 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Luo Han was shocked once again. In fact, Luo Han is already a relatively familiar person in securities trading compared to other people in China, but after all, he can't get rid of the domestic environment. The trading volume of several billions in these 4 hours is also it's really shocking. But Ziming didn't feel anything here. After all, compared with the hundreds of billions of transactions a day in later generations, now it is only a few billions, and it really doesn't make Ziming feel anything. Luo Han then asked Ziming, Counselor Zhu, are you making money here? Ziming nodded. Luo Han, who got the answer, and other members of the inspection team, subconsciously straightened their backs, showing deep respect for Ziming in their eyes. The inspection on the stock exchange did not last long. This is one of the most important financial centers in Asia. As the vice chairman, Deng Dong has to deal with a lot of things, and it is impossible to stay with them all the time. So in the end they only stayed here for more than an hour before leaving. Of course, before leaving, Deng Dong handed over all the trading systems of the stock exchange and other related legal documents to Luo Han. Ziming looked at Luo Han's cautious appearance holding a large number of documents, and couldn't help but go up and enlighten him and said, don't be so nervous, when our Nanjian securities market is up, it will not be much worse than them. I have confidence in your words from Advisor Zhu, Luo Han said. Then Ziming took them to dinner by bus, and sent them back to rest at noon. At the entrance of their hotel, when Luo Han and the others all went up, one person hesitated, as if he had something to say to Ziming. This person Ziming knows. He is Xiao Jiang, Qiao Jiang's secretary. Chapter 123. He is Jiang Heng. Ziming, talk to you first. I'll go to the car and wait for you. Lin Muqing was originally mature, but now she has been the boss of Hong Kong City for so long. Seeing the appearance of this secretary Jiang, we can see that he must have something important to find Ziming, but she doesn't want to talk about it in front of her, so she was very sensible and took the initiative to avoid it. Secretary Jiang thanked Lin Muqing very gratefully. After Lin Muqing left, Ziming said to him, "Okay, can you tell me what's wrong with you now?" Although Lin Muqing has already left, Secretary Jiang still smiled embarrassedly, and then said, "Counselor Zhu, this is actually the case. Isn't Mayor Qiao already suspended? And I heard that he is in the Peninsula Hotel. For his embarrassing performance, he will be punished by the organization, but no matter what, he can't be the executive deputy mayor anymore." Secretary Jiang paused when he said this, and looked at Ziming carefully, but saw that Ziming didn't mean to answer, and then gritted his teeth and said, "Consultant Zhu, I know that your energy is also great through this matter. So, can you help me?" "Help you?" After all, Ziming didn't have working experience in an agency, so he didn't respond immediately, but fortunately, the situation in the 760 factory where he lived was similar to that of the agency, and then he thought of the key. The organization is the place that depends on the relationship most. In the organization, everyone will have a label on them. This label will clarify your standing and your backstage. Secretary Jiang, as Qiao Jiang's secretary, has a label on him. The label is undoubtedly Qiao Jiang. In the past, Qiao Jiang was the executive vice mayor of Nanjing, and the fourth-ranked person in the city's standing committee. Following him, Secretary Jiang lived a very rich life, and even solved the division-level treatment not long ago. This level has moved from Nanjing to others. An ordinary city is a county magistrate. But as the saying goes, success and failure are also failures, and everything about Secretary Jiang is derived from Qiao Jiang. So what happens if Qiao Jiang has an accident? This has to be replaced by anyone else. Either do things in a low and honest manner, waiting for the chance to make a comeback, or simply apply for transfer. But as Qiao Jiang's secretary, he has no retreat. After leaving Qiao Jiang, no one will use him again, dare to use him again. This may seem a bit of a relationship, but the officialdom is like this. Since you want to participate in this game, you must accept this rule. It is precisely because of this that Qiao Jiang is obviously about to fall. Secretary Jiang does not want to bury him, so naturally he has to use his brain to find a way. He knows that Qiao Jiang has offended Ziming to be unlucky, so he has to tie the bell to untie the bell. Now that he is still in Hong Kong City, Ziming was the first one to look for. Thinking of this, Ziming smiled and nodded, and then said to Secretary Jiang, "I understand what you mean, Secretary Jiang. Your idea is a little clever, but it's limited to some cleverness." "Do you know what I mean?" If Mayor Zhou is really what I want to bring down, then it's useless for you to find me, because I can do this and I must be a man of officialdom. If not, at least he is from a wealthy family and is well versed in the rules of officialdom. "Do you think will I help you at this time?" Secretary Jiang was stunned by Ziming. As a member of the bureau, he obviously knew more about officialdom than Ziming. He understood that Ziming was straightforward, and he was immediately disappointed. But then, he suddenly thought of something, and raised his head with the last glimmer of hope. "Counselor Zhu, then I heard you say that Mayor Zhou's matter has nothing to do with you?" Ziming smiled. Secretary Jiang, you are a little clever when you say you are a little clever. That's how you say it, whether you believe it or not. I'm annoying Mayor Qiao, but this time it's really not me. Do it. Secretary Jiang knew that Ziming had no need to lie to him at this time, so he immediately said, "You must have a way to advise you that week, right?" These words made Ziming feel a little funny. "Why do you think I must have a way? Or that I will help you?" Secretary Jiang shook his head and said, "I don't understand why, but I think you must have a way. You are a person of right and wrong, and you will definitely help me. It's worthy of being a secretary, just can talk. Ziming didn't go around with him, he nodded. Yes, I have a way. Secretary Jiang immediately bowed to Ziming and said, I would also like to ask advisors for your advice. Seeing this faction of Secretary Jiang, Ziming raised his eyebrows, but Ziming didn't say much about it. Instead, he said to Secretary Jiang, aren't you still serving as the office director of our delegation? Mayor Yao was suspended for some reasons, but your position is still there. Your director is a very important position for our inspection group. At least our inspection report and some other documents are required through you here. After hearing Ziming's words, Secretary Jiang seemed to understand something. He tentatively asked, Councillor Zhu, do you mean that I should use this work as a breakthrough point to make up for it? Ziming shook his head and said, what can you do to make up for it? You are actually suffering from qi. You have done nothing wrong, and most importantly, what kind of official are you now? I am now the director of the comprehensive department I of the municipal office. Secretary Jiang answered Ziming. Isn't this any more? Ziming said, you are an official now, and you haven't made any mistakes. Why don't you try to be your own person? Secretary Jiang thought for a while, and said to Ziming, Councillor Zhu, you may not understand the situation in our agency. It's because you haven't figured out the current situation. Before Secretary Jiang finished speaking, Ziming interrupted him unceremoniously. If it were other times, I wouldn't say this to you, but the situation is different now. Our Nanjiang is at the moment when we are shouldering the important historical task of building the securities market. The construction of this securities market is personally concerned by the leaders of the central government. Ziming said, of course I understand that your work will definitely change with the fall of Mayor Qiao, but now you, as one of the leaders of the inspection group, have a good understanding of the construction of the securities market. Then can you move to work here? If you can make achievements in the work here, do you turn this change into an opportunity for promotion? After listening to Ziming's words, Secretary Jiang suddenly realized, oh, why didn't I think about it? You're right. Nowadays, there are very few people who understand securities in China, and even fewer people who understand securities while still working in agencies. If I can pick up the work in the securities market and make achievements, it must be an opportunity to be reused by the leadership. Having said this, Secretary Jiang looked up at Ziming and his eyes were full of admiration. He raised two thumbs and said, Councillor Zhu, you are so amazing. You are the most amazing person I have ever met. Then Secretary Jiang bowed deeply to Ziming. Consultant Zhu, thank you very much. I will go back and take a good look at the documents I brought back from the stock exchange to enrich my knowledge. Ziming patted him on the shoulder and said, don't rush away. I always call you Secretary Jiang, and Mayor Qiao always calls you Xiao Jiang. I don't know your name yet. Although I don't know why Ziming asked like this, Secretary Jiang answered honestly, my name is Jiang Heng. Ziming nodded and said to him, Jiang Heng, work hard. If you can really study securities well, I will recommend you to Mayor Chen. Thank you, Advisor Zhu. Jiang Heng bowed to Ziming again. Advisor Zhu, I know that I am in a humble position now, but if you need my help in the future, I will definitely help you. After speaking, Jiang Heng walked back to the hotel. Ziming let out a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, I didn't expect him to be Jiang Heng. I can show someone like him the way. Ha ha. Ziming returned to the car and said to himself, before Lin Muqing asked him, Ziming took the initiative to say to her, Sister Muqing, I didn't expect him to be Jiang Heng. This sentence made Lin Muqing feel a little inexplicable. Jiang Heng, is that Secretary Zhang's name? Ziming nodded and said, yes, it's him. Whether you believe Sister Muqing or not, Secretary Xiao Jiang, it won't be easy in the future. Lin Muqing stared at Ziming with a pair of wonderful eyes, obviously surprised, but Ziming couldn't explain to her, because if she wasn't a rebirth person, she couldn't think that the current Secretary Jiang could actually be able to explain to her in the future. Enter the central government and become one of the superpowers that dominate the country. Even if Lin Muqing didn't understand, she was very happy to see Ziming happy. is it? Then it seems that you have found a good potential stock. Are you ready to help him? Ziming glanced at Lin Muking. It seems that she has been in Hong Kong City for such a long time, has been engaged in financial related work, and has learned a lot of language in this area. However, Ziming shook his head and said, if he is really Jiang Heng, then I don't need to help him at all. He can find a way out. I just need to call him when it is right. Lin Muking smiled and said, what does it mean that he is really Jiang Heng? Can he still become someone else? Ziming couldn't explain to Lin Muking. After all, that happened more than 20 years later. Now Jiang Heng doesn't look very much like that more than 20 years later. More importantly, even if this Jiang Heng is that Jiang Heng, but in the previous life he followed Qiao Wai Jiang all the way up. There were a lot of twists and turns in the middle, but now he was reborn and got back Qiao Wai Jiang so early. Can he still enter the central government as smoothly as in the previous life? No one can be sure of this. Because of these thoughts, Ziming could only say to Lin Muking in the end, he can't become someone else, but I'm afraid he will be in trouble if he doesn't pass this level. If you can't get through, you can't get through. That's all his own ability. Lin Muking is very confident compared to Ziming. But you haven't seen Ziming by now. If he is really a potential stock you like, I think he will be able to pass the test. Ziming laughed. Sister Muking, you are more confident than me. Chapter 124 Participation in Knot-Making. 3 days later, the Nanjian delegation ended its inspection in Port City, and Ziming took the whole team back to Nanjian through the Nanu port. During the time in Hong Kong City, Ziming took them to the stock exchange on the first day after taking over the position of delegation leader and took back a lot of documents. In the next few days, Ziming took them to the executive bureau. I took a look at places like the Legislative Council, and I even asked a professor of economics at the University of Hong Kong to give them lectures, mainly to explain to them the composition and basic rules of the securities market, as well as the relationship between administration, law and the securities market. Ziming is not sure if other people are serious, but he knows that Jiang Heng is working very hard. This is no way. After Qiao Wai Jiang's fall, he has no retreat. He has to put all his energy on the stock market. On the way, since Ziming has put his mind on this in the past few days, he did not meet with Shanxin again. Ziming could not figure out what she thought that day, even if he met with her. But Lin Muking had been with her all the time, and she didn't necessarily have the opportunity to ask. Even if she had the opportunity to ask, Ziming didn't really want to pierce the window paper. Anyway, it was quite tangled. When she was about to leave Hong Kong City, Lin Muking was very reluctant. After all, she hadn't been to see her for so long, and now she has finally gone there. As a result, she only stayed for a few days. Of course she was not satisfied. But fortunately, Lin Muking is not a stubborn little woman. She is a very independent woman of the royal sister type. No matter how reluctant she is in her heart, she will not cry and cry to delay Ziming's affairs. She would only silently organize Ziming's luggage and help Ziming prepare everything he needs, because she knew that once Ziming was gone, she would never have the opportunity to do it again. For Lin Muking, Ziming also exercised his privileges on the last day. When going to the Nanu port, Ziming took Lin Muking's car. When getting off the bus and going through the port, Lin Muking said to Ziming, "You have to build the Nanjian securities market as soon as possible. I will definitely bring the Jinming Fund over." Ziming understands that Lin Muking wants to be closer to herself. Although Hong Kong City and Nanjian are only separated by a river, they are two completely different countries. From the system to some cultural habits, Lin Muking does not want to be alone there. Sighed. Ziming said with a smile, "Okay. Even if you don't want to come, I will force you to come here, because the stock market here is definitely making money when it first started, but when the time comes, Sister Muking will definitely make money. You are the big capitalist in Hong Kong City." Lin Muking knew that Ziming was joking. She also looked at Ziming tenderly and said, "No matter what others think, I will always be your Muking sister." Just in Ziming's cranky thoughts, Their car had already drove to the door of the city hall and stopped. Ziming took Liu Han and others out of the car. Chen Yunfei's secretary was waiting for them at the door. Seeing Ziming, they got off the car. He walked up and said, "Vice President Liu, you and the others will go to the reception room and wait. Mayor Chen will personally go to you for a meeting in a while." Then he said to Ziming, "Councillor Zhu, please come with me. Mayor Chen has something to tell you." Hearing this, everyone, including Liu Han, cast an envious look at Ziming. Originally, they were going back to Nanjian today, and Mayor Chen was about to give them a meeting, which made them very excited, because that was Mayor Chen. The second person in Nanjian, the top leader of the city government, is a big leader who is usually very far away from them. However, he did not expect that Mayor Chen would actually meet Ziming before the meeting. This shows that Mayor Chen treats him well. How fancy it is! If only a few days ago, these people would be very jealous. But now, when they heard Ziming's speech at Hong Kong University, when they saw Ziming's other deeds, especially when they heard about Ziming's work in Hong Kong City after some deeds, they were completely convinced by Ziming. Now they only think that people like Ziming should be taken seriously and treated with high standards. Feeling Ziming's envious eyes, Ziming just smiled bitterly in his heart, because he knew very well that it might not be a good thing for Chen Yunfei to find himself alone at this time. Ziming followed Secretary Peng to Chen Yunfei's office. Chen Yunfei was approving the documents. When Ziming came, he didn't even look up. Seeing Chen Yunfei's piety, Ziming said in his heart, as expected. Secretary Peng let Ziming sit on the sofa, and Chen Yunfei left Ziming to dry for a while, and then got up and walked over after he slowly approved all the documents. Chen Yunfei sat in front of Ziming. His face was not pretty, and he criticized Ziming. "Ziming, can't you stop a little bit? Why would you go to Hong Kong City for such a short inspection, and you can make such a big deal for me? What about the matter? Do you know how much the whole Nanjing and even the entire Lingnan province was caused by this thing you did? How many people were implicated and how many projects were stranded as a result?" Listening to Chen Yunfei's series of questions, Ziming touched his nose nonchalantly. Although he was not an official, he was not ignorant of officialdom. You know, Jiang Hen has a label on his body, so there is no reason why Kiao Jiang has it. If an executive deputy mayor can sit in this position, he can't always represent himself alone, or at least a faction. Interest. All positions in the officialdom are pitted with one carrot, especially the big carrots like Kiao Jiang, which are buried very deep, and it takes a lot of trouble to pull them up. And you must bring a bunch of them after pulling them out. Muddy. Ziming himself is in Hong Kong, and he is not in officialdom. He can't really feel this kind of feeling, but it can also be imagined that when Lin Muking's actions are done, there must be a lot of things from the center to the local. The action caused a large number of people to follow Kiao Jiang's unlucky, and on the Gangqing side, Chen Yunfei was the mayor, and his executive deputy mayor was about to fall. Whether he followed with a foot or wanted to do something else, they are all very busy. When this happened suddenly, when the task of building the stock market was so heavy, Chen Yunfei's mood was naturally not much better. Thinking of this, Ziming apologized to Chen Yunfei. "Mayor Chen, I'm really sorry. Mayor Kiao's affairs will definitely give you a headache and trouble you." Chen Yunfei snorted coldly. "Do you still know that I have a headache, which is causing me trouble? If you really knew it, you wouldn't have made such a thing." Ziming has forgotten the future generations, and I don't know who made the conclusion. Coaxing the leader is actually the same as coaxing the girlfriend. You should follow the other's temper, admit your mistakes and not talk back. And don't look for mixed reasons. Only by saying something nice can you get angry with the other party. If it goes on, if you hold it hard, there will definitely be no good results. Ziming didn't agree with this at the time, but now it seems like a theory of God. After Ziming enlightened Chen Yunfei with a few more words, he could clearly feel that his anger had disappeared a lot. And then Ziming said, "Mayor Chen, this is actually not to blame me. It was he himself who broke other people at the Peninsula Hotel." Someone asked him for compensation. He was still arguing there, so the hotel naturally quit. Mayor Chen, you also know that the Peninsula Hotel is a world-renowned large group hotel. There must be a way to protest against it. Chen Yunfei also knew this in his heart. But during this period of time to deal with the official storm caused by Qiao Weijiang also really made him very irritable, and he was typically uncomfortable if he didn't scold him. Chen Yunfei waved his hand and said that he would not say anything about it. Get to the bottom of it. How are your investigations in Hong Kong City? Ziming thought for a while and replied, Mayor Chen, to be honest, there are only a few days. It is impossible for them to have a concept of the securities market, but at least after visiting Hong Kong City, after studying the relevant laws and regulations of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange can give them a preliminary understanding of the securities market. There is an understanding. It is enough to know what this is. It is better than not knowing what you are doing behind closed doors at home, Chen Yunfei said. Ziming nodded and agreed with Chen Yunfei's words, and also put forward his own views. But Mayor Chen, I think even if we have gone to the Hong Kong City for inspection now, our comrades have a basic concept of the securities market. The construction still cannot be rushed. After all, the Hong Kong City side is already a mature system, and we have to start everything from scratch. There are many situations that are different from the Hong Kong City side, and the Hong Kong City legal system is also impossible. Everything is done mechanically, and everything is still going to be tried bit by bit. Ziming said this from his sincerity. As a rebirth, Ziming is very clear about how much things have happened after the establishment of the domestic securities market, how many twists and turns it has gone through, and how many people have made a lot of money by speculating on the loopholes of the domestic securities system. Countless people have been implicated as a result of how many major and important cases have broken out of the banknotes. Ziming is not saying this to completely prevent these things from happening, but Ziming feels that if he knew that these things would happen, but he did nothing, he would be too sorry to be reborn this time. Of course, Ziming didn't think about whether he could deliberately leave some loopholes and then make a fortune and run away by himself. However, Ziming himself rejected this idea. First of all, let alone whether the domestic judicial system can escape by himself, he just said that as a rebirth, he still needs to use this kind of abuse to make money, so that Ziming himself will be able to make money. Not ashamed. Chen Yunfei nodded, apparently agreeing with Ziming's view. He said, it's still what Yang Lao said. Our reform and opening up is taking a road that we haven't seen before, crossing the river by feeling the stones, but the pace must be steady. All things must be done around reforms, but everything must be done to ensure the stability of our reforms, and we must not go blind. Finally, Chen Yunfei asked Ziming, then you will take charge of the construction of the stock market this time. I can take the lead in this work, but the specific work is better done by the government. Ziming said, are you afraid that you, a businessman who does this job, are afraid that the outside world will question you? Don't worry, I will block you from any open guns and secret arrows. Chen Yunfei waved his hand. Ziming said with a smile, this is only one reason, and the other reason is that I myself have no confidence in myself. As a game rule maker and a participant, I face the thousands of possible future securities markets, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of profits. I am afraid that if I do it myself, I want to leave a loophole for myself, and then I use the loophole to make money crazy. Chen Yunfei pondered for a moment and said, what you said is indeed the case. Participate in the formulation and do not participate in the formulation. But now the situation is special. Apart from you, no one of our agency cadres is familiar with this one. Mayor Chen, I can recommend someone to you. He may be competent. Ziming said. Chen Yunfei raised his sword eyebrows. Who? Mayor Qiao's secretary, Zhang Heng. Ziming said. Chapter 125 Great People. What? You said Ziming is not willing to participate in the construction of the securities market? In the office of the mayor of Nanjian, Chen Yunfei was politely speaking to the phone. Hearing this question over there, he quickly said, yes, Mr. Yang. Ziming said he has no confidence in himself, and he is afraid of being the rule of the game. The creator of the game is also a participant in the game. He is afraid that he will deliberately leave a gap for himself during construction and then let himself take advantage of this gap to make money wildly. If there are other people here at this time, then he will be shocked, because from Chen Yunfei's words, the identity of the person on the phone can be clearly judged. He is the chief designer of reform and opening up, and now the country's true leadership core Yang Dingo and Yang Lao. In Chen Yunfei's office, there have always been two telephones, one is a regular telephone, and the other is a central special line. Yang Dingo called through this special line. After listening to Chen Yunfei's words on the phone, Mr. Yang was silent for a while, and then laughed and said, "Little comrade Ziming, it's not easy to make this decision at a young age." Chen Yunfei raised his eyebrows. Based on his understanding of Liang, it is already rare for him to give Ziming such an evaluation. But even if it is rare, Chen Yunfei still thinks that Ziming is eligible for this evaluation. After all, anyone can say whether to participate in the formulation or not. But how many can really be done? Who wouldn't want to be a god who holds the power and can manipulate the market at will, especially in this stock market? Chen Yunfei just held a meeting for the delegation returning from Hong Kong City. He was also shocked when he heard about the forward trading volume of billions of dollars in the Hong Kong City securities market, even though he also understood that it was Hong Kong City and not Nanjing. But after the stock market is set up here, there will still be tens of millions of transactions a day, right? There are so many in one day. What about 1 month and 1 year? If Ziming really left room for himself with such a large transaction volume, the consequences would be really unthinkable. No one can hold back such a big financial temptation. Even Chen Yunfei could not even ask himself to do it. But Ziming did it. He actually refused his invitation directly. Chen Yunfei can imagine how much it would take. Determined to be able to do this, in Chen Yunfei's opinion, even if Mr. Yang gives him a high evaluation, it is all right. Comrade Yunfei, I think this little comrade Ziming is a treasure bestowed on our country by God. It is absolutely indispensable for our current reform and opening up, especially the construction of the securities market. Although he said he would not make, but I don't think he is the kind of person who does not ask questions about the world. He is also a very enthusiastic little comrade who hopes that the motherland will be strong, so I think that in the construction of the stock market, he will definitely be able to talk. Your city government must pay attention to the opinions that come out, you know. Chen Yunfei nodded quickly and said yes, and Mr. Yang went on to say, in addition, Comrade Yunfei, since this little comrade Ziming is so important to the development of our motherland, you must take good care of him in Nanjing and ensure his safety. If you can give him some convenience. Comrade Luke-san, I will also call him. Mr. Yang's remarks shocked Chen Yunfei on the spot. To say that he could understand what Mr. Yang said about Ziming before, then in the end Mr. Yang's remarks shocked him, because it was completely beyond. The concept of a talent has risen to the height of a national treasure, a national soldier. If just an ordinary person said these things, Chen Yunfei might laugh at him a little too much admiration, but it was Mr. Yang who said this. He was a great man who led the entire country to open another economic door and was destined to be named in the annals of history. When he said this, Chen Yunfei could not help but weigh. Chen Yunfei hoped that Mr. Yang could talk to him more, but Mr. Yang quickly hung up. In the Zongnanhai room that Chen Yunfei could not see, Mr. Yang leaned on his chair and smiled and said, Comrade Yunfei, you certainly don't understand it, Ziming. This little comrade may not seem worthy of me to say hello now, but I always have a hunch that he is not what we see. He is also like every one of us, not the same. His future is not something we can guess. Maybe one day, he will grow to a height that none of us can understand. Chen Yunfei didn't know these comments from Yang Lao. If he heard them, he probably should have a bad sleep today. Even Chen Yunfei didn't know it. And Ziming was even more unlikely to know. At this time, Ziming and other members of the inspection group had a meeting with the city government. At the door, Zhang Hen bowed to Ziming and said, Councillor Zhu, Thank you very much. Ziming could hear Jiang Heng's words from the sincerity, because at the meeting just now, when Mayor Chen Yunfei asked about the construction of the securities market, he had already recommended him to Mayor Chen. After the fall of his leader, Qiao Weijiang, this was undoubtedly the only way for him to make a comeback. Although Ziming recommended that Chen Yunfei didn't know what would happen in the end, Ziming has already done what he promised, which is enough for him. Therefore, Jiang Hen's gratitude to Ziming at this moment cannot be added. Ziming smiled at Jiang Hen and said, "Don't worship me so much. I'm younger than you. And we are not Oriental, don't be so polite." Hearing what Ziming said, Jiang Hen scratched his head in embarrassment. "But I don't know how to thank you, Consultant Zhu, except for so much now." "I don't know how to thank you. Doing your job well is the best thank you. You should remember my speech at the University of Hong Kong that day. I don't want our stock market to go back to the old road of Wall Street, so if you have the opportunity to participate in securities in the future for market construction or supervision, just do what you should do carefully," Ziming said. Jiang Heng immediately straightened his back and said, "Please rest assured, Advisor Zhu, I will definitely live up to your expectations of Advisor Zhu." Ziming nodded, and then patted him on the shoulder to show encouragement, and then left with Luo Han, and together they took the car that the listed government arranged to pick up them. After getting on the bus, Luo Han said to Ziming, "Counselor Zhu, you are really amazing. You are born to be a leader. In Hong Kong City, you used your personality to conquer all the Hong Kong University students at that time." Nanjian, Jiang Hen is so grateful to you again. Ziming said, "I just did what I was supposed to do." In fact, Vice President Liu is the same for you. As long as we have done our own things well, don't think about so many miscellaneous crooked thoughts, naturally there will be no problems. Luo Han nodded. Of course, he understood what Ziming said. In fact, some things are so simple to explain, but the key is to know that it is one thing, and to do it is another thing. It is a very simple truth. Everyone knows that traffic rules must be obeyed. Everyone knows that corruption is illegal, but how many people can actually do it? Great people are great not only because they have done something earth-shattering, but because they not only understand the truths that everyone knows, but they can do them. The car galloped all the way, and first sent Ziming to the door of Ziming's nightclub on Dongban Commercial Street. Ziming got out of the car, and Luo Han said from the car, "I wish Consultant Zhao's nightclub a happy opening." Ziming turned around and thanked him before walking into the Tostery building. This nightclub has been renovating for a while. Compared to before Ziming left, it has already had a prototype. At least when Ziming walked in, the large areas like the wall and ceiling had already been completed. Floor tiles have also been laid, a shelf has also been set up on the bar counter, and now a few workers are doing fine painting there. "Boss Zhu, why did you come in? It's dirty here." Suddenly a clear voice came, and Ziming followed the voice to look at it, only to see a few people wearing the uniform of the decoration company, wearing a hard hat, and a patch of paint on their clothes and faces, walking towards this side. Ziming was taken aback for a moment, but saw that although the leader was wearing loose clothes, but still could not conceal her proud figure, he couldn't help asking her, "Are you Kong Xielin?" The man smiled embarrassedly, "Boss Zhu, you didn't say a word before you came." "I didn't have time to change my clothes, so you laughed." "Why are you doing this? You are not doing the decoration yourself, are you?" Ziming asked. A person next to this question replied, "That's it, Boss Zhu. Manager Kong is really too active. She is very responsible and supervising, and she will do it herself if she is not satisfied." Ziming turned to the side at this time and looked at a person who was no less than Kong Xielin. "Are you Manager Rao?" Manager Rao took off his helmet embarrassedly and said, "Boss Zhu, it's me." "My God, my Kong Xielin, you are really too active." Ziming sighed. "I just want to finish it quickly, and don't want to delay the progress of your nightclub, Boss Zhu." Kong Xielin whispered. Ziming said, "Mr. Kong, you don't need to explain it to me. I didn't blame you, I just feel sorry for you." "Okay, let's not talk about it." "Since Miss Kong is so active, you must have done a good job of decoration. right? Hearing Ziming's question, Kong Xilin raised her head happily. Inviting credits, she usually said to Ziming, "Boss Zu, the renovation process here has been half completed, especially the work that needs to be refurbished. I'll save meticulous finishing and painting. My idea is to do my best to get the song and dance hall and bar on the first floor first. Then I can open it first, and then I will get the KTV on the second floor." Mr. Kong, your idea is very good. You can use resources reasonably, Ziming boasted. Kong Xilin said with a little embarrassment at this time, "Boss Zu, there is no way if it is not like this. The Song and Dance Hall of the Shenzhou Company will open the day after tomorrow. Boss Du is so anxious about this matter, he comes here every day to urge the progress of the renovation." This news surprised Ziming. Is there anything else? Chapter 126. There is a problem with that light ball. Du Xiao, boss of Zu, please believe me, my decoration team is already working as fast as possible. Manager Rao, we didn't believe you, but you see that the Song and Dance Hall of the Shenzhou Company over there is open today, but our progress here hasn't even half of the progress. You can't justify it, right? An Audi car was galloping on the road. Ziming, Kong Xilin, Du Peng and Manager Rao were sitting in the car. Ziming and Kong Xilin were sitting in the back row. Hearing what Du Peng and Manager Rao said in front, Ziming couldn't help saying, "Manager Rao, Du Xiao is just in a hurry. After all, it's open there. I'm afraid that they will erect the sign first and then we will grab the job. It won't be easy." Manager Rao said, "Boss Zu, I can actually understand the feelings of you and Du Xiao, but I can assure you that there must be something wrong with the renovation over the so soon." These words moved Ziming's heart. "What's the problem?" Manager Rao shook his head and said, "Boss Zu, I can't make a ticket with you now. I won't know until I get there after seeing it on the spot." Ziming nodded and stopped talking, and then Du Peng drove directly to the Song and Dance Hall of the Shenzhou Company. The name of this Song and Dance Hall was magnificent, but in Du Peng's words, it should be called Mu. The location of this Song and Dance Hall is on the Sanyuan side. Compared with Ziming's side, the location is relatively not so good, but his advantage is that there are more foreigners in the vicinity. After the Song and Dance Hall is opened, there is no need to worry about the passenger flow. When they got to the place, they got out of the car. Ziming looked up, and saw the neon lights of this Song and Dance Hall shining. It was a bit magnificent. The staff in the Song and Dance Hall at the entrance was sweeping the floor, and there was still a trace of firecrackers in the air. Obviously this Song and Dance Hall just finished its opening ceremony. As the Song and Dance Hall opened in front of them, Ziming and the others would naturally come to see the situation. Ziming took Du Peng and the others before walking to the door. Inside, a young man in a neat suit came out. They were taken aback when they saw Ziming, and then they put on smiling faces and pretended to be surprised. "Huh? This is not it. Are you Consultant Zhu and Xiaodu? Why do you want to come to play with us? Welcome." Seeing this person, Du Peng snorted very uncomfortably. "Little girl, is this place for you in charge?" Hearing Du Peng's words, Ziming knew the identity of this person. Du Peng and himself mentioned before that there was a person named Nuji who was also a red descendant from the roots of the Yanjing Imperial City. Because of his surname Nu, his seniority young, the family's status in the capital is not that high, plus his surname is Nu, so Du Peng and others gave him the nickname Xiao Nu. In fact it was called Xiao Nu at first, and then he yelled "become a chick." Nuji's expression became a bit embarrassed when he was called a nickname in front of him, but he quickly recovered. He laughed and said, "The boss thinks I have this ability, and this dance hall is me supervising the decoration. It may be faster than Du Xiao on your side, and I hope Xiaodu will not be eccentric." Du Peng was too lazy to talk to him. Ziming asked him at this time, "Manager Nu, can we go in and have a look?" "Of course. Welcome. Please inside." Nuji made a gesture of please, and led Ziming and the others into the dance hall. The decoration of this Song and Dance Hall is no different from the old Song and Dance Hall in Ziming's memory. It is just a hall with tables and chairs for rest on both sides. There is a light ball on the top of the center of the dance hall, which can project many different colors of laser light. This is very common in Ziming's eyes, but for people of this age who have never seen it, this beautiful feeling can make people extremely excited, as if entering another world. It is precisely because of this. In the middle of the dance floor, there are already many people wiggling their bodies in excitement following the disco music. Although Du Peng was very upset about preempting them to open the business here, he was surprised to see the scene inside. He whispered to Ziming, "Is this the effect of the decoration of the song and dance hall? It's really pretty. When the decoration on our side is completed, it will be better than their side." Ziming said, "Counselor Du Xiao, do you want to dance or sit for a while?" Nuji asked. Ziming and the others were certainly not here to dance today, so they told Nuji to sit down for a while, and then Nuji helped them find a place to sit next to them and asked them to bring them tea and snacks. "Counselor Du Xiao, what do you think of my song and dance hall?" Nuji asked triumphantly. Neither Ziming nor Du Peng answered this question. Instead, they turned their attention to Manager Rao. Ziming asked him, "Do you have anything you want to say?" Rao Jing idealized and said, "The decoration of this song and dance hall is definitely not done by a professional decoration team. Although it seems that there is no problem at first, the problem will be bigger if you look into it carefully." Hearing what Manager Rao said, Nuji was not happy at the time. "Is this Manager Rao? Why do you say that?" Manager Rao hesitated for a while, but then Ziming asked him to speak boldly. He said, "That's it. I won't talk about some minor issues. Anyway, the lights are dim and I can't see it at night. What I am most worried about now is the top put on the light ball. I saw that ball in the provincial song and dance ensemble. The ball is very heavy. You can hang it on such a thin iron frame here. This is very unsafe." Nuji disdainfully smiled and said, "What's insecure about this? It sounds like you are so professional. Don't you think it turns out well?" Ziming said to Nuji, "Manager Nu, this is Manager Rao of Lingnan Decoration Company. He is the most professional in the entire Lingnan province. You'd better listen to him." "I don't feel relieved to see that lamp. It's better to find an opportunity to do it again." Du Peng also said, "Yeah, little girl, if you don't do it again, it will be troublesome if it falls and hits someone." Nuji said, "Guardian Du Xiao, if you come over to play, I will welcome you with your hands. For distinguished guests like you, I can still give you free orders, but it's boring if you want to say that." "Little girl, what do you mean by this? Do you think we are here to find fault?" Du Peng said displeased. Nuji replied, "Isn't it? I know that our song and dance hall opened in front of you makes you feel very uncomfortable. But we are all legitimate behaviors. We did not engage in any tricks. It is because your decoration is slow, behind us. Can you blame me for this? As soon as you come in, you curse that my lamp will fall and hit people. What is your intention?" "Mr. Nu, you are a little bit brainy," Ziming said with a smile, "but whatever you think, we just remind you to wake up. After all, if the lamp is smashed down, it really hits people. If something goes wrong, it will be forcibly shut down." Nuji was taken aback for a moment. As a person of this age, he obviously didn't understand what Ziming meant by brain holes, but he could understand what Ziming said. He said to Ziming with a look of disdain and sarcasm, "Counselor Zhu, do I want to thank you for your reminder? Are you really an Anjiang development consultant? You won't really be used to being a consultant. You will die if you don't say a few words wherever you go." Du Peng said to Nuji, "Little girl, your courage is getting bigger and bigger now, and your words are getting more and more clear. Do you want to say that we are deliberately cursing you to have trouble? You have the problem, right?" Nuji said to Du Peng, "As soon as we come in, if there is no good word, just say that our lamp will fall and hit people." "How can you do this? You said you didn't mean to do this. What are we to curse?" Du Peng patted the table and stood up and said, "Little girl, is it a dam that I haven't taught you for a long time? Your courage is getting bigger and bigger, and it's getting smaller and smaller." Nuji subconsciously took a step back. Ziming pulled Du Peng to signal him to calm down, and then Ziming said to Nuji, "Mr. Nu, you really want to be biased. Whether you believe it or not, We are really just I came here to take a look, but you just asked us. Our manager here happens to be an expert in this area, so he will give you a reminder. If you don't believe it, forget it. I think it's wrong. Are you coaxing me as a 3-year-old child? Nuji said, if you just come to see why you are bringing this manager, you guys are clearly premeditated. Nuji then chuckled. It's still an Angian development consultant. You can use this method. You can speculate on the land. If others speculate on the land, you will let the bank break the capital chain and instruct the police to arrest our people. Now we are doing this. You come to curse us after a song and dance hall. Can you make a little more? Damn, you little girl, you crap. Did your mouth come out of shit today? It smells so bad. See if I don't suck your mouth today. The hot-tempered Dupeng said that he was going to fight Nuji. Nuji quickly avoided and said, do you fucking think I'm afraid of you? Shouting, this is the boss place. Do you dare to do it here? It's great, I just ask him to apologize. But your kid, Lao Tzu, will not let you go today. Dupeng said. Ziming stopped Dupeng and said, okay, Dupeng, you are so calm. We are not here to make trouble, and there is no need to make trouble. At this time, Nuji added another fire and said, that's right. You should hurry up with your tales and get out. You fucking tell Lao Tzu to try again. Dupeng pointed to Nuji and said. Just when Dupeng and Nuji were arguing here, a sudden metal cracking click sounded. Although the disco music here was very loud, Manager Rao still heard it. Boss Zudushao, don't make a noise. It seems that there is a sound. Isn't the light bulb about to fall? Manager Rao said. Hearing what Manager Rao said, Nuji said with contempt, this Manager Rao, who doesn't know where he came from, do you really think of yourself as an expert? If you say he will fall, he will fall. I'll tell you, it's your head. He will not fall if it falls. But it was as if God was going to confront new masterpiece. When Nuji finished his swearing words, he heard a click over there, and the light ball suddenly fell down and hit the crowd on the dance floor below. Chapter 127. What? A series of harsh exclamations sounded, and the people who were dancing enthusiastically on the dance floor just now were like frightened rabbits, screaming and clutching their heads and ran away, desperately running towards the door of the dance hall. It feels as if they only need to slow down a little. The whole house will fall down and crush them. Everyone's face is full of panic. And in the middle of the dance floor, a few people fell there. One of them was no longer moving, and the rest were all curled up there, moaning in pain. This scene stunned Nuji completely. At this moment, he felt that his brain was hollowed out in an instant, and he had no thoughts at all. He muttered, how could this be? Not only was Nuji stunned, but Ziming and Dupeng were also stunned. No one, including Manager Rao, expected this to happen. Manager Rao stared blankly at the falling light ball. Although in his opinion, the iron frame should not be enough to bear the weight of the light ball, it is at least iron, and it can last for a while. A little other vibration will cause it to fall. But I didn't expect that the light bulb would fall off as soon as I finished talking. In this way, it seems that the quality of the iron frame can't be shut down. Ziming was the first to react. He turned his head and said to Kong Xiaolin, you immediately go out to call the police and call the emergency center. By the way, it is estimated that the appearance of the few people over there is not minor. Hearing Ziming's words, Kong Xiaolin could not return to her senses at this time. She nodded to Ziming and immediately ran out to find the phone. At this time, Nuji also came back to his senses. He immediately pointed to Ziming and Dupeng and said, you did the ghost, right? You got the light ball, right? I care about your uncle. The decoration is your own decoration, and the materials are also made by you. We came on the first day today, and your light fell off before the butt was sitting on the heat. Blame us? Your mother has a brain. No? Still thinking that things will not happen? Do you know that I hate being slandered the most in my life? Dupeng originally watched Nuji, who was bullied by him, dare to talk back to him today, and his heart burst into flames. Now that the light falls off, he will be blamed on him. Du Peng stopped doing it at the time and cursed at the same time. He slapped him and slapped Nuji directly on the sofa next to him, but Du Peng was puzzled, and slapped Nuji on the back of the head again. Compared with Du Peng's curse, Ziming frowned. For Ziming, today's things are indeed very comedy. He and Du Peng persuaded him not to listen to the problem of the lamp ball for a long time, and on the other hand, he said that it was not his own. As a result, the lamp ball fell off so much. But after the comedy, it is trouble. First of all, the falling of the light ball is too dramatic. Whether it is the original design error or the poor quality of the materials made by Nuji, Nuji will definitely find a way to shirk responsibility. Then now that these few people are here, he will naturally push all the responsibilities to his side. Now he and Shenzhou Company are already in conflict. Wouldn't this add fuel to the fire? Damn it, little girl, you have a long brain for doing things in the future. Just like you, I really want to punish you. You can still use these methods. Just start fanning you. Don't be in front of Lozi in the future. Don't you know? After Du Peng finished talking, he told Zuming to leave. But Ziming asked Du Peng to leave later. Du Peng was a little surprised at this. Ziming told him his thoughts. Du Peng was not stupid, he understood at the time. When he came over, he said to Nuji, I can't tell you the 205, I will tell him directly when Hua Xiao arrives. Ziming knew that this young Hua was a big figure from the Shenzhou Company, and also a core figure in that huge force. The person in charge here in Nanjian. Then Kong Xilin came in from outside and told Zuming that she had called the police and called an ambulance. A few minutes later, a young man with a stable look in a leather jacket walked in. Seeing this man, Du Peng immediately stood up and greeted him. This man was what Du Peng said, Hua Xiao. I finally saw the master here. Zuming wanted to go up and say something to him, but Hua Xiao didn't mean to talk to them. He just nodded with Du Peng, and everyone else saw it. Without taking a look, he walked directly in front of Nuji, and Nuji lowered his head to apologize to him, saying that he had failed to complete the things that Hua Xiao had told him. Hua Xiao just smiled at this and said, it doesn't matter, I urge you to rush to work every day, you will always make mistakes when you are busy, and you are not entirely blamed for this matter. Hua Xiao's words made Zuming couldn't help but look at him. Although Zuming didn't know how capable this person was, at least he was a qualified leader, and he still had some means to win over people's hearts. If nothing else, just talk about today's matter. He first came in and ignored himself and went directly to Nuji's side. This faction can make Nuji feel that Hua Xiao attaches great importance to him, no matter when. As a subordinate, you all hope to get the attention of the leader. Hua Xiao's style can make Nuji have the urge to die for a confidant. Then Nuji confessed and apologized to Hua Xiao. If Hua Xiao put on the pretense of a leader or elder brother to teach him, then Hua Xiao would be an ordinary leader. But Hua Xiao said that it was caused by urging him to rush to work, and finally said this. He is not to blame, the nature is different, which can give Nuji a feeling that Hua Xiao takes the responsibility on himself. You must know that when subordinates do things for the leaders, they are most afraid of doing things so hard that they will be criticized by the leaders. This is very damaging. But if Xiang Hua Xiao took the initiative to take responsibility like this, the people below would be very moved. No, after listening to Hua Xiao's words, Nuji looked like it would be worthwhile to die for him after following such a leader, with a strong sense of affection. If this is a game carefully arranged by Hua Xiao, then there is nothing to say, but the key is that this is obviously an accident, but he can still perform like this, which shows that this has become a habit of his usual, which is it's not simple anymore. Hua Xiao calmed down Nuji a few more words, and then walked towards Ziming and Du Peng. Du Peng said, Hua Xiao, listen to me, what happened today is like this. Before Du Peng finished speaking, Hua Xiao raised his hand to signal him not to say, Du Xiao, you don't need to say anything. I already knew it on the way here. Today my song and dance hall opened on the first day. You Du Xiao being able to come is to give me face, but I'm very embarrassed. If this thing happened today, even if my master doesn't entertain me well, I will buy you a drink next time I have a chance. Hearing Hua Xiao's words made Zhu Ming feel heavier, because the previous words were only Hua Xiao's ability to control, so Hua Xiao's words showed his veteran skills. Obviously, if he followed Nu Jai's approach and pushed all the responsibility to his side, it would be naive, but it would be wrong if not to mention it, so he wisely chose to avoid the importance and choose Do first. Peng came to play here to give him face. He said that his master was inadequate in hospitality. As for the lamp ball, he just skipped over. In this way, no matter what things are going on today, he is already on the ground. Even if Du Peng was irritated by Nuji before, he would not be embarrassed to say anything at this time. Hua Xiao, if you want to say this, you despise me. You are older than me. If you want to please, I have to ask you to drink. Du Peng said. He pulled out Zhu Ming and introduced him. Hua Xiao, this is my brother Zhu Ming. He is now the development consultant of Nanjiang City. You should have heard of him. Then, of course, Consultant Zhu, one meeting resolved the land speculation that plagued the municipal government, which is remarkable. Hua Xiao said, where, him all clever, how can I compare to Hua Xiao? Zhu Ming first praised Hua Xiao, and then said, but speaking of Hua Xiao, there are some misunderstandings between us. It happened to be here today. Now, the next day, Du Peng and I will find a chance to have a drink and get together. Let's get things done. After all, it's better to settle the enemy than to settle it. Hua Xiao said to this, don't worry, there is a chance. These words made Zhu Ming's heart beat. Zhu Ming wanted to say something, but at this time the police sirens outside and the horns of the ambulance rang for the first time. Hua Xiao said to Du Peng, Du Xiao, what's the matter with me? I have to deal with it first. I'm anxious. After talking about Hua Xiao, they took people out, but Hua Xiao left. Zhu Ming and the others were boring here, so they had to follow the dance hall and return to Du Peng's Audi car. Du Peng turned around and asked Zhu Ming, Zhu Ming, what do you think of Hua Xiao's words today? What? You also heard the problem? Zhu Ming asked back. That's not it. After Hua Xiao came here, he didn't say anything about it. This is too abnormal. He is not a natural good person. Du Peng said. Zhu Ming nodded and said, it is true. If there is nothing wrong with him today, if he gets angry with us or anything, the key point is that his performance shouldn't have appeared at this time. In addition to these, I also think he is a very good person. It's not simple, it's a person who can use his brain and his wrists. Today's words are so impeccable that it is difficult for such a person to handle it. Boss Zhu, what do you mean is that his performance today was deliberately made? Will he find a way to trouble us in the future? Kong Xilin asked. It's hard to say, I don't know the style of this person, but judging from his performance today, I think it is very possible. Zhu Ming said. Then what should we do? Hua Xiao is not easy to deal with. Du Peng asked with some worry. Zhu Ming thought for a while and said, let's take a step and take a step. Since you don't know what he is going to do, I don't want to guess. The most important thing is that we do our business first. Zhu Ming said to Manager Rao, Manager Rao, the decoration of our song and dance hall is up to you. This song and dance hall is a vigilance for us. You must ensure the safety of every step of the process. Any questions? Don't worry, Boss Zhu, I always do this. Manager Rao said. Chapter 128. At noon, Zhu Ming accompanied Tang Ran to dinner at the restaurant. Tang Ran said to Zhu Ming, Brother Ming, many people in our unit today are discussing the accident in the song and dance hall in Sanyuan yesterday. Talk about that kind of place. It's dangerous. Fortunately, I didn't go to anything. I read the newspaper and said that one person died on the spot, and another person was sent to the hospital without being rescued. In fact, it's not as exaggerated as they said. The accident yesterday was just that the other side was too irresponsible. Zhu Ming explained to Tang Ran with a smile, but I just told you not to follow it last night. You are so courageous. If you see the scene of the accident, you must be afraid of death. For Zhu Ming, he was a personal witness last night, so he had a better understanding of the accident at Hua Xiao's dance hall than Tang Ran and the others. In addition, due to the mutual competition, Ziming is also more concerned about the results of the treatment there. Ziming received news from the city early this morning, saying that due to potential safety hazards, the Golden Song and Dance Hall must be closed for rectification. Wait until the security clearance before opening. In fact, the backstage of the Shenzhou company would not be punished in this way, but the problem is that his Song and Dance Hall is located on the Sanyuan side. The original plan there is to face foreigners in Nanjian. Yesterday only foreigners were the ones who dared to dance on the dance floor on the first day. Therefore, it was only foreigners who died in the accident last night. Since this time, no one can guarantee it, and can only choose to do business by business. Some things in China are like this. There are two completely different ways of doing things internally and foreign related. Ziming clearly remembers the news that the police helped a foreigner find a bicycle in the city in later generations. It would be replaced by an ordinary Chinese. Haha. As a result, in major cities, foreigners called the police on their behalf in order to improve the efficiency of alarm processing, which can only make people shake their heads and smile. Tang Ran embarrassedly spit out her cute little pink tongue. Okay, it'll be right if I don't go, but the owner of the Song and Dance Hall over there is also true, cutting corners in order to rush to start the business, and does not treat the guests. It's really bad to take safety seriously. Now that this matter has happened, it depends on how he will do business in the future. Everyone has their own way of doing things. For that side, they just want to open the first Song and Dance Hall in Nanjian. As long as the sign is released, they won't have to worry about it in the future. Ziming said, it's just that they do the facts. It was too rushed, and it turned out that this kind of thing happened. Let's not say if you can't smash the sign. At least it hurts that they are forced to suspend business. Well, but they deserve it. Tang Ran said, Brother Ming, when will the nightclub on your side be opened? I have already agreed with my colleagues in the unit, and I will definitely come to join you at that time. Then thank you Ranran first, Ziming said in a compliment, but it is estimated that there is still at least one more week time. After all, something happened over there, and the city must raise the safety standards of dance halls. Yes, there will be more inspections. Ziming is telling the truth. Just this morning, in view of the accident last night, the city issued a new safety notice. After dinner with Tang Ran, Ziming first sent her to work, and then drove to the municipal government by himself. Although Ziming had made it clear in front of the mayor Chen Yunfei that he would not participate in the construction of the securities market, his development as the Nanjiang municipal government, the consultant, who is also the person who knows the securities market best in Nanjiang city, can't really ignore it. Just like the previous life, let a group of bureaucrats fool around. It is precisely because of this that Ziming will be invited to the municipal government to check when the preliminary plan for the securities market and some temporary policy drafts come out. At the door of the municipal government, Zhang Heng, the secretary of former executive vice mayor Qiao Weijiang, greeted him at the door. Ziming said to him, Director Zhang, you are now the deputy director of the office of the leading group for the construction of the securities market. You have come to the door. What does it look like to pick me up? Zhang Heng said, without advisors, how can I be a deputy director? I must know how to be grateful. No matter what position I am in now or what position I will be in the future, you are the person I am most grateful for. Seeing Zhang Heng said so, Ziming couldn't say much. As for this securities market construction leading group, a temporary institution just established in Nanjiang City, it is personally under the command of the secretary of the municipal party committee, Luxan. All other municipal party leaders are involved. The Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee serves as the office director. Zhang Hen can be found among the top officials. It is not easy to get to an office deputy director, not to mention that he still got such a position after Qiao Weijiang just fell. According to official rules, this is a comeback. It is for this reason that Zhang Hen is full of gratitude to Ziming. But Ziming feels that this is completely inseparable from his own efforts. The office of this group is on the side of the municipal party committee office. Jiang Hen brought Ziming to his desk. He took out the prepared documents and gave them to Ziming. These are some documents for the construction of Nanjiang Securities Market. Ziming opened it and read it roughly, nodded and said to Jiang Hen, "The general framework is almost the same. After all, we have never done this before, and there is no company law, securities law, accounting law, etc. There are really some lessons to be supplemented. Too much. This is just a temporary solution. It is impossible to be too detailed, but there is one point. Director Jiang, you have to remember that we must protect the disadvantaged groups, and we must distinguish between responsibilities and powers, and there should be no situations where we can play 50 boards." "Okay, I will definitely pay attention when sorting out the files," Jiang Hen replied, and took out a notebook to solemnly write down Ziming's words. Seeing Jiang Hen like this, Ziming smiled and said, "It doesn't need to be this way. I'm not a leader." Jiang Hen smiled embarrassedly. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Since he must remember, Ziming will follow him. Ziming went on to say, "In addition to these laws and regulations, there is another point. That is, the government must have a special supervision agency to monitor the operation of the securities market at all times." Director Jiang, you have been to Hong Kong City. You should also know that the economic bubble before the stock market crash was actually caused by the lack of corresponding supervision and guidance mechanisms. After all, things like economic bubbles cannot be avoided by accounting and settlement companies. Now the Hong Kong City side is discussing the establishment of the Securities Regulatory Commission. Since the Hong Kong City side has learned this lesson, we must not follow their old ways. Therefore, we must go ahead with the Securities Regulatory Commission," Ziming said. Jiang Hen wrote down Ziming's words in his notebook, and said seriously, "Councillor Zhu, your suggestion is really great. I agree with you very much. After all, there is no supervision and guidance. The market is always a chaotic and disorderly market, and sooner or later there will be problems." Ziming nodded. Actually, compared with other foreign countries and Hong Kong City, the establishment of the China Securities Regulatory Commission is very early due to the different systems, but it is still a remedial measure after the incident. Now that he is reborn, and there is an opportunity to influence the construction of the securities market. Ziming felt that while engaging in the securities market, he should also set up the China Securities Regulatory Commission, so that some things could be avoided. After leaving the city government, Ziming went straight to his nightclub in the commercial street, which is still undergoing renovation. Du Peng is also staring here now. After all, something like that happened yesterday. Even if he knows that it has nothing to do with him, there will always be a knot in his heart, so it is better to be careful about some things. Fortunately, nothing happened on this day. After a week, the overall decoration of the nightclub has been completed, and only some harmful gases inside will evaporate naturally before making detailed decorations. Now that the decoration on this site has been basically completed, the recruitment and training of waiters on the other side must be started. As a reborn, Ziming values the service very much. He thinks whether a nightclub is upscale. In addition to the decoration, the more important thing is the service attitude. An entertainment venue with poor service attitude, even if the decoration is luxurious, it will be difficult to retain people. Especially in this age when the sense of service has not yet risen. If you can start the service sign, then it is easy to form a chain in the country. Kong Xiaolin, the general manager of the nightclub, also agrees with this, on the one hand because she admires Ziming, on the other hand, she herself has the same opinion. Ziming drove to the meeting room of Dongmen Hotel. According to Kong Xiaolin's arrangement, Ziming would come here today to train her newly recruited waiters. As the manager of the original Nanu Hotel, Kong Xiaolin brought some of her own team. These people were assigned to be the lobby manager of the dance hall bar and the KTV, as well as the foreman of the respective waiters. Since Xiaolin Kong can bring these people, they must be if you can be trusted and there is no problem. As for the other waiters, They must be trained from scratch. Pushing open the door of the conference room, there was a burst of warm applause immediately, and Ziming smiled and nodded to everyone as he walked onto the podium. In the service industry, women are inherently more advantageous than men. Kong Xilin has also implemented Ziming's ideas well. Therefore, most of the waiters she recruited are girls, and they all look very beautiful. Ziming stood on the podium and looked down at a piece of yin yang, very seductive. Of course, it is not to say that there are all girls here, but there are also a group of security guards and male waiters. They are all big men. I am embarrassed to grab a position with the girls, so they were pushed behind. Here, Kong Xilin is also in accordance with Ziming's idea. Security give priority to veterans. Male waiters must have hotel service experience, must not consider the social gangsters. The underworld can give money to appease, but there must be no involvement. In short, the recruitment is only 1 point. 3 views must be positive. Ziming wants to make his nightclub a major national brand, but it is not the kind of fast-paced idea of Huaxiao, so these foundations must be laid well, and he is definitely not allowed to make himself a miserable place. Chapter 129. Ziming stood on the stage, looked around the stage, and looked at the beautiful eyes that were watching him nervously. Ziming couldn't help feeling of accomplishment in his heart. No wonder there are so many people who desperately want to be leaders and do whatever it takes to become a star in the limelight. This feeling of being the focus of everyone is really fascinating. If you were in a previous life, I'm afraid I won't have such an opportunity in my life, but now, with my rebirth, I must also open a new chapter in my destiny. Thinking of this in his mind, Ziming sank, and then said, "Hello everyone, my name is Ziming, I am the owner of this Nanjian nightclub. You should have heard of me, and you all know that I am coming to give you training, but I don't think it is necessary, because I believe you are the best." Ziming's words brightened the eyes of everyone in the audience. Obviously, they had never heard of a company leader training them like this. Of course, Ziming's words are not over yet. What exactly is Nanjian nightclub? What are your jobs here, and the rules and regulations here? I believe you have already learned from your supervisor in the previous training, so here it is. I won't repeat it too much. Manager Kong asked me to give you training, but I think I'm here today to talk to you all in my heart. From the information given to me by Manager Kong, most of you are from the countryside, and none of them are natives of Nanjian. Then I believe that you can't come to Nanjian for sightseeing if you travel all the way to Nanjian. In fact, it is here. It's not fun either. You must come to work more to earn money, right? You are poor at home, and you want to change your family conditions, and try to make yourself and your family live better, so that elderly parents don't have to work hard. Let your brothers and sisters be proud of you, so that you can eat delicious food and wear beautiful clothes. Following Ziming's words, many people below secretly nodded, because what Ziming said was exactly what they had planned in their hearts. These dreams are actually not difficult to complete. There are only 2 words to make money, and the salary of our nightclub is very high. The minimum is 300 yuan. I believe you will find this salary all over Nanjian, not the second one. Although everyone has known this salary for a long time, it is still very exciting to hear Ziming say it, because it is indeed a high salary that they can't find anywhere. Looking at the expression below, Ziming continued, "But if you think that this salary is all of you, then you are very wrong. I can reveal a little secret to you all here, that is, our nightclub also has a bonus system, which means that as long as you have worked here for a full year, then at the end of the year you can get a bonus of at least 2,000 yuan. Ziming's words immediately exploded the audience, and everyone ignored the meeting discipline and asked Ziming if this was true. After all, that is 2,000 yuan, and many people in their hometown can't make so much money in a year. If they add in their original salary, they can earn 5 or 6,000 in that year, and the money can be used to build a new house at home. Ziming suddenly threw out so much money, which naturally made them ecstatic. In the face of these excited employees, Ziming smiled and nodded and said, "If you work hard, the money will be yours." Boss Zhu, We must work hard. We will do whatever you ask us to do, and we will listen to you. Boss Zu, you are the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva who saves suffering. Someone below shouted. Ziming gestured to their voices to be quieter, and then said, actually, I am not asking you to do particularly difficult things. I just want you to keep your working rules in mind. My Nanjian nightclub will be from Nanjian City to Lingnan in the future. It is the best nightclub in the province or even in the country. As my waiters, my request to you is very simple. That is, you must put our customers first. I don't care whether your mood is good or bad, but as long as you face customers, you must keep smiling, no matter what you encounter. Even if you encounter customers making trouble, all you need to do is to inform your supervisor. No matter what, they must not conflict with customers. Do you understand? Facing Ziming's question, the following people said in unison, understood. Ziming nodded and said, very well, then I will show you how to organize your thoughts. First of all, what is the purpose of your coming to Nanjian? Make money. The person below said. The following words fell and Ziming immediately asked, then what will you get when you work in my nightclub? Salary and bonus. The person below replied, what are wages and bonuses? Ziming continued to ask without breathing, it's money. Then what is your purpose in coming to Nanjian? Make money. So how can you make money? Work hard. What counts as hard work? What do you do to customers? Keep smiling, no conflict. Very good. Then you keep smiling to customers and can't afford the conflict for what? Work hard. What happens if you work hard? Ziming asked, raising his tone. Make money. Everyone below involuntarily followed Ziming's tone of voice and replied, I can't hear. Tell me what will happen? Ziming continued to raise his tone of voice and asked, make money. The people below followed Ziming and asked in a higher tone. But Ziming obviously felt that it was not enough. So he asked again. This time the people below almost shouted out the general answer, money. We want to make money. Your answer is very good. I hope you can applaud for yourselves. Ziming said that he took the lead in applauding, and because this was applauding for themselves, they cheered extra vigorously and pushed themselves to another point of excitement. After the meeting for the employees, the waiters and security guards were taken back by their respective managers. Ziming and Kongxilin went to the adjacent lounge to have tea and chat. Boss Zu, your speech just now was really great. Even I was very excited when I was there. After listening to your speech from Boss Zu today, they must be so excited that they couldn't sleep. I heard that you were in Hong Kong. At that time, I gave a speech at the university over there and asked hundreds of college students on the spot to chant long live for you. I can imagine your words at that time must be more exciting. Kongxilin said to Ziming excitedly, holding her two pink fists firmly, and there was still an excited blush on one of her pretty faces. Facing Kongxilin, Ziming didn't have to pretend to be a ghost. He said, in fact, it's not as exaggerated as you said. It's actually a routine like the brainwashing I told you. What I did just now was just to catch what they desire most in their hearts, and then infinitely magnify them, let their thoughts follow me, and give them no chance to think until they are taken in the direction I set for them. Speaking of this, Ziming shrugged and said, I want to say that I also did this on the Hong Kong city side. It was just a trick to deceive people. You didn't see that my questions were one after another, and I didn't give them at all. Do they have any time to think? Boss Zu, even though you said that, it's still very powerful. Kongxilin said, like I used your method to train them before, but I never achieved your results. I don't think you need to achieve such an effect. After all, you are the general manager. You only need to take care of the supervisors under your hands. You can leave these training tasks to them, and your training they do it often, and they are used to it. How can it compare with me this first time? Ziming paused here, and then continued, but if you really want to enhance the effect, it's not impossible. These words made Kongxilin's eyes light up, and she immediately asked Ziming, Boss Zu, how can we enhance the effect? Play games, Ziming said. Kongxilin stared at Ziming with a pair of beautiful big eyes. She obviously didn't understand what Ziming meant. Ziming had to explain to her, because we are socially structured. We need to hug together to have a sense of security. And how people's behavior is inseparable from the entire group. Then, playing games can best mobilize everyone's collective consciousness, and they can also follow you involuntarily under the influence of group consciousness. For example, generally, sheep on the grassland are also in groups, but sheep are not humans, and their organization is very loose, so they will be eaten by wolves. But if there is a sheep with a sheep at this time, if you run in one direction with other sheep, then other sheep will often follow without thinking, even if there are wolves or cliffs in front of them. This is the herd mentality. Sheep is like this, and people are like this. Ziming went on to say, it's like playing the game of eagle catching chicks when we were young. If Xilin, you are a chick, how would you move if the person in front of you moved? Xilin looked at Ziming dumbfounded. The shock in her heart at this time could not be added. Speaking of which, Ziming told her some very simple truths, but it is precisely because these truths are known to her that it shocked her even more. Many people think that they know a lot, but they don't know that when they encounter things, they can't think of the truth at all. Only some people who are particularly clever and think can really understand these truths and imprint them on them. Ziming is obviously such a person on his own bones and using it when encountering things. Xilin thinks she reads a lot of books, but she has never seen anyone mention these principles, let alone apply these principles to management. Only Ziming. Thinking of this, Xilin took a deep breath and said to Ziming, Boss Zhu, you are really the most incredible business genius I have ever seen. Maybe even the word business genius can't fully express your mind. I don't know how lucky I am, how much virtue I have accumulated in my previous life, and I will be fortunate to be able to do things under your hands in this life. Finally, Xilin straightened her back and said respectfully to Ziming, Boss Zhu, it is my greatest honor to listen to your teachings. Chapter 130 Uncomfortable Licking? Ziming felt a little embarrassed when he felt Xilin's eyes that were almost worshipped. How could Ziming not understand why Xilin was like this? It was simply because she had never heard of the advanced concepts she had just said, which gave her a refreshing feeling. Her vision is also very good. She can naturally see the important role of this concept in management, so she feels even more shocked by this concept, just like the first time she heard that she gave a meeting to the presidents of major banks in Nanjing, like that. But it's no wonder that Xilin would be like this, because whether it's the brainwashing method of MLM or the use of the herd effect to play games to improve the collective consciousness of employees, it is something that later generations of management elites have researched and summarized for more than 10 years. Now they suddenly put it forward. It makes people feel a kind of enlightenment. Of course, these have some better names in later generations, called success inspirational studies, but no matter what their names are, these theories are in the final analysis a kind of guiding method, using people's desire to succeed. First draw them a blueprint for success, and then stimulate their confidence through encouragement and guidance, and let them run like a donkey chasing carrots toward the goals you have planned for them. Since this set of ideas is highly respected by so many people in later generations, it is naturally very useful. Before these theories were summarized, even before the introduction of pyramid schemes and herd effects to China, Ziming suddenly responded to them. Xilin put forward this concept. Xilin herself is also a very self-motivated woman. She is naturally regarded as a god. It's just that Ziming couldn't explain to her that these concepts were actually very common after more than 20 years, and he just borrowed the principles summed up by the management masters of later generations. After all, there is no way to explain things like rebirth. Even if he told others, no one would believe it. Therefore, Ziming could only blush to recognize Xilin's respect for herself. Thinking of this, Ziming smiled and said to Xilin, "Don't say that I am too godly. I am essentially just a capitalist who exploits you. The ideas I am talking about are just to be better. Do these things." Xilin shook her head firmly. "That's different. I don't know what other bosses are like, but Boss Zhu, you are definitely an entrepreneur with lofty conviction. Your ideas can not only improve the work efficiency of the company's employees, it can wash the souls of employees. These words made Zuming a little bit dumbfounded. Why did he rise to the height of a soul engineer in this moment? But what Kong Xilin said next surprised her again. Kong Xilin said, "If Mr. Zhu, you are really exploiting us, we are definitely willing to be exploited by you." Well, women are really strong in faith in a state of worship. Zuming couldn't help it. He lowered his head to hold the teacup to drink water, but found that there was no water in his cup. Seeing this, Kong Xilin immediately came over and said, "Boss Zhu, I will pour water for you." Zuming didn't want to bother her, but Kong Xilin firmly grabbed the teacup from Zuming's hand. Seeing Kong Xilin's back turned to pour water, Zuming could only shrug her shoulders helplessly. Actually speaking, there are advantages and disadvantages for Kong Xilin to worship herself so much. The advantage is that she will be unconditionally loyal to herself. If she is just an ordinary employee, this is very good. But the key is that she is the general manager of the nightclub, and it is very necessary to have someone independent ability. Will such excessive worship of oneself hinder her personal ability? Zuming understands Kong Xilin and knows that she is a very good managerial talent, but he is afraid that the traces of her overweight in her heart will hinder her from exerting her subjective initiative. After all, what she wants is a general manager, not an obedient secretary. Zuming thought about this, and he couldn't help sighing in his heart. He secretly cursed that she was really greedy. She already had such a good general manager. She also admired herself for being loyal to herself. How could she ask for so much? "Boss Zhu, give you water, be careful." At this time, Kong Xilin came over with Zuming's teacup. Zuming was still thinking at this time. Without hearing the reminder from Kong Xilin's back, he reached out to pick it up. When he encountered the hot teacup, Zuming was so hot that he subconsciously flicked his hand and beat the teacup turn over, and then I heard a bang that the teacup was smashed to the ground. "I'm sorry, Boss Zhu, I didn't do it well and didn't burn you?" Kong Xilin asked Zuming, worried. "I'm okay, I didn't do it well, I was a little lost just now," Zuming said and glanced at the fragments of the teacup on the ground. Kong Xilin immediately said, "I'm sorry, Boss Zhu, I will clean this up." Speaking of Kong Xilin, she squatted down and picked up the teacup fragments. "Forget it, just leave it to the hotel to clean up." Zuming also squatted down to pull Kong Xilin up, but when Zuming only squatted down, Kong Xilin was just about to get up. When Zuming went to hold her hand, she was accidentally scratched by the debris and bleeding at the time. "Boss Zhu, I'm sorry, I'm too stupid." Kong Xilin hurriedly threw away the fragments of the teacup and came over to hold Zuming's hand with a look of regret. Zuming originally wanted to tell her that it was okay, but Kong Xilin's next move caused all Zuming's words to get stuck in her throat. Seeing that Kong Xilin panicked, she put Zuming's torn finger in her mouth. Zuming knew that she was doing this to help her stop bleeding. But Zuming had never been treated like this before, and in this life, he felt the softness of Kong Xilin's lips, and more importantly, that Xilin's slippery little tongue was still on his finger. The licking on the tip, the slippery touch, like an electric current, passed down the nerves all the way to the mind, making people unable to imagine in their minds, if she was licking not her own fingers, but her own, how does the other part feel? This extremely fragrant thought caused Zuming to swallow unconsciously. After feeling that his brother had a warning sign, Zuming immediately took his hand from Kong Xilin's small mouth and said to her, "Xilin don't need to be like this. Now, this blood will stop by itself." Seeing Zuming suddenly withdraw her hand, Kong Xilin couldn't help asking, "Boss Zhu, did I make you uncomfortable when I licked it?" Uncomfortable licking? Zuming knows that Kong Xilin certainly did not ask deliberately. After all, the internet culture is not so prevalent in this era. Kong Xilin's question is only very common, but in the ears of Zuming, a rebirth, there is always something unsuitable for children means inside. On the other hand, Zuming also felt that Kong Xilin didn't know what she was thinking just now. If she knew that she had just thought of her holding her fingers because of caring as another unsightly picture, I'm afraid she wanted to bite herself off. The heart of the finger is there. Of course not, Xilin, you lick very well, and your tongue is very flexible, but I'm not used to it. Ziming answered like this, but Ziming couldn't bear to look directly at what he said. What kind of stuff was he talking about? Fortunately, Xilin didn't think much about it. She still cared about Ziming and said, Boss Zu, you see that you are bleeding again. Let me help you hold it for a while. Talking about Xilin, she took another 2 steps forward and stretched out her hand to pull Ziming's hand. Ziming said no, and put her finger back into her mouth without thinking, but what Ziming didn't expect was, Xilin also insisted on holding Ziming's hand, but Ziming's hand violently pulled Xilin with him, and Xilin's small mouth was immediately kissed on Ziming's lips. Lips touched, Ziming and Xilin were both stunned. They looked at each other, as if time had frozen all of a sudden, until the door of the meeting room was knocked by the waiter. Dong Dong's knock on the door was very soft, but it was like thunder in the ears of Ziming and Xilin, and the two of them hurriedly separated. Counselor Zu, Manager Kong, have you used the meeting room well? Can we come in? The waiter asked outside. Ziming only realized that because Xilin was worried about the leakage of their training methods, so this time when they had a meeting in the meeting room of the East Gate Hotel, they asked the hotel not to come in casually without permission. This requirement was very high. It's strange, but Ziming's identity is here, and the hotel naturally won't say anything, so he agreed. But fortunately, Xilin had arranged this way before, otherwise the waiter suddenly came in and saw the scene just now, then they were really fine and it became something. Ziming calmed down and watched Xilin cleared up her emotions before letting the hotel attendant in. Ziming told the hotel about breaking the teacup and let the hotel clean it. Ziming originally said that he would pay compensation according to the price, but the hotel manager took the initiative to waive the compensation, saying that a cup does not matter. Ziming was not in the mood to chat with the hotel manager here, so he took Xilin and left the hotel. 2 people got in the car. Ziming apologized and said to Xilin, Xilin, the one just now. But before Ziming's words were finished, Xilin said, what happened just now was that I was not good. I was too stupid. I couldn't do anything well. I'm sorry. These words made Ziming stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Xilin to apologize to herself. How could she say that she took advantage of her for what happened just now, so she should apologize to her herself? Why did she apologize to herself first? So Ziming hurriedly shook her head and said, no, Xilin has nothing to do badly. You are very smart. I was wrong about what I did just now. It was because I did not consider everything carefully, that made you suffer. Xilin also shook her head and said that there was no such thing. She didn't know if she said she didn't suffer, or whether she still felt that she should apologize to Ziming. In the end, Xilin didn't say this, but asked Ziming concerned, are your hands better? Ziming put his finger in front of her to show her, look, there is no bleeding a long time ago, I just said I'm fine. Xilin said nothing. Ziming didn't know what to say at this time, so she had to start the car and send Xilin home. Chapter 131 ? Bow thanks to Modoi and book friends 2,153,539 inches for their support. On the afternoon of November 29th, the Nanjian nightclub officially opened. As the country has not yet officially issued regulations prohibiting the setting of fireworks and firecrackers in urban areas, Ziming prepared a lot of fireworks and firecrackers on the day of the opening, which made it even bigger than the Spring Festival. But this is now. In a few years, what if you want to set off firecrackers in the busiest commercial street in the center of Nanjian? Just wait for you to be fined and detained. The huge momentum, coupled with this being the most prosperous place in the center of Nanjian, immediately attracted a lot of people to stop and watch. At this opening ceremony, Ziming learned the methods of later generations and specially invited a modern dance troupe from Hong Kong City. Watching these girls in short black silk skirts dance dynamic jazz dance on the stage, it attracted the crowd cheered in the audience. After all, this era is certainly very conservative, but the restless genes in people's hearts are always there, especially the Chinese people who have been suppressed by Confucian culture since childhood. The longer they are suppressed, the vent in their hearts that yearns to get rid of the shackles it is even stronger. Otherwise, entertainment venues like song and dance halls and karaoke will not immediately become popular throughout the country before entering the country. This temporarily erected stage was surrounded by people. Everyone squeezed forward desperately, and waved and shouted as the girls danced on the stage, one by one, like the most avid dancers. But these people are actually there to appreciate this new type of dance, or to look at these sexy dancers with bright A's. Then it is not known. On the backstage, Kong Seelin looked at the people who were so excited that they were going crazy, and she couldn't help but said with some worry, "Boss Zhu, isn't this a bit bad?" Hearing Kong Seelin's questioning, Du Peng, who was also yelling excitedly next to him, said, "Mr. Kong, you are too staid, right? What's wrong with this?" "I think it's good." "Ziming, your idea is simply amazing. Now, how did you think of inviting these dance teams to the opening ceremony?" "Master Du, wipe the saliva from your mouth first. As a red descendant, you must pay attention to your identity." Ziming told Du Peng that Ziming could have expected Kong Seelin and Du Peng's surprise. After all, in this conservative era, many concepts have not been let go. Most shops or hotels open for dragon dance, as a celebration of the lion. Even if some people think of finding other programs, they would all sing and dance some Yanko, and no one would find this kind of modern dance at all. The reason is simple. Firstly, there is no real professional modern dance company in China. Secondly, it is also the domestic situation. It has only been a few years since the crackdown, and everyone is afraid of causing trouble to themselves. Because of this, the splendid song and dance hall of Huashao opened recently, but it was just a rock singer from the capital to scream. Now it's not like later generations. Not to mention that many places open will invite dance teams to dance. Those auto shows and some annual conventions will invite many cool-dressed models in the past. God knows whether they want to show products or go. The meat sellers, or the person in charge of these companies, would like to get in touch with these models, showgirl or something in private after the event. But Ziming didn't want to be like this. "How can I say that this is the opening of a nightclub, which represents modernity and fashion? Even if it can't make money transactions like later generations, it can't be done in such a traditional way, right?" So Ziming finally asked Lin Muking to invite a professional modern dance team from Hong Kong City. "Don't worry, Manager Kong, this dance team is a professional and regular dance team from Hong Kong City, and our event today was also specially approved by Mayor Chen. There will be no problem." Ziming explained to Kong Seelin said that usually Ziming would call her manager when there were other people there, and Ziming would call her Seelin when there were only two of them. After listening to Ziming's words, Kong Seelin let go of her heart. For her, Ziming's store was about to open, and it was just when she showed her skills. If things get out of her way, she will cry. Dizzy in the toilet. Looking at the dance team on stage, Kong Seelin said to Ziming, "But the girls over there are too open, right? They wear such exposed clothes and make such moves." Ziming touched his nose with embarrassment, because in fact, the clothes of these Hong Kong City dancers were all picked by themselves. If they were to follow their own habits, even if they were fucked, they would not look like this. I felt that those clothes were not enough to provoke me. Duo, only think about the later generations of banged psycho countries women's group dress up for these dancers to wear, will have the current effect. Of course, these dancers are all from the Hong Kong City side. They are relatively open-minded, so they can still accept it. If they are replaced by domestic dancers, they will probably stop acting, just like those who cried when filming Journey to the West. Like all the female fairies, they just can't accept the clothes that are so exposed on the fairies. Ziming thought for a while and said to Kong Seelin, "Mr. Kong, don't dislike them, because our nightclub will need to be a permanent dance team here to perform their dance." Kong Seelin was stunned for a moment, pointed to the stage and asked, Like them, they have to wear so exposed and dance this kind of dance every day? Ziming nodded and said, yes, not only must there be dancers like them, but also singers who are resident here to sing. After all, we are a nightclub. We have bars and dance halls in it, which represent a kind of night entertainment culture. We need to create such an atmosphere for our customers. God, wouldn't it feel degraded like this? How would people outside look at us here? Kong Seelin said with some worry. It's up to the outsiders to look at them. But we only need to grasp this degree by ourselves. If there are no such things in the nightclub, it would be wrong. Ziming said to Kong Seelin, but Manager Kong, some of the burden will be on you, but we must check it well, and we must strictly forbid that kind of messy things from happening. In this matter, I would rather spend a little more money. Kong Seelin nodded solemnly and said, don't worry, Boss Zu, I will definitely do it. The modern dance troupe of Hong Kong City ended after dancing 3 songs. Ziming stepped onto the stage. He looked at countless pairs of eyes off the stage and said, in the past, you either chose to watch TV at home and sleep at night, or you chose to go to bed at night. But now, I can tell you that starting from today, you have one more choice, which is this Nanjian nightclub. You can drink and dance here, and maybe you will have a chance to have an affair here. Or, Ziming said again, you can also ask for a box to sing, hold the microphone and sing to your heart's content, so that you can also experience the addiction of being a singer. At this time, the emotions of these people have not yet eased from the hot dance just now, and now they have heard such a different opening speech by Ziming, so they can't help but fantasize about what they might encounter in the bar and dance hall, or they are themselves singing with the microphone. However, no matter what kind of situation it was, they could make their blood boil, so they all raised their arms and shouted. Feeling the enthusiasm of these people in the audience, Ziming didn't write any ink, and went straight to the subject. We don't talk too much nonsense. I am here to officially announce to you that Nanjian Nightclub has officially opened. Welcome everyone. Following Ziming's words, the people below cheered again, and then Ziming casually pointed, and these people who had not gone to enthusiasm swarmed into the nightclub. Seeing the turbulent flow of people entering the nightclub, Ziming was determined in his heart. Then he turned and walked off the stage. When Ziming stepped down, he saw Tang Ran also coming behind the stage. Ziming stepped forward to say hello to her. Of course you are here. What about your colleague? Didn't you say that you will bring your colleague to join me today? Facing Ziming's question, Tang Ran hesitated, Brother Ming, but there are a lot of people here, or else let me do it and come back another day. Ziming smiled and touched her little head and said, silly girl, it's okay, I have prepared a box for you a long time ago. But NT that delay Brother Ming. Did you make money? Tang Ran asked. This question made Ziming dumbfounded. Ziming scratched her little Kyung's nose angrily and said, what do you think of this girl? Is it that I still have a small amount of money? You take your colleague and follow Manager Kong to the side door. Just go up. Tang Ran gave an obedient cry. Ziming beckoned to Kong Seelin to come over. Let her take Tang Ran to the box. Tang Ran asked Ziming, Brother Ming, aren't you coming? I still have something to do. You go first, and it'll be over when the business is over here. Ziming said. Over there. Tang Ran followed Kong Seelin through the side door into the nightclub. At this time, Du Peng came over and said to Ziming, or you can accompany her up to sing. Anyway, there is a walkie-talkie. I'll just call you if something happens here. Up. Du Peng said that he raised the brick in his hand. This was specially matched by Ziming for nightclubs. After all, nightclubs are a mixture of fish and dragons, and it is difficult to say that nothing will happen. Therefore, Ziming specially equipped 10 walkie-talkies for the purpose. Conveniently, things can be dealt with immediately. Ziming shook his head and said, let's pull it down. The pair will not say whether the signal is good or not. When the time comes, they will be loudly noisy. If they don't hear it, it will be troublesome. No, they will come back tomorrow. It's not just that they have a chance today. I believe that after they come to sing a song today, They will definitely fall in love with this entertainment. That's true. I don't know what kind of brain Ziming you guy has. How can you think of such an entertainment? Since I sang a song at the Nanu Hotel last time, I am still itching in my heart. Du Peng say. Then you won't go to KTV to open a box to sing? Ziming asked. I tried it, but it's really boring to be alone. It's fun if there are more people. Du Peng said. You are the thing, Ziming said Du Peng irritably, but at this moment, a Santana suddenly drove over and stopped at the door, and then two familiar figures got out of the car. Ziming couldn't help but frowned. Why is he here? Chapter 132 ? The two people who walked down from Santana were Hua Xiao and Nuji, the person in charge of Jinbi Wang. Behind them, there were a few people who got down from another van, who seemed to be their little brothers. Ziming and Du Peng went up to greet him and said, Hello, Hua Xiao. I didn't expect you to join us as soon as our nightclub opened today. Thank you so much. Hua Xiao saw Ziming and Du Peng also said, Of course, when our magnificent song and dance hall opened, Xiao Du, you were so enthusiastic to come over to join us at the first time. If I was impolite, wouldn't it seem too bad? Are you sensible? Du Xiao, don't you? Or looking at Du Xiao like this, it seems to be a little unwelcome to me. Du Peng smiled and said, Hua Xiao is joking, why would I not welcome? Hua Xiao can come today to add luster to our nightclub. How about I open a box for Hua Xiao to sing on the second floor? Hua Xiao shook his hand and said, No, I like to be busy, so just find me a spot in the bar on the first floor. Okay, no problem. Du Peng took out the walkie-talkie and called out the bar manager, asking him to find a better position, and then accompanied Hua Xiao into the nightclub with Ziming. Walking into the nightclub, Hua Xiao looked at the various dazzling lights inside, especially the laser lights on the ballroom. The lights of various colors shone like a magical world. Hua Xiao said to Du Peng, You are here, Xiao Du. Well done, this color, this atmosphere, compared to your place, where there is only a dance hall with a light ball on my side, it is almost as simple as a shack. Hua Xiao is overkeen. In fact, your side is already very good. I have spent a lot of money to do fine decoration. If I spend the same time as Hua Xiao on your side, I will definitely not be half as good as you. Du Peng said. Hua Xiao smiled and did not answer. Du Peng and Ziming took him to the bar manager to find a good place for them to sit down. Du Peng asked Hua Xiao what to drink, and Hua Xiao ordered a bottle of tequila. Du Peng sat down and chatted with Hua Xiao, but Hua Xiao waved his hand and said to him, Du Xiao, you can go, you don't have to worry about me here. Or Du Xiao, you think I am unreliable, come to you today, is this here specifically to make trouble? Du Peng originally wanted to stay here a bit longer, but after hearing what Hua Xiao said, it was a bit unreasonable for him to stay here again. Du Peng had to say something to Hua Xiao to have fun, and then left with Ziming, but didn't go far. Du Peng still asked Ziming worriedly, Did you say that Hua Xiao really came here to cheer us? It's hard to say, but according to the general situation, it should be impossible, Ziming said. Then what should we do? Du Peng asked again. Ziming shook his head and said, Now we are opening a store. He is a customer who comes to consume. We are on the passive side. It is impossible to really drive them out, right? It seems that we are too stingy. It can only be this way. It's really uncomfortable just to wait and not do anything. Du Peng said. Ziming patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, he will always come. If he doesn't plan to retaliate against us, I am very happy. On the contrary, if he is prepared to retaliate against us, it would be much better to come today than to come again. Du Peng sighed and expressed helplessness, and then walked out of the nightclub with Ziming, because compared to Hua Xiao's uncertainty, they had to wait for an important person. But just as they were worried, they went out and waited. Within a few minutes, Du Peng's walkie-talkie heard the voice of the bar manager inside, saying that Hua Xiao was making trouble inside. Ziming and Du Peng looked at each other and said that it was so. What should have finally come? Ziming and Du Peng hurried back to the nightclub. At this time, the music in the bar had stopped. Many people formed a circle, and some screams could be heard vaguely. Ziming and Du Peng pushed aside the crowd and walked in. They saw Kong Xilin, who was the general manager of the entire nightclub, had already rushed over. A person was pointing at her and cursing, "I slap your mother. What's the situation with the people here? What kind of wine is this? A fake bar made by a street workshop. And I just want to touch this pretty girl's little hand. Isn't it all right? I have so much money here. You are still worried that I will not pay." The man spoke to Kong Xilin in Lingnan vernacular, and at the same time he took out a wad of banknotes and shook it arrogantly in front of Kong Xilin's eyes. It can be seen that Kong Xilin was very angry at this time, but she still put a smile on her face and said, "I'm sorry this sir, I can assure you here that our wine is definitely purchased through legitimate channels, and absolutely does not exist. There may be fakes. In addition, our place is a formal entertainment venue. The behavior you mentioned is not allowed." Damn your lungs. I said that the fake is fake, and it doesn't work. You danced like that just now. Isn't that done in those places abroad? Look at the clothes that the girls here are wearing. It can be called clothes. How many things are exposed outside, and they dance? Isn't it just to seduce my brother to fuck them? In my opinion, the girls in the brothel are much more conservative than you guys. He looked lewd, smiled and said, "Or do you think that your brother has not enough money to cover your girl? Don't worry, as long as you charge as much money as you want." When the man said here, he looked up and down Kong Xilin a few times and said, "I think you are a beautiful boss. How about it? Do you want to have a good time with your brother? My brother can give you a lot of money." The man stretched out his hand to touch Kong Xilin's face. Kong Xilin was about to speak, and at this moment Ziming shouted, "Stop." Then Ziming walked over to protect Kong Xilin behind him. Ziming didn't care about the person and said directly to Huashao, "Huashao, are you educating your subordinates like this?" Huashao was still sitting in the chair at this time. He looked at Ziming lazily and did not speak. The man just waved his hand in front of Ziming and deliberately talked to Ziming and said, "Hey, I said you belong to this bar, boss. Right? You don't know how to do business anymore. How can anyone do business like you? Since you just told everyone that you have a girl here, then you should be generous. What are you doing with such twitchy?" Ziming looked at him with eyelids, and said solemnly, "My general manager has already told you just now that our place is a formal entertainment venue, not the messy place you mentioned." "What general manager? Do you mean the coquettish chick behind you? Is it the general manager who slept with you?" The man deliberately laughed loudly. Such insulting words made Kong Xilin feel aggrieved behind Ziming. Ziming's face also sank. He asked Huashao again, "Do you care about the people under your hands?" Huashao smiled contemptuously at this, but still did not reply to Ziming. Ziming turned around and called the security guard, then pointed to the man and said, "Catch me up and throw this unreasonable person here." The security guards next to them were all veterans. They were originally very passionate. They were aggrieved to see the manager being bullied. Now they heard Ziming's order, they immediately rushed to catch the man, and then went straight to the fight without saying a word. As soon as they started walking outside, the other people on Huashao's side couldn't sit still, and they also got up and pushed against the nightclub security guards, and the scene suddenly became a little chaotic. However, the chaos did not last long. Soon the nightclub security guards had the upper hand. After all, the security guards here are all veterans. Both the execution ability and the physical fitness are much stronger than the street gangsters on Huashao's side. Especially after they received Ziming's training, they had a lot of energy to perform in front of Ziming, so as to make more money. So after they had controlled the situation a long time ago, they walked out with the few people brought by Huashao. This situation made Huashao no longer able to sit still, because if these people were really thrown out today, his face would also be thrown out at the same time. So he slapped the table severely and stood up and said, "Stop!" Exclamation mark. Then Huashao asked Du Peng, "Du Xiao, do you do this business?" Du Peng shrugged senselessly, and Ziming said to him, "Huashao, if you really come to this nightclub today, I will welcome you with your hands, but if you are here to make trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Really? Hua Xiao looked at Ziming up and down, and said disdainfully, Ziming, the development consultant of Nanjiang City, do you think you are very good? But let me tell you, you are a fart in my eyes. Neither. Facing Hua Xiao's remarks, Ziming said, it doesn't matter what I am. The point is that Hua Xiao, you did this thing too stupidly today. I thought that with your ability, Hua Xiao could think of any good tricks. Well, how do you know that you are looking for fault with this hand, and it is too new? Come here to have fun? Hua Xiao squinted his eyes, looked at Ziming and said, what's wrong? Why did you have a problem with your own nightclub? You sell fake wine and sell skin and meat. My friend just gave you some advice. He threw it out. Are you justified? What the specific situation is like, I think Hua Xiao, you must know better than me. Ziming said. What else Hua Xiao wanted to say, but Ziming said first, Hua Xiao, I just said it. If you really come to join me in this nightclub today, I will thank you very much and welcome with your hands, but if you are here to make trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Counselor Zhu, do you really think that you are really bullish? You really think that I can't cure you if you are so arrogant here? Hua Xiao said, I'm not afraid to tell you, I will give you back 200 brothers have been prepared. If you dare to do anything else today, don't blame me for being impolite. Let me close the door when you open the first day today. Ziming nodded and said with stern words, it seems that Hua Xiao, you are indeed here today, but it better advise you not to do this. Hua Xiao laughed and said, where did you get your confidence to persuade me? Then since you said that, I will tell you too. Okay, I'm still going to be sure of your place today. After Hua Xiao finished speaking, he turned his head and asked Nuji to call someone, but at this moment, a string of police sirens suddenly sounded outside. Hearing the sound of the police sirens, Hua Xiao's face changed at that time, and he subconsciously said, how can the police do? Come. Chapter 133 Mayor Chen is here too. Ziming stood in front of Hua Xiao, and Hua Xiao's changed complexion naturally couldn't escape Ziming's eyes. Ziming said to him, Hua Xiao, are you surprised? In your calculations, today no matter if you make trouble with me, it shouldn't be possible for the police to come before you leave, right? Hua Xiao looked at Ziming with a sullen face. He didn't say a word, but the expression on his face said it all. I know that Hua Xiao, you are not an ordinary person. The last time you were able to instruct the Comprehensive Public Security Office to close my shop, this is not what an ordinary person can do. Since you want to find my fault this time, you will definitely do a better job. In order not to make matters worse, the first thing you must do is to stabilize the public security system. After all, you have experienced a severe storm. You know very well that once the Public Security Bureau comes, you will not end well. Following Ziming's words, Hua Xiao's face became more and more ugly, because every sentence of Ziming spoke to the point. He did ask the Municipal Party Committee's political and law team to say hello before coming, just for himself. When you come here to make trouble, you will not be interfered in any way. Of course, it's not that Hua Xiao never thought that these things can completely hide Du Peng and Ziming, but he thinks that his relationship is harder than yours. What if he knows it for you? Du Peng's family has risen very quickly recently, but their family's roots are mainly in the north, and they have no ability in the south. On the contrary, they are most familiar with the south. As for Ziming, there is no identity at all. No need to worry about broken merchants. But now I didn't expect that there was still a problem when everyone said hello here. Thinking of this, Hua Xiao asked Ziming, how did you call the police? Ziming smiled slightly. In fact, it is very simple to say. I admit that Hua Xiao, you are indeed greeted in the political and legal system of the Municipal Party Committee, and I also admit that Hua Xiao has a very hard relationship with your family in Nanjian. Let me and Du Peng can't help but walk around you. It's also because of your hard relationship at home that makes you very arrogant, so arrogant that you forgot to ask about something. What's the matter? Hua Xiao asked quickly. Our mayor of Nanjian, Chen Yanfei, will also come over tonight. Ziming replied word by word. Mayor Chen is coming over? How is this possible? Hua Xiao asked in surprise. Hua Xiao can't help but be surprised. He doesn't know the relationship between Chen Yunfei and Du Peng's family, but he knows the rules of the officialdom better, knowing that no matter how good Chen Yunfei's relationship with Du Peng's family is, it is also a matter of the previous generation. As an elder, Chen Yunfei would take care of Du Peng and Nanjian, but he would never put down his figure to build momentum for a young man. This is logically impossible. But now, on the first day of Du Peng's nightclub opening, Mayor Chen will come here to help him build momentum. This is simply a fantasy. It's really impossible, but it's just that Hua Xiao's vision is too narrow. You can't see many things, Ziming said to Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao was about to refute something, so he heard an exclamation from the door. Mayor Chen, I didn't expect Mayor Chen to come too. After a while, the crowd at the door was pushed aside by the police, and then Chen Yunfei and the police chief Zhao Anmin walked in. Seeing Chen Yunfei coming in, Hua Xiao had nothing to say. He turned his head and threw a sentence to Ziming, "Count you ruthless," and then left with someone. Hua Xiao walked in front of Chen Yunfei. Chen Yunfei obviously also knew this young master Yanjing, who was very hard on the post of Lingnan. He smiled and asked, "Comrade Chunhua, are you leaving now?" Hua Xiao's real name is Jiang Chunhua. It's only because of his prominent family that no one can call his full name. He turned his head and nodded to Chen Yunfei and said, "I didn't expect Mayor Chen to be really interested." "Mayor, you have to come and join in the fun." This was very rude, but Chen Yunfei was not angry. Instead, he said, "Comrade Chunhua, you are biased when you say that. The opening of this Nanjian nightclub signifies that the entertainment life of the people in Nanjian city has become more colorful. This is the beginning of a new chapter of reform and opening up. Of course, the mayor of me is here to witness this important moment. Then you will work hard for Mayor Chen. Mayor Chen, you deserve to be our good mayor of Nanjian." Hua Xiao said this last, and then left the nightclub. At this time, Chen Yunfei came to Ziming. Ziming thanked Chen Yunfei, and Chen Yunfei waved his hand and said, "Councillor Zhu is the development consultant I chose. The opening of this nightclub is in the history of Nanjiang's development. It can definitely leave a historical significance. When it is so meaningful, even if you don't invite me, you will come to witness it." Ziming and Du Peng didn't say much. After all, this was in the bar on the first floor. As the mayor, Chen Yunfei couldn't stay here all the time. So Ziming and Du Peng invited Chen Yunfei to the box on the second floor. Up. All the people on the first floor watched Chen Yunfei's departure silently. After Chen Yunfei disappeared from sight, these talents woke up like a dream. "You commented, just now, that was Nanjian Mayor Chen Yunfei. I've met him, and I didn't expect to see him here today. I heard that our Mayor Chen is also the deputy governor of Lingnan. People, I know that he is the owner of the splendid song and dance hall that had an accident not long ago. I heard that the background is very big, and he was arrogant before, but as soon as I heard Mayor Chen came, he was about to run away. However, some people have another idea. But such a powerful Mayor Chen, he was also polite to the nightclub owner just now. Isn't it easier for the owner of this nightclub?" This remark made everyone suddenly realize that they thought of the conversation between Ziming and Chen Yunfei just now, and they suddenly opened up, and they all wondered what Ziming came from. But it's impossible for Ziming to know this, because at this time, Ziming and Du Peng had already sent Chen Yunfei to the KTV box upstairs. They came to the box and sat down. Kong Xilin asked the waiter to deliver the fruit plate and tea, and Chen Yunfei looked around, looked at the TV and DVD player in front of him and asked Ziming, "Councillor Zhu, is this what KTV you are talking about?" Ziming nodded and said, "This is KTV. It is a very popular leisure and entertainment activity in Taiwan, Fujian and Taiwan. However, this is called karaoke over there." The name is literally translated from two foreign languages. In fact, it is a literal translation of the name from two foreign languages. The original sound in the song is eliminated, allowing people to sing along with the accompaniment, realizing everyone's dream of singing as a singer. Listening to Ziming's explanation, Chen Yunfei said, "A very simple but very interesting leisure activity. After all, everyone has a dream." "That's it. Then Mayor Chen, I will find someone to sing it for you first, and I will show you a demonstration." Ziming gave Kong Sealin a wink. Kong Sealin used the walkie-talkie to call in a waiter. The waiter used to be from their hometown song and dance troupe. He sang very well and the people looked very beautiful. Ziming chose her for today. Came out to demonstrate to Chen Yunfei. When the dishes were selected over there, Ziming said to Chen Yunfei again, "Mayor Chen, thank you for today's affairs. If it weren't for Mayor Chen, you will be there in time. I am afraid I will be in trouble here." In this regard, Chen Yunfei smiled and said, "You little comrade has a lot of thoughts. Your words are obviously a bit exaggerated. From my point of view, you can't suffer anymore whether I come or not today." Ziming spread both hands and said, "Mayor Chen, you have too much confidence in me, but I don't have this confidence myself. After all, Huashao wants to play hard with me. My relationship and preparations are not as good as him. You might not know it just now, he has prepared hundreds of people waiting for me. If there really is a cause for trouble, my shop will only open and close soon." Chen Yunfei glanced at Ziming. "What are you trying to say? Are you trying to tell me that the underworld organization is going on and want me to attack them? Or do you want me to set up a police station here?" Ziming said with a smile, "It's all right, Mayor Chen. Didn't you just say that my nightclub is of epoch-making significance? Of course, I need to be treated more preferentially." Slippy. Chen Yunfei scolded Ziming, but then he agreed to Ziming's request, saying that he would consider setting up a police station here. After talking about this, Chen Yunfei said to Ziming, "Now that your nightclub is open, you have to hurry up on the construction of the stock market. I heard that you gave Zhang Hen an opinion before. While building the securities market, establish a supervisory agency that does not overlap with the securities market." Ziming nodded and said, "Yes. The previous Hong Kong stock market crash has exposed the drawbacks that it is completely impossible without a supervisory agency. Then since there has been a problem on the Hong Kong city side, we naturally have to learn their lessons and cannot follow them. It's the old way." "This is indeed the case. It is terrible that the market does not have supervision," said Chen Yunfei. "Then since you are unwilling to participate in the construction of the securities market, you can always participate in the supervision of the securities market, right? Although I just want to be a quiet capitalist and earn money in a local manner, since Mayor Chen, since you opened Chinchilla, I can only respect my life," Ziming said. Chen Yunfei nodded a little bit of Ziming and said, "You fellow, others just want to sharpen their heads and want to be an official, but you are fine. I have to prepare the official position and send it to you." "Okay, you have to think about shirking on this. It's really cheap to sell well." Ziming chuckled and said, "Otherwise, how can it seem that Mayor Chen is thirsty for talents?" Chen Yunfei ignored Ziming and said, "By the way, there may be an economic expert from abroad who will come over in a few days. You can give him a reception." "Okay, no problem," Ziming replied. At this time, the waiter had already selected the dishes and began to sing. She chose a very lyrical song. While listening to her singing, Chen Yunfei said to Ziming, "You don't know how your brain grows. How can you think of it with such a method? I think if you want to talk about something in the future, you can open a box here so that everyone can talk about things while singing." Ziming gave Chen Yunfei a thumbs up and said, "Mayor Chen is really far-sighted." "Smuggler," Chen Yunfei said. Ziming is yelling wronged here in his heart, because he is really not trying to flatter him. When the later generations of karaoke decline and KTV rises, there are many people who choose to talk about things here or other leisure and relaxation. Chen Yunfei today it's only the first time I came here to see this. Saying that he is far-sighted and visionary is not flattering. Chapter 134, Nordriman? Chen Yunfei only sat in the box for a while and then left. In fact, for people with high status like them, entertainment such as drinking and eating usually does not take too much time, let alone ordinary people. In KTV singing here is the whole night time period. they usually just finish the matter and sing the meaning of the song. Just like later generations with a well-developed entertainment industry, there are basically no high-ranking officials above the provincial and ministerial level staying in such places for a long time. This is because they are usually older and don't have so much energy wasted here. The second and most important point is that for someone with an identity like Chen Yunfei, he can take the time to come over, and it's more meaningful than if he stays here. How long will be much bigger. Otherwise, after knowing that Chen Yunfei had come, Hua Xiao wouldn't just turn his head and leave. When Chen Yunfei left, Ziming passed by Tang Ran's box, but was surprised to find that Tang Ran was not singing in it, but was actually standing at the door. Seeing Ziming coming, Tang Ran hurried over and asked worriedly, "Brother Ming, are you doing anything? I just heard that someone from below is here to make trouble, and there was a fight." "Brother Ming, are you not injured?" Ziming rubbed Tang Ran's little head and said, "Of course it's okay, but you forgot that the security guards here are all veterans. Some of them came down from the battlefield a few years ago. Some street gangsters. How can they get it right in front of our uncle of the People's Liberation Army? Do you think?" "But I'm just worried. I want to go down to find you, but I am afraid of causing you trouble," Tang Ran said with a small mouth. "What's the trouble?" "You know someone came here to make trouble. Didn't you hear that Mayor Chen Yunfei also came with the Chief of Public Security?" "With the Chief of Public Security here, who else would dare to make trouble?" "I'm not afraid of being arrested." "Are you up?" Ziming said. "Really? Mayor Chen and Director Zhao are here. That's great. We should catch all the bad guys," Tang Ran said. Ziming looked at Tang Ran's cute look. Ziming couldn't help but bowed his head and kissed her. Tang Ran was taken aback for a moment, then stomped with shame, and he kept complaining that Ziming didn't look at the place. People came from outside the box. People are so embarrassed. Ziming is very heartless and hesitating. Of course, Ziming didn't tease Tang Ran much. When she calmed down a little bit, he accompanied her into the box to sing. Walking into the box, Ziming saw Tang Ran's colleagues hugging and several people singing into a microphone. When they saw Ziming coming in, they hurriedly let go. They looked at Ziming embarrassedly and sang again, but Ziming didn't care. After all, KTV, a place to release emotions, is something most Chinese people have. It is hugely attractive, especially for the first time they have come to this kind of place. The kind of novelty and excitement makes them want everyone to be a wee tyrant, which is normal. Ziming sang with them until midnight, and then drove them back together with Du Peng. This evening, Hua Xiao was also very open about it. "Since I met Chen Yunfei on the spot here, even if Chen Yunfei only sat here for a while, he did not turn around to make trouble." Of course, Chen Yunfei did what he said. On the second day, Director Liu of the Dongmen Public Security Bureau made a special trip to discuss with Ziming and Du Peng about setting up a police booth in Nanjian nightclub. Ziming and Du Peng were right. Of course there is no objection. After all, places like nightclubs are also a mixed bag. There is a police box next to it. Whether it is a shocking ruffian or Hua Xiao wants to make trouble again, it needs to be weighed. Therefore, in the afternoon of the same day, a simple police booth was erected in front of the Nanjian nightclub, and it was officially put into use 3 days later. Chen Yunfei helped Ziming build a police station here, and Ziming on the other side naturally couldn't shirk the construction of the securities market. Although the current stock market just wants to put on a shelf, things are still very complicated. According to Chen Yunfei's vision, an Nanjian securities company was established to serve as a temporary trading place to conduct a trial of the operation of the securities market. If there is a problem, it can be replaced and adjusted at any time. After all the conditions are mature in the future, it will be confirmed after the previous trial. The securities market is stabilized, and the formal Nanjian exchange will be established in the model of Hong Kong City. These things are simple to say, but there are a lot of things to do. Because the reform and opening up have only started for a few years now, even the market economy has only a rudimentary form. Many market economy laws are still in the groping stage, and they are not sound. Not to mention the stock market, It's just a blank sheet of paper. Now Ziming is entrusted by Chen Yunfei to help the securities team complete the temporary measures to replace these laws, which is also a very annoying task. At this moment, something happened. Chen Yunfei said that a world economist would come to Nanjian to see the development of the securities market. On this day, Zhang Heng, Deputy Director of the Office of the Leading Group for the Construction of the Securities Market, accompanied Zhu Ming to the Nanu port, because according to the news received by the municipal government, the economist was transferred from Hong Kong. Standing on the square inches front of the port, Zhang Heng asked Zhu Ming, "Councillor Zhu, what kind of character is this Nordman?" Facing this question, Zhu Ming also shook his head. Although Zhu Ming knew that this man had won the Nobel Prize in economics, he was also a world-recognized master of economics. He had served as a consultant to the U.S. Treasury Department, and even his economic theory supported him. The economic recovery of the United States throughout the 1980s. It's just that this is also a matter of this era. Zhu Ming was reborn after more than 20 years. This person is not often mentioned in later generations. Zhu Ming also made up for his life not long ago. Therefore, compared with Zhang Heng, Zhu Ming did not impress him much. This person is very prestigious in the United States. And foreign scholars have the stubbornness of bones. They may speak a little aggressively and ask questions directly. Then, let's be polite, Zhu Ming said to Zhang Heng. Say. Zhang Heng nodded and said that he knew it. After a while, Zhang Heng pointed to a few people who came out at the port and asked Zhu Ming, "Councillor Zhu, do you think that is the Nordriman?" Looking in the direction of Zhang Heng, only a foreigner of medium build wearing black-rimmed glasses, bald, was accompanied by several people through the port. Zhu Ming compared the photos, and this person was Nordriman. So Zhu Ming and Zhang Heng greeted him immediately, and Zhu Ming formulaically said to Nordliman, "Hello, may I ask you to be Mr. Nordliman? I am the development consultant of Nanjiang City. My name is Zhu Ming. This is a securities company." Zhang Heng, Deputy Director of the Office of the Leading Group for Market Construction, on behalf of the Nanjiang Municipal Party Committee and Government, we welcome you and hope you will be happy here. Hearing Zhu Ming's words, Nordriman hadn't spoken yet. A young man next to him spoke with a Hong Kong City accent and was dissatisfied at first. "Are you an Nanjiang development consultant? What kind of group's office and deputy director is he? What is Nanjiang City? What's the matter? Didn't we in Hong Kong City have already notified your city government that Mr. Nordliman will come today? Why did we send you two unimportant people out to greet you?" Zhu Ming and Zhang Heng looked at each other. Zhu Ming felt a little helpless. Many things in the officialdom in the country are indeed silly and hard to understand. But these things are clearly wrong and can't be said. "Excuse me, are you?" Zhu Ming asked. This question made the person even more angry. He pointed to Zhu Ming's nose and yelled, "I'm a student of Nordman and my name is Wang Jian. Have you read our information? That's how you bureaucrats do things, is it?" Mr. Nordliman kindly wants to come over to see the situation of the mainland stock market. Do you still have any respect for knowledge? Zhu Ming shrugged and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang Jian, there is only a picture of Mr. Nordliman in your profile. How do you want me to know you?" Zhu Ming really didn't know this young man named Wang Jian, not only in the information provided by the Nanjiang city government, but also in the memory of his later generations. Zhu Ming had never found a well-known person named Wang Jian. However, even though Zhu Ming had spoken very tactfully, Wang Jian's attitude still made Wang Jian unable to accept Zhu Ming's attitude. He irritably said to Zhu Ming at the time, "I am also an American economist, and I have published in many academic journals in the United States. As for the thesis, you domestic buns are stupid and ignorant, and you want to engage in a securities market economy with your attitude. It's like a child playing the house." Wang Jian's words made Zhu Ming a little bit dumbfounded. "Why have you published a paper? Do we have to know you?" Zhu Ming's words caused Wang Jian to choke, and then he said, "I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about your attitudes that are not serious and irresponsible. People like my teacher Nordriman come to China, but there is no such thing. A worthy person came to greet you, Just the two of you? What kind of consultant? What kind of deputy director? What are you all? What qualifications do you have to welcome my teacher? Mr. Wang Jian, I can understand that you are indignant for your teacher, but I can tell you that Director Jiang Heng and I are the people who understand economics best in Nanjian. We will welcome your teacher. Mr. Driman is the best choice, Ziming said, and then said to Nordliman, "Hello, Mr. Nordliman. I am Ziming who greeted you on behalf of the Nanjian city government. The reason why there are no officials to greet you is because they are all based on your economic theories. I don't understand. It's the best choice for us to greet you." After listening to the interpreter, Nordriman said pointlessly, "Oh, of course it doesn't matter. This time I'm here only for a private visit, but I heard that you have a stock market here. I want to come and have a look. It's not a state visit on behalf of the United States. You are very happy to come to greet me. No specifications are needed." Ziming nodded and said, "Thank you for your understanding. The securities market you want to understand was built by me and Director Jiang Heng." "Really? That's amazing. I must take a good look," Nordriman said. Chapter 135. You are not a Chinese species. Ziming took Nordman and got in the car. Wang Jian looked at a van and a polished car that Jiang Heng had prepared for them, and then expressed dissatisfaction with Ziming. "I said, what is the matter with you?" "No, it doesn't matter if a decent official comes to greet you. Why don't you have a decent car? What do you think these two cars are? Don't you even have a decent car that you can't get?" The two cars that came to greet Nordriman are really not complimenting in terms of styling. The Nanjian city government is not without good cars, but those cars are for leaders to ride. The securities market construction leading group where Jiang Heng works is temporary. The frame setup has no authority from other departments, and Jiang Heng borrowed these two cars on the basis of his own relationship. Of course, it's not that Ziming never thought of driving his own Audi, but he would violate the official rules. You must know that your group belongs to the city government, and the city leaders cannot sit on Audi. You to pick up a Grinch, use Audi. What position do you put in leadership? In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ziming just asked Jiang Heng to borrow these two cars to pick up Nordriman. In this regard, Ziming explained to Nordliman, "I'm sorry, Mr. Nordliman, we respect you very much, but you may not be clear about our situation here. We did not use these two cars to pick you up." "Any disrespect?" Nordriman waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. The car is just a means of transportation. It just allows me to get to the destination. It doesn't matter what car it is." Ziming thanked Nordman and then invited Nordman and his student Wang Jian to get in the car. Nordman and Wang Jian were sitting in the polished car, while the others squeezed into the van. Ziming learned from Wang Jian that the people who accompanied Nordliman were all reporters who were accompanying him to interview. Some of them were from the United States to record Nordliman's itinerary, and the other two were from Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics. Reporter, hearing that Ziming of Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics was stunned, because he immediately thought of the beautiful reporter Shank Xin. Ziming's expression was caught by Wang Jian. He proudly said to Ziming, "It seems that you have also heard of Hong Kong Island Finance. Tell you that it is the most authoritative financial media with the largest circulation in Hong Kong City. Some financial reports are exemplary in the world." They sent accompanying reporters this time to record all my teacher's trips in the mainland. "That's for sure. Mr. Nordliman is respected," Ziming said. Then the reporter from Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics, Shank Xin, "Didn't she come here to get there, huh? I didn't expect you to even know reporter Shank Xin. It seems that you know a lot." Wang Jian said to Ziming mockingly, "Reporter Shen is the chief reporter of Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics. He is not only beautiful but also intellectual and generous." On the day the teacher arrived in Hong Kong City, she took the initiative to invite my teacher for an interview. However, people like reporter Shen are also very busy, and she will not waste time in the mainland. Ziming was too lazy to argue with Wang Jian. Judging from his expression, he also admired Shank Xin. But if he knew that he had intimate communication with this intellectual and generous reporter Shin in his lap, he would not know him. Will he kill himself in order to maintain Shankxin's innocence? The first stop Ziming arranged for them to go was the Nanjiang Development Bank. As the first real stock in the country, Ziming believed that this place best reflects the situation of the domestic securities market, and Liu Han, the first vice president of South Development, at the same time, he was also one of the persons in charge who went to the Hong Kong city for inspection. Now he has participated in the construction of the securities market. There is no better place to look at the construction of the securities market in Nanjiang. It takes nearly an hour from the South Lake Port to the South Development Bank. Along the way, Nordliman looked at the roadside scene through the car window and said with emotion, "The construction here is simply incredible." Hearing Nordriman's emotions, Ziming turned around and asked him what was wrong. Nordriman said, "Mr. Zhu, you may not know, I have been here 7 years ago, but at that time your reform and opening up had just begun. The content of the reforms you want is all on paper. Your economy is still quite backward. At that time, Nanjiang was similar to a small town. But now it is a bit like old Chicago. It's really hard to imagine. It's only a few years later. This place has grown from a small town to such a great city. Really? Thank you for your evaluation. Maybe in another 10 years, you will be amazed by the development of our entire country," Ziming said. He didn't know if Nordriman actually came here 7 years ago. But 80 Nanjiang in 1970 had just withdrawn from the county and established as a city, and only officially became a special economic zone in August. In the eyes of foreigners like Nordliman, isn't it just like an ordinary town there? Is that really the case? Then I'm looking forward to it, Nordriman said. After another 20 minutes, Ziming and the others came to Nanjiang Development Bank. Ziming asked Nordriman to get off the car, but they only walked to the door of the bank, and saw a group of people walking out of the bank cursingly, and then looking inside the bank, they saw the floor full of papers, stock certificates discarded at will. The first vice president of South Development is organizing bank staff to clean up. Seeing Ziming's arrival, he hurried up to say hello to Nordriman. This situation stunned Nordman and Wang Jian. Nordman asked Liu Han, "Mr. Liu, what happened to this bank today?" "It's nothing. It's just that someone has come to withdraw," Liu explained to Nordliman. This made Nordriman even more surprised. "Withdrawal? What kind of shares? Is it withdrawing from this bank's stock?" "Just now, Mr. Zhu, you told me that your bank is a bank that just opened, and there will be some in the future." Great development. How could this be? Facing Nordman's surprise, Ziming could not explain it. After all, there are many things in this era that cannot be explained by common sense. For example, this is the case with the South Development Bank stock. Nanjiang City is the bridgehead of reform and opening up. It is also adjacent to Hong Kong City. It does not mean that everyone does not understand stocks, but people who understand them just don't buy stocks. On the contrary, only some farmers with no culture are willing to buy stocks. This is not ridiculous, and it is precisely because no one buys it. In order to promote the stocks, South Development Bank encourages internal employees to buy and distribute to depositors. As a result, these depositors who are assigned come to the bank to make trouble every day. This situation improved after Ziming and Du Peng bought 6 million shares, but they did not expect to meet again today. Ziming was still thinking about how to explain the situation to Nordliman, but Wang Jian over there said first, "Teacher, don't you understand this? This is the Chinese. They are ignorant and stubborn. They don't understand. I didn't want to know what the stock was. I just foolishly thought that I was deceived, thinking that the bank had embezzled their money, so they came to the bank to make trouble together." After listening to Wang Jian's explanation, Nordriman nodded and said to Ziming, "It seems that the road to the construction of the securities market here is not easy." Ziming said, "It's just that everyone hasn't realized the role of stocks. When the stock market develops in the future and everyone has the awareness of the stock market, this will not happen. Then you guys still have a long way to go." Nordriman said. At this time, Wang Jian said, "Teacher, You may not understand the situation here. These Chinese people are essentially a group of profit-seeking snobs. They are all insatiable villains. As long as they can if they make money, they will rush forward like carrion-smelling vultures. Can they make money? Isn't it a matter of the slave owner's utterances in this slave country? Ziming glanced at Wang Jian and did not speak. He asked Nordrumen, would you like to go in and check the stock situation of the bank? And the bank's first deputy general manager Luo Han is also one of the people in charge of the construction of the Nanjian securities market. 1. You can ask him anything you want. Nordrumen nodded and said yes, and then Luan led him into the bank. Luan introduced the current development of the South Development Bank and the current securities market preparations to Nordliman. After listening to Luan, Nordrumen asked at the time, Vice President Luo, you should be an official after listening to your introduction. It seems that you have also joined the party. Then I am very surprised that your party members should not be staunch socialists. Why? How did you support the privatization of capitalism? Nordrumen's first question made Rowan a cold sweat. As a party member, he was very afraid of answering such class questions, especially the reporters accompanying him. If he didn't answer well, he would be finished. Luo Han subconsciously looked at Ziming. Knowing his concern, Ziming took the initiative to help him answer. This is Mr. Nordliman. I think your question is not a problem. We think that no matter what the system is, as long as whatever allows ordinary people to live a happy life is good. Back then, your capitalist big brothers like the United States were able to establish diplomatic relations with us. Doesn't this also violate your original tradition? Nordrumen laughed at this. Yes, no matter what method, development is useful, so it seems that you are also very pragmatic. Having said that, Nordman changed the subject and then said, but what I want to ask is not here. What I want to ask is how can you engage in the stock market without any capitalist series of laws and regulations? For example, you are there company laws, securities laws, and accounting laws. Is there a corresponding supervisory authority? How can your agency guarantee fair, just and open transactions? Ziming replied, Mr. Nordrumen, these questions you raised are indeed our biggest headaches, but we are also trying our best to improve them. Not long before you came, we visited Hong Kong City. The construction of the securities market is based on the experience of Hong Kong City. When Ziming finished speaking, Wang Jian over there smiled disdainfully. Ziming frowned and asked him, Mr. Wang Jian, do you have any questions? Question? No, I just think you are naive. Wang Jian said disdainfully. I just went to Hong Kong City to investigate and build the securities market. Have you only been investigating for a few days? Where did you go? You think you are just have you figured out the essence of the stock market? Have you all understood and can do the laws that my teacher said? In fact, you don't understand anything at all, and you want to do this and that. Don't you think you are naive? After finishing Wang Jian, he curled his lips and said, you Chinese are so arrogant. You think you know everything after reading something. It's really ignorant and ignorant. Ziming was angry. Damn, what are you rubbish whores? What do you call you Chinese? As if you are not a Chinese species. Chapter 166 Shots to Freedom. Ziming is really angry. Originally, as a rebirth, a 50-year-old mentally old man would not easily get angry. But after listening to Wang Jian, he said, you Chinese are ignorant and ignorant. People are stubborn on their own opinions. Ziming really couldn't bear it anymore. Not only Ziming couldn't bear it, but I believe that no matter what the man only needs to carry, he can. As a college student, Ziming also understands English, and he can understand what Wang Jian said to Nordliman without an interpreter. If it is a foreigner, it is still acceptable. After all, others are foreigners and there will always be some ethnic prejudices, at most it is arrogance. But what is your situation with Wang Jian? Don't you also have a pair of black eyes and a yellow face? It's as if you are not Chinese. Ziming is not unheard of that some overseas Chinese disagree with the domestic situation. But he did not expect this Wang Jian to be so extreme. It's really hard for Ziming to understand what his thoughts are. Is it possible that as long as they wantonly belittle their nationality in front of foreigners, foreigners will look at him and treat him as their own person? Why is it that foreigners will look at you as long as they are able to straighten their waists? But some people are unwilling to kneel down and call the foreigners father, so they are happy in their hearts. What did you say? I want you to apologize to me for what you just said. Wang Jian said with a gloomy face. I apologize for your face. Ziming scolded. I said how good you are. People choose to be a dog, or the kind of cheap dog that wags its tail without giving bones. You think you belittle our country. If people go to kneel and lick foreigners, will they accept you and treat you as their own? Stop teasing. That is just your wishful thinking. Others just treat you as a dog. Ziming's words clearly pierced Wang Jian's painful heart. After all, a person like him who is extremely admiring foreigners, and foreigners usually has a strong vanity and a very fragile heart. When Ziming is stabbed like this, he will immediately jump into thunder. It's so barbaric and unqualified. Wang Jian was trembling with anger. He pointed to Ziming and said, look, if I made a mistake. You Chinese are a bunch of scumbags. Only curse. I scold you. I scold you. Not only does I want to scold you, I also want to kill you. A bastard who has forgotten his ancestors. Why is our nation in trouble and development? It's because of you. The scum of forgotten ancestors. Ziming cursed. Ziming sent this sentimentally. I still remember that on the internet of later generations, there will always be such a group of people eating Chinese food and cursing Chinese mothers. It seems that in the eyes of these people, everything in their country is what's bad. Everything abroad is good. Even foreigners feel fragrant even if they fart, as if as long as they belittle their own country and compatriots, his soul can be sublimated and become a foreign devil's. But these people don't know how many foreigners come to China and feel that China is very good, and they don't want to stay here anymore. Ziming gets angry every time he sees these things. After all, he has to look at everything rationally. There are many problems in the country, but he can't just abuse him, especially now that Wang Jian is a scumbag who kneels and licks abroad. Ziming couldn't stand it. Nordriman's accompanying interpreter has been interpreting for him, so he knows what Ziming and Wang Jian said. At this time, he stood up and said to Ziming, hey, I said young gentleman, I know what Wang Jian said was right. Your nation and country are very disrespectful, and I'm sorry for that. But I think he's not wrong in one thing. After all, you are a centralized state, and there has never been a free economy, and there is no related series. The law. After investigating in Hong Kong City for some time, I will start the securities market when I come back. It is indeed a little tricky. In the end, a foreigner appeared to apologize for the Chinese affairs, which cannot but feel ridiculous. But things are so dramatic. Facing Nordrich, Ziming shook his head and said to him, Mr. Nordrich, you say this because you are thinking at your height. You are not from our country and you don't understand our situation. You are already a highly developed capitalist society, and you have always provided policy theories for the U.S. Treasury Department and the Federal Reserve, so you are accustomed to doing everything when you are ready. But we are different here. Ziming said, my motherland has been poor for too long. Everyone yearns for a rich and happy life. Now the world is about to face another rapid development. We can't miss this train anymore. If we wait until we have completed everything before doing it, then we will miss the opportunity. Not to mention that the securities market cannot be fully prepared. Ziming said, is this the way you Chinese do things? Nordliman said, doing first and then thinking is indeed a very pragmatic method, and it is also very suitable for your current situation. Perhaps this is the way you let Nanjian with such an amazing development. At this point, Nordriman turned his head and said, but one thing, you have no preparations like this. Wouldn't it give speculators a big opportunity? Ziming still shook his head and said, Mr. Nordliman, you are wrong again. We are not prepared for nothing. At least with regard to the company law, securities law and accounting law you mentioned, we are all prepared. and we are here. The situation on the side may be different from yours. On our side, the government can first introduce a temporary measure, which can be used as a law to regulate the securities market. Under this framework, speculators will not do much. Finally, Ziming shrugged and added, I don't think that even if you operate Mr. Nordliman, I'm afraid you won't find any good opportunities for speculation. Nordliman smiled slightly, perhaps, but this is another problem, because the securities market is a market that requires absolute freedom, but your country's system isn't it weird? Under such a system, how can you ensure the free trading of securities, and how can you ensure that your securities market is not manipulated? Ziming thought for a while and said, Mr. Nordliman, I know that you are a master of Western free economy theory, but I still want to say that it is impossible for a truly absolutely free market economy to exist in the world, and truly a free market economy is not necessarily a good thing. Otherwise your president would not implement the New Deal under the tremendous pressure of the entire bourgeoisie 50 years ago, would he? Nordliman said, Indeed, as you said, Mr. Zhu, we did intervene in the economy against our original intention at that time, but we finally realized economic recovery, but we still need the market to do it. Otherwise everything will be done by the administration. It will only make the market lose its vitality, and it will become unhealthy. I agree, Ziming said, no matter how imperfect the free market is, in a free market, the total benefits gained will far exceed the total lost benefits in the long run. Nordliman nodded silently, agreeing with Ziming's view, but Ziming's next remarks made him shocked. But Mr. Nordliman, please pay attention to the term that I look at in the long run, Ziming emphasized. Time is what a free market lacks. Because a free market that relies entirely on its own operation will soon collapse. The reason for this is simple. The free market is composed of a group of people who seek self-interest. This is recognized even by your guardian of free enterprise, Ziming said. 200 years ago, he wrote in The Wealth of Nations that his peers are enemies, even in games for entertainment. People, they also have ghosts in their own hearts, and their purpose of communicating with each other is often just to conspire to harm the public's interests or try to drive up prices. Ziming spread his hands together. The meaning cannot be clearer. If a free market operates completely on its own without the supervision of a referee, then the market participants will destroy the market themselves. You will always talk about our country's problems. The mechanism is flawed, so the same. Your problem is your insatiable capitalist. Of course, Mr. Nordliman, I am not talking nonsense in front of you, Ziming said. Take the simplest example. If I understand correctly, Wall Street was free in the beginning. Free enough that there is no supervision at all except public opinion, just like when the neighbors play a poker game, but the newspaper, God. If someone writes an article in the newspaper, it can be called supervision. I think this is the state you want the most. But what is the result? Ziming asked and replied. At that time Wall Street was the most popular in history, and speculators could manipulate the market as they wished. Until later the government began to step in. Let's put it closer. I believe you must have heard of the Hong Kong City stock market crash 3 months ago. Mr. Nordliman. Hong Kong City has always been the representative of the Western free economy in the East, but the result? It created a global financial history. The biggest drop, Ziming said. Of course, this is related to the inexplicable stock market crash on Black Monday in the United States. But the bigger reason lies in the Hong Kong City itself. There is a huge bubble in its financial market. As long as there is a little disturbance, this bubble will be burst. Then it will cause an unimaginable financial tsunami, which is exactly the reason. Now Hong Kong City is reflecting and planning to set up an organization called the Securities Regulatory Commission in order to supervise the market. In the end, Ziming concluded, so Mr. Nordliman, whether it is the dark history of Wall Street or the recent Hong Kong stock market crash, it is a good indication that freedom is relative, and our stock market is the same. There is a big hand to hold his reins. Only in this way can he maintain a healthy posture of stable development. Nordliman listened carefully to the translation, his eyes flying, and he seemed to nod silently every time he heard it, until the last word of the translation was finished. Nordrummel let out a long breath. He couldn't help clapping, and said to Ziming with emotion, "Wonderful, it's really wonderful. This is the most wonderful conclusion I have heard in the past few years." Chapter 137. This Ziming is that Ziming. The applause of Nordrummel echoed in the lobby of the Nanjing Development Bank. Everyone including Liu and Zhang Heng and Wang Jian was shocked. Their stunned eyes kept moving on Nordrummel and Ziming. There is a sense of unreality of dreaming. Their surprise was not only because of Ziming's wonderful judgment, but also because Ziming's judgment was affirmed and praised by Nordrummel. This is no one else. It is the influence of the economic development of the United States in the 1980s and laid the foundation of financial theory for all countries in the Western world. He won the Nobel Prize in Economics. Nordrummel. This kind of master-level figure must be impeccable in economics, and his systematic understanding of economic theory is unmatched. It is precisely because of this that when he asks Liu Yuan questions, Liu Yuan simply, if you can't afford a bit of courage to answer positively, you will turn to Ziming for help. When Liu Han wanted to come, only Ziming could take over the burden. After all, Ziming had a successful speech at the University of Hong Kong, and now it is no problem to pass this level at least. It's just that he didn't expect that following Ziming's conversation with Nordrummel, he would throw out one argument after another, which was amazing. In the end, he won the applause and praise of Nordrummel, which is incredible. Compared with Liu Han, Wang Jian was more shocked. As a student of Nordrummel, he knew more about Nordrummel. He knew very well that the reason why Nordrummel became famous throughout the Western world was not his free economic theory, but his speed of thinking. He has debated with various people on various occasions in his life, but the final result is that he successfully persuaded others. It is precisely because of his debating ability and quick thinking that he led in that era when he believed in the government. He brought his liberal economicism back to the stage of history. Wang Jian has witnessed many face-to-face debates between Nordrummel and other economists, but even the first American economist to win the Nobel Prize in Economics could not convince him. But now, in the poor country of China, a bureaucrat who didn't know where he came from could actually make Nordrummel praised. How could this not surprise Wang Jian? How is this possible? Wang Jian muttered to himself. He couldn't believe what was happening before him, because he couldn't even dream of this scene. For Wang Jian, shouldn't China be a centralized state like slavery? Shouldn't people in this country be as ignorant and savage as primitive people, only knowing that they are at the mercy of slave owners like puppets? There is no market in this country. Shouldn't most people not have enough to eat, let alone some esoteric economic theory? Shouldn't anyone know even the most basic business knowledge? In this country like Walking Dead, how could such a person pop up? And he actually convinced Nordrummel in economic theory. But regardless of whether Liu Yuan and Wang Jian can accept it or not, Nordrummel clapped his hands and said to Ziming, "Mr. Zhu, your judgment is so wonderful. But many economists who serve the White House can't say such things. I'm curious if you went to MIT or Cambridge." Ziming smiled embarrassedly about this. "I'm sorry, Mr. Nordrummel, I have only been to Hong Kong City, the farthest. As for the two universities you mentioned, I have only heard of the names. Even in China, I have never attended any of the famous universities." This made Nordrummel's eyes widened. "Oh my God, so you haven't learned any economic theory knowledge systematically?" "Basically that's the case," Ziming replied, although he studied economics at the university, but the reform and opening up when he went to school has just begun. Those things in the school are owned by a master of economics like Nordrummel. It's not worth mentioning in my eyes, let alone being born again. After more than 20 years in the previous life, the knowledge in the school has long been forgotten, so it is not wrong to say that I have not studied. Nordrummel was prepared for Ziming's answer, but when he heard Ziming's answer, he still raised his hand and exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is simply a miracle, it's incredible." Then Nordrummel turned around and said to Wang Jian, "Hey, Wang, your country is really a place full of magic. Not only the speed of construction of the city of Nanjing, but also your people. My God, meeting Mr. Zhu before, I couldn't believe that someone had not studied economics systematically, but could see the laws of the market so thoroughly. If I went back and talked to the old men in the White House, they would definitely say I was crazy. Listening to Nordrieman's praise for Ziming's generous words, Wang Jian's face looked very ugly, because he had only devalued China and the Chinese in front of Nordrieman before. But now Nordrieman is so praised. Ziming, this is simply slapping him, and the more Nordrieman praised, the louder Wang Jian felt that the slap on his face. Wang Jian couldn't figure out why Ziming would be such a freak. He had to say to Nordrieman, "Teacher, this Ziming is just an accident. Because all the practice here is, so he is. It's not an exaggeration to say what the economy said is not an exaggeration, and you don't know the teacher. What people in this country like to do is bragging, and what he said just now is likely to be nonsense." Nordrieman shook his head and said, "I do not agree with your point of view. From what Mr. Zhu said just now, although he does not have any systematic economic theory, his vision of the laws of market operation is beyond doubt. You listening to the examples he gave, they are all our business, which shows that he is a great person who can open his eyes to see the world. Oh, look at the bureaucrats in our place. Who of them really wants to understand this a rising country? Real arrogance if I say it." Wang Jian smiled serenely. "He might be an accident. Teacher, you also know that there are many people in this country. There will always be one or two accidents. Having such an accident is enough to make me full of expectations for the future of this country." Nordrieman said. Only when Nordrieman and Wang Jian finished talking, the accompanying reporter from Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics over the suddenly pointed to Ziming and called out, "Ziming, you are that Ziming." This inexplicable remark aroused the curiosity of Nordrieman, and Nordrieman asked him. "His name is Ziming. Didn't he introduce himself at Nanu Port before?" A reporter from Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics said, "No, Mr. Nordrieman, do you remember what I told you when I was in Hong Kong City? There was an official from the mainland who gave a speech at Hong Kong University." Nordrieman nodded and said, "I remember such a thing, and I have also listened to the recording of that speech. It seems that it is also a speech that I have a dream, very passionate and national sentiment." The reporter also nodded and said, "Yes, this is the speech, because the official from the mainland is also called Ziming." Nordrieman immediately realized, "You mean that the speech that is enough to be recorded in the world's speech history is the masterpiece of this Mr. Zhu?" "I think it should be correct. There will be no two Zimings in the mainland, but Ziming with such vision and ability," the reporter said. Listening to the conversation between Nordman and the reporter, Wang Jian subconsciously touched his face, because he felt more and louder slaps on his face, especially the words after the reporter, because if it was only the praise that Nordrieman had to Ziming before, it could also be explained by his lack of understanding of the Chinese, or maybe it was fooled by Ziming, but Ziming's time at Hong Kong University. How to explain the speech? That is not a simple word that can be explained by flickering. It requires not only courage, but also quick thinking ability, and also strong knowledge in the mind. None of these should be owned by mainland Chinese. Yeah, Wang Jian once thought about what would happen if he stood in that position, but it turned out that 10 of them were tied together and it was impossible to do it, but Ziming did it all. Wang Jian looked at Ziming. He felt more and more that Ziming was no longer a person, and that was simply an evildoer who shouldn't exist in this world. Nordrieman didn't know how he felt as a student. He looked back at Ziming and said with emotion, "Mr. Zhu, I didn't expect you to give a speech like that at the University of Hong Kong. How surprised I am. I feel that if I want to listen to your deeds next time, I have to take medicine first, otherwise my heart will be a little unbearable." Although it feels great to be praised by a master of economics like Nordrieman, it still makes Ziming a little embarrassed under all the eyes. Ziming said, "Mr. Nordrieman, you passed the award. What I said is actually my own little insight, is something that is not on the stage at all. It is not comparable to the economic theories you put forward by Mr. Nordrieman. As for the Hong Kong City, I am embarrassed to say that it is because my colleagues made some mistakes and angered the students of the University of Hong Kong. I just went to the rescue." Nordriman shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, Mr. Zhu, you don't need to be scornful. It is because you have not systematically studied economics and theory that your vision is amazing. It is because you are not prepared that your speech has no one able to." Ziming heard that this old foreign man might have admitted to death, so Ziming didn't intend to argue with him, so he shrugged and said, "Well, in fact, I want to say that I'm just a blind cat and a dead mouse." Nordriman laughed. "But not every blind cat can run into dead mice." In the end, Nordriman said, "I came here 7 years ago. After learning about your reform and opening up, I once said that your reform and opening up is just a matter of paper, and your economy is still very backward." I am still not ready to take back this sentence. But I want to add one sentence at the end. As long as you, Ziming, are here, your reform and opening up will surely achieve achievements that will attract the whole world. Chapter 138 No company listed? Bao thanks for the support of the 2 monthly tickets of Pyongyang Xianj. Nordriman only came to visit Nanjian, so he didn't stay here long, and he went back to Hong Kong City just the next day. Ziming, Zhang Hen and Liu Han sent him to the South Lake port. In the square inches front of the station, Nordman held Ziming's tightly and said, "Mr. Zhu, I met you and made my trip to China fruitful this time. I really can't imagine how someone like you with such a forward-looking vision could be born in this closed land. Your ideas are breathtaking, and many of your ideas are unheard of." Speaking of this, Nordriman sighed again. "It's just a pity that I just live here for 1 day and I will leave. Otherwise, I really want to stay here to witness Mr. Zhu and your Oriental miracle." Ziming said to him, "Mr. Nordliman does not need to regret, we Chinese are very hospitable, and now we are carrying out reform and opening up. We have taken the initiative to open the door of the country, just to integrate with the world, so if you want to come, Mr. Nordriman, you can come any time in the future, and we are always welcome." "Is that so?" "That's great," Nordriman said happily. "Mr. Zhu, I think your talents should be placed in the world. It's a pity to be only in your country. You don't think about mine. Do you recommend coming to the United States?" "I am very grateful to Mr. Nordliman for your invitation. I will also consider it seriously and will definitely go there in the future, but not now. You know that my motherland still needs me," Ziming said. When Ziming was talking to Nordliman, the reporters next to him were not idle. Whether it was a reporter from the United States or a reporter from Hong Kong City, they kept pressing the shutter of the camera in their hands. "Keep this a precious scene." Listening to the click of the camera, Wang Jian on the side was expressionless. In fact, from yesterday to today, if every word of Nordriman's praise of Ziming seemed to be slapped on his face, then his face as now it was swollen into a pig's head. Under such circumstances, he just wanted to find a place to sow and drill down, and not to show his head in front of Ziming for the rest of his life. What kind of expressions could he have? After bidding farewell to Ziming, the group of Nordliman crossed the bridge and went back to Hong Kong City. Ziming also went back to the city government to meet with Chen Yunfei. Only when he walked into Chen Yunfei's office, Chen Yunfei smiled and said to Ziming, "I read Comrade Zhang Heng's report. You guys are good at it, and even foreign experts were convinced by you." Ziming is not surprised that Chen Yunfei knew what happened yesterday. After all, he arranged for him and Zhang Hen to receive Nordriman. Zhang Hen also has to submit a report to him every day to explain the situation that day, so it is so important to receive Nordriman. It's impossible for him not to report to Chen Yunfei, especially the fact that he has a face for the motherland in front of foreigners. Ziming shrugged and said, "It's okay, but my idea just happened to coincide with him. In addition, I also read some of his economics books when I was in college." Flattering. Chen Yunfei laughed. "Haha, yes, if everyone can shoot you like a flattery, then I think the term flattery should also be turned into a compliment." Having said this, Chen Yunfei asked again, "However, after all, He is an expert in the field of foreign economics. We still have to pay attention to some of his opinions. Has he put forward any opinions? Ziming thought for a while and replied, his opinion is only from the laws and regulations. His biggest doubt about our securities market is that we do not have the corresponding laws and regulations of capitalism, nor their set of freedom theory. How to ensure the fairness and openness of securities market transactions can ensure the stable operation of the securities market. In fact, Chen Yunfei had already seen these in the report Zhang Hen gave him before. But now he is still amazed after hearing Ziming say, "Aren't these questions the same thing you said in Yang Lao?" It seems it really coincides with the opinions of foreign experts. If it weren't for knowing that you kid is a native Chinese, I really have to wonder if you have colluded with foreign experts a long time ago. Chen Yunfei's words made Ziming ashamed, because the reason he was able to raise the key questions was the result of his own memory of more than 20 years of later generations. That is something that countless elites have summed up for more than 20 years. Naturally, he can hit the nail on the head. It is impossible for Ziming to say this reason. He can only say, Mayor Chen, I think these are the most obvious things. After all, there is no rule without rules. What an unruly one can't make a radius. Chen Yunfei praised. Although anyone can say this, but you can really see the problem and dare to say it in front of old Yang. You are the only one. Then Chen Yunfei said, yes. The proposal you made to Zhang Hen has been submitted to the document. The State Council has issued an instruction and agreed to set up a securities company to perform the duties of the stock exchange and see how the market reacts. For this reason, the province and the city have also held meetings to discuss and strive to get the securities company out within this week. So fast, Ziming was a little surprised. In Ziming's memory, Nanjian Securities Company will not be established until next year. Although Ziming could expect that his rebirth will bring about great changes in this life and also affect the original direction of history, he did not expect to change. It will come so soon, the establishment of this securities company, but the decision of the central government. And he is nothing more than a little man with no power and no power now. Chen Yunfei said, time waits for no one. Of course, the sooner the better, but for the operation and trading of this securities company, you have to grasp it carefully, and you must make this market prosperous. Mayor Chen, don't worry, there will be great development in the securities market, Ziming assured him with confidence. Leaving Chen Yunfei's office, Ziming came to the office of the Municipal Party Committee's Securities Market Construction Leading Group. Zhang Heng stood up to greet Ziming. Although Zhang Heng is still only a deputy office director, other Municipal Party Committee and government officials have other things to be busy, so Zhang Heng is already the actual person in charge in this office. Ziming came to Zhang Heng's office. Zhang Heng took out the documents he had prepared long ago and handed it to Ziming, saying, Consultant Zhu, this is the relevant documents of the securities company. The basic rules and regulations and operation methods are all formulated with reference to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Yes, the team office is also working with the Municipal Party Committee office and the Municipal Government office to work on temporary management measures for the securities market. This measure covers the basic company law, securities law, accounting law, contract law, and transaction law. Ziming looked at the documents and asked Zhang Heng, what about the supervisory agency? This report has been submitted through the Municipal Party Committee office, and the Municipal Party Committee agreed in principle to set up a securities market supervision group to be linked to the Municipal Party Committee's Political and Legal Affairs Office. Zhang Hen replied, if you look at the series of things Zhang Hen said from the perspective of later generations, it is obviously a bit nondescript, but in this age, this is already the best way to deal with it. Ziming is just a rebirth, not an omnipotent god. There is no way to make things do what they want. The general framework is enough, but you must pay attention to some of the details. Although the supervision team is linked to the Political and Legal Affairs Office, the main construction work of the securities market is still on your side. and the securities market itself. The main responsible leader of the construction leading group is also the leader of the municipal party committee. Therefore, you must also arrest the operation of securities companies and the supervision of the securities market. You can't wait for the establishment of the securities company and then give up, Ziming told Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng nodded his head and said, Counsel Zhu, don't worry, I will keep this in mind. After all, it took me so much to develop the securities market, and I don't want him to have problems. There is no need to doubt Jiang Heng's words, Ziming, because since Xiao Weijiang's fall, his only reliance on the officialdom has been the construction of the securities market. Unless he will take his own future improperly, he will do his best to do it well. And judging from the fact that he can enter the center in later generations, he must also be a visionary and ambitious person, so he will never do anything perfunctory on this matter. But then Jiang Heng hesitated and said, It's just Consultant Zhu. One thing may be more troublesome. Ziming raised his eyebrows and looked at him and asked, What's the matter? It's a matter of listed companies. Jiang Heng said, At present, the only company that has determined that securities companies will be listed is the Nanjian Development Bank. Isn't this a bit less? Is there only one? This is a bit strange, Ziming said. According to the prevailing rules in the officialdom, everything the government is determined to do on a trial basis must be successful. Just like the first government land auction in Nanjian before, it must be an excellent example for the future. So this time the establishment of a securities company is naturally the same as the pilot predecessor of the Nanjian Stock Exchange in the future. This securities company will not say how prosperous the securities market will be, but at least it must create a securities market. But now it must be true. As Jiang Heng said, only one company is confirmed to be listed, which is obviously not enough. Especially this company is still Ziming and Du Peng as the major shareholders, and his first vice president Liu Han is also one of the founders of the securities company. It may be that other companies don't know enough about the securities market. They dare not easily agree to our listing. Ziming said to Jiang Heng, Well, Director Jiang, find a time to make an appointment with the CEOs of some joint stock companies in Nanjing and Lingnan. Come out for a meal. I'll talk to them. Ziming's thinking at this time was that perhaps he changed history and allowed the securities companies to be established ahead of schedule, which would cause the CEOs of these companies to not be ready to accept the listing, fearing that there would be problems, so they were all waiting and watching. He thought talk to these bosses, but at this time Ziming didn't think that this matter was not as simple as he thought. Chapter 139 ? Bao, thank you Missing Things for your support and monthly pass support, and thank Lex for your support. Ziming waited in the best box of Nanu Hotel. After a while, the box door was knocked, and the box attendant took the initiative to open the door. Jiang Heng, Deputy Office Director of the leading group of securities market construction, walked in with a few middle-aged people. Seeing these people, Ziming quickly got up and greeted them. Jiang Heng introduced to Ziming, This is Zheng Yi, Chairman of Yunko, Limited, and this is Zhu Yuan, Chairman of Wanshenko, Limited, this is Kui Jiang, Chairman of Jinko, Limited, and this is Wang Lian, Chairman of Yuandaco, Limited. Hearing these names, Ziming's first reaction was to be stunned, because these companies have milestone significance in the Nanjian stock market. Anyone who is familiar with the development process of the Nanjian stock market will know one in retrospect. Nanjian Old 5 shares are the first 5 stocks listed for trading in Nanjian, except for the untouchable Nanjian Development Bank. The remaining 4 are in front of them. This situation made Ziming couldn't help feeling that history always has his huge inertia in it. Even if he was reborn and changed a lot of things, but some things will still follow his established track. Just like these 5 stocks, they were the first to be listed for trading in the previous life. In this life, he asked Jiang Heng to talk to the company's boss, and he also found these few. Ziming's stupefaction was a matter of a moment, and it returned to normal immediately. There was no problem at all. Ziming went up and shook hands with the 4 company chairmen respectively, and then invited them to their seats. When all the people were seated, The hotel waiter began to serve food. Ziming also asked the hotel to open a bottle of Mao Tai, and asked the waiter to fill himself with Jiang Hen and the chairman. Ziming and Jiang Hen first respected the four chairmen of the board and exchanged a few words with each other before Ziming entered the topic. Several chairmen of the board are the leading companies in Anjian City that have taken the lead in implementing the shareholding system. You are all visionary and bold in innovation. Entrepreneurs, I believe you should all know that the Nanjiang Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government is organizing the construction of our own securities market. As long as our securities market is set up, you can publicly list your company's stocks for sale, which will be more convenient of financing. The four people looked at each other after listening to Ziming's words, and finally, Yanko, Limited Chairman Zheng Yi said, "What Zhu said is that since Anjian City was designated as a special zone, the central government has indeed given it a policy. We have a great deal of preferential treatment. It is also the right direction to engage in the securities market. After all, there is a stock market in Hong Kong City, and we have to develop here." Zheng Yi's words made Ziming frown, because Ziming heard that he was just talking about other things. Although Ziming didn't take the words so directly, but with their IQs, they shouldn't be ignorant of what they meant, unless they lived on dogs for most of their lives. Ziming thought for a while and decided to ask directly, "Can you tell me why you are not willing to list your company's stock in Nanjiang Securities Co. Limited, which will be established in the near future?" This time it was Zheng Yi's turn and the four of them were stunned. Obviously, none of them expected Ziming to be so direct in their impression. Wouldn't the government officials want face? They thought that Ziming would slowly circle with them, and they could also practice Tai Chi slowly with Ziming, but they forgot that Ziming was not a government official, but a genuine businessman. Ziming didn't want to mood and their ink. For this reason, Ziming pushed them to the wall with a single sentence, and they had to answer directly. The four people looked at each other, and in the end Zheng Yi came forward to answer Ziming and said, "This is the Zhu consultant. As a local company in Nanjiang, we should have unconditionally supported the construction of the Nanjiang securities market, but our company has not undergone shareholding reform. How long does it take for many systems to be imperfect? And we have not fully digested the current shares. If we were to list and trade in a securities company at this time, I am very worried that something will go wrong." Zheng Yi's words fell, and the other three also said, "Yes, Consultant Zhu, how our business is a trivial matter, but if it delays the overall construction of the Nanjiang securities market, it will be troublesome. Consultant Zhu, you also do it yourself. For enterprises, I believe that we don't even tell you about the things in some enterprises. So please be considerate of us. We are really in trouble." Hearing these four people's obvious evasive words, Jiang Hen was not happy at the time. "Dongzheng, you really don't know good or bad. As the forerunners of the shareholding system, don't you know that listing in a securities company will give your company's stock a spacious financing channels?" Zheng Yi just casually chuckled at Jiang Hen's unkind words. "Then I would like to thank Consultant Zhu and Director Jiang for their kindness." Jiang Hen wanted to say something, but Ziming first asked, "Zheng Dong, what is the reason why you are unwilling to link your company to a securities company for trading?" Although Ziming's question was almost exactly the same as what he had asked before, this time Zheng Yi and their faces were obviously embarrassed. Then Zheng Yi pretended to answer casually, "Counselor Zhu, this question seems to me just now. I've already answered it. We really can't be listed in a securities company because of the company's reasons. It's not that we don't want to. Zheng Dong, everyone is not 2 or 3 years old anymore. It's boring if you tell me this. Do you think you are an idiot? Or do you think others think you are an idiot?" Ziming said in a hurry. Zheng Yi's face stiffened, but he still insisted, "Counselor Zhu, I don't understand what you are talking about. Why are you cursing?" Ziming did not rush to speak, but first glanced at other people and saw that they also had this attitude. Ziming said, "That's it. Since you like to pretend to be stupid in front of me so much, please keep pretending. On behalf of the securities company, I will advise Mayor Chen to crack down on some companies that raise funds illegally under the banner of shares, so please do it yourself. Counselor Zhu, are you threatening us? Zheng Yi asked. Yes, Ziming replied, you cannot take my words seriously, but I promise you will regret it. The complexions of Zheng Yi's several people suddenly became serious. Finally, Kui Jiang, the chairman of Jinko Limited, stood up and said, Consultant Zhu, please don't make it difficult for us. I will call someone for you. I understand what's going on. Ziming nodded and said yes. Then he went out to find the phone, and returned after a while, but he did not come back alone. He also brought a person Ziming knew. Hello, Xiao Hua, Ziming said. The person Kui Jiang brought was Hua Xiao, the person in charge of the Shenzhou company. Kui Jiang said to Ziming, Counselor Zhu, Hua Xiao happened to have a meal here too. I told you to look for him, and he came over. Talk to Hua Xiao about anything. Ziming nodded and said yes, but he was not in a hurry to talk about the matter first. After all, Hua Xiao came with Kui Jiang to explain the problem in itself. Obviously, this matter was the ghost of Hua Xiao. Counselor Zhu, did you feel surprised? Hua Xiao asked Ziming first. It was indeed a bit surprised. I didn't expect Hua Xiao to be so concerned about the construction of the securities market, Ziming said. Hua Xiao stretched out a finger and shook it in front of Ziming and said, I don't care how much the securities market is, but I care very much about your consultant Ziming Zhu. Is that so? Then I am really flattered, Ziming said. Hua Xiao smiled and then sat on a chair, and said to Ziming, you know, I am Hua Xiao. I believe you have heard of my name from Dupeng, so you should understand that I have never suffered a loss, but you made me suffer such a dumb loss. I was thinking ... how should I thank you? Then I remembered that you seem to be engaged in the construction of the Nanjian securities market. I thought I could play with you on this. So Hua Xiao, you contacted these joint stock companies and used your identity to warn them not to list them in securities companies? Ziming asked. Yes, said Hua Xiao, but Consultant Zhu, you said this too badly. What do you mean by warning them? I am not interested in dealing with national policies. I just know them and move them with emotion. I told them about the dangers of the stock market, and if you don't talk about credibility with you, once their company is listed on you, they will definitely suffer a loss, nothing more. After finishing speaking, Hua Xiao looked at Ziming provocatively and said, Counselor Zhu, don't you often talk about market theory? Then I can tell you that this is the market. Faced with Hua Xiao's provocation, Ziming was not angry. He just looked at Hua Xiao and said calmly, Hua Xiao, I understand that you are going to retaliate against me, but you don't need to use this method. After all, setting up a securities company is not my business alone, is the joint decision of the entire Nanjian Municipal Party Committee and government, and it is also the dream of many Nanjian securities people. Don't you want to involve many innocents in doing this? Really? Then trouble Consultant Zhu to help me and say sorry to them. Hua Xiao said, without any apology on his face, but very proud. Counselor Zhu, you may not know much about me. I think that life is only a few dozen years in the world, and you must have fun in time. No matter what you do, you just need to be happy. Are you right? Hua Xiao said arrogantly. So now I think if you have worked hard to create a stock market, but in the end no one is willing to come and list for trading, it must be very interesting for you to sing Onam and show, right? Ziming looked at Hua Xiao and shook his head and said, you are simply unreasonable. Hua Xiao laughed disapprovingly, and went on to say to himself, but Consultant Zhu, this is all you asked for. Originally in your nightclub, you obediently let me slap it and it's okay. You have to find something to do. Mayor Chen invites you to come, now it's alright, you have successfully angered me. How about it? Does it feel good for you to sing Onam and show on securities work by yourself now? Then Hua Xiao said, but ... I am a very good-hearted person, and I also know that it is not easy for a person like you to do something, so that's it. You just need to kneel down and call me dad, and I will not be blamed. Okay? I called your mother a bee. Ziming cursed. Chapter 140. Chapter You Don't Know the Market? Bow. Thank you Feng Shen Yu Xiao for your monthly pass support. Ziming's curse made the whole box quiet. Everyone, including Jiang Hengwu and the 4 chairmen, looked at Ziming in a daze. No one thought that Ziming would suddenly swear such an swear word. "You, Ziming, you dare to scold me?" Hua Xiao said, pointing at Ziming. Hua Xiao's words made Ziming feel a little funny. "Why don't I dare to scold you? I'm the one who scolds you." I said, "You have a brain problem in the 3rd generation? Or do you have a delusion of being abused and feel that others are targeting you all day?" Lao Tzu obviously didn't provoke you with a dime. "Those things are your own imagination and impose on me. In fact, I am just a consultant in the securities market now. From planning to meticulous work, I do everything under my leadership. You insist on doing things in this place and deliberately put your identity to prevent these companies from listing in securities companies. Either the brain is sick or the brain is sick." Ziming scolded Hua Xiao. The muscles in the corners of Hua Xiao's eyes twitched a little, which was obviously a sign of anger. Hua Xiao couldn't help but be angry. He tried his best to find the stock companies that might be listed in the securities company, and then used his own relationship to make them refuse Ziming's listing in the securities company, not just to retaliate against Ziming. Originally, everything went smoothly, and Ziming didn't realize it at all. Today, Hua Xiao came to the box. Seeing Ziming's unexpected and distressed expression when facing the non-cooperation of the chairman of these companies, he couldn't be more happy. But I didn't think that my happiness hadn't lasted for long, and was beaten back to its original form by Ziming's vulgar abuse. For this reason, Hua Xiao wished to take Ziming alive at this moment. Looking at Ziming, Hua Xiao said 3 hellos on his face. "Okay, Ziming. It seems that you don't want to be better. I only planned to teach you a lesson so that you can understand how to behave. It is necessary to really let your securities company sing Onam and show." "Fuck," Ziming scolded, "I really can't communicate with you. I have said that this securities company is not my business alone, and you really think you convinced the directors of these companies long? Will this securities company's project be shelved? Isn't it? Or do you think you can find other joint stock companies?" Hua Xiao asked. "Then I can tell you responsibly, this is absolutely impossible." Ziming raised his eyebrows and looked at Hua Xiao and asked, "So, Hua Xiao, you really took a lot of effort for my business. And your ability is indeed not small, even though our domestic joint stock companies are just started. But there are more than 10 companies in Nanjing that are qualified enough to be listed. Some companies are not ordinary companies. If you can convince all the bosses of these companies, the energy you use seems to be not small." Ziming turned to the front and then said, "But I can only regret to tell you that you don't understand the market at all, let alone securities. I don't care how much you have a relationship with, but some things are beyond your control after all. Everything you do is useless." Hua Xiao has, "Really? But I don't think so, because I only see a dog that was knocked sap in front of me barking in condolences. Consultant Zhu, do you think this dog is very how poor?" Ziming was too lazy to take care of this neurosis. He turned his head to Zheng Yi and the others and said, "Zheng Dong Kui Dong, I hope you can believe that I believe in the securities company that will be established in the future. It's profitable but not harmful." Zheng Yi chuckled and said, "Counselor Zhu, you come to persecute and threaten us if you don't do justice to young Master Hua. This is not a man's approach. Or Counselor Zhu, do you think we are bullied?" "Of course I didn't mean it," Ziming said. "I just want to remind you that today is different from the past. Your company has been your private company since the shareholding system reform. You have to think about yourself, the development of the company's company. How can you listen to other people's words? You should all have some ideas of your own. Hua Xiao and I are personal grievances. He is looking for you only to vent his own anger, so I think it should be considered for the development of the company, and not need to care about other things." It turned out to be the case. "It seems that I misunderstood Advisor Zhu," Zheng Yi said. "It's just that I think our current decision is correct and we don't need to change it." Ziming nodded. "I understand what Zheng Dong means. So what about the others? Kui Dong, Zhu Dong and Wang Dong. What do you say?" When asked by name by Ziming, Kui Jiang, Zhu Yuan and Wang Liandu shook their heads together and said, "Thank you, Consultant Zhu. for your kindness. We all understand what we are doing. Okay, it seems that you have already made a decision. Then I won't say much. I just hope that you can remember what you said today and want to list in a securities company in the future, but it's not that way. It's easy. Ziming's words came to an end, and Hua Xiao over there sneered disdainfully. Ziming, you take yourself too seriously. Everyone thinks about what securities company you are doing. Do you want to go up and go up? It's not that simple if you want to list in the future. I think you won't be able to do it with the securities company in the future, and beg others to list at your place. I said, Hua Xiao, your vision is not good. Your concept is still stuck in the past. You don't understand how terrifying the capital market is. Ziming said. Oh, I'm so scared. So please advise Z to show us what capital market you are talking about. Don't do nothing like a dog at that time. In the end, you can only leave Nanjiang in a desperate manner. Hua Xiao said. Ziming was too lazy to pay attention to Hua Xiao, and took Jiang Heng out of the box. The moment they closed the door, they heard the words inside, isn't he just a broken consultant? I don't have any power in his hand, relying on Du Xiao's relationship. Only with today's status, he was dragging 5 and 6 in front of us, really taking himself as an uncle. Without looking at what he was, he actually talked to Hua Xiao like this and threatened us. Jiang Heng was filled with indignation when he heard these words. These people are too shameless. They actually said bad things about you, Consultant Zhu. Ziming waved his hand indifferently and said, let's do what they say. Don't you believe that it won't take a week at most? They will come back and beg us to let them list in the securities company? If someone else said this to Jiang Heng would definitely slap that person's face, but the person who said this was Ziming, and he felt it was possible. After all, from Hong Kong City to Nanjiang, he created countless miracles. As the American expert Nordliman said, you must take medicine before listening to Ziming's deeds. Otherwise you will easily have a heart attack. Ziming said to Jiang Heng, Director Jiang, you can do whatever you want to do with the preparatory work of the securities company. It can be established as usual, but you need your help for some things. Leaving Nanu Hotel, Ziming came to the tea house in Dongmen Commercial Street. Du Peng and Tang Ran were waiting for him. Ziming called Du Peng to pick up Tang Ran from the exit entry administration office. As soon as they met, Tang Ran asked Ziming, what's wrong with Brother Ming? Aren't you going to have dinner with the chairman of several units today? Why did you finish eating so quickly? Or did you talk about things badly? Du Peng looked at Ziming's face and asked, is it troublesome? Ziming smiled and replied, it's not troublesome, it's just surprising. Du Xiao, guess what is the reason why those stock companies are unwilling to list in securities companies this time? Du Peng thought about it for a while, and then said with some uncertainty, it's not Hua Xiao, right? Ziming clapped his hands and praised, so smart. I rely on Hua Xiao's ghost. When was he so bad? Du Peng exclaimed. In fact, Du Peng just guessed casually. He didn't believe this answer in his heart, but he didn't expect it to be true. Because in Du Peng's opinion, Hua Xiao is also a very important figure in that power, and like him, he grew up under the roots of the Yanjing Imperial City. Even if it is revenge, he should be very particular about revenge. How can this be done? Moreover, what is his purpose for starting a relationship and causing Ziming to suffer this loss? Ziming spread his hands together. I really can't guess his thoughts. Afterwards, Ziming briefly recounted what happened at the Nanu Hotel. After hearing the incident, Tang Ran immediately said, how can this person be like this? It's too disgusting. And the chairman of those units, I think they are short-sighted bad guys. Then those units are not willing to be listed in the securities company now. What are you going to do with Brother Ming? Although Tang Ran is naturally cute, many questions can still be asked, such as this question, which is exactly what Du Peng wants to know. Faced with this problem, Ziming sighed and said, there is no good way to solve this problem. Since they don't play with us, then we have to play by ourselves. Ziming, do you mean that we set up a joint stock company and then go to the securities company to list for trading? Du Peng asked. Ziming nodded and said, yes, but we don't need to re-establish it. We used to have separate companies in real estate and nightclubs. We can integrate them to build a large company with millions of assets, enough for a securities company qualified for listing. No problem, I can handle this right away, Du Peng said. At this time, Tang Ran had a question. But Brother Ming, don't you want to engage in a securities market? Then there are only two securities companies that are opened by South Development Bank and Brother Ming. Are there too few companies? Ming smiled and rubbed Tang Ran's little head and asked, Ran doesn't believe me. I absolutely believe in Brother Ming. Tang Ran replied firmly. So Brother Ming wants to tell you that Brother Ming has a way to make those companies that refuse to be listed in the securities company regret it, and they will ask me to list in the securities company. Ming said. Du Peng raised his brows. Ming, do you mean you want to use that method? Yes, I'm going to start trading in stocks. Ming said. Chapter 141 Ready to start stocks? Bao, thank you Destiny, Block for your support. Thank you Angels Ike-san Keza for your monthly pass support. December 9th was originally just an ordinary day, but it was an extremely important day for Nanjing and the financial circle of the whole country, because this day was the day when Nanjing Securities Co. Limited was established. The establishment of Nanjing Securities Co. Limited marked the establishment of Nanjing Capital. The regulation of the market also indicates that the domestic economy will enter the ranks of the modern economy. Nanjing Securities Company is on Nangang Avenue, not far from the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government. On this day, the square inches front of the securities company was very lively. Celebrities from all walks of life in Nanjing City attended the inauguration ceremony. At the ceremony, Nanjing Municipal Party Committee Secretary Luke Sung and Mayor Chen Yunfei delivered speeches separately, with a lot of content, but in summary, they hope that the establishment of the securities company can add bricks and tiles to the construction of Nanjing and open up a new situation for the country's reform and opening up. After both Luke Sung and Chen Yunfei gave speeches, they also unveiled the nameplate of Nanjing Securities Company. At the same time, a salute was fired, and a team of dragons and lions danced in. In the atmosphere of this school, the whole establishment ceremony ended. After the ceremony, Luke Sung, Chen Yunfei and the others returned to the Municipal Party Committee and the Municipal Government and sent away their leaders. Ming and Du Peng said to Luo Han, "Congratulations, Manager Luo has become the first vice president of the securities company and is the #1 in the Nanjing securities market." People facing the congratulations from Ming and Du Peng, Luo Han said with embarrassment, "Don't make fun of me, Mr. Du Xiao, Consultant Zhu. How can I be called the #1 person in the Nanjing securities market in front of you? The first person is definitely Advisor Zhu, and I should be taken by Advisor Zhu. Forget it. I just want to make money look and be my capitalist quietly." "You should do this kind of work," Ming said. Ming and Du Peng followed Luo Han into the securities company. The internal layout of the company is similar to that of a bank. Although it is much worse than a real exchange, it is enough for the pilot phase that is just beginning. After walking around the securities company, Luo Han hesitated and said to Ming, "Consultant Zhu, all aspects of the securities company's work are now ready. The government has also issued many relevant regulations, and the securities supervision team has also it's linked to the political and legal office. But the securities company only has 2 listed stocks. Is it too few?" Ming knows Luo Han's concern. Currently, only the 2 stocks of Nanjing Development Bank and Jinping Industrial are listed for trading in securities companies. In fact, this is the masterpiece of the 3 people present. Needless to say, South Development Bank, Jinping Industrial Liz Ming and Du Peng integrated their real estate company and Nanjing nightclub into a new joint stock company. Therefore, as Hua Xiao said, whether it is a securities company or a listed stock, they are only singing Onam and show. Luo Han is undoubtedly worried that he will not be able to bring the securities market to life, and that he will not be able to make business with the market at that time. Ming patted Luo Han on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, The capital market is a magical thing, especially at this time. Luo Han looked at Ziming unclearly, and obviously did not understand what Ziming meant. Then Ziming said, Vice President Luo, I have talked to Mayor Chen and Director Jiang before the establishment of the securities company. I will not introduce the daily limit, the mechanism of the lower limit. I understand that the limit up and limit down mechanism is to curb the speculative behavior of stocks soaring or plummeting. But now our securities company is the only two of us. Will anyone come to speculate? Luo Han wondered. That's why I said, Vice President Luo, you underestimated the magic of capital. Do you remember what a great foreign man said? Once there is a proper profit, the capitalist will be bold. With a 50% profit, it takes the risk. For 100% profit, it dares to trample on all human laws. With 300% profit, it dares to commit any crime, even risking being hanged. Ziming said, I'm not saying that we Nanjian people are capitalists, but people's pursuit of interests is always the same. Luo Han was skeptical about Ziming's words, and Ziming did not explain to him too much, because no matter how advanced he was in this era, his vision was still a little too narrow compared to later generations. The first day passed. When the securities company settled at 5 o'clock, the trading volume of today was only a small 1 million. Compared with the trading volume of hundreds of billions a day in later generations, this trading volume is almost nothing. Almost, but in fact, this is due to the fact that the securities company was established today, and many people came to buy it after being signaled by Luke Sung and Chen Yunfei to say that there were really no stocks bought spontaneously. On the second day, without the government-portioned tasks, the securities company's trading volume dropped to the bottom. Although Yuan deliberately extended the trading time today, the trading volume was only a pitiful 80,000 yuan at the end of the day. On the morning of the third day, when Ziming and Du Peng came to the securities company as usual to see the situation, Hua Xiao also came here with the chairman of the company who had the last meal. Good morning, Consultant Du Shizu. Why did you hear that your trading volume throughout the day yesterday was very unsatisfactory? Would you like me to help you? I can buy your stocks for $1. So it's a confession. Hua Xiao said very arrogantly and provocatively. Ziming was too lazy to take care of this neurosis. Hua Xiao then said to the chairman of the company, have you seen it? This is this shit securities company. They can't sell many shares in one day, and only those who are still thinking of their own way. Yes. There is no value at all. It is better for you to find a way to be reliable and let them sing this Onaman show. Zheng Yi, the chairman of Go Limited, echoed Hua Xiao said. Hua Xiao said it is very true. At first, no one of us knows any stocks here, thinking that they will all be securities when they go to Hong Kong City after a round trip. Master, I have to learn from foreign stock markets. Such a high-minded and self-righteous attitude makes it strange if things are not screwed up. Wang Lian, another chairman of Yuan Co. Limited, said, yes. Fortunately, we have not listed here for trading, or else we will be on the thief ship. Listening to these ridicules, Du Peng couldn't bear this violent temper anymore. He stood up and cursed, you fucking can talk people or not? We are working hard here to build our own stock market. Struggle, if you don't help, if you are a little busy, you are still here. Cynicism, a bunch of short-sighted and wretched villains. What right do you fucking have to talk here? At this time, Hua Xiao stepped up and said, don't be so angry, Xiao Du. They are just telling the truth. Look at what kind of securities company you are. It really sucks, isn't it? After that, Hua Xiao sighed and said to Du Peng, Du Xiao, although you and I did not grow up in the same compound, we are both comrades who grew up under the roots of the Yanjing Red Wall. I still want to persuade you. In one sentence, don't be with people who are not incompatible. Some people are rascals. They are just with you to take advantage of your relationship. Don't trust these people. Ziming said to Hua Xiao, it's your business how you want to target Hua Xiao, but it's boring for you to sow discord. Instigate discord. Hua Xiao said to Ziming disdainfully, Counselor Zhu, you are too high on yourself. I'm just telling the truth. I can't use such methods for people like you. Du Peng said, Hua Xiao, What kind of friends I teach is my business. I am not much younger than you in terms of age. I also have the ability to distinguish. Please respect yourself. Hua Xiao said. Is that right? Then I have to see how good Du Xiao's distinguishing ability is. Don't let your securities company break down. This guy will run away in a dingy way. I left the pot to you and carried it all by myself. It doesn't have to be time. We will see and know in a few days. Ziming said. It seems that advisor Z has confidence in himself. Hua Xiao said to Ziming with an arrogant expression pretending to be pity. It's just that I don't understand where your confidence comes from. Hua Xiao, if you can read more books and learn more about foreign capital markets, you can understand where my confidence comes from. Ziming said. Hua Xiao looked at Ziming with a smile, but a smile. I want to see how long you can be arrogant. By the way, I will tell you that the central government of Nanjiang Securities Company has been paying attention to it. Now your tragic situation is known to the central government and is being discussed. When to cancel the securities company? I would like to see what kind of expression will be on your Ziming's face when the securities company is ordered to close down by the central government. I'm afraid you can't see it anymore. Ziming said. Hua Xiao snorted and took the four-company chairman to leave the securities company. Looking at the back of Hua Xiao and the others, Du Peng angrily said, this guy is too arrogant. On the other hand, Luo Han was very worried and asked, Councillor Zhu, if Hua Xiao really goes against us like this and binds other companies to prevent them from participating, it is really difficult for us to operate alone. Ziming said. Vice President Luo, don't worry. Forget what I told you. The stock market started out as an operation by the dealer alone, but as long as the stock can be heated up, then you won't see it. Understand? There will be a large number of people who will follow the trend to buy. I am afraid that this small business hall of our securities company will not be able to hold it at all. Ziming paused for a while, and then continued, and I think it's a good thing that no one comes to buy stocks now. The longer it is suppressed, the more terrifying the energy that will erupt at that time. Finally Ziming ignored Luo Han and turned to ask Du Peng, how are we preparing there? All the funds are in place, including the 5 million Hong Kong dollars that you transferred from Hong Kong City. Ziming, our plan can start at any time. Du Peng said. Okay. Then we can prepare to start stock trading. Ziming said. The next week will be an extremely crazy week. Chapter 142 The Rising Stock Price? Bao thank you tightly, Yi Yongnian, Yilunxian and ___ for monthly pass support. Nanjiang Securities Company is said to be a company, but it is actually the prototype of the Nanjiang Stock Exchange. Therefore, all systems are implemented in accordance with the regular securities market. The work and interest system is the same as that of foreign securities markets. It is only open from Monday to Friday every week. Market trading is closed on Saturdays and Sundays. In this era when there are no weekends, securities can be said to be the first industry to introduce a weekend system. However, because of this, the securities company stopped trading on the 4th and 5th days of its establishment because the market was closed, and resumed trading on the 6th day. In the first week after the establishment of the securities company, apart from a large number of government apportionments on the first day, and the data was fair enough, the transaction data for the next 2 days were very poor, with an average of less than 100,000 per day. Securities companies now use the trading volume calculation method. That is to say, regardless of the transaction is calculated bilaterally, originally a single stock transaction, the buyer buys 10,000 yuan, the seller sells 10,000 yuan, according to the transaction volume should only be 10,000 yuan, but based on the transaction volume, the buyer's 10,000 yuan plus the seller's 10,000 yuan, the total is 20,000 yuan. This calculation method will raise the total value of the entire stock market, but according to this calculation method, the trading volume is still very poor in the last 2 trading days of the first week, especially when it is still the first vice president of the securities company. On the premise that Han deliberately extended the trading hours, we can see how sluggish the securities market is. But this situation was completely reversed on the first day of the second week. At 8:50 in the morning on the 14th, the securities company had not yet opened the market, and the door was already full of people. These people were workers who were obviously working in factories in work clothes, housewives who wore ordinary clothes, and those who wore plain clothes. Farmers. These people don't care what their occupations are, but at this time they are holding the stock certificates in their hands tightly, staring at the door of the securities company in front of them. At this time, on the second floor of the securities company's building, Liu Han looked at the dense crowd below through the window. He couldn't help feeling a little bit frustrated. He turned his head and said to Ziming, "Consultant Zhu, last weekend, using the today market closed time, I have already notified all the people who have bought the shares of South Development Bank through the bank, telling them that they can sell their shares here today. Advisors are to your side." Ziming was not in a hurry to return to Liu Han's words, but first stood up and went to the window, glanced at the waiting crowd below, couldn't help but smiled. There are a lot of people, they are all very active. That's for sure. Advisor Zhu, as you know, these people have been troubled by stocks for a long time. They always think that the bank's stocks are useless, and they always change ways to sell the stocks. Now I suddenly inform them that the stocks it can be sold. Of course they will come right away. Liu Han hesitated after speaking, and finally asked Ziming, "Consultant Zhu, my job is done, what about you?" "Don't worry, Vice President Liu's stock of your bank is not a problem for us at all," Du Peng said to Liu Han later. Ziming nodded and said that what Du Peng said was the truth, because the South Development Bank issued 10 million shares, and now he and Du Peng hold 6 million in their hands. The rest is in the hands of ordinary people outside. 4 million. These money is really not a big figure for Ziming and Du Peng. Not to mention looking at these people below, I'm afraid they don't even have 1 million stocks in their hands. Ziming thought for a while and said to Liu Han, "You don't have to worry about Vice President Liu's stocks. Du Xiao and I are ready. What you have to do today is to control the situation no matter what. Don't let anything. People are injured, because starting today, there will be a burst of madness. Do you understand?" Consultant Zhu, don't worry, I ask myself that I still have the ability to control the overall situation. Although Liu Han didn't understand what Ziming said about the panic, he still assured Ziming. "That's fine," Ziming said. At 9 o'clock, the securities company opened for trading. When the door of the securities company was opened, the people who waited at the door all morning, like athletes who heard the firing of the starting gun, swarmed into the stock exchange hall and swarmed into various businesses. At the counter, he raised the stock certificate in his hand and shouted inside, "Stocks, we want to sell the shares of South Development Bank. Give us money." Looking at the chaotic scene, Liu Han shouted with a loudspeaker inside, "Don't squeeze, don't worry, please line up one by one at the counter for the listing and sale of stocks." Liu Han yelled over and over again, but no one would care about him. Everyone had been worried about holding the shares of South Development Bank for several months. Now suddenly there is a chance to sell them again. How could they let it go? All of them squeezed forward desperately, for fear that they would miss the opportunity to sell if they fell behind. "I'm taking your mother's yuan." "What do you mean? Didn't you say that you can come to sell stocks today? Why don't you pay? Give me a piece of this piece of paper. What is it?" Suddenly the first person who finished selling the business yelled and attracted the attention of other people. Seeing that the person did not get the money, they all insulted Yuan. "Your uncle Yuan, you are here. Did you lie to us? Didn't you say that you can sell the stock today? Why don't you pay the money in the end? Do you still have any credit?" Liu Han immediately explained, "Everyone calm down. Everyone's stock can be sold in a securities company. As long as someone buys it, you can get it at the last window number 20 with the sales certificate in your hand. Cash. Damn your lungs. You are deceiving us as a 3-year-old kid. You are just changing from one piece of paper to another. If you sell anything, there will be people on your broken stocks. Buy it." Someone shouted at Liuan, and his words also resonated with other people. A group of people yelled at Liuan, liar, liar. But they only yelled twice, and suddenly a broadcast sounded, making them all shut their mouths. Please go to window number 20 to collect the stock sale cash from customer A0001. Your stock has been sold. This broadcast made everyone look at each other. Someone really bought it? Wouldn't it be a lie again? Someone also remembered and asked the first person who handled the business, "Hey, you are the number one customer. You can go to the 20th window to collect the money and see if it is true." The man nodded and said okay, and then came to window 20 at the end and received the money. The man was so happy that he laughed. "I have received the money, not bad." Hearing this news, the scene immediately boiled again. His words were like a shot of stimulant, causing everyone to squeeze into the counter to handle the stock sale business. And then the second, third, and fourth. Many people got the stock sales certificate. Like the first person, they all waited for a while at window 20, and they got the money to sell their stocks. Those who got the money were excited, while those who didn't got the money were anxious, and squeezed into the front of the counter even more with eagerness to eat. Seeing these people outside seemed desperate, Luo Han inside swallowed subconsciously. Fortunately, the counter had welded bars like a bank, otherwise the scene would be really scary. However, just as the sale of stocks was in full swing in front of the various counters, suddenly another announcement made everyone stunned. Customer V0001 sold the shares of Nanjian Development Bank at a price of 20 yuan per share. What does it mean? Luo Han saw the doubts on these people's faces, and he took the initiative to explain. This is someone selling the stock he just bought. The price is 20 yuan per share. Luo Han's voice just fell, and someone immediately questioned. "It's a lie. Isn't your bank's stock only 20 yuan per share? This 20 yuan and 50 yuan will be an idiot to buy it." But the next broadcast silenced all these questioning voices. The stock of customer V0001 has been sold. Although the voice of the announcer of the securities company was very soft and pleasant, it was like a thunderstorm in everyone's ears in the hall. Everyone's eyes widened, with a look of suspicion. Isn't this true? Will anyone buy the stock that was originally 20 yuan for 20 yuan and 50 cents? Of course these people will doubt, because this seems to be a matter of only 50 cents, but in fact it is not the case. 20 yuan is just the price of each share. If the customer really bought all the stocks that were just sold, there are dozens of shares, less to say. If you count as 50 cents more per share, he has directly made more than 10 or 20 yuan by this handover. This is not a small amount of money. It can be worth 2 of his own. The salary of the 3-day shift. Luo Han said to them at this time, "Is it true? I don't count it. If you say it, it doesn't count. As long as you sell it at 20 yuan. Don't you know?" Luo Han's voice fell, and someone in the crowd immediately stood up and said, "Okay, he'll sell it for 20 yuan and 50 cents. After someone stood up, the people in front of the other counters also yelled that they were willing to sell it for 20 yuan and 50 cents. Just kidding, it was 20 when they bought it. Now they sell every 50 cents for each share, and fools will not do it. But at this time Luo said to them, "Don't worry. We are all voluntary trading here. You must first confirm that you are willing to sell for 20 yuan and 50 cents. I don't guarantee that the price will be in the future. If there is a change, if the price goes up again after you sell it, then our securities company will not be liable and will not issue any form of refund." Luo's explanation was pertinent, but no one listened to him at this time, and everyone was busy signing their names on the sale agreement. Voluntary. Of course they are voluntary. In their opinion, as long as they can sell the stock they are holding, it is the purpose of today. Each share of 50 cents is a windfall. As for whether the price will increase in the future, this it's not in their consideration at all. The refund is even more rare. They are all anxious to sell. The ghost will regret it. In this way, another 38 customers hurriedly completed the sales business, and after receiving the sales voucher, they rushed to the 20th window to wait. At this time, Luo asked the counter to suspend the sale business in a timely manner. After a while, as the broadcast sounded the sound of their stock being sold, The 38 people also got it at the 20th window. Your own money. This time, the scene boiled again. Everyone was incredible. I didn't expect that this stock could really be sold for 20 yuan. But the enthusiasm of these people has just started, and another broadcast shocked them again. Customer V0001 sold the shares of Nanjian Development Bank for 21 yuan per share. Chapter 143 Buy. I buy. Bao thanks for the monthly pass support of riding the bull and chasing the plane and Pingtic. Nanjian was still a bit cold after entering December, but at this time in the trading floor of a securities company, people seemed to be in the hot summer sun. With the crowding and pushing of hundreds of people before, their faces are covered with sweat at this time, and many people even their coats are soaked in sweat, but they are completely unaware of all this. Just dumbfounded. Looking at the broadcast above the counter window, it was as if it was some kind of alien black technology. 21 yuan per share, how is this possible? Is it a radio deception? Someone in the crowd said incredulously, but the voice just fell, and the broadcast immediately rang again, still in the voice of the announcer. The stock of customer V0001 has been sold. There was an uproar at the scene. Everyone talked about how the bank's 20 yuan stock could be sold for 21 yuan and someone would buy it. In response, Luo Han continued to shout to them with a loudspeaker, "If you don't believe it, you can also sell the stocks on your hands for 21 yuan. Of course, I still said that the buying and selling are all voluntary. I don't guarantee this price. Will there be any changes in the future? If the price goes up again after you sell it, then our securities company will not be liable and will not issue any form of refund. For 21 yuan per share, we have to sell for 21 yuan per share." The people in front of the counter shouted with their throats. These people were also crowded again. They held up the sweat-stained stock certificates, and they only had 21 yuan per share in their eyes. But some people are happy and some are worried. When these people are crazy for the price of 21 yuan per share, those who have sold stocks before are not happy. They hurriedly leaned in front of the 20th window and yelled inside, "You guys! This is a lie! Why can they sell for 21 yuan? We can only sell for 20 yuan and 50 cents. Why can we only sell for 20 yuan? Luo Han explained to them, "You set this price yourself. I have always emphasized to you that all of this is voluntary, and you voluntarily sold it at this price." But these people would pay attention to Yuan's explanation. They slapped the bars on the counter and yelled, "Damn you voluntarily! You lied to us to sell this. Quickly give us a refund. We have to sell it for 21 yuan. Money, replenish us with the missing money, or I will demolish your place." These people vent their dissatisfaction with the price in the 20th window, but then other people who sell stocks will stop doing it. They come here and say, "What are you doing? Who made you stupid and put the stocks so early? Sell it, don't wait for a price increase." Mr. Luo has long reminded you that the price will go up. Who is it that you don't want to wait to blame? Don't be unreasonable here and delay our money collection. No one will admit that they have a problem. So these people also shouted, "Fuck your mother. Why do I want to sell it?" This is clearly the Luo Han who lied to us to sell it. He hadn't said that he could sell it for 21 yuan. These people were not convinced in their mouths, but in fact, they were also very empty in their hearts, so they were pushed aside under the push of latecomers. After a while, the stocks were also sold. Those people happily accepted when it came to their money to sell stocks. They were not happy for a while, and then another broadcast poured cold water on them. Customer V0001 sold the shares of Nanjian Development Bank at a price of 22 yuan per share. This price stunned everyone. Why did the price increase again this time? They feel like they are going crazy by this price. This time the people who sold for 21 yuan stopped doing it. They completely forgot how they scolded others for unreasonable troubles. They also slapped the bars of the counter and shouted, "Is there a correct figure for the stock price here? Why is there a change in a while? Are you kidding us to play, right? Give us refund quickly, and we have to sell it for 22 yuan." Luo Han said in it, "Please calm down. Our securities company is just a platform for selling stocks. The prices of stocks are set by you sellers, and it has nothing to do with us. Fuck your uncle. The people outside yelled, "You don't want your junk stocks to be given to others. Where can anyone buy it? It's you people who pretend to be deceiving money here. 21 yuan for a while. It will cost 22 yuan. It is meaningless for you to change the price like this. Please give us a refund soon." Lowen is very contemptuous of these people who are obviously sloppy here, but he still patiently explained, "The price of stocks is not controlled by us, and the price of stocks has never been a stable value, and the price has changed from the initial value. The 20 yuan has now risen to 22 yuan. How could it be cheating of your money? The money you took is obviously more than you started. Would you please be reasonable? Mother's most unreasonable thing is you." The people outside still yelled and cursed. "Are you talking about this price for a while? Are you lying to others? You also lied to us that someone bought it. Ill by your mother be what? I really didn't lie to you. Our securities company is really just a trading platform. It is only responsible for selling stocks for you. The price really has nothing to do with us. You are all reasonable and you are buying your stocks. It's a big customer. You can go to the next big customer hall to see it." Yuan explained patiently, even if he held up his horn, facing these people who were already jealous of money. He also shouted dryly, "Okay, let's go to the key account hall to see how you lie to us." At this time, someone in the crowd yelled, and then he took a group of people to the big customer hall next to him. This big customer hall is where Zuming proposed to provide services for large investors. Originally, this place was not normal. Investors are open, but today an exception is made to let ordinary investors in. Those people ran into the key customer hall. Although the key customer hall was not as big as the trading floor, it only had a few sofas and coffee tables, but at this time compared to the crowded side there, it looked very spacious. There were not many people, only 2 men and 2 females sitting on the sofa drinking tea. The 2 men and 2 women are naturally Ziming Dupeng and Tang Ran Kongxilin. Seeing someone coming in, Tang Ran suddenly got up and asked, "Who are you?" Ordinary people have a natural fear of rich and powerful people. They see Ziming and Dupeng. They are dressed in luxurious clothes. The 2 girls are very beautiful, and their temperament is different from them, so they are all cautious. He stepped forward and asked, This gentleman and lady, Mr. Luo told us that someone here is buying the stock we sell. Did you buy it?" Tang Ran nodded and replied, "Yes, we bought it. What's the matter?" Although seeing Ziming and the others, these people already had the answer in their hearts, but when they really heard Tang Ran's answer, they all took a deep breath. "Then what do you buy stocks for?" someone asked aloud, and everyone nodded. Obviously this is a question that everyone is curious about. "Of course it's making money. Don't you know that stocks can make money?" Tang Ran said in a natural tone. At that time, these people were all stunned, because they didn't understand how the stock could make money. "Well, of course, let me talk to them." Ziming stood up at this moment and said. He pulled Tang Ran a bit and let Tang Ran sit back on the sofa. But when Ziming walked towards the door, those people all took a step back subconsciously, as if there was an invisible aura around Ziming pushing them back. "I've heard all the noise you made in the nearby trading floor just now." Ziming said that those people bowed their heads and seemed to feel that what they did just now was too embarrassing. But Ziming didn't care and continued, "I know you doubt the authenticity of the transaction, but I can be very negative. I'm responsible for telling you that all the transactions are true, and all the stocks you sell are bought by me, and I will sell them at high prices. My purpose in doing this is nothing else, just to make money." "But can this stock really make money?" someone blurted out. "You asked this question very well," Ziming said, "but it doesn't count whether the stock can make money or not. It doesn't count if I say it." "Who has the final say?" someone asked again. "Market." Ziming uttered such a term. The people at the door looked at each other. As the reform and opening up proceeded, of course everyone understood the term market, but at this time, they were suddenly confused again when they heard Ziming's words. Ziming then explained to them, "Actually, it's very simple to say. When you first came to sell the stock, The price was 20 yuan per share, but now I have sold for 22 yuan per share. Do you think I made a profit or lost? Question mark. Of course it was earned. Everyone replied without hesitation. This math problem is too good to forget. Ziming spread his hands together. So, I made money, didn't I? Someone thought faster, and he asked Ziming, but isn't 22 yuan per share your selling price? If no one buys it, don't you lose it? Ziming did not answer the question. Then when you first sold 20 yuan per share, did you think that there would be a price of 22 yuan per share? Ziming's words suffocated everyone at once, and everyone was stunned by them. Indeed, as Ziming said, when they first sold 20 yuan per share, they never thought that the price would rise. Otherwise I wouldn't be so yelling just now to ask Liuan to refund the money. Looking at the expressions on their faces, Ziming knew that they had turned this corner, so he said, so you don't understand stocks. This is a product that is different from what you have seen before. You can buy this item. The more he earns, and the greater his value. They did not understand what Ziming said, but they understood one thing. What kind of stock price are you talking about? Will he go up again? Of course, I am not the only major client of the securities company, and there are also many major clients who conduct transactions over the phone. Ziming thought for a while and said, well, I think you guys can come here. It's easy. I'll sell the stock back to you for 21 yuan first. You can go there for 22, 23, 24 or even 30 yuan per share. As long as you think it can be sold at this price, what do you think? Kind? Listening to Ziming's words, these people nodded without thinking. Okay, we buy. I want to buy. Chapter 144 Stocks Consciousness. Question mark. Bow. Thank you Feng Shen Yushao for your support and monthly ticket support. Thank you Oh Yeah and Iu Dewey for your monthly ticket support. Fishing in stocks. Dozens of people took the stocks they had just bought from Ziming for 21 yuan per share, shouting the new terms they had just learned from Ziming, and rushed out of the major customer hall of the securities company. Looking at this scene, Tang Ran asked Ziming with some uncertainty, Brother Ming, they will help you do things, right? Of course, as long as they want to make money, they will do what I say. Ziming is very confident about it. As long as they do this first hand over there, they will be like Xuanmai. I can't stop at all. What does it mean to eat Xuanmai? Brother Ming, you said something we don't understand. Tang Ran pouted his mouth to protest to Ziming, but soon turned into a worship with sparkling eyes. But Brother Ming, you are really amazing. I didn't expect that the ideas of so many people over there were all guessed by you. Just like Zhuge in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Ziming laughed. It is true that all of this is dominated by him today. The customer V0001 who sold and bought stocks before was actually Ziming. This number was borrowed by Ziming from the number lined up by the later banks. Effectively hide identity. And the purpose of his continuous purchase and sale of stocks is to inject capital into the market, and then revitalize the entire market. It was expected that some people would come to see the situation. After all, people over there didn't understand stocks. Hearing that someone always bought and sold, he would definitely be curious. Ziming was here to wait and see. So as long as someone comes to ask, no matter how many or who it is, Ziming will directly tell him that the price of the stock will rise in the future, and he can make money by trading the stock, and then let them buy the stock from himself and take it there to continue selling. I have received all orders on my own side, and with my own continuous injection of funds, we can achieve the purpose of pushing up the stock price. I don't have Zhu Liang's ability, but he will always come when there are things that should come. Ziming rubbed Tang Ran's little head and said. Tang Ran nodded vigorously, as if she would believe it no matter what Ziming said. But Brother Ming, now all those people are going to the trading floor to sell stocks. What shall we do? Take it all? Ziming nodded and said, of course it will be collected. You go to the counter and tell me that no matter how many stocks are sold on the trading floor, as long as it does not exceed 25 yuan per share, we will accept all. If someone raises the price, It will be the first day. Always hold a little price baseline. Tang Ran nodded obediently, and then took Conxi line to find the key account manager. Ziming turned around and saw Du Peng a little nervous, and couldn't help asking, "Why are you still afraid of Du Xiao?" "Of course, we are authentically manipulating the market and manipulating prices. We are going to be shot 20 years ago," Du Peng said. Makers use their capital advantage to continuously purchase stocks of a certain company, and desperately inject capital into this stock to raise the stock price. This is the most basic stock trading technique, whether it is in the past, present or in the future, but in certain specific circumstances. Under the influence of the family, Du Peng, as the third generation of celebrities, is very sensitive to this kind of things, so he has this kind of worry. Ziming explained to Du Peng, "Don't worry, this method is a very common stock trading method abroad. In fact, my first pot of gold was earned using this method. Look at where I am now." Wanted? There is no way even foreign laws on securities are so mature. It is even more legal on our side. Ziming thought for a while and added, "And for the sake of safety, we didn't use our own names when trading, but Ranran and her colleagues' names. There is no law that states that I can't help my girlfriend stock stocks, right?" Here Ziming's voice fell. "Just listen to the noise coming from the trading floor. You must know that there is a certain sound insulation effect in the key customer hall, so that you can hear the movement over there. I can imagine it must be there." Something extraordinary happened. Du Peng said to Ziming, "Ziming, you guy can really calculate. You can make such a big move by selling a stock." Ziming smiled and said nothing, but it was not difficult for Ziming to imagine what impact those dozens of people would bring back to the trading floor. A stock that was originally the same as waste paper in their eyes suddenly turned into a sweet pastry that could make tens of hundreds of dollars in reverse. This money is nothing in Ziming's eyes. But for ordinary people over there who don't exceed 300 yuan a month, it is already a huge sum of money, not to mention that this huge sum of money can be obtained without any effort, and it is even more impressive. Crazy. When Tang Ran and Conxilin came back, Ziming asked them how they were doing. Conxilin replied to Ziming, "I just received more than 50,000 yuan in stocks. And the price is 23 yuan per share." Ziming scratched his head and sighed and said, "It seems that our stock investors are too conservative. I told them that they can sell for 30 yuan. How can they only sell for 23? I'm afraid they won't be able to take it. The momentum seems to overestimate them." Tang Ran snorted and said, "Brother Ming, do you think everyone is a big money like you? They are afraid what if the price is too high and cannot be sold." "Of course I know, it's just that they are so conservative. I'm still waiting for them to help me raise the stock price. It seems that I have to help them add fire." Ziming squeezed Tang Ran's little Kyang Bai, then thought for a while and said to Conxilin, "Mr. Kong, go through the sale procedures and raise our selling price to 25 yuan per share." Conxilin was stunned for a moment. "If you don't need 24 yuan, do you skip to 25 yuan? Ziming nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes, in addition, we will raise our purchase price to 26 yuan per share. As long as it is lower than or equal to this price, we will accept it no matter how much." Conxilin nodded and said yes, and then went to help Ziming to go through the procedures. After a while, Liu Han, the first vice president of the securities company, walked in while mumbling hot. Ziming watched Liu Han's sweating. With his sweat-soaked shirt, he couldn't help but joked, "Vice President Liu, didn't you shout at the counter? How do you look like those enthusiastic investors?" Facing Ziming's jokes, Liu Han felt a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and drank his saliva, and then said to Ziming, "Advisor Zhu, did you not see the sight of the trading floor? It's too hot. If it's not a counter." While the bars were welded, I guess the counter would be squeezed out by them. Ziming smiled and said, "Of course, but today is just the beginning. The enthusiasm of our stock investors is beyond your imagination." If someone else said this to Liu Han would definitely take his nostrils back to him and say a big word. But the person who said this was Ziming. so he couldn't help but believe it. We must know that everything that happened in the entire securities company today, whether it was to ask these people to sell stocks or to increase stock prices bit by bit later, was planned by this person alone. This is more convincing than anything else. A lot of force. Luo Han nodded vigorously and said yes, and then Luo Han said to Ziming, by the way, Consultant Zhu, one more point, I have seen someone secretly go to the purchase window on the other side just now, and follow you to buy stocks, and then take it to the sales window to sell. Or simply someone buys shares from other people on the spot. This situation caused Zuming to say, really? It seems that our stock investors' minds are still changing very quickly. They saw the business opportunities in the stock so soon. Not bad. Ziming's words are from the sincerity. After all, Ziming remembers that in the long period when stocks were just released in the previous life, people just bought stocks stupidly and waited for the price to rise, without realizing that stocks could still be bought and sold, earn the difference between. But now as Ziming raises the price step by step, it is easy for people to realize that there is still the benefit of the price difference. This is also the result Ziming wants, because only when people have the awareness of stock trading can the stock market develop faster. As long as there are these first people who have discovered the value of stocks, other investors will soon follow. Ziming said, is this the herding effect, Boss Zhu, that you often talked about with me? Kong Xilin said after completing the formalities. Ziming nodded and said, yes, in fact, in the securities market, which is the earliest herd effect, as long as there is a stock that rises in price, people will often blindly follow the trend, as it is now, although I don't want to do that. Regarding Ziming's sigh, Tang Ran enlightened him and said, Brother Ming, you are right to do this. They are greedy and too stupid. If you don't guide them like this, they won't know how to trade stocks for a lifetime. Where can Ran you say so exaggerated? Ziming said. Consultant Zhu, I think she was right. Luo Han said. You also know that our previous sales of bank stocks were dismal. You weren't on the trading floor and didn't see those things just now. If you don't guide like this, if they get to know some stocks, I think they will make a big detour. Luo Han's remarks were not alarmist. Ziming knew very well that in his previous life, domestic stockholders had indeed made a big detour. Finally, Ziming waved his hand to indicate not to say this. Ziming said to Luo Han, however, Vice President Luo, no matter what the reaction of stockholders is, the construction of the computer network of our securities company must speed up. You see, it is because of the lack of computers. We have to use such a primitive counter-paper transaction model, which is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but more importantly, it is inefficient. Now our securities company only has 2 listed companies, and this counter is already too busy. If there are hundreds or thousands of companies in the future, do you think? How many counters do you have to open to get busy? Ziming said. Luo Han nodded and said, emerging there, but because there are already few people who can use computers in China, and the time for preparation is very hasty, so. Before Luo Han finished speaking, Ziming said, there is no room for bargaining. The computer network must be built. If you don't have any money, you will borrow from the bank. Vice President Luo, you are also the first deputy of the South Development Bank. Is it any way? You can't do this. You can't do it. This loan can only be repaid with transaction commissions. Okay, I will do it as soon as possible. Luo Han said. Chapter 145. I have special spoof skills. If you don't like it, please lightly spray. The military hospital in Yuksong, Yanjing, is the hospital with the strongest medical team and the best medical facilities in China. It is said that many national leaders have sought medical treatment here. On December 15, 2017, a CCTV interview vehicle drove here. The famous CCTV host took her interview team out of the car. Hello everyone, friends in front of the TV. I am your host. Today we came to the famous military hospital in the capital. The person we are going to interview today is Mr. Luo Han. I believe everyone will be familiar with this name. because he is the leader of Nanjing Development Bank, and the builder and pioneer of Nanjing Securities Market and even the National Capital Market. Please follow our lens and walk into the world of this great man. After some opening remarks, the CCTV host and her interview team walked into the hospital, and after ID verification, they went to the intensive care unit and met Luo Han. Luo Han was already sick and lying in bed at this time. Facing the camera, he fell into memories. I am old, too old to remember many things, but I still clearly remember the incredible panic that happened 30 years ago. There is also the great man who created a new world of domestic finance and truly guided us to understand the capital market. His name is Ziming. Luo Han's words made everyone look at each other. Finally, the host asked a question that everyone wanted to know. Mr. Luo, what happened 30 years ago? Can you please tell us more specifically? In mid-December 1987, Dongmen District was the seat of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee and government, and it was also the place with the fastest economic development in Nanjing City. People here are busy every day and go out early and return late. They will know time better than people in other places. Valuable. Lao Wang's full name is Zheng Huazu, and people who know him call him Lao Wang. Every morning, he gets up early to boil a pot of hot water, and then steams the barbecued pork buns made in advance on a bamboo steamer. This is Nanjing people eat breakfast most often, so Lao Wang will open the store very early every day, because he knows that everyday people who come and go to work in a hurry will buy his barbecued pork buns here. The Nanjing on the tip of our tongue in this issue will lead. Before the narration was finished, Lao Wang was not happy. Don't tell me when you are done? Didn't you say that you were going to record the crazy Nanjing? How come you have become the Nanjing on the tip of your tongue again? You are wrong. Did you bring the wrong script in the studio? And my name is obviously Zheng Huazu, and there is not a word of king in it, so why did I become a king in the end? When Lao Wang finished speaking, he was stunned. It's wrong. I was born in 1987, why would I complain about this thing? And there is no such thing as Nanjing on the tip of my tongue in this era, right? Narrator, don't care about these details, let us continue to swing the skulls. Do you have to go to the securities company later? Of course it is going to a securities company. Now the stocks are crazy in Nanjing. I don't know how many people have bought stocks and made a fortune. If anyone comes to Nanjing and doesn't know the stocks and securities, then he is equal to never been to Nanjing. Lao Wang stopped here for a while, glanced at the time and said, every day the securities companies open at 9 o'clock in the morning. I don't know why they opened so late. Anyway, the securities companies will only open at this time. Only when we are stockholders can we start buying and selling stocks. I will have to pass in a while. If we go too late, we might not even be able to squeeze the door in. Securities companies have a closed market system from 12 to 1 noon. Anyway, it's very troublesome to go late. Lao Wang opened the steamer and took a look, then took out a few hot pork buns and put them into his cloth pocket. Lao Wang patted his pockets contentedly. This is my lunch. Let's go. I will take you to the securities company. After talking, Pharaoh pulled his legs and left. As soon as Pharaoh walked away, there was a roar from behind. Catch the thief. Someone has stolen the barbecued pork buns from my shop. Hearing this voice, Lao Wang walked faster and almost started to run. He was out of breath when he arrived at the securities company. After breathing well, Pharaoh raised his head. The scene at the door of the securities company was exactly what he thought. Although it is less than 8 o'clock, the door is full of people. Looking at the dark, crowded area, everyone sits or stands. Yes, but my eyes are staring at the closed door of the securities company, as if there will be a fairy coming out at any time, just because there is a huge LED display on the door, which is marked with the stock price when the market closed yesterday, respectively Nanjing Development Bank 40 yuan per share and Jinping Industrial Co. Limited 9 yuan per share. Lao Wang also walked into the square inches front of the securities company and found a few stockholders he knew, all of whom were discussing stock prices. I remember that when the market opened yesterday, South Development was only 32 yuan per share. I did not expect that it rose by 8 yuan per share yesterday. If I could buy 100 shares yesterday, I could earn 800 yuan a day yesterday. Money can cover my salary for more than 2 years. You can only think about it. Everyone here wants to buy shares of South Development Bank. As long as stocks are released, they will be snatched away immediately. Where else can you buy shares? Even if you can't buy the stock of the bank, you can buy that Jinping Industrial. I remember that when the market opened yesterday, it was only more than 5 yuan per share, but when the market closed, it suddenly rose to 9 yuan per share. It's almost always doubled. Compared with his friends, Lao Wang is more realistic. Just pull a few hands. Do you think you can buy stocks if you say you can? Now there are new rules. If you want to buy stocks, you have to go to a securities company, open an account with the South Development Bank separately, and you can only purchase stocks after linking the two accounts, and this is the account opening. You just wait for the lottery. At this time, a person next to him asked curiously, "This brother, what is a lottery?" Lao Wang said with disdain, "I don't know that you are new to the lottery, right? That means that not everyone is eligible to open an account with a securities company. They must register with the securities company with their ID card and draw one on site every hour. The batch of people issue account opening forms, and only 200 account opening forms are issued a day. 200 sheets are quite a lot." The man said, "A lot? Do you think there are only a few of us? I tell you, there are tens of thousands of people who line up here every day to draw numbers. I can tell you that if you get an account opening form, you can sell it on the spot. There are people asking for 300 yuan. Lao Wang said. Hearing this, the man immediately widened his eyes. What? Spend 300 yuan to open an account before you start trading in stocks? Do you think 300 yuan is a lot? Lao Wang said, I tell you that it is 300 yuan. You may not be able to buy an account opening form, and you have to pay 200 yuan when you open an account in a securities company. The security deposit and the account opening fee of 50 yuan means that you need at least 550 yuan to open a securities account that can start trading in stocks. Don't be surprised. Think about why you came here to trade stocks. Lao Wang asked. The person replied, I heard that my neighbor next door said that the price of the South Development Bank stock he bought has risen. He sold it yesterday and made more than 1,000 yuan, so I want to buy this stock. What? Your neighbor sold it yesterday? Old Wang was surprised. Your neighbor is such an idiot. How could he sell it? He must have sold it for 40 yuan per share, right? I tell you that he has lost a lot. If it were me, I would not sell it for 80 yuan per share. The man took a breath and said, You mean the stock price of this bank will go up again? Not bullshit. If it doesn't increase, I ran here early in the morning to line up to draw the number. I'm sick. I'll tell you, according to my analysis, the bank's stock can rise to at least 100 yuan. Wang said. The man jumped up in surprise. 100 yuan per share? Isn't that a 5-fold increase? 5 times? This stock is not calculated like that by you. Lao Wang taught the rookie in front of him with an pedantic look. I tell you, according to the stock system in the South Development Bank, when the price of stocks continues to rise, if the bank has more funds, his shares will increase. Those of us who have bought stocks will send out a lot of stocks. Anyway, according to my estimation, it will increase by at least 10 times in less than 2 months. 10 times? The man opened his mouth wide enough to lay 2 eggs in shock. Then if my neighbor doesn't sell it, wouldn't he make more than 10,000 yuan? Lao Wang said with a hatred of iron and steel. That's it, or else how can I say that your neighbor is an idiot? The man let out a sigh of relief and said, Really? But the CEO of South Development Bank is really capable. The CEO of South Development Bank is always called Yuan, right? He seems to be the CEO of this securities company. It's amazing to think of using this method to help my bank develop. Lao Wang looked at him contemptuously. If you say you don't understand, you really don't understand anything. What is Yuan? I told the Yuan but was thrown out by others to make us a smoke screen. This securities company, I heard that the real boss is a big boss with the surname Zhu from Hong Kong City. He has a net worth of several hundred million. Not only did he create the securities company system, but I heard that he bought the entire South Development Bank. Isn't that true? How could anyone buy a bank? The boss with the surname Zhu is too scary. What else did Lao Wang want to say? But at this time his friend reminded him, don't pay attention, Lao Wang. The securities company is about to open the door. We must win the account today, and we must buy the stock. The man suddenly discovered something and said to Lao Wang's friend, brother, your legs and feet seem to be inconvenient. Do you want to squeeze in? But Lao Wang's friend said indifferently, you mean my legs? They were accidentally squeezed during the lottery yesterday. It's not a big deal compared to my legs. Whether you can buy stocks is the real big thing. As long as I can buy stocks, I can trample on my leg. Seeing the frenzied expression on Lao Wang's friend when he talked about stocks, he was speechless and could only say in his heart, crazy. He's crazy. But before he could react, the door of the securities company over there was opened, and as the door of the securities company was opened, everyone was like a shark smelling blood, one by one desperately facing the securities company. He rushed to the trading floor. In the crowd, whether it was old Wang, his friend, or the newcomer, they had no ability to resist. They could only be pushed forward by these crazy crowds. Chapter 146 I want to make money. Ziming drove to the Dongmen Hotel and asked for a box. When Ziming ordered the food, the box door was knocked open. Tang Ran brought her parents in. Tang Ran entered the door looking at Ziming with embarrassment and said, Brother Ming, that ... my father and mother also want to buy stocks. Ziming laughed. He knew Tang Ran. He knew that the girl had a thin face, and found it embarrassing to talk to him. Ziming said to her, of course it's okay, I just don't know what stocks uncles and aunts want to buy. Tang Ran's parents glanced at each other, and finally Tang Ran's mother Lin Weixiu stood up and said to Ziming, Boss Zhu, we actually don't know what stocks should be bought. We just listened to neighbors and work colleagues saying that buying stocks is very profitable now. But we don't have time to go to the securities company to line up to draw the number, so we think about coming to you, because aren't you the boss of that stock company? Tang Ran's parents always called Ziming's boss, and Ziming told them not to call them, but the two elders just couldn't change it, and Ziming had to follow them. That's called a stock company, and the place where stocks are sold is called a securities company. Ziming thought about it for a while, remembering that Tang Ran's parents didn't know much about securities. They just wanted to catch up with the trend and make some money, so I didn't explain so much. If you want to make money, I suggest you buy South Development Bank stocks are bought by many people and make money quickly. If you want to hold stocks for a long time, I suggest you buy Jinping Industrial, because no matter what, my company can't treat you badly anyway. Then let's buy a little bit, and get some insurance. Lin Weixiu said. She took out the money from her bag to give it to Ziming. Looking at the hundreds of dollars in Lin Weixiu's hand, Ziming pushed her hand back. Auntie, you can keep this little money. I will help you with the stock money first, and then pay me back when you make money. Ziming's remarks are very skillful, because if Ziming directly rejects Lin Weixiu, it will make her feel humiliated by being arms, but Ziming's words are much better. It will only make her feel that she's borrowing money. Rightly, this feeling made her feel much better than being handed out. Okay, thank you Boss Zhu. Boss Zhu, you are such a good person. It is a blessing for her to meet you in our family for 8 lifetimes. Lin Weixiu said. Ziming smiled and said thank you, and then Ziming wanted to leave Tang Ran's parents to eat here, but they disagreed with anything, and left first, and after the parents had left, Tang Ran sat down in Ziming's side, apologized and said, Brother Ming, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought my parents to buy stocks from you. It must have caused you a lot of trouble and a headache, right? How can this happen? It doesn't matter, Ziming said, looking at Tang Ran's appearance, and thinking about the girls who would want this and that for the big money in later generations. Tang Ran was really too simple and easy to satisfy. Ziming and Tang Ran were talking. The door of the box was knocked open by Du Peng, and Du Peng walked in happily with several newspapers in his hand. You really made Ziming right. You said before that there will be a madness. Now the headlines of these newspapers are all madness. They are all saying that Anjian city stocks seem to have some magical power. The same. Let people go crazy to grab it. While talking, Du Peng took out a newspaper and showed it to Ziming. Look at this newspaper. The headline is Nanjian under the madness. It says that all Nanjian people have been mad by the stocks. He said that there is one person first. The second time I went to a securities company to waive my account, he hurt his leg while pushing, and he had to go the next day. He also told reporters that he would rather buy stocks after breaking his leg. This was crazy. So in response to the sentence in the records of the history, the whole world is xixi, all for profit. The world is everywhere, all for profit. Not only businessmen, everyone wants to make money. Our country and nation are poor. After so many years, people are afraid of being poor, and now suddenly there is such a big money-making opportunity in front of them. Of course everyone is desperately trying to seize it. Ziming said that because the memory of the previous life is too long, the records left behind are not so rich, and perhaps the records are not so detailed. Therefore, Ziming did not understand the situation of the panic at that time, but Ziming did. At that time, people attacked the party and government organs in order to buy stocks. One can imagine how crazy the stocks were. Hearing Ziming's words, Du Peng also sighed and said, yes, people are desperately trying to make money. It really should be what you said before. This thing is a Pandora's box. Just open it. Can't take it anymore. Okay, let's stop selling it a bargain. Ziming said. How about the growth of Jinping Industrial's assets? This question made Du Peng's spirits all at once. He happily said to Ziming, you can't understand the speed of Ziming's company's asset growth. Just this week, our company's stock price has increased by 4, doubled it up and made millions in one go. You don't make this money. It is the stockholders who invested in our company. Our company uses this money to develop and distribute dividends to all shareholders to help them make money. You have to understand the essence of this stock. Ziming corrected Du Peng. However, Ziming knows very well that not only do some people have this idea now, but also in later generations. Some people also use the securities market as a good place to collect money. I remember that Ziming once read a report saying that it was the CEO of a listed company. I have said, listing a company is the best and fastest way to make money. It is much better than finding a bank. Bank loans have to be repaid, and stock market financing does not need to be considered. It seems that he was born again to help Nanjian open the door to the capital market earlier, but there is still a long way to go. While Ziming was thinking about this, the door of the box was knocked open again. This time it was Liu Han who came in. Seeing Liu Han coming in, Du Peng pretended to be dissatisfied and said to him, Vice President Liu, you are not too bad. You have been late for so long. It's not the securities company that started up. You, the first vice president, just take care of it. Are you up? Liu Han's face blushed and said, Du Xiao said and laughed. How dare I stand in front of advisor Zuan Xiaodiu? There is really no way to make a detour. Ziming and Du Peng laughed. Of course, they know the situation on Liuan's side. Since the stock craze in Nanjian, Liuan, who is also the first vice president on both sides of Nanjian Development Bank and Nanjian Securities Company, I have to avoid people and leave, because as long as he is recognized, there will be dozens or hundreds of people around to find him to buy stocks. Consultant Zhu, you are really a godlike talent. If it weren't for the stock market you created, I wouldn't have today. Liu Han said. Liu Han really felt this. He still deeply remembered that just a few days before the establishment of the securities company, some people came to the bank to make trouble and ask to withdraw their shares. But now, it is only 2 weeks, everything is fine. Turning it over, not only no one wants to withdraw shares, but many people are even begging to buy stocks. And apart from the stock side, South Development Bank's business itself has also experienced unimaginable growth. At first, Ziming proposed to appoint the South Development Bank account as the only bank for the linked securities account. Luo Han did not feel anything, and even Luo Han was worried about whether it would affect the stock market, but only a day later, Luo Han did not think so. Because on the first day after the announcement of this regulation, the various business halls of the South Development Bank were all filled with investors who came here to open accounts. On the first day, the bank's deposits increased by 20 million. You should know that the initial stock issued by the South Development Bank was only 10 million. Now the deposit has reached 20 million. Such a change in the world is impossible without surprise. Ziming smiled and said, "Vice President Luo, don't put on me so many high hats. Actually, this has nothing to do with me. Even if you, Vice President Luo, set up a securities company by yourself, it is the same." What Ziming said is true. The memory of his previous life is there. As long as the stock market is up, it will be a madness. But this life has its own existence. Under his own guidance, let this trend happen. Arrived early. As for the bank, how can I say that I am also a major shareholder of South Development Bank? It would be too unreasonable to use power for personal gain. Ziming can even conclude that as long as the state allows South Development Bank to become the only bank connected to the stock market, then based on this point, South Development Bank in the future, it may even become the #1 bank in the country. Luo Han wanted to say something, but Ziming said first, "Vice President Luo, I don't need to say anything more." Now the trend of stock trading has been brought up, but at this time we have to keep calm. Luo, Vice President, you must not regard this as a pilot, and you must treat the securities company as a formal exchange, especially those who open accounts with lottery numbers. You must not engage in internal transactions, and you must put an end to, otherwise it will lead to catastrophes. For some reason, when Luo Han heard Ziming's words, his whole body trembled suddenly and unconsciously. Luo Han didn't know that Ziming's warning came from the memory of his previous life, so he could only rush to agree to Ziming. Later, Ziming asked the hotel to serve food. Ziming and Luo Han were eating and chatting about the stock market. Luo Han said that due to the stock market craze, the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee and government had listed the construction of the stock market as the most important project, and the attention was unprecedented. "Hi," Ziming said to Luo Han, "since the government is paying so much attention now, the construction of that computer network can't be left behind. We must hurry up." Ziming emphasized this to Luan. On the one hand, computer stock trading is a trend in the future and must be implemented. On the other hand, Ziming can't stand this primitive stock market trading model. When Ziming and Luo Han were eating and chatting in the box, the door of the box was knocked again suddenly. "It is very strange for Ziming to see me and you, because they did not invite anyone to come." When they opened the door, they discovered that several familiar faces had come uninvited. Chapter 147 Honestly bow your head and acknowledge your mistakes. I get a headache in the morning. Ziming asked the waiter to open the door of the box. 4 familiar faces walked in one by one. Seeing these 4 people, Du Peng said first, "I know you. You are the chairman of Jinko Limited. Zheng Yi. You are Jinko Limited. The company's chairman Kui Jiang. You are Zhu Yuan, the chairman of Wanshan Co. Limited, and you are the chairman of Yuanda Co. Limited. Wang Lian. I didn't expect the chairman of your 4 major companies to come." The 4 people were not surprised when they were called out by Du Peng. They just greeted Ziming and Du Peng with a smile. "Hello, Consultant Zhu, Xiao Du, and Mr. Luo. We heard that the 3 of you are dining here. I came here to say hello. I hope it doesn't disturb you." Regardless of doing business or being an official, it's impossible for successful people without a cheeky. Ziming knows this very well, so he didn't bother to talk to these people and said directly to them, "You are here to talk stock listings, right? You all know this Liuan. He is the first vice president of the securities company. He is responsible for all the business of the securities company. Just ask him if you have anything you want to say. Ziming's unceremonious sentence pointed out their intentions, because they had already asked themselves to have a meal before. But they just ignored them, but did not expect that they would come to the door directly today. The power of this capital is really great. These people are also really anxious, but it's no wonder that South Development Bank and Jinping Industrial have more than tripled their share prices in just 1 week, raising nearly 10 million in financing. And this number is still continuing growth. No one can remain indifferent in the face of so much money. Seeing Ziming's attitude, the four Zhengyi had to turn their eyes to Luo Han. They asked the waiter to bring the wine, and they raised their glasses to Luo Han and said, "Mr. Luo, we wish you a bright future." "Wanli, I wish you a lot of money and money every day." Luo Han also raised his glass to say thank you to these four people, and then he was not polite with them, and went straight to the subject like Ziming. "I know your purpose is to hope your company can be listed in a securities company. Then you can submit an application to the securities company first, and the securities company will make a decision after verifying several of your companies." Listening to Luo Han's words, Zheng Yi's four were stunned, because they were all going to be courteous with Luo Han, but they didn't expect him to open his mouth and pick out the words clearly. It seems that Luo Han has also developed the direct habit of doing things following Ziming. In this way, the four of Zheng Yi can't make any further detours. Zheng Yi said to Luo Han, "Mr. Luo, we will definitely apply for the application, but Mr. Luo also hopes to be able to make it easier. After all, it is a securities. During the company's inception, some things could be done on special occasions, and our joint stock company, Mr. Luo, you don't know what else to check." In fact, Luo Han is talking about the correct way for a stock company to be listed in a securities company, but obviously these people are unwilling to go. In contrast, they just want to go through the back door. Ziming drank the tea, feeling a little helpless. He turned his head and looked at Tang Ran's pouting mouth, and smiled and asked, "What's the matter with Ran? Just say what you want to say, it doesn't matter." Encouraged by Ziming's eyes, Tang Ran said, "These people are so shameless. You started to ask them to list, and they shirk each other. Now it's fine. Seeing that the stocks are making money, they turn around and want to list again. It's not ashamed to be able to speak so high-sounding after a deal." Stimulated by Tang Ran's words, the faces of the four of Zheng Yi couldn't help showing embarrassment. This is exactly the effect Ziming wants. After all, these people are old fried dough sticks in the business field. Not to mention whether they can play with them. Just to drag on is also very annoying, so it's better to just pierce the window paper and push them to the corner, so that you can take the initiative, and Ziming encourages Tang Ran to speak at this time for this purpose. After all, there are some things that are difficult to say, whether it is Ziming, Du Peng or Luo Han, only Tang Ran can say without scruples. These people still can't care about Tang Ran. "Little girl, that's not what I said." We were indeed reorganizing the company at that time. Although the shareholding system was implemented, we were not fully prepared in many aspects. It was really impossible to list for trading, not. Before Zheng Yi finished speaking, Tang Ran interrupted him and said, "Obviously, he didn't admit it when his eyes were opened. Brother Ming knew that you were all coerced and lured by that young Chinese before. Brother Ming didn't blame you either. It's fine to admit it openly, and still make up these nonsense that I can hear. Are you fooling my brother Ming? Or are you fooling yourself?" Returning to the company's chairman, "It's not refreshing at all." Tang Ran's direct words made the expression on Zheng Yi's face stiff, but he still insisted, "Little girl, what I said is true. How can I fool you?" Ziming said at this time, "Don't worry about Zheng Dong and my girlfriend. She doesn't understand this, but we still have to eat. If you are finished, can you please invite me?" Ziming made a gesture after speaking. Facing Ziming's order to chase away guests, the four Zheng Dong was stunned. They thought they had met many people in the business field, but they had never seen a person like Ziming. They felt that Ziming's they can never guess a step. Zheng Yi thought for a while and said to Ziming, "Counselor Zhu, I don't think there is any need for us to have such trouble." "What's the trouble?" Ziming asked rhetorically. "Counselor Zhu, you and I are both people with identities. Do you think it is interesting for you to make things difficult for us?" Zheng Yi asked Ziming. Ziming sneered, "Why do you still have a temper, Dong Zheng?" "Since you asked, then I also ask you. At the beginning, Director Jiang Hen and I invited you to dinner and invited you to come to the securities company to list for trading. We were helping you make money, but the result is a hot face and a cold ass. You guys shirk me in every possible way and say what I am. Now that the stock market is developing and we are making money, you want to come in and get a share of the pie? You still have a temper? Zheng Yi frowned. "Consultant Zhu, I have already explained this issue. At that time, our company was not ready. Please don't make troubles unreasonably." "Dong Zheng, if you are just an ordinary person, it doesn't matter if you say that, but you are the chairman of Go Limited, which is too disappointing." "It's just a simple matter, but what are you doing with this face?" Ziming shook his head and said, "Since you think I am making things difficult for you, then just do it with you. We will have to eat now. I hope you will pay attention to your identity and don't be here. Make trouble unreasonably." When Ziming finished speaking, they didn't mean to move when they saw Zheng Yi. Ziming turned to the box attendant and said, "The attendant is called the security guard." At this time, Ziming's words fell, and I saw Kui Jiang, the chairman of Jinko Limited, bowed his head and said to Ziming, "I'm sorry, Consultant Zhu, I was wrong before. I shouldn't listen to Hua Xiao's instigation to deliberately lose your face. The construction of the securities market is indeed to provide us with more convenient financing channels. Please don't remember the villain as an adult and don't care about me." Ziming Gao took a look at the first person to bow his head. It is no wonder that Jink was able to become the first real estate company to exceed 100 billion yuan. It is not unreasonable to have such a leader who knows the current affairs. However, Ziming did not rush to express his position, but looked up at the other two. Under Ziming's eyes, Zhu Yuan, chairman of Wanshan Co. Limited, and Wang Lian, chairman of Yuan Co. Limited, also bowed their heads to Ziming. "Sorry, Consultant Zhu, we were wrong. We shouldn't be right with you." In the end, only Zheng Yi was left. In the face of Ziming's gaze, Zheng Yi felt a tremendous pressure. As a person who was over 40 years old and still retired from the position of an agency cadre to go to the sea to do business, I didn't want to bow my head in front of a young man like Ziming who didn't even grow up his hair. But at this time he felt that he could no longer control his neck. Zheng Yi bowed his head to Ziming. "I'm sorry, Advisor Zhu, I was wrong." Du Peng and Liu Han stared at this scene blankly. Fortunately, they were both very familiar with Ziming. It was not the first time that they saw the amazing things about Ziming, otherwise they would jump up in surprise. "Not possible. You must know that the four people in front of you, as the chairman of the company that first introduced the shareholding system in Nanjian, are all very simple figures. Even the cadres of the municipal party committee and government, they must be polite to see them, including Liu Han. What I said to them before, no matter how straight to the topic, but the specific words are still very tactful. I dare not really say what I want to say like Ziming. But such a few well-known chairmen of the board, but now in front of Ziming, as a pupil, bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. If this news spreads, I am afraid that the entire Nanjian city will be shattered. This situation should be placed on any other person. I am afraid that he will wake up from a laugh. However, Ziming sighed and shook his head and said, "I know you must hate me now, but I can tell you that what is needed is not your apology, or that your apology is worthless to me. I just hope that you can truly understand the nature of the securities market." "The nature of the stock market?" Zheng Yi and Kui Jiang raised their heads and asked in surprise. Ziming nodded and said, "Yes, I know that you want to be listed in a securities company now is nothing more than seeing that both Nancheng Development and Jinping have made a lot of money, but what I want to tell you is that the stock market is not what you see. In this way, He is just a financing channel. The development of the real company still depends on you. If you simply use the stock market as an ATM, I can guarantee you will regret it. Thank you for the reminder, Zhu. We remembered it. Before Zheng Yi replied, but Ziming noticed that only Jinx chairman Kui Jiang really listened. Ziming didn't say much about it. Anyway, it was their business whether they listened or not. When something really happened, they would be self-sufficient. Chapter 148 Stock Market Bubble Bao Thank you Unrequited Love Interpretation Monthly Ticket Support. At 9 o'clock in the morning, an Audi car drove into the city government compound in Nanjian, parked the car, Ziming got out of the car, then went straight into the city government building, and went directly to the office of the mayor Chen Yunfei. Seeing Ziming coming in, Chen Yunfei hurriedly waved to him. Ziming, you are here, come here. This Nanjian Securities News said that we have an underground black market for stocks in Nanjian, and the market value of the stocks circulating on the black market is higher than that of securities companies. Is this true? This picture has become accustomed to Ziming, because since the Nanjian stock craze broke out, he has been here almost every day to receive Mayor Chen's consultation on the stock market. Even if there are securities newspapers now, Chen Yunfei still wants to listen to Zhu Ming's ideas make him have to perform his duties as a development consultant honestly. Zhu Ming nodded and said, yes, Mayor Chen, but I think the black market is inevitable. After all, there are many transactions that cannot be put on the table, and the construction of our securities market is still very imperfect. Everyone doesn't know enough about stocks. Many people only know that stocks can make money, but they don't understand why stocks make money, let alone what the mechanism of stocks is. In this way, it is easy for some criminals to take advantage of it. Ziming sighed at this point. Many people take advantage of the fact that everyone does not understand stocks, and many people cannot buy stocks but are eager for money. They sell stocks at prices higher than securities companies, and some even sell fake stocks. There will be a black market. The black market is not protected by law, and it will also give rise to many illegal and criminal incidents. This thing must not be condoned. Chen Yunfei said seriously. Ziming, do you have any good solutions to this black market? Ziming spread both hands. Mayor Chen, this is not my problem. It can only be that your old man asks the relevant departments of the city government to intensify the crackdown, and then strengthen the publicity and education of the ordinary people on securities. Ziming thought about it for a moment and said, Mayor Chen can ask the city government to pay Nanjian Securities News to print a lot of newspapers and flyers about securities knowledge, and then send people to distribute them on the street. Chen Yunfei glared at Ziming, and said angrily, you are really a capitalist, and you never forget to make money. You even have to get some money from the government for this kind of public welfare activities. Ziming laughed. Chen Yunfei would scold him because the Nanjian Securities News in Ziming's mouth was run by Ziming. Speaking of this, the Nanjian Securities News was what Ziming was temporarily up to. After all, Ziming was a rebirth but not a god, and he couldn't think about everything. At first, Ziming thought of the popularity of the Nanjian stock market, but forgot about the securities media. Later, when so many investors crowded into the door of the securities company to read the market in the early morning, he suddenly remembered the securities newspaper. Therefore, Ziming discussed with Du Peng to set up a securities newspaper. Although this was a temporary intent, Ziming also took the attitude of doing a good job. Both the layout and management channels in the newspaper were shared with Nanjian News. The reporter also asked Lin Muking to help Doug from Hong Kong Island Finance. Of course, it is more convenient for reporters to find Xin, but Ziming really couldn't think of how to deal with this female reporter who had been ambiguous with him, so Lin Muking had to do it for him. In this way, taking advantage of the stock craze, Nanjian Securities News, as the only professional securities newspaper, immediately launched its brand. It can be said that there are hundreds of thousands of Nanjian stockholders, and no one does not know Nanjian Securities News. Ziming, you have made a lot of money in the stock market and in your securities newspaper, so don't think about this money. Chen Yunfei said. Mayor Chen, you can't do this. My money is earned legally and reasonably by my hard work. It is neither stolen nor robbed. You can't exploit people like this. Ziming called Dao, but Chen Yunfei didn't care at all. Just a shameless expression. Oh, if I don't care, you figure it out. Ziming had no choice but to say, Mayor Chen, or else. The securities company past trading commissions and account opening fees have also made a lot of money, and as the only legal securities trading institution in Nanjing, securities companies are obliged to advertise to shareholders. Chen Yunfei waved his hand and said, do whatever you want, anyway, as long as you don't let me pay. Okay. Regarding the city government, he, the mayor, was unwilling to pay. And Ziming was helpless. What happened to Chen Yunfei? And asked Ziming, by the way, I read the comments in this newspaper that every stock in the securities company has grown too fast. It is not a normal phenomenon. What does this mean? This is a typical bubble economy. Ziming said, simply put, these stocks listed and traded in securities companies, their true value is not so high. It's just because of the current trading system, plus our securities the market has just started, and many people don't understand it at all. They are buying with the trend, which has caused the stock price to be raised high. As the mayor of the Nanjing Special Economic Zone, Chen Yunfei is certainly not ignorant of the economy. He frowned after hearing Ziming's explanation. If this is the case, then it's not good news. It's easy to cause panic if you puncture it. Mayor Chen, don't worry about this at all. I already have a solution. Ziming said. Do you have a solution? Chen Yunfei stared at Ziming with wide-eyed eyes, with an incredible look, because even Western countries with very mature market economies were helpless with the bubble economy. How could Ziming have a solution? But looking at Ziming's expression, he seemed to be really confident. Chen Yunfei didn't understand where Ziming's confidence came from, and Ziming didn't explain too much. Then Chen Yunfei asked Ziming some more questions, and Ziming left Chen Yunfei's office. Coming out of the city government, Ziming drove to the exit entry administration office to pick Tang Ran for lunch. Ziming and Tang Ran came to the Dongmen Hotel. Du Peng had already opened the box here. When they walked into the box, Tang Ran took out a copy of the Nanjing Securities Journal and threw it in front of Du Peng. This newspaper is becoming more and more casual. It turns out that it still has a little content, but now you see, the whole newspaper has nothing useful. Faced with Tang Ran's accusation, Du Peng immediately screamed, I said, Sister Anran, what you said makes no sense. Originally, our Nanjing securities market has just started, and there are not many stock companies in the true sense. Well, how can there be so much news to report? I have already written a lot of things on the black market here. Du Peng paused after talking about this and then said, and Ziming is just the big boss behind the scenes. He is not willing to expose it. There will definitely not be a lot of news about him. Tang Ran wrinkled her nose and said, I don't care. Anyway, Xiao Du, the newspaper boss, is not doing your job. Nanjing Securities News was organized by Ziming and Du Peng, and it was in the same form as Jinping Industrial Co., Limited. The legal person of this newspaper was Du Peng, and Ziming was just a hidden shareholder behind the scenes. Xiao Du, you have to listen to what you say. After all, she is also evaluating from the perspective of a reader, Ziming said to Du Peng. Our newspaper has to do it for a long time. And now our newspaper, it's because there is only our family and no one is competing with us. We must not be complacent because of this. After all, there will always be competition in the future, so we must work hard to improve and build a leading securities newspaper on this basis. Du Peng nodded and said, Ziming, don't worry, I know it in my heart, but now there are too few things in the Nanjing securities market, and there can be too many things to write about. Du Peng was very convinced of Ziming. He was able to come up with such a profitable idea for the securities newspaper. What convinced Du Peng the most was the price Ziming gave to the securities newspaper, which was 1 yuan per share. This is in Du Peng. It seemed that the price was very ridiculous, But what happened later was shocking. The newspapers were almost sold out every morning by the people waiting at the newsstand, and the demand was completely out of supply. But Ziming, since our securities newspapers sell so well, should we increase the printing volume? Du Peng asked. Ziming shook his head and said, no, we sell specialty, not sales. We start a brand. We want readers to feel that they are worth $1 for a newspaper. Even if there is competition in the future, it will not be able to shake us. The status of Nanjian Securities newspapers, it's up to you. Anyway, the newspaper is making a lot of profit every day. It doesn't matter. Du Peng thought of something and said to Ziming, but Ziming, when I went to the newspaper this morning, I heard someone from Hong Kong City. The reporters of China said that our stock market is in a bubble, and it will collapse soon. Yes, I went to Mayor Chen to talk about this issue in the morning. Ziming said the current stock price is a bit too high. It completely exceeds the value of the stock itself. It's just that most stockholders have just started to get in touch with the stock. I don't understand at all. The stock price will go up all the way. As long as there is a little disturbance, our stock price will collapse. This month, Du Peng followed Ziming to learn a lot of securities knowledge. He is now nervous when he hears Ziming's words. What should we do then? We have to withdraw the funds as soon as possible. Ziming shook his head and said, you can't do this. We originally started this panic. We now have nearly 10 million in the stock market. This money is an important bargaining chip to support the current bubble. Then the entire stock market will collapse right away. If anything happens to the non-losing stockholders at that time, you and I will definitely be arrested for guilt. Then what should I do? Du Peng asked. Find an idiot and ask him to take 10 million to fill it in for us, Ziming said. This answer made Du Peng stunned at the time. He had thought about what kind of answer Ziming would give, but how could he never think that Ziming would give such an answer? Looking for someone to take 10 million to help them fill in? What is the answer? Where is such an idiot? Du Peng was about to say something. At this time, the pager on his waist rang. And Ziming heard a voice saying to him, if I guessed correctly, that idiot came to the door. Chapter 149, Huashao also stocks? At 7 o'clock in the evening, Ziming and Du Peng arrived at the Nanu Hotel. They got off the bus and came to the hotel entrance. They saw Huashao and Nuji waiting there. Seeing Ziming and Du Peng walking by, the two hurried forward to say hello. Let Huashao wait here. We are really flattered, Du Peng said. Facing Du Peng, you can see that the smile on Huashao's face is obviously stiff. He must be unwilling to pick him up, or even to meet Ziming and Du Peng, but for some reason he had to do it. In fact, it's not difficult to understand. After all, the stock market is so prosperous, and the daily trading volume is calculated with tens of millions. Connecting this money can go around Nanjian City twice, even with Huashao at the beginning. The chairman of the 4 major joint stock companies with Du Peng's face honestly came over and bowed their heads in front of Ziming and admitted that it was not easy for Huashao to endure it until now. But I have to say that Huashao can afford to let him go. If he needs to be replaced by an ordinary person, let him go to the person he hates most for help. In a low voice. It must be hard to tell, and he will not be killed. He was willing to do it. But Huashao could do it, and he would take the initiative to greet him at the door with such a low posture. This posture can't help but let people take a high look. The stiffness of Huashao's expression was a moment's effort, and he immediately returned to normal. Du Xiao was laughing. I was originally the one who invited you to dinner today. It is normal to welcome guests as a host. Neither Ziming nor Du Peng were the kind of caregivers. Since Huashao had said so, they didn't say anything, and followed Huashao into the hotel. When we arrived in the box that Huashao opened early, Huashao asked the waiter to bring up the wine and food. Huashao and Nuji took the initiative to toast Ziming and Du Peng, and then Huashao said, today, Mr. Du and Consultant Zikan, I'm so happy to have the honor to come to my meal. Du Xiao and Advisor Zhu are both outstanding figures in Nanjian, and they have created many precedents in the economic field. Before Huashao finished speaking, Ziming interrupted him and said, Huashao, We don't need this kind of politeness between us. Since both Du Xiao and I are here, please speak up if Hua Xiao has anything to say. Up. Hua Xiao laughed and said, Counselor Zhu is really quick to say that. Since Counselor Zhu has said so, if I tweak it again, it would seem that I am not refreshed enough. Hua Xiao paused here, and then continued, actually, I have no other meaning in asking Du Xiao and Zhu advisor to come today. I just want to talk to them about stocks. Ziming raised his brows when he heard this, and suddenly guessed what Hua Xiao meant. Hua Xiao wants to stock stocks too? Of course. The construction of the securities market is now the top priority of Nanjing's economic construction, and even the central government attaches great importance to this. As a descendant of the revolution, I always have to contribute to this. Hua Xiao said, Hua Xiao, what you said is very good, but how do I remember that it was Hua Xiao that you instigated other joint stock companies to boycott the listing of securities companies? Du Peng asked deliberately. That's not what I didn't understand at the beginning. Stocks are all imported products from abroad. I am worried that Advisor Zhu and the officials in the city can't do it well, so I asked them to wait and see. Now I see how well you do it. Don't worry. Don't those companies also ask you to list? Of course, I was a little bit angry at the time. At that time, I was too stingy, so I did it deliberately. Now think about my practice at that time. It's so ridiculous. Hua Xiao said. Hua Xiao's words surprised Ziming and Du Peng. They didn't expect that Hua Xiao would take the initiative to admit their mistakes. It seems that he also has a lot of pressure on that side, but there is no way. Hua Xiao is just that power in Lingnan, the person in charge of the side. There will definitely be more powerful people who will have to do so. Ziming and Du Peng looked at each other. Ziming thought for a while and said, Hua Xiao, if you want to trade in stocks, just go to the securities company to open an account. What are you going to do with Du Xiao and me? Hua Xiao played with the cup while saying to Ziming, Counselor Zhu, I think I have shown enough sincerity. If you still say that, it would be boring. Du Peng asked, Hua Xiao, are you threatening us by saying that? Hua Xiao shook his head and said, actually, I don't want to do this. Originally, we all come out to do business together, and we need to be friendly to each other to make money. If you deal with me all day, the final result can only be who you can't make any money. What do you think? I totally agree with what Hua Xiao said. Ziming then changed his words. But Hua Xiao, you seem to have forgotten it. We have not been the one who has been the challenger. I said, the right and wrong of the past, no matter who is right or wrong, we can directly turn over him today, smile and laugh. The future is more worth looking forward to. Hua Xiao said. Ziming clapped his hands and said, Hua Xiao deserves to be Hua Xiao. I am not blushing or beating when I say this. But Hua Xiao, you really found the wrong person. I am just a consultant in the securities market, and Du Xiao and the securities company do not have it. Relations. In principle, we are all stock investors. If you want to open an account for stocks or something, you should really go to the securities company to find Liuan. It is useless for you to find us. Liuan, of course, I will look for him. But that's something for the future. Today is the day when I have dinner with Xiaodu and Advisor Zhu. Hua Xiao slowly lowered the cup on his hand as he spoke, and then continued, Consultant Du Xiaozu, I invite you to dinner today. I have said everything that I should apologize for, and I think I have shown enough. Sincerely, if you are still so unreasonable and unforgiving, the scene will be unsightly. What do you think? Hua Xiao looked at Du Peng and said, Du Xiao, we all came down to Nanjing from Yanjing to discuss life. The relationship between our elders in our family is not good, but it is not going to be bad. There was no interest in the relationship between us, because something made the relationship between the two of us worse. I believe that no one wants to see it. What do you think? Then Hua Xiao also said to Ziming, Counselor Zhu, I personally admire you very much. You are different from us. You are from an ordinary worker's family. You started from nothing. You made so much money by yourself when you went to Hong Kong City. It is not easy to come out of a family business. Whether it is your ability or mind, it is amazing. So you can bring out such a big shelf in the stock market. Then Zoo advisor, you have been a capitalist for so long, you don't want to, you have nothing to spend the rest of your life in prison, right? Ziming squinted and asked Huashao, what do you mean by that? Huashao spread his hands together, I don't mean anything, I just hope that we can make money together, and don't make any unpleasantness. No one will be able to come to Taiwan then. After Huashao thought for a while, he added, I will tell you a few more words. I have to enter the stock market. This is our boss's instruction. I think Du Shao, you know the temper of our boss. Once he gets angry, it's terrible. Neither of you want to run. How about Du Shao and advisor Zhu? Do you want to have a real fight with us? Or is it convenient? Let's make a fortune with the kindly? Huashao asked. Huashao, you are too much. Du Peng said angrily, I have never seen someone as shameless as you are. Before we do things, you obstructed them in every way. Now that we have done things, you will have a share of the pie. Huashao smiled and did not speak, while Ziming on the other side said, Huashao, I understand what you mean, and I can also talk to Luo Han. Based on my relationship with him, let him help Huashao open an account for you. No problem. But I want to make it clear to Huashao that the stock market is fickle. If you make money in 1 second, you may lose money in the next. Facing Ziming's advice, Huashao smiled disdainfully. Counselor Zhu, you either agree quickly, or we open up our sleeves and start doing things. You agree and say these things to scare me and make me look down on you. Up. Huashao thought I was frightening you, Ziming said. Before the Hong Kong stock market crash, I believe that you have also heard of Huashao. The stock market crash caused many people to lose their money. How do you say? Since Huashao, you have come to see me and Du Shao, no matter how our previous relationship was or how many misunderstandings there are, it doesn't matter. If you say Huashao turn over, then we will turn over. I am a businessman and belong to the past. Capitalists, in my opinion, making money is the most important thing. I don't have so many useless ideas, Ziming said. I will talk to Huashao now and you are sincere, because if Huashao after you enter the stock market, if there is an accident and you lose money and turn around to make trouble for us, wouldn't we be wronged? Huashao, do you think this is the truth? Listening to Ziming's words, Huashao laughed, and pointed at Ziming. Counselor Zhu, have you ever heard a word? Call the villain's heart to save the abdomen of a gentleman. Counselor Zhu, you understand this sentence? Mean, Xiao Hua, I kindly remind you, are you humiliating me like this? Ziming said coldly. Oh, I'm so sorry, you see how straightforward I am, Consultant Zhu, don't be offended. Huashao said hypocritically. Du Peng couldn't stand it, patted the table and said, Huashao, what do you mean? Are you here today to talk about things or to find things? If you are here to find things, we will stay with you to the end. This stock will last your entire life. Don't think about it. Calm down, Master Du, calm down. Huashao gestured and said, of course I came today to discuss things with you. I want to trade stocks just like you. I originally thought that the relationship between me and you was a little bit hypocritical. It seemed that you could not use it anymore. It seems that you still feel a little bit in your heart. Pimple. Finally, Huashao said, well, since you are not at ease, I am here to assure you that my stock trading is entirely voluntary. And whether you win or lose has nothing to do with you. Is this okay? Thank you Huashao for understanding, Ziming said again. But excuse me for another word. How much is Huashao going to invest in stocks? Huashao didn't rush to answer, but first asked, how many do you have? About 10 million, Huashao, you can find it in the securities company. Ziming replied. Then I will also vote 10 million. Huashao said. Ziming nodded and said, well, tomorrow, Huashao, you come to the securities company to contact me, and I will help you open an account with the securities company for stock trading. Chapter 150 Planned Scripts? Bao thanks for the monthly support of Forget Her and her sister, Huang Fumi, Pepper Potato Chips, Baker Bitcheries and Underbarley. Ziming, Du Peng and Huashao didn't have much to talk about, so they left after talking about the matter. However, because of the dinner with Hua Xiao, they still drank a lot of wine. They did not leave the Nanu Hotel, but came the tea room in the hotel. When he came to the tea room box, Tang Ran, who had been waiting here, hurried to the door to pick them up. He smelled the wine on Ziming's body. Tang Ran frowned and said, "It's so heavy, Brother Ming. You guys drank it." "A lot of wine?" Ziming smiled and explained to Tang Ran, "There is no way. Unlike other customers, Hua Xiao cannot deal with it at will, and drinking is absolutely indispensable for dinners like ours." Tang Ran didn't say anything, pulling Ziming back to the box and sitting down, and brought them 2 cups of soba tea. Ziming felt the teacup was warm. Ziming looked at Tang Ran in surprise. Tang Ran was embarrassed. Said, "I don't know when you will come back, because too hot or cold tea is not good. I have been soaking warm there, and then re-drinking it. Am I too wasteful?" Ziming scratched Tang Ran's little Kyung nose and said, "What do you think? How could I blame you? But I didn't expect you to wait for us to come out like this." What Ziming said was sincere. No matter what he was out there was a woman who cared about him behind his back. It was really good. Seeing Ziming drinking tea and resting for a while, the waiter in the box also sent them in and then left. Tang Ran hurriedly asked, "Brother Ming, how are you talking with the Hua Xiao?" Ziming nodded and said, "There is no problem. He has promised to open an account with the securities company tomorrow and will start stock trading." "Really? Does Hua Xiao have any doubts?" "Although I don't know what stocks are. But you have such a bad relationship with him. You are willing to let him come in and get a share of the stock market he has worked so hard to build. There must be a problem." Tang Ran asked. "Of course you don't have to worry about it, Ziming. This kid played a very thief trick for him." Du Peng laughed and said, repeating to Tang Ran what he had just said with Hua Xiao in the box, "That's it. Hua Xiao thought we had to bow to him, but he didn't know that he had always been in our calculations. The last thing we hope is that he will pick up this plate. So we should kindly call him the picker," Ziming added with a smile. Du Peng gave Ziming a high thumbs up and said, "Ziming, I am really convinced of you. You don't know how your brain grows. How can you think of such a way?" Today Ziming had planned all this. After receiving Hua Xiao's paging at noon, Ziming said that he could let Hua Xiao come to pick up the pot. However, despite saying that the current stock market is very good, Hua Xiao took the initiative to call Du Peng and indeed wanted to stock market, but it is not that simple to ask him to dig out 10 million and fill it into the stock market to meet the bubble. There will be the clash at the dinner. For this reason, Ziming even rehearsed with Du Peng for an afternoon. To be honest, Du Peng was stunned when he first heard Ziming's idea, because this idea was completely whimsical. And he treated Hua Xiao, the 3rd generation of Red, as an improper person. Fuck it. But when they went to the box at night, starting from Hua Xiao's first words, everything began to follow Ziming's script. From the beginning of their cynicism towards Hua Xiao, to later Hua Xiao used threats and other means to force them to allow him to come in and get a share of the pie. In the end, they had to bow their heads. It can be said that all the performances were perfect. Ziming spread his hands on this. There is no way. This person is so cheap. If we happily promised him directly from the beginning, he would definitely think that there would be problems with careful consideration. But now after this confrontation, he will think that we have to bow our heads to him. Isn't there an old saying? It's not something we won by ourselves and we usually won't cherish it. Du Peng also agrees with this. After all, their relationship with Hua Xiao was so bad before. Now Hua Xiao came to them to buy stocks, and they agreed very quickly. It would be a lot of people's minds, but they bypassed this. After the bend, Hua Xiao was easily bypassed. Tang Ran added at this time, "I don't know what Hua Xiao is, I don't know what he is like. But I think he knows nothing about the stock market. He doesn't understand the ups and downs of stocks. Nor does he understand what's the matter with the stock market bubble. Just like ordinary people, they can make money when they see the stock rising, but they don't understand the reasoning behind it. It's not okay at all. So knowledge changes destiny." Ziming said, "If he understands what stocks are going on, it will be useless for me to play with him." Tang Ran nodded heavily. Well, Brother Ming is the best. At 9 o'clock in the morning the next day, when the Nanjian stock market opened, Ming came to the securities company as scheduled, only to find that Hua Xiao had already arrived here. At this time, he was chatting with Liu Han, the first vice president of the securities company, in the reception room. Liu Han is actually the first vice president on both sides of the Namjiang Development Bank and the securities company, but since the opening of the securities company, Liu Han has been staying at the securities company and mainly dealing with matters here. Seeing Ming coming in, Hua Xiao put down the teacup in his hand and smiled triumphantly and said to Ming, "Counselor Zhu, are you here? But you don't seem to be active. I heard Vice President Liu said that you are not always at all. Did it come before the market opened? Why did you overslept today?" Ming knew that Hua Xiao said this deliberately. In fact, because he often went to the city government to report on the stock market situation to Chen Yunfei in the morning, he never had a fixed time to come to the securities company. Liu Han could not tell him this. Hua Xiao did. "I just want to stimulate myself." Hua rarely saw Ming ignore himself. He went on to say, "Counselor Zhu, I can understand your current mood very well, but there is an old saying, it is a knife to stretch your head and a knife to shrink your head. Sooner or later it will be necessary. Here, why don't you face it happily, and behave like a tortoise?" Advisor Zhu, do you think this is the truth? Yes. Ming made a look of holding back his anger, and then said to Liu Han, "Vice President Liu, have you opened the account for Hua Xiao?" Liu Han nodded and said, "It's being done, and it will be done soon." Ming sat down, and Hua Xiao smiled and said to Ming, "Advisor Zhu still has a stock account that hundreds of thousands of Nanjian people can't open without tracking their brains can be done immediately by Advisor Zhu. Really great. I'm thinking that if Consultant Zhu has nothing to do afterwards, it's a good business to open a small shop in Nanjian to help people open stock accounts on their behalf." Ming faintly returned Hua Xiao with a thank you, and Hua Xiao asked Ming again, "Counselor Zhu, do you think how much money should I invest in stocks after my account is completed?" "Then it depends on Hua Xiao's ability to resist risks," Ming said to Hua Xiao with a sneer. "It means that Hua Xiao can accept how much loss you can accept. As long as you can accept it, it doesn't matter how much you invest." "Oh, will all the stocks lose money?" "I'm really scared. What should I do?" Hua Xiao said to Ming in a deliberately mocking tone. "I heard that Ming, you and Du Peng invested 10 million in, right? Then I should also vote 10 million. Ming looked at Hua Xiao and asked, "Is Hua Xiao not afraid of losing?" "You and Du Xiao are not afraid. What else am I afraid of?" Hua Xiao asked meaningfully. At this time, the door of the reception room was knocked open, and Hua Xiao's account was opened. Ming stood up and said to Hua Xiao immediately after hearing the news, "Hua Xiao, I have done everything, let's go now." After talking about Ming, he was about to leave. But Hua Xiao stopped him. "Consultant Zhu, don't rush to leave. I don't know how to operate this stock. I have to ask your expert for help." The specific stock account and bank account linking Vice President Liu has already done it for you. Next, you only need to hang up the stock list to buy the stocks you need. There are 10 million in your account, and it must be a major customer. Just talk to Vice President Liu for how you want to operate, and he will arrange the specific operations. Ming said, "Can I go now?" I said that Advisor Zhu, don't worry, let's sit down and have a good chat, and wait until today's stock market conditions come out. Hua Xiao said. These words immediately made Ming aware of what he meant. "Hua Xiao, you don't believe me? Are you afraid that I will be involved in the stock market?" Hua Xiao immediately shook his hand and said, "No, how could it happen? I must believe in Advisor Zhu's character. But you have said that Advisor Zhu, you need to be cautious when entering the market when the stock market is risky." "Advisor Zhu, I remember what you said in my heart, so on the first day of today's operation of stocks, of course you, an expert, are here to advise me. I will be more relieved." "What do you think?" "What if I say I am not interested in advising you?" Ming asked. "That won't be possible. I believe you will be a responsible person, Consultant Zhu. Hua Xiao said, "Why can you see it?" Zhu Ming asked. Hua Xiao said, "Counselor Zhu, do you know that I have a subordinate Nuji? He didn't come today. Do you know where he went?" This person is a little impulsive. He has been thinking about it since the song and dance hall. Asking for your troubles with Advisor Zhu. I always wanted to take people to Advisor Zhu's nightclub to make trouble, but I was suppressed by me. It was a bit difficult to deal with. Advisor Zhu, what should you do? Hua Xiao, are you threatening me? Zhu Ming said. That's not true. I'm not that kind of person. I'm just telling the truth. Hua Xiao said, of course, if today's stock market is very good and we can all make money, wouldn't everyone be happy? Zhu Ming just sat down. Well, I'll be sitting here today. But Hua Xiao, you are also a person of identity. You must keep your promises and don't do so many tricks. Consultant Zhu, please rest assured, I am a civilized person. Hua Xiao said.